Doji, do you want a wife? The loud voice burst into the yurt like a drum, and 5 men looked up at the same time. The eldest, Doji, was sharpening a knife with his bare arms exposed. The blade made a sharp sound against the whetstone. The muscles on his shoulders and back tightened and relaxed with each movement, shining faintly in the light. Hearing the voice, he paused and looked up. His eyes were as deep as the night, calm yet wild. The second and third brothers, Langry and Zaxi, were twins, arm wrestling at the table. 2 identical handsome faces turned toward the door, high noses, deep-set eyes, and thin lips. Langry's mouth naturally curved into a smile, while Zaxi's gaze was quieter and steadier. It was clear they had very different personalities. Langry looked cheerful and lively, while Zaxi, with a string of prayer beads around his neck, seemed more thoughtful and devout. Langry's hand slipped, and with a snap, Zaxi pressed his arm down on the table. The fourth brother, Gongu, sat in the corner playing with a little lamb. His left leg was bent, he had a limp. His face was delicate but thin, which made his eyes look especially large. Startled, the lamb bleated and ran to hide behind the fifth brother, Dawa. Dawa looked about 18, with long, thick eyelashes. He was quietly cleaning an old hunting rifle. When he looked up, his eyes were as clear as melted snow from the mountains, fixed on the doorway. The curtain lifted. An old woman with a face full of cheerful wrinkles stepped in, followed by a thin young girl. The girl wore a faded floral shirt, stained with yellow mud. Her hair was tied messily at the back, with a few loose strands sticking to her face. Her skin was pale, too pale, and her lips were dry and cracked. She kept her head down, nervously twisting the corner of her shirt, her body trembling slightly. Doji set down the knife and stood up. Ruanruan's heart pounded. The man was so tall that his head nearly touched the top of the yurt. His bare chest was strong and firm, a few drops of sweat sliding down under the dim light. His skin was dark, tanned deeply by the prairie sun. And his face was strikingly handsome. A high nose, sharp brows, and lips pressed into a straight line. His jaw was firm, his features both rugged and dignified.
Ruanruan felt dust.
During her long journey fleeing hardship, she had seen many tired, hungry faces, but never a man who looked so powerful and full of life. There was more than one strong man in the room. The whole place was full of them. Doji, look at this girl. Isn't she pretty? The older woman pushed Ruanruan forward so hard that she almost stumbled. She's a refugee. No family left. Didn't your home need a woman? I brought her for you. Doji said nothing, his eyes quietly scanning Ruanruan. From her messy hair, to her faded clothes, down to her muddy, worn-out shoes.
Too thin.
Her shoulders were narrow. He could almost hold them with one hand. Her waist was small, as if it might break with a touch. Her face was so thin that her eyes looked especially large and dark, like a frightened deer. Brother, what do you think? I think she's nice, soft and gentle. Not like the women on the grassland, Langry said with a grin, showing his white teeth. He smelled faintly of grass and sweat, not unpleasant, just too close. Zaxi came over too. The 2 brothers stood side by side, looking almost identical. Ruanruan grew even more nervous. What do you all think? Doji asked the others. Zaxi said slowly, too thin. She can't do heavy work. She might get sick on the grassland. Langry nudged him. Hey, don't say that. She's thin, sure, but she looks nice. Our family's poor, but if each of us saves a little, we can feed her well. Once she's stronger, she won't get sick so easily. Gongu limped over, holding a small lamb in his arms. He looked carefully at Ruanruan and said softly, she is pretty. Much fairer than the girls here. Dawa still said nothing, just stood there watching, his curious eyes giving away his youth. 5 pairs of eyes stared at Ruanruan, making her skin prickle. Just then, her stomach growled. The sound wasn't loud, but in the quiet tent, it was very clear. Her face turned red at once. Doji's eyes moved slightly. Hungry? Su Ruanruan bit her lip and nodded. She hadn't eaten for 2 days. Yesterday, at the train station, she had divided the barley cake the old woman gave her into 3 small meals. Today, she hadn't even had a sip of water, and her legs felt weak. Doji turned and walked to the corner of the tent. There was a pile of odds and ends there. He searched for a moment, then carefully took out a cloth bundle. He unwrapped the cloth bundle, revealing a piece of dried mutton, dark and tough-looking. He cut off a small piece with his knife and handed it to Su Ruanruan.
Eat.
Su Ruanruan took the meat, her hands trembling. She couldn't wait any longer. She took a bite. The meat was so hard it hurt her teeth, making her jaw ache. But soon, the rich flavor spread in her mouth, and the fat softened her dry lips. She ate quickly, almost in tears. How long had it been since she last tasted meat? Since the disaster struck her hometown, she had been fleeing from place to place, rarely getting a warm meal. During the 3 days at her aunt's house, she only ate leftovers and didn't dare take much. Doji watched her eat, then poured a bowl of butter tea and pushed it toward her. Slow down, don't choke. Su Ruanruan took the bowl and drank deeply. It was salty and warm, sliding down her throat and into her stomach, bringing her back to life. After finishing the meat and 2 bowls of tea, she finally felt full. When she looked up, Doji was still watching her. "Thank you,"
she said softly.
Doji nodded. "What's your name?"
Su Ruanruan.
"How old are you?"
18.
"No family left?" Her nose stung. "No, they're all gone. A mudslide destroyed our home."
She remembered that night.
The rain poured down like the sky had split open. Half asleep, she heard a deep rumbling sound. Her parents pulled her from bed and pushed her toward the door. Then came the sound of the earth collapsing. When she woke again, the house was gone, and so were her parents. She had survived only because she was trapped under a cabinet. Doji was silent for a while, then looked at his brothers. "What do you think of her?" Langry spoke first. "She's great. Brother, where else could we find such a kind and gentle girl?" Zaxi said slowly. "She's a bit thin, but she'll get stronger. Anyway, our home could use a woman's help. Let's keep her here." Gongu hugged a little lamb and whispered, I think so too." Dawa didn't speak, but he nodded. Doji slapped the table.
"All right.
"Then she'll stay with our family." He turned to the old lady. "What's the introduction fee?" Her eyes lit up, and she smiled widely. "Doji, look at this girl. She's so lovely." "Stop talking nonsense," Doji interrupted. "What do you want?" The old lady rubbed her hands.
"Well,
1 sheep, is that okay?" Langry frowned. 1 sheep? Why don't you just rob us?" Zaxi said coldly. The girl from the next Grassland only cost half a sheep. The old lady laughed awkwardly. "That's different, this girl is prettier." Doji walked to the corner of the tent, where a few small sheep were tied up. He looked them over, chose the smallest lamb, untied it, and held it in his arms. The lamb bleated and struggled. Doji placed it into the old lady's arms. "This one." She held the lamb tightly. Though she thought it was too small, she didn't dare argue. All right, you two live well. I'll be going now." She lifted the curtain and hurried out, afraid Doji might change his mind. Su Ruanruan stood still, her mind blank.
"So,
it was done?" She felt as if she had just been sold. Doji came back and stood in front of her. He was tall, and Su Ruanruan had to look up at him. "Do you regret marrying into our family?" he asked, his eyes fixed on hers.
Su Ruanruan froze.
Regret? She remembered that night at the train station, hungry, dizzy, shivering in a corner. A man had come over and said he would take her to eat. She believed him and followed. But he tried to drag her into a dark alley. She fought with all her strength, breaking her nails and scraping her knees before she managed to escape. She hid behind a trash bin all night, trembling until dawn. At that moment, she understood. A girl alone in the world could either starve or be hurt. She looked at Doji before her. He seemed fierce, his eyes wild, but he had given her food and tea. Although his brothers looked at her, their eyes showed no unpleasant intent. At least here, she wouldn't starve. At least here, she had a place to stay safe from the wind and rain. I don't regret it, Ruanruan said softly but firmly. Doji's eyes lit up. He suddenly turned around and threw the half-sharpened knife onto the table with a loud clang. I'm happy today. Let's cook a sheep. Langry was stunned. Big brother, we only have 4 sheep left. Zaxi frowned. If we kill one, only 3 will be left. The spring grass hasn't grown yet, and there's barely enough milk. Gongu hugged the little lamb in his arms, saying nothing, but his eyes were full of reluctance. Dawa looked toward the sheep pen, his throat moving slightly. Ruanruan felt her heart tighten. For sheep? If they killed one, only 3 would remain? Those sheep must be all they owned. They had just given away a lamb earlier, and now they wanted to cook another one for her. It showed how much they valued her. Doji waved his hand. Do it. Getting married is a big deal. We should celebrate. The new bride has been hungry for a long time. She should have a good meal to regain her strength. Save the best meat for her. He looked at Ruanruan and grinned. It was the first time she had seen him smile. His white teeth showed, and he actually looked quite nice. Didn't expect our family could have a bride, Doji said happily. Langry was the first to react, laughing.
All right.
Let's cook the sheep and celebrate Big Brother's wedding. Zaxi stood up. I'll boil the water. Sister-in-law, eat more later. Gongu put down the lamb and limped outside. I'll catch the sheep. Dawa set down his hunting gun and followed him out. Watching their backs, Ruanruan felt a deep ache in her heart. She hadn't expected them to kill a sheep just because of her. And now, they would only have 3 left. Sit down, Doji said. There'll be meat soon. Ruanruan sat down, nervously twisting the corner of her clothes. From outside came the sound of a sheep bleating, sharp, short, then silent. After a while, Langry came in carrying a pot of cooked mutton. The large iron pot was bubbling, steam rising, and the smell was rich and warm. The men sat around together. Doji picked up the knife and cut the biggest, most tender piece of lamb, placing it in the wooden bowl in front of Ruanruan.
Eat.
Ruanruan looked at the meat in the bowl, then at the others. Langry was gnawing on a bone carefully, not wasting even a bit of meat. He even scraped the tendons from between the bones. Zaxi ate slowly, chewing each bite for a long time, as if counting how many times he chewed. Gongu only took a few small pieces of meat, spending most of the time drinking soup. When the soup was gone, he even licked the bottom of the bowl clean. Dawa ate quietly, but his eyes kept glancing at the pot. His throat moved again and again, as if he were calculating how much was left. They were poor. So poor that they hesitated before killing a sheep. So poor that they had to think carefully before eating a piece of meat. Ruanruan felt a tightness in her chest. But she still lowered her head and began to eat quickly. She was too hungry. So hungry that she couldn't care about guilt. So hungry that all she wanted was to fill her stomach. The lamb was soft and tender, melting in her mouth. It was the best thing she had ever eaten. As she ate, tears fell into her bowl.
Salty.
She didn't know if it was the tears or the meat that tasted salty. When she was full, night had already fallen. Doji stood up and stretched his shoulders. His bones cracked. Let's go. The other 4 men also stood up and began taking off their coats. Ruanruan looked at them in confusion.
What?
What are you doing? Langry grinned, showing his white teeth. A match, of course. Old rule. Whoever wins gets to share the tent tonight.
Ruanruan froze.
What? Share the tent? Before she could react, the men had already walked out to the open space outside the yurt. The moonlight was bright, covering the grassland in silver. Doji and Langry stood in the middle, 3 steps apart. They looked at each other, their eyes changing. Doji's gaze was sharp and focused like a wolf's. Langry's smile faded, his lips tightening.
Start.
Someone shouted. The 2 rushed toward each other.
Bang.
Their bodies collided with a dull sound. Doji, half a head taller, grabbed Langry's shoulder. Langry refused to give in, wrapping his arms around Doji's waist, trying to throw him down. Their muscles tensed, veins standing out. They wrestled fiercely, dust rising around them. Doji stumbled, and Langry lost his balance. Doji took the chance to press him down to the ground. He raised his fist. Langry patted the ground. I give up. Doji stood up, breathing heavily. Sweat rolled down his dark skin, shining under the moonlight. He reached out his hand to Langry. Langry grabbed it, stood up, brushed off the dust, and grinned. Big brother, you're still the strongest. Next, Doji said. Zaxi stepped forward. He looked just like Langry, but his presence was completely different, more agile, like a fox on the grassland. Doji lunged at him, but Zaxi dodged to the side. Doji attacked again, and Zaxi dodged once more. They circled each other under the moonlight. Doji grew impatient and charged suddenly. Zaxi seized the moment and kicked at Doji's leg. Doji staggered. Zaxi rushed in, trying to throw him down. But Doji was too strong. He steadied himself, grabbed Zaxi by the collar, and lifted him off the ground. With a low shout, Doji slammed him down hard. Dust rose into the air. Zaxi struggled for a moment, then patted the ground. I give up. Doji helped him up. Zaxi rubbed his shoulder and gave a bitter smile. Still can't beat you, big brother. Then it was Gongu's turn. He limped forward. Doji frowned. Fourth brother, you should sit this one out. Gongu shook his head. Rules are rules. I have to fight too. He clenched his teeth and charged at Doji. His movements were clumsy, but his eyes were fierce. Doji didn't dodge. When Gongu got close, he hooked his leg. Gongu fell to the ground. Doji quickly pinned him down. Gongu patted the ground. I give up. He stood up, brushed off the dust, and limped back, head lowered, not looking at anyone. Finally, it was Dawa's turn. When Dawa stepped forward, the air changed. He was a little shorter than Doji, but more solidly built, with shoulders broad as a door. There was a wild look in his eyes, like an untamed wolf. The two faced each other. Neither backed down. Fifth brother's serious today, Langry whispered.
Ruanruan watched nervously.
Under the moonlight, the two men stood like small mountains. Dawa made the first move. He rushed forward, his fist aiming at Doji's face. Doji raised his arm to block. A dull thud echoed as the punch hit his arm. Doji stepped back half a step, and Dawa followed with another punch. This time, Doji dodged and struck Dawa in the side. Dawa grunted, but didn't retreat. Instead, he grabbed Doji's arm, trying to throw him over his shoulder. Doji steadied himself, and the two struggled, muscles tense and sweat flying. With a loud shout, Dawa tried to throw Doji down. Doji shifted his weight, grabbed Dawa's belt, and used his strength against him. They both fell heavily to the ground. Doji landed on top, locking Dawa's neck. Dawa struggled hard, his face turning red. Give up. Doji growled. Dawa said nothing, still fighting back. Doji tightened his hold. Finally, Dawa hit the ground with his fist in defeat. Doji released him and stood up, his body covered in sweat, chest heaving, eyes shining brightly. He had won. He walked over to Ruanruan, lifted her easily onto his shoulder like a small lamb. His body radiated heat, and Ruanruan could feel his warmth. She gasped, Wait, didn't we already agree I'd marry you? Why did you still have to fight? Doji paused, set her down, and looked at her in confusion. You're part of our family now. That's how it is. Ruanruan's face turned pale. F5 of you? Langry came over, smiling. Yes, you're marrying all of us. You didn't know? Ruanruan shook her head, her voice trembling. I didn't know. Auntie never told me. She didn't? Doji frowned.
No.
Ruanruan's tears fell. I only agreed to marry you, not all 5 of you. Doji's face darkened.
Now you know, he said.
That's our custom. Ruanruan stepped back. I can't. I can't marry all 5 of you. The tent fell silent. The fire crackled softly. Doji stared at her for a few seconds, then walked to the table and picked up the knife.
Clang.
He threw the knife in front of Ruanruan. It stuck into the ground, the handle trembling. Not getting married anymore? Doji's voice was as cold as ice. To marry you, we killed a sheep. Our family only had 4, now there are 3 left. He pointed at her stomach. I asked if you regretted it and you said no. You've already eaten our sheep, and now you say you won't marry? Ruanruan looked at the knife on the ground, shaking all over. I didn't know there were 5 of you, she cried. I thought I was only marrying you. Langry's smile faded. Sister-in-law, the Grassland has its own rules. Our family is poor, this is the only way. Zaxi sighed. It's too late to talk about this now. Gongu lowered his head, nervously picking at his sleeve. Dawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes complicated as he looked at Ruanruan. Doji walked up to her and lifted her onto his shoulder. Rules are rules, he said. You ate our sheep, so you're part of our family now. He carried her into the tent and set her down on a large bed. The bed was big, covered with several worn sheepskin blankets that shone from use. This is the bed we brothers share, Doji said. Tonight, I'll stay beside you. Ruanruan curled up in the corner, hugging her knees, trembling. Tears kept falling. Doji glanced at her, then turned and went out. Outside, the men's low voices could be heard. Ruanruan cried for a long time. When she was too tired to cry, she just stared blankly. She thought of her hometown, her parents, and the landslide. She remembered the long journey of escaping hunger, the cold looks, and the empty stomach. She thought of that night at the train station, when a man tried to drag her into a dark alley, his eyes full of malice. At least Doji's eyes weren't like that. At least they gave her food. At least. As her thoughts drifted, a sudden noise came from outside. From the sheep pen, a ewe cried out in pain. The sound was sharp and sorrowful. Doji rushed out, and his brothers followed. Ruanruan wiped her tears, lifted the curtain, and went after them. In the moonlight, the ewe lay on the ground, kicking its hind legs. Its breathing was fast, and its belly rose and fell violently. Doji crouched nearby, trying to help, but the ewe was having a difficult birth. The amniotic fluid had already broken, and the lamb was stuck. It's a difficult delivery, Zaxi said, his face tense. Gongu limped back and forth anxiously. This is our best ewe, and she's carrying twins. If she dies. Dawa didn't hesitate and reached out to help. The ewe cried out in pain and struggled even more. You'll hurt her if you do that. Doji stopped him. Then what should we do? Dawa's eyes turned red. Are we just going to watch her die? Langry squatted down to take a look and shook his head. The lamb isn't positioned right. Its feet are coming out first. The men were at a loss. On the grasslands, when livestock have trouble giving birth, they rarely survive. They had seen too many ewes die this way, with their lambs lost as well. But this was their best ewe. They were counting on her to give birth in spring and provide milk. If she died. Gongu's eyes turned red. It's my fault. I should have watched her yesterday and not let her wander off. Zaxi patted his shoulder. It's not your fault. Doji clenched his fists, staring at the ewe. Ruanruan stood nearby, watching the suffering animal. She remembered when a neighbor back home helped a cow give birth. She had been little then, hiding behind the door as the old man worked skillfully, murmuring, slowly, slowly, don't rush. But she had only watched, never helped. What should she do now? As she hesitated, a sound suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding. Major life change detected. Emotion value system activated. Ruanruan froze. What was that sound? System activation complete.
Host, Ruanruan.
This system collects emotional values from target individuals, which can be exchanged for various skills and items. Current bound targets: Doji, Langry, Zaxi, Gongu, Dawa. A translucent screen appeared before her. 5 names were listed, each followed by a number. Doji, 10, worried, Langry, 15, anxious, Zaxi, 12, calm, Gongu, 20, guilty, Dawa, 18, angry. The numbers flickered slightly. Emergency detected. You in difficult labor. A message appeared. Newbie gift pack. Basic delivery skill, one-time use. Use now. Su Ruanruan didn't have time to think and shouted in her mind, use. At once, a warm current rushed into her head. Knowledge about animal delivery, methods, techniques, and precautions poured into her mind like a rising tide. How to check the position of the baby, how to help with the birth, how to handle emergencies. Everything felt so clear, as if she had done it hundreds of times before. At first, she was frightened. Why did these things suddenly appear in her mind? But the new skill made her feel calmer. That cold, mechanical voice had given her a skill, taught her how to deliver a lamb. It almost felt like it was helping her. Su Ruanruan stopped hesitating and stepped forward. Let me try. Doji looked up at her, frowning. Don't make trouble. I can do it, Su Ruanruan said, her voice surprisingly steady. I learned it back home. The men all turned to look at her. In the moonlight, the thin girl who had been crying just moments ago now looked calm and determined. She didn't seem to be lying. You learned it? Langry asked doubtfully.
Su Ruanruan nodded.
My family used to raise cattle. I've watched many times. Zaxi narrowed his eyes. Watching and doing are two different things. Let me try, Su Ruanruan insisted. Otherwise, it won't survive. Doji stared at her for a few seconds, then stepped aside. Be careful. Su Ruanruan knelt beside the ewe and took a deep breath. Following the knowledge in her mind, she gently felt the ewe's belly. It was swollen and tight. It's a head-first position, but the lamb's front legs are stuck, she said. I need to push it back a little and adjust the position. She looked at Doji. Do you have any alcohol? Alcohol? He repeated, confused. For cleaning, Su Ruanruan explained. Otherwise, it might get infected. Doji ran back to the tent and returned with a small pot of barley wine. Su Ruanruan washed her hands, poured some wine over them, and rubbed them together. The sharp smell of alcohol spread in the air. The men watched her careful, practiced movements, their expressions changing. Su Ruanruan gently reached in to help. The ewe bleated in pain and struggled. In truth, this was Su Ruanruan's first time delivering an animal. If it weren't for the system giving her this skill, she wouldn't even have dared to watch a cow giving birth before. Hold it still, Su Ruansoft said calmly. Doji quickly stepped forward and held the ewe down. Langry and Zaxi came to help. Su Ruansoft closed her eyes for a moment, recalling what she had learned. She slowly reached her hand inside. It was warm and slippery. She felt around, trying to find the lamb's position. Found it. The front leg was stuck near the pelvis. She gently pushed, and the lamb moved a little. Slowly, she murmured, adjusting her strength. Bit by bit, she pushed the leg back in, then changed the angle. Okay, she whispered. She carefully pulled outward. A wet little lamb slid out. It's out. Gongu shouted in surprise. Su Ruansoft quickly cleared the mucus from the lamb's nose and mouth. The lamb gave a weak bleat and moved its legs. There's another one, Su Ruansoft said. The second one came out more easily. A few minutes later, the second lamb was born. The two lambs nestled close to their mother, who tiredly licked them. Su Ruansoft sat down on the ground, covered in sweat. Her hands were trembling, but her heart was full of pride. Successfully saved the ewe and twins. Emotional points collected. Doji, surprise gratitude, 50. Langry, admiration, 30. Zaxi, curiosity, 20. Gongu, respect, 40. Dawa, shock, 25. Total, 165 points. New items unlocked. The system's voice echoed in her mind. Before she could check it, Gongu suddenly cried out the ewe. Something's wrong. She looked up. The ewe's breathing was getting weaker. It tried to stand and lick the lambs, but its body gave out, and it fell again. Its eyes slowly lost their light. Doji knelt to check and frowned.
She's gone.
Langry panicked.
How?
The lambs are already out. Zaxi sighed. The labor took too long. She used up all her strength. Dawa clenched his fists and hit the ground hard. The ewe moved one last time, looked at her lambs, and then went still. Her eyes remained open, but the light was gone. She was dead. The newborn lambs seemed to sense it and began to cry softly, their voices thin and weak. Gongbu's eyes turned red. That was our best ewe. And she was still so young. Tashi patted his shoulder. Langry crouched down, touched the ewe's neck, and shook his head. There's no saving her. Doji silently looked at the ewe's body, his fists clenched tightly. After a long while, he finally spoke. Take care of the ewe. Keep the hide and dry the meat. Then he picked up a lamb and brought it to another ewe. The ewe sniffed it, then kicked it away impatiently. Bah! The lamb cried out in fear. Doji tried a few more ewes. None of them accepted the lambs. The hungry lambs kept bleating, their voices growing weaker. Ruanruan looked at the two trembling little creatures, her heart aching. She stood up, took one lamb from Doji's arms, and held it close. The lamb instinctively nestled into her arms, seeking warmth. Let me take care of them, Ruanruan said softly. Doji looked at her. How will you raise them? I'll milk the ewes and feed them, she said. There must be a way. Langry shook his head. Without a mother, it's hard for them to survive. I want to try, Ruanruan said, holding the lamb tighter. They just came into this world. They shouldn't die like this. Doji stared at her for a long moment. In the moonlight, her face was still streaked with tears, but her eyes were firm. All right, Doji said with a nod. You take care of them. He turned to his brothers. Take care of the ewe. Then he looked back at Ruanruan. Someone needs to stay with the little ones tonight. I will, Ruanruan said immediately. Doji frowned. You should rest. We'll take turns watching. I want to stay with them, she insisted. They need someone. Doji looked at her for a few seconds, then didn't argue further. He went back to the yurt, brought out a wool blanket, and spread it on the dry grass beside the pen. Sleep here. It's warmer. Ruanruan sat down, holding the lamb in her arms. The wool blanket was soft, carrying the scent of sunlight and grass. Doji handed her an old sheepskin coat. Cover yourself. It gets cold at night. Thank you, she said, taking it and wrapping it around herself. The lamb snuggled in her arms and soon grew quiet. Doji sat down beside her, silent. The other brothers began to deal with the ewe's body, and the air felt heavy. The family was already poor. Now that one of their ewes had died, the brothers were naturally upset. But they were also very grateful to Ruanruan. If it weren't for her, the two little lambs might not have survived. Ruanruan was like a lucky star for their family. When Ruanruan lay down holding the little lambs, the yurt was so quiet she could hear her own heartbeat. She was exhausted. Her eyelids felt heavy, and soon she drifted off to sleep. But the other men couldn't fall asleep. Langry turned over, facing Ruanruan's direction. Moonlight slipped through a small gap at the top of the yurt, shining on the old sheepskin coat. Under the coat, a small figure curled up, holding two even smaller lambs in her arms. He swallowed hard. She looked so small, like a little rabbit. During the day, her floral shirt had made her look ordinary, but now, wrapped in the sheepskin coat, only a bit of her dark hair showed as she curled up tightly. A thought suddenly crossed Langry's mind. Was her skin as fair as her face? He had seen her face in the daylight. It was pale, unlike most people on the grassland. Her fingers were slender, like tender green shoots. When the old lady had pushed her inside that day, he had noticed her wrist. It was so thin he could have circled it with one hand. He turned over again, facing the wall of the yurt, but the image stayed in his mind. Zaxi lay with his eyes closed, breathing evenly. But if one listened carefully, the rhythm was too deliberate. He wasn't asleep either. He was thinking about how Ruanruan had helped the ewe give birth. Her pale hands were stained with blood and fluid, yet they didn't tremble at all. She had crouched there, focused, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead glistening in the moonlight. Zaxi had never seen a girl like her. Women on the grassland worked hard too, but their hands were rough and their faces were dark from the sun. Ruanruan was different. She was like a stone washed clean by a mountain spring, pure and bright. He opened his eyes and quietly glanced her way. Ruanruan moved a little, and the sheepskin coat slipped down, revealing part of her neck. It was pale. Zaxi quickly shut his eyes. Gongu curled up under his own blanket, burying his face in the wool. He was the closest to Ruanruan and could smell the faint scent on her. It wasn't the smell of sheep or sweat, but something hard to describe, like a mix of grass and flowers. He remembered the look in her eyes when she said she wanted to raise a little lamb. So firm, so bright. Gongu touched his injured leg. If only he were as strong as his eldest brother, as cheerful as Langry, or as clever as Zaxi. Would things be different? He didn't dare to think further. Dawa lay on his back, staring at the top of the yurt. He was only 18. He understood some things, but not everything. Still, he knew that this girl was now his sister-in-law. His mind was full of the afternoon's competition. Doji had pinned him to the ground, locking his throat. He struggled with all his strength, but couldn't break free. His brother's strength was like a mountain. Then his brother carried Ruanruan inside. Dawa clenched his teeth. One day, he would defeat his brother. He turned his head towards Ruanruan. In the moonlight, she was just a dark shape. He thought, she's so small, would his brother be too rough with her? The thought made his face burn. He quickly turned away and shut his eyes tight. Doji kept watch outside for half the night. When he came in, the cold air followed him. He glanced at Ruanruan in the corner. She was fast asleep, a little lamb snuggled in her arms. Doji quietly walked to the bed, took off his coat and lay down. The bed wasn't big. Even when the 5 brothers slept together before, it had been crowded. Tonight it felt even smaller. Beside him was a small, warm presence, like a fire that made his heart restless. He closed his eyes and remembered how Ruanruan had eaten the lamb meat earlier. She had eaten quickly, tears falling into her bowl. So thin, she needed to eat more. Thinking that, Doji slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Ruanruan was woken by the little lamb licking her face. Its wet tongue tickled her. When she opened her eyes, 2 lambs were beside her, their dark eyes staring as they bleated softly. They were hungry. Ruanruan sat up. The yurt was empty. The 5 men were gone. The fire had gone out, leaving only ashes. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and cold air slipped through the curtain, making her shiver. She was wearing only a faded floral shirt, the thin fabric almost white from washing. The sheepskin coat Doji had given her last night had slipped to the side. She quickly wrapped it around herself, but her legs were still exposed. The cold wind brushed against her skin, raising goosebumps. The little lambs bleated even louder. Ruanruan gritted her teeth and stood up, her legs weak. Carrying 2 lambs in her arms, she walked to the pen. 3 ewes were left there, one of them quietly eating grass. She remembered what she had learned the night before. Newborn lambs needed to drink colostrum, preferably from their own mothers. But the mother sheep was gone, so she had to get milk from another ewe. Ruanruan went back to the yurt, found a wooden bowl, and returned to the pen. She crouched beside a ewe, but as soon as she reached out, the animal shook its head impatiently and stepped away. "Easy now, just a little," she whispered softly. When she tried to touch the ewe's udder, it suddenly kicked, almost hitting her. Startled, Ruanruan fell back onto the ground. Her hands were red from the cold. It was freezing. The morning wind on the grassland was like a knife, stinging her face. She trembled all over, her teeth chattering, her fingers so stiff she could barely hold the bowl. But the lambs kept crying, their voices weak and fading. Ruanruan got up and tried again. This time she was gentler, stroking the ewe's back until it relaxed before reaching out slowly. Just as her hand touched the udder, the ewe moved again. The bowl slipped from her grasp and rolled away. She picked it up, tears welling in her eyes, not from sadness, but from worry. If the lambs didn't eat soon, they would die. She tried again and again, but the ewe refused to cooperate. Her whole body shook, her fingers numb. She tucked the bowl under her arm, rubbed her hands together, and breathed warm air onto them, but it didn't help. Just then, Footsteps sounded behind her. Doji had returned. He had gone out early to check the pasture, hoping to find some tender grass for the lambs. When he came back, he saw Ruanruan crouched by the pen, her small body trembling, the floral shirt fluttering in the wind like a leaf. Doji frowned and strode over. Before Ruanruan could react, a pair of strong hands lifted her from the ground and hoisted her onto his shoulder.
Ah!
She gasped in surprise. Doji said nothing. He carried her quickly back to the yurt, lifted the curtain, and set her down beside the fire. Then he turned and went out again, bringing in 2 little lambs. Sit, Doji said, his voice firm. Ruanruan hugged her arms, shivering, her lips turning purple. Doji glanced at her, then went to a corner of the yurt and opened an old wooden chest. Inside were all sorts of things. He searched through them and found a piece of treated sheepskin. It wasn't large, grayish-white, with most of the wool scraped off, leaving only a thin layer. Doji picked up a knife from the table, measured roughly with his eyes, and made a few cuts in the sheepskin. Then he came over and wrapped it around Ruanruan. She froze in surprise. The sheepskin still carried the warmth of his hands, rough but comforting. The slits he had cut were just enough for her arms to go through. It looked uneven, but it covered her well. The grassland mornings are cold. Wearing so little, you could freeze, Doji said as he tied a leather cord around her waist. The sheepskin coat was done. It was simple and rough, the edges uneven, but it was warm. Ruanruan looked down at her new clothes, her eyes growing moist. Seeing her still trembling, Doji frowned, then lifted her, sheepskin and all, and sat down by the fire, holding her close.
Ruanruan estifened.
His chest was firm and warm. Even through the sheepskin, she could feel the heat. His arms surrounded her like a wall, blocking out the cold wind. Still cold? Doji asked from above her head. She shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. No, not anymore. Doji grunted softly, but didn't let go. The fire crackled, and the air grew warmer. Ruanruan relaxed little by little in his arms. Wrapped in the sheepskin, warmed by his body heat, she finally stopped shivering. The 2 lambs nestled by her feet, bleating softly. Doji glanced at them. I'll milk them later. I can do it. Ruanruan said quietly. Your hands are frozen. You can't do anything, Doji interrupted. Just sit. As he spoke, the curtain lifted. Langry and Zaxi came back. Early that morning, they had gone to check the distant grasslands, hoping to find where the grass was growing first. As soon as they entered, they saw Doji sitting by the fire, holding Ruanruan in his arms. Langry paused, the smile on his face stiffening for a moment. Zaxi narrowed his eyes but said nothing. Brother, Langry said as he walked over and squatted on the other side of the fire, glancing at Ruanruan. What's wrong with sister-in-law? She was cold, Doji replied, not letting go. Langry made a small sound of understanding and stretched his hands toward the fire, but his eyes stayed on Ruanruan. She was wrapped in a gray sheepskin, her small face flushed from the fire's warmth, her eyes bright and clear like freshly washed grapes. She looked beautiful. Langry felt a little uneasy inside. He pursed his lips and took a few tender grass shoots from his pocket. Found some. The grass on the south slope has started to sprout. In a few days, we can let the sheep out. Zaxi sat down too, and took out a small cloth bag from his coat. Inside were a few pieces of dried meat. He handed one to Ruanruan. Eat some to warm up. Ruanruan accepted it and said softly, Thank you. Zaxi nodded, his eyes pausing briefly on her sheepskin coat before looking away. Doji loosened his hold and stood up. I'll go milk the sheep. As soon as he left, Langry moved closer to Ruanruan. Sister-in-law, are you still cold? Ruanruan shook her head. No, I'm fine now. This coat. Langry touched the edge of the sheepskin. Did my brother make it? It's a bit rough. I'll find you a better piece of leather next time and make you a nicer one. Zaxi said calmly from the side. You know how to do that? Langry glared at him. Maybe not, but I can find someone who does. Enough, Doji said as he came back in, carrying a bowl of warm milk. Steam rose from the bowl. He handed it to Ruanruan.
Drink.
Ruanruan took it, but first fed the little lambs. The 2 lambs hurried over, licking the edge of the bowl and drinking noisily. When they had enough, half a bowl was left. Ruanruan then drank the rest herself. The milk had a strong taste, but she finished every drop. With warmth in her stomach, she felt alive again. Doji waited until she finished before saying, "We need to start planting today. There's a field on the south side of the Grassland. It was left empty last year, but this year we'll plant barley there." Langry frowned. "What about the seeds? Our family only has a few seeds left. Last year's harvest was bad, and we don't even have enough to eat." Zaxi added, "We need to find some seeds, or we'll have no food for the rest of the year." Ruanruan listened, and suddenly remembered something. She stood up and went to her small bundle, the patched cloth bag she had carried while escaping. She crouched down, searched inside, and took out a small cloth pouch. It was about the size of her palm and felt heavy. Ruanruan walked back and handed it to Doji. "Here. This is for you." Doji took it, opened it, and froze. Inside were barley seeds, full, golden, and clearly of good quality. "Where did you get these?" Doji asked. Ruanruan lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes. I took them from that man who tried to trick me." The men all looked at her. Her voice grew softer. "When he took me away, I saw these in his bag, and just grabbed a handful. But that wasn't the truth. She had actually exchanged them through the system. Last night, she used her remaining 65 emotion points to get a small bag of barley seeds. But she couldn't say that, so she made up a reason." Doji looked at the seeds for a long time, then raised his head. "Do you know what these are?"
Ruanruan nodded.
"Barley seeds. They can be planted to grow food." Doji's expression was complicated. This girl had been starving on the road, yet instead of taking food, she took seeds? Langry leaned over, his eyes lighting up. "Good seeds. Much better than what we had last year." Zaxi picked up a few and nodded. "They're high quality. The yield should be good." Just then, Gongu and Dawa returned. They had gone early in the morning to collect dried cow dung for fuel. When they came in and saw the seeds, they quickly gathered around. "Did sister-in-law give these?" Gongu asked excitedly.
Ruanruan nodded.
Dawa looked at her, his eyes showing something different. Doji carefully put the seeds away and slapped his leg. "Let's go plant them." The 5 brothers grabbed their tools and left the tent. Ruanruan wanted to follow, but Doji stopped her. "Stay home and watch the lambs. I can help." "You can't," Doji said. "The fieldwork is too heavy for you." Ruanruan bit her lip and didn't insist. After the men left, the yurt became quiet. Ruanruan carried 2 little lambs to the haystack and made a small nest for them. The lambs, full and content, huddled together and fell asleep. She sat by the fire, looking at the sheepskin coat she was wearing. It was rough, but warm. She touched the edge where Doji's knife had left a few rough marks, but the leather strap tied around her waist was strong and secure. A gentle warmth rose in Ruanruan's heart. At noon, Doji returned with his younger brothers. Ruanruan crouched by the fire, turning the barley cakes as they cooked. The cakes turned golden and sizzled softly. On the grassland, they burned dried dung for fuel. When the fire weakened, Ruanruan added more to keep it going. In the pot beside her, the meat soup bubbled steadily. Soon, the meal was ready. The 5 brothers washed their hands and sat down together. After eating, the men rested for a while before heading out again. They were going hunting that afternoon. There were only 3 sheep left at home, so they had to save them. With spring coming, there would be more animals around. If they caught some wild game, it would last for a while. Doji carried his old hunting rifle. Langry and Zaxi took their bows and arrows. Gongu, whose leg was weak, stayed home to tidy the tools, while Dawa went along. He was a skilled archer, no worse than his older brothers. Ruanruan stood at the yurt's entrance, watching them walk away. When their figures disappeared behind the grassy slope, she closed her eyes and called out to the system in her mind. System. Exchange for today's hunting locations. Exchange successful. 3 miles east, in a mountain hollow, there is a rabbit nest. 5 miles north, near a small stream, there are signs of deer activity. Cost. 20 points. Remaining, 15 points. Ruanruan opened her eyes and ran after them.
Dorj,
She called. Dorj turned around, frowning slightly. Why did you come out? Panting, Ruanruan reached him.
just remembered.
Yesterday, I saw rabbits in that mountain hollow. She pointed east. A lot of them digging holes. Dorj narrowed his eyes. The eastern hollow? Yes.
Ruanruan nadid.
And near the northern stream, I saw fresh deer tracks. Langry came closer. Sister-in-law, you really saw them? Ruanruan nodded again. When we were escaping, I passed through that area and saw them. Doji stared at her for a few seconds, then waved his hand. Let's go. We'll check the east side first. The valley to the east wasn't far. After walking a little over a mile, they arrived. It was sheltered from the wind, and the grass grew thicker there than elsewhere. Doji signaled everyone to spread out. He and Langry went left, while Zaxi and Dawa went right, slowly closing in. Ruanruan hid behind a large rock, watching nervously. She wasn't sure if the information from the system was accurate. Doji glanced at her. His deep eyes showed no emotion as he gestured. Go back first. It's messy in the valley, don't follow. Ruanruan wanted to say something, but Doji had already turned away. Langry gave her a quick grin, Zaxi nodded slightly, and Dawa followed silently. The 4 men's figures soon disappeared behind the grassy slope. Gongu, who had an injured foot, didn't go hunting. He usually stayed home to take care of chores. Ruanruan followed Gongu back to the yurt. Inside, she lay down on the bed, feeling weak all over. She had wanted to help Gongu tidy up, but as soon as she stood, her vision went dark. Her head spun, and her stomach churned. Altitude sickness. During their escape, she had been too focused on surviving to notice how high they had climbed. They had just arrived yesterday, and she had been too tense and scared to feel it. Now that she finally relaxed, her body couldn't take it anymore. She held onto the wall of the yurt, trying to walk outside, but her legs gave out, and she sank to the ground. Gongu was outside, cleaning tools. Hearing the noise, he limped in and saw Ruanruan sitting on the floor, her face pale as paper. Startled, he asked sister-in-law, "What's wrong?" Ruanruan tried to speak, but the moment she opened her mouth, she felt like throwing up. She covered her mouth and shook her head. Gongu quickly helped her back to bed. When he touched her arm, it felt thin and cold. "Wait here, I'll boil some hot water," Gongu said, turning to leave. Ruanruan grabbed his sleeve weakly. "No need. I just need to rest a bit." Gongu looked at her, worry filling his eyes. "Are you sick?"
No.
Ruanruan closed her eyes. "Just dizzy, and it's hard to breathe." Gongu paused, then understood. "You're from the lowlands, you're not used to the high altitude." When others first arrived, they were the same. It took them 3 days to recover. He poured a bowl of warm water and helped Ruanruan sit up, feeding her little by little. After a few sips, she felt a bit better, though her head was still dizzy and her body weak. Gongu helped her lie down again. After hesitating for a moment, he said softly, I can massage your head. It might make you feel better."
Ruanruan nadid.
Gongu sat by the bed, reached out his hand, then pulled it back. He looked at his hands, rough from years of work, with thick joints and a few cracks. With hands like these, touching her soft skin, she might feel uncomfortable. He bit his lip, then gently placed his fingers on her temples. Her skin felt warm and soft under his touch. Gongu's heart beat fast, and his hands trembled slightly. He didn't dare press hard, only used his fingertips to gently rub. "Does it hurt?" he asked quietly. Ruanruan shook her head. "No, it feels nice." Gongu let out a small breath of relief. His movements were as light as feathers. He watched her close her eyes, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows on her pale face. A few strands of hair stuck to her forehead, damp with sweat. She looked beautiful, more beautiful than any girl on the grasslands. A strange feeling rose in Gongbu's heart, both sweet and a little sad. He remembered how she had helped deliver a lamb yesterday afternoon, so focused, so brave. And this morning, even though she was shivering from the cold, she still insisted on caring for the little lamb. How did such a good girl end up in their home? He wasn't worthy of her. None of his 5 brothers were. Gongbu's hands moved even more gently, almost without pressure. He was afraid his rough hands might hurt her, afraid the calluses might scratch her skin. He even felt that touching her at all was something he shouldn't do. After a while, Ruanruan's breathing became steady, and her face looked less pale. Gongu withdrew his hands and said softly, "Try to sleep. You'll feel better after some rest." Ruanruan opened her eyes and looked at him. "Thank you, Gongu." Gongbu's face grew warm, and he lowered his head.
It's
nothing." He stood up and tucked the blanket around her. The thick sheepskin quilt wrapped her snugly, leaving only half of her face showing. I'm going outside to pick up some sheep dung. I'll be nearby. Call me if you need anything," Gongu said, then hurried out of the yurt as if escaping. When the curtain fell behind him, he stood outside and let out a long breath. His face was burning, and his heart was still racing. He raised his hand to touch his face, then looked at the hand that had just brushed against Ruanruan. He could still feel a faint trace of warmth on his fingertips. Gongu closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down.
She was his sister-in-law.
His elder brother's wife.
He must not think about it.
He must not. Bending down, Gongu picked up the basket on the ground and limped toward the sheep pen. His leg made walking slow, but he was used to it. Since childhood, he had grown used to the looks people gave him, used to falling behind his brothers. But today, for the first time, he hated his lame leg a little. If only he were as strong as his eldest brother, as quick as Langry, or as energetic as Dawa. Maybe then he would have the right to stand beside her. Elsewhere, Doji led his 4 younger brothers along a mountain hollow. The grass was tall, reaching their knees. Spring grass still carried a hint of yellow, and it rustled softly under their feet. They walked for half a mile, but saw nothing. Langry straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Big brother, are you sure there are rabbits here? We've been here before, and hardly saw any." Doji said nothing, his eyes scanning the ground. Zaxi crouched down, parted a clump of grass, and looked closely at the soil. "There's a freshly dug hole." Dawa also crouched, rubbed some dirt between his fingers, and said, "It's damp. Dug within the last couple of days." Doji nodded. "Let's go a bit farther in." The 4 of them walked another 100 steps. Still no movement. Langry sighed. Maybe sister-in-law was mistaken? When we were escaping famine, she was so hungry she might have been seeing things. Zaxi shook his head. She described it clearly. Doesn't sound made up. Just then, Doji suddenly raised his hand. Everyone stopped. He pointed toward a grassy slope about 20 steps ahead. There, the blades of grass were trembling slightly. Not the kind of movement caused by the wind, but a steady, rhythmic motion. Doji gave Langry a look. Langry understood, quietly took the bow from his back, knocked an arrow, and silently moved to the side. Tashi and Dawa split up, and the 3 of them surrounded the area in a triangle. Doji stood still, his hand moving to the knife at his waist. The rustling in the grass stopped. A few seconds later, a gray-brown rabbit suddenly jumped out. Not just one, an entire nest of them. 5 or 6 rabbits of different sizes scattered in panic.
"Now!"
Doji shouted in a low voice. Langry's arrow shot out with a sharp sound, grazing a big rabbit's ear before hitting the ground. The rabbits panicked even more and ran desperately up the slope. Tashi didn't shoot. He threw down his bow and leapt forward like a leopard, grabbing a fat rabbit by its hind legs with both hands. The rabbit kicked wildly, but Tashi held it down firmly. Dawa released his arrow. He didn't aim for the biggest one, but for the fastest. The arrow struck the rabbit's neck, and it fell to the ground, kicking twice before lying still.
Doji moved.
He didn't chase the rabbits but ran toward the top of the grassy slope where the rabbit burrow opened. Just as he reached the top, 2 rabbits popped out of the hole and ran straight into him. Doji reacted quickly, catching one in each hand. The rabbits struggled, their legs kicking in the air. Langry shot another arrow, this time hitting its mark and striking a rabbit in the side. Tashi pressed his rabbit to the ground and quickly ended its struggle with his knife. Dawa ran to pick up the one he had shot, then looked around. 2 small ones got away. Doji came down the slope holding 2 rabbits. That's enough. 4 big rabbits, 1 shot, 1 finished with a knife, and 2 caught by hand. Blood dripped from Doji's fingers, but he didn't seem to care. Langry grinned, pulled his arrow from the rabbit, and wiped it clean on the grass. Big brother, we did well today. Tashi lifted his rabbit and weighed it in his hand. This one's fat, must be 4 or 5 pounds. Dawa picked up his own catch, a rare smile on his face. Plenty for dinner tonight. Doji looked at the rabbits, then in the direction Ruanruan had pointed earlier. She was right, Doji said. Langry paused, then understood. That's true. She really saw it. If she hadn't pointed us here, we might have gone west, and there's hardly any game there anymore. Zaxi nodded. She came here after escaping hardship, yet she still noticed such details. She's very observant. Dawa said nothing, but the look he gave toward the yurt carried a hint of admiration. Let's go check the stream to the north, Doji said. She mentioned seeing deer tracks. The 4 of them carried the rabbits and headed north. On the way, Langry kept talking. Sister-in-law really brings good luck. She saved the little lamb, gave us seeds, and now showed us a rabbit nest. Brother, you truly married well. Doji didn't reply, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Langry's eyes were full of admiration for Ruanruan. She's amazing, fair, pretty, skilled at helping with births, good at cooking, and now even helps find game. She's much better than those women who only do heavy work on the grasslands. Dawa suddenly spoke. She's just too thin. Before he could finish, Langry glared at him. So what if she's thin? She'll gain weight after some good meals. Didn't brother make her a sheepskin coat today? Once she eats more meat, she'll look healthy and strong. Doji interrupted them. Enough talking. Watch your step. The 4 reached the stream to the north. The water was clear, and the grass was tender, an area often visited by animals. Doji crouched by the stream and carefully examined the muddy ground. There were indeed footprints. Fresh ones, small but deep hoof marks. They belonged to a deer. There really are tracks, Doji said. Langry leaned closer, eyes bright. Brother, should we go after it?
Doji looked at the sky. Yes.
Deer meat tastes better than rabbit, and the hide is useful too. The 4 followed the tracks upstream. The deer was cautious, and the footprints were scattered, but Doji's hunting experience helped him find the trail again and again. After walking about a mile, they reached a patch of bushes. Doji raised his hand, signaling them to stop. He pointed behind the bushes. There was movement. A faint rustling sound. Something was eating grass. Langry knocked an arrow. Zaxi readied his bow, and Dawa gripped his knife tightly. Doji quietly moved to the side, untied a rope from his waist, and tied a stone to each end. He gave Langry a look. Langry understood and suddenly stood up, shouting toward the bushes. A brownish-yellow deer burst out in fright. Startled, it ran straight toward Doji. Doji seized the moment and threw the rope. The rope, weighted with a stone, swung through the air and snapped around the deer's front leg with a sharp sound. The deer fell to the ground, struggling to get up. Langry and Zaxi released their arrows at the same time. One struck its neck, the other its side. The deer let out a cry and collapsed, trembling. Dawa rushed forward and ended its suffering with a quick strike. It was over. Doji walked over and untied the rope. The deer had stopped breathing, its dark eyes still open. This one's bigger, Zaxi said, weighing it in his hands. Must be 20 or 30 jin. Langry grinned from ear to ear. What a great day. A rabbit and a deer, enough food for days. We can use the hide to make a vest for my sister-in-law. Doji checked the wound. The hide's a bit damaged, but still usable. He looked up at the sky. It's getting late. Let's head back. The four of them carried their catch and started home. On the way, Langry was still excited. Deer stew tonight. It's been so long since we've had such good game. Zaxi stayed calm. Let's dry half of the deer meat and eat 2 rabbits tonight. We'll dry the rest too. Spring is still far off, we should save some. Dawa said, give me the hide. I'll learn how to tan it. Doji nodded without saying much, but his steps were lighter. Inside the yurt, Ruanruan lay awake. She listened to the sound of Gongu walking away, his footsteps uneven, and felt a little sad. Gongu was a good man, but his leg wasn't well. When he had been helping her just now, his hands trembled badly. He was so careful, afraid of hurting her. When she earned more emotional points later, she would exchange them for medical skills. The system store must have a way to heal his leg. When that time came, she would make sure Gongu could walk properly again. Just then, a series of chimes sounded in her mind. Emotional points received. Doji, surprise satisfaction, 30 emotional points received. Langry, excitement admiration, 40 emotional points received. Zaxi, curiosity praise, 25 emotional points received. Dawa, excitement approval, 35 emotional points received. Gongu, worry guilt, 20 from earlier when he was taking care of her. The string of notifications made Ruanruan pause. It seemed Doji and the others had caught something. She felt a wave of relief and began to smile. When she opened the system interface, she saw that the total emotion points had risen to 315. So many? Ruanruan was a little surprised. She looked carefully and noticed that Doji and the others had gained the most points, especially Langry, who alone contributed 40 points. It seemed the hunting trip had gone well. Since no one was around, she took the chance to study this thing called the system. The interface was simple. In the center was the total number of emotion points, and below it was a list of items that could be exchanged. Besides the ones she had seen before, several new items were now unlocked. Intermediate animal husbandry knowledge, permanent. 200 points, Highland adaptation pills, 3. 100 points, basic trap-making skills, beginner. 80 points, basic sewing skills, beginner. 60 points, Ruanruan thought for a moment. What she needed most right now was to adapt to the Highland environment. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to walk properly, let alone help the family. She exchanged for the Highland adaptation pills. Exchange successful. 100 points used. 215 points remaining. A small porcelain bottle appeared in her hand. When she opened it, there were 3 brown pills inside. She took one and swallowed it. It had almost no taste, but soon after, the tightness in her chest eased, and her dizziness faded. It worked. Ruanruan carefully put away the remaining 2 pills and looked again at the other items. Back home, her parents had always spoiled her and never let her do any chores. She had been the family's precious daughter, and her only hobby was reading storybooks. Those books often told of adventures, immortals, and magical treasures. She thought that this system must be one of those mysterious things from the stories. Although she didn't know why it had chosen her, at least for now, it was helping her and helping this family too. Just as she was thinking that, loud voices suddenly came from outside. It wasn't Doji and the others returning. The voices were unfamiliar, rough, and carried a threatening tone. Ruanruan's heart tightened, and she pushed herself up to sit. Gongu. Is Gongu here? A coarse voice shouted outside the tent. Gongu's voice answered, tense and uneasy. Brother Batu. Why are you here? Cut the talk. Where's your brother Doji? My brother. Went hunting. Hunting? Humph. You have money to go hunting but none to repay your debt? The man called Bata spoke even more harshly. You borrowed a sheep last year and promised to return 2 in spring. Look at the time now. Where are they? Ruanruan lifted her blanket, got out of bed, and quietly peeked through a small gap in the curtain. Outside stood 5 men dressed like herdsmen, but their clothes were finer than Dorj's. Their faces were rough, and their eyes fierce. The bald one in front wore a wolf fawn necklace. He must be Batu. Gongu stood in front of the sheep pen, limping slightly, his body trembling, but he still blocked the entrance. "Brother Badu, please give me a few more days. Wait until my elder brother returns. Wait, my foot." Bada kicked the fence hard, making the wood creak. "Either you give me 2 sheep today, or—" His eyes shifted toward the tent. "I heard there's a new young woman in your family? She looks quite lovely. Maybe she can stay with us to settle the debt." The other men laughed crudely, their eyes full of mischief. Gongbu's face turned pale. "No. She's my sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law?
Ha!
You think I don't know your family's business? 5 brothers sharing 1 wife."
Batu said.
"Anyway, what's the harm in letting us meet her for a while? I've never seen such a pretty girl. Let's bring her out so we can see if she's as fair as her face." He started walking toward the tent. Gongbu suddenly rushed forward, moving surprisingly fast despite his limp, and grabbed Bada's leg tightly. "You're not going in." Though small and thin, Gongbu burst out with unexpected strength. Ruanruan was like a goddess in his heart. He would never let anyone hurt her. Bada grew angry and kicked him hard. "Get off me, you cripple." The kick landed on Gongbu's stomach. He groaned but didn't let go, clutching Bada's leg tightly. His voice was hoarse. "Don't touch my sister-in-law." Ruanruan's eyes filled with tears. She lifted the curtain and stepped outside.
"Stop."
Everyone froze. Bada turned and saw her, his eyes lighting up. "Well, look who came out on her own. Saves me the trouble." Gongbu panicked. "Sister-in-law, go back inside. Don't come out." But Ruanruan ignored him and went to help him up. Gongbu pushed her hand away, stood up with effort, and once again placed himself in front of her. He turned his back to her, his voice trembling but firm. "Sister-in-law, go back inside and lock the door. They won't dare to break in. Wait for my brother to come back."
Batu lauget loudly.
"Wait for your brother? That boy Dorj has to call me sir when he sees me. Today, this debt must be paid." He waved his hand, and 4 men stepped forward. Gongbu pushed Ruanruan behind him and stood in front. His leg was injured, and he could barely stand, but his eyes were fierce like a cornered wolf. "Whoever dares to touch her, I'll fight to the end." One man reached out to grab Ruanruan, but Gongbu picked up a wooden stick nearby and swung it hard. The man dodged, and the stick hit the ground, snapping in 2. Another man rushed from the side and grabbed Gongbu around the waist. Gongbu struggled, but he wasn't strong enough and was forced to the ground. He kicked and shouted, "Sister-in-law, run." But Ruanruan didn't run. She watched as Gongbu was held down and beaten, and as Bada walked toward her, her mind went blank. What should she do?
System.
Does the system have anything useful? She hurriedly opened the interface and scanned through it. Emotion points, 215. What could she exchange for? Basic combat skills, beginner. 80 points, useless. With her body, she couldn't win even with that. Sleep powder, 1 portion. 120 points, that could work. Just as Ruanruan was about to exchange it, a loud shout came from the distance. "Let go of my brother." Dorj was back. He walked in front, carrying a deer on his shoulder and holding 2 rabbits in his hand. Langry, Zaxi, and Dawa followed behind, each carrying their own game. When Dorj saw what was happening in front of the tent, his face instantly darkened. He threw the deer to the ground with a heavy thud and strode forward. Bada turned around, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Oh, you're back? Perfect timing. Let's settle this debt today." Dorj ignored him and went straight to Gongbu. He grabbed the 2 men holding Gongbu, 1 in each hand, and threw them aside. Then he helped Gongbu up and checked him over. There were bruises on his face and a cut on his lip, but nothing serious. "What happened?" Dorj asked, his voice as cold as ice. Gongbu was panting and pointed at Badu.
"They
want to take my sister-in-law away to pay the debt." Doji turned his head toward Badu, and his expression changed. That look, Ruanruan had never seen it before. It was like the calm grassland before a snowstorm, quiet on the surface, but hiding a power strong enough to tear everything apart. Langry, Zaxi, and Dawa also stepped forward, standing behind Doji. There were only 4 of them, but their presence was just as strong. Bada felt uneasy under Doji's stare, but he forced himself to stay calm. Doji, last year you borrowed a sheep from me and promised to return to in spring. Now spring is here. Where are the sheep? Doji said nothing. He walked to the prey he had dropped earlier, picked up 2 fat rabbits, and placed them in front of Badu. These 2 rabbits weigh at least 10 pounds of meat. They're worth 1 sheep. Is that enough? Bada looked at the rabbits. They were indeed plump, but he shook his head. We agreed on sheep. Who wants your rabbits? Either give me the sheep, or, his eyes flicked toward Ruanruan, let your wife come with us for a while. If she helps out, I might give you more time. Before he could finish, Doji moved. He grabbed Bada by the collar and punched him hard in the face.
Bang!
Bada stumbled back, blood rushing from his nose. For a moment he froze, then shouted angrily, You dare hit me? Get him! The 4 men he brought charged forward. Langry was the first to meet them. He swung his bow like a club, striking hard. Zaxi moved quickly, dodging a punch and kicking his opponent behind a knee. Dawa was the fiercest. He tackled one man to the ground and hit him again and again. Doji ignored the others and focused on Badu. Badu was stronger, but Doji was faster. They wrestled, fists landing with heavy thuds that made Ruanruan's heart race. She stood at the entrance of the tent, her palms sweating. Gongu tried to help, but his injured leg gave out, and he fell again. Ruanruan rushed to support him. Don't move, you'll hurt yourself. Gongu's eyes turned red with worry. There are too many of them. Just then, trouble broke out on Langry's side. 2 men surrounded him, one punched him in the back, and his bow fell to the ground. Zaxi tried to help but was blocked by another man. Seeing this, Doji kicked Badu aside and ran to help. But as soon as he turned, Bada got up and pulled a short knife from his belt. Doji, watch out.
Ruanruan cried.
Doji turned his head, saw the flash of the blade, and quickly dodged to the side. The knife blade brushed past his arm, cutting through his clothes, but not injuring his skin. Bada was about to stab again when Dawa suddenly lunged from behind and grabbed Bada's waist. Bada turned and swung his knife, cutting Dawa's arm, and blood immediately started to flow. Dawa, Langry's eyes turned red as he picked up a stone and threw it. The stone hit Bada's shoulder, causing him pain. His knife fell to the ground. Doji took the chance to kick him in the stomach, making Bada kneel down, clutching his belly. Doji picked up Bada's knife and pressed it against Bada's neck. Still want to owe a debt? Doji asked calmly, but the tip of the knife had already pierced the skin, causing a drop of blood. Bada's face turned pale with fear. No, I don't want to. The rabbit can settle the debt. Just the rabbit. Doji looked at him for a few seconds, then put away the knife and threw it aside. He walked over to the prey, grabbed the 2 fat rabbits, and threw them in front of Badu. Get lost. Bada got up, picked up the rabbits, and dared not look at Ruanruan. He and his men hurriedly ran away in embarrassment. After they were gone, Doji turned to look at his brothers. Langry had a wound on his face, Tashi's arm was bruised, and Dawa's arm was bleeding. Gongu was fine, only with some skin injuries. Doji's own arm was cut, but not deeply. The most serious was Dawa, with a 3-inch-long cut on his arm, still bleeding. Ruanruan quickly ran back to the Mongolian tent and exchanged some anti-inflammatory herbs and bandages from the system. Exchange successful, cost 30 points, remaining 185 points. She came out with the herbs and bandages and squatted beside Dawa. I'll help you bandage it. Dawa looked at her without speaking and extended his hand. Ruanruan carefully cleaned the wound, applied the herbs, and wrapped it with the bandage. She was not very skilled, but very careful, afraid of hurting him. Langry came over, grinning, and pulling at the wound. He winced. Sister-in-law, you still know how to do this. Ruanruan whispered. I learned a little before. Actually, it was basic medical knowledge unlocked from the system when she exchanged for the herbs earlier. Tashi looked at the deer and the remaining rabbits on the ground and suddenly said, if it weren't for sister-in-law guiding us today, we wouldn't have caught so much. These 2 rabbits Bada got, plus the remaining deer and 3 rabbits, will last us several days. Langry nodded. Yes, sister-in-law is really lucky. First she saved the mother sheep, then gave us seeds, and now guided us to hunt. Doji didn't speak, but his eyes softened as he looked at Su Wansu. He walked up to her, raised his hand as if to pat her head, but hesitated and lowered it again. "Did I scare you?" he asked. Su Wansu shook her head, then nodded, softly saying, "A little. But now that you're back, I'm not afraid anymore." Doji responded with a small, then turned to his brothers and said, "Get ready. Tonight we'll stew some deer meat." The men cheered happily. Gongu looked at Su Wansu with a complicated expression. He remembered how she had stood in front of him just now. She was so small but so brave. Su Wansu noticed his gaze and smiled at him. "Thank you for protecting me." Gongbu's face turned red, and he looked down. "It's what I should do." Su Wansu felt warm inside and smiled softly. She turned back to bandage Dawa's arm. Dawa's wound was a bit deep, so she moved more carefully. At that moment, Langry moved closer and gasped softly, "Sister-in-law, my face also hurts a lot." "Can you take a look?" He pointed to the purple bruise on his cheekbone. "Wait a moment, Dawa's injury is deeper," Su Wansu said without looking up. Langry nodded and squatted nearby, but he kept watching Su Wansu. He looked at her lowered eyelashes and her delicate fingers carefully wrapping the bandage. Her fingers were slender and white, wrapped in a grayish-white bandage, looking very pretty. She had a faint smell on her, not a perfume, but something like fresh sheep's milk mixed with grass juice. It was very clean and made him want to breathe it in. He sniffed, feeling a little ticklish inside. He glanced at Gongu, who was still secretly watching Su Wansu, and his feelings grew even more complicated. "Oh!" Langry suddenly covered his face and shouted loudly. Su Wansu's hand trembled, and the bandage she just tied almost came undone. She quickly looked at Langry. "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" Langry grimaced and frowned. "It hurts. I didn't feel it before, but now it's really painful when I touch it." "Did I hurt my bone?" He exaggerated the pain, but secretly watched Su Wansu's reaction. Gongu stood nearby, whispering softly, "It's just a bruise." He saw Su Ruanruan immediately look over when Langry called out, feeling a bit upset. His sister-in-law had just shown concern for him and smiled at him. Su Ruanruan finished wrapping Dawa's bandage and gently patted him. "All done. Don't get your hands wet these next couple of days." Dawa nodded silently, looking at his bandaged arm and then at Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan walked over to Langry and carefully examined his face for injuries. There was a purple bruise on his cheekbone, slightly swollen, but the skin wasn't broken. She reached out, lightly touching the swollen area with her fingertips. "Does this hurt?" Her fingertips were cool, and when she touched him, Langry only felt a slight chill along his cheek that reached his ears. He had wanted to exaggerate the pain a bit more, but now he was at a loss for words. He just nodded vaguely, his ears turning a little red. "The bone seems fine. Just some bruising," Su Ruanruan said as she withdrew her hand. "I'll apply some cold water later to help reduce the swelling." She turned to go get water, but remembered the water bag was outside. Gongu immediately stood up, limping as he headed outside. "I'll get the water bag and some cold water." Langry watched Gongbu's eager figure, feeling a twinge of jealousy bubbling inside. He rubbed his face and muttered, "My sister-in-law is so thoughtful." Tashi had been sitting quietly by the entrance of the Mongolian tent, not saying much. He watched Langry pretend to be in pain to attract Su Ruanruan's attention, saw Gongu rushing to fetch water because of her words, observed her gentle voice as she bandaged Dawa, and then looked at Langry's face. He was twisting a string of prayer beads faster than usual, his fingers moving quickly. That restless feeling inside him was like a wild wind blowing across the grasslands in spring, impossible to calm. He closed his eyes, silently reciting prayers to soothe himself. But even after a while, his mind kept replaying the scene of Su Ruanruan crouching beside Dawa, her fingertips touching Langry's cheek, her smile at Gongu. His recitation was stumbling, his mood uneasy. He opened his eyes and looked at his arm. During the fight earlier, his sleeve had torn, leaving a small cut. His arm seemed to have been grazed, with a little redness, but no skin broken or bleeding. He stared at the red mark for a while, then glanced at Langry, who was being checked by Ruanruan, and Gongu, who was hurriedly returning with the water bag. Tashi lowered his eyes and reached for a small knife tucked at his waist. It was a sharp knife he usually used for carving things. He turned his back to hide others' view, rolled up his torn sleeve, and gently cut his arm with a knife. A sharp sting came through. He didn't move his eyebrows, watching the thin line of blood slowly seep out, turn red, and form a small blood bead. That's enough. He put the knife away, lowered his sleeve to cover the wound, and kept a calm, expressionless face. At this moment, Ruanruan soaked a clean cloth in cold water brought by Gongu, ready to help Langry with his face. Gongu stood nearby and whispered, "Sister-in-law, you should also look at Tashi." He seemed to get hit earlier too. Langry was enjoying Ruanruan's care and immediately said, "Him? He's as quick as a fox. Do you think he got hurt? Look at me. I really took a hit just now." But Ruanruan ignored Langry's complaints and looked at the silent Tashi. "Tashi, where are you hurt?" Tashi lifted his eyes calmly. "I'm fine, just a small scratch. Even scratches need treatment. It can get infected in this hot weather," Ruanruan said as she approached with the wet cloth. "Let me see." Tashi hesitated for a moment, then slowly extended his arm that was just cut, rolling up his sleeve. The fresh cut was small, but the skin was torn, and blood was still oozing out, looking more striking than Langry's purple bruise or the bandaged arm of Dawa. Ruanruan took a gentle breath. "How did this happen? Did you get cut during the fight?" She remembered Badu and the others using knives, but she didn't see Tashi get cut. Tashi lowered his eyelids, his voice steady. "Maybe I was scraped by something. I didn't notice." Langry leaned in to look and clicked his tongue. "This cut isn't big, but it's pretty deep. Why didn't you say anything earlier?" He looked at Tashi with suspicion, feeling that Tashi had dodged the attack quite skillfully. Doji also came over, looked at Tashi's arm, frowned, but didn't say anything. Ruanruan didn't bother to think too much, and quickly started treating Tashi's wound. She needed to clean it, so Gongu poured more water and carefully rinsed away the dirt and blood around the cut. Tashi's arm muscles are strong, and his skin is a sun-kissed wheat color from years of exposure. A bright red wound crosses his arm, standing out a bit. When washing it, it was hard to avoid touching the wound. Ruanruan was afraid he would feel pain, so she moved very gently and kept looking up at him. "Does it hurt?" Tashi shook his head, his gaze fixed on her focused side face. She was very close, and he could see her eyelashes fluttering and smell her clean, slightly irritating scent. He tightened his grip on the prayer beads, his knuckles turning white. After cleaning the wound, Ruanruan took out the leftover herbs she had used on Dawa earlier, carefully applied them to the wound, and then wrapped it with a clean cloth. She wasn't very skilled at doing this, but she was very careful. When tying the bandage, her fingers accidentally touched Tashi's skin, and the warm touch made his body stiffen slightly. "All done. Don't get the wound wet. I'll check it again tomorrow," Ruanruan said, breathing a sigh of relief. She looked up and met Tashi's deep, intense gaze. She was momentarily stunned, feeling that Tashi's eyes seemed more complicated than usual. But she didn't think much of it, just assuming he was in pain. Langry watched nearby, feeling a sour, uncomfortable feeling rise again. Just now, his sister-in-law was applying a mask to his face, but she wasn't so careful or close, and she didn't ask, "Does it hurt?" like that. He touched his cheek with a cold cloth, suddenly feeling that the purple bruise didn't hurt as much anymore, but he felt uneasy inside. Gongu looked at Ruanruan finishing Tashi's bandage, then whispered, "Sister-in-law, you should rest too. You've been busy all day." Ruanruan finally felt a little tired, mainly because her mind had been tense the whole time. She nodded and sat down by the fire. Doji saw that most of the wounds were taken care of, looked at the sky outside, and began giving orders. "Langry, Tashi, peel the deer hide and clean the meat. Gongu, go collect some dry cow dung and make the fire stronger. Dawa, you're injured, sit and rest for a while." The men immediately started working. Langry and Tashi dragged the deer outside to an open space and skillfully began skinning and butchering it. Gongu limped to collect cow dung. Dawa didn't listen to Doji and went with Gongu. His arm was hurt, but his legs and feet were fine. Doji sat next to Ruanruan, picked up a knife, and started preparing the rabbits. He worked skillfully, peeling, opening the belly, cleaning the organs, his movements quick and clean.
Ruanruan watched quietly.
The firelight reflected on Doji's face. When he was focused on his work, his wild, fierce expression softened, making him look steady and reliable. Soon, Langry and Zaxi brought in the processed roe deer meat, large chunks with clear red and white colors. Gongu and Dawa also collected enough dry cow dung, making the fire burn even brighter. After cutting a large, tender piece of roe deer hind leg meat, Doji picked 2 fat rabbits and placed them all into a big iron pot. He added water, sprinkled some salt, and set it over the fire to cook. The aroma of the roe deer and rabbit meat quickly mixed, filling the entire yurt with steam.
Ruanruan's stomach growled uncontrollably.
She blushed and quickly looked down. Doji seemed not to notice and focused on the fire in the pot. Langry chuckled softly, but when Doji glanced at him, he immediately shut up, though his eyes stayed smiling. The meat was almost ready. Doji stirred it with a wooden spoon, then scooped out a big bowl filled with solid chunks of meat, trembling slightly, with thick white broth. He placed the bowl in front of Ruanruan.
Eat.
Then, he served each of his younger brothers a bowl. His own bowl had the least meat, mostly bones and scraps. Ruanruan looked at the small mountain of meat in front of her, and then at their bowls. She felt a bit uncomfortable. She picked up the wooden spoon and tried to scoop some into Doji's bowl. Doji stopped her hand. You eat your own. I can't eat so much.
Ruanruan whispered.
If you can't finish, save it for tomorrow, Doji said firmly. You're too thin. Eat more. Langry was nibbling on a rabbit leg and mumbled, Sister-in-law, just eat. Big brother is right. You need to gain weight. Look at you. Even a little wind could blow you away. Zaxi chewed slowly and looked at Ruanruan's bowl. This is the tenderest part of the roe deer. It's good to eat. Gongu also whispered, Sister-in-law. Just eat. We have enough. His bowl didn't have much meat either, but he ate carefully. Dawa didn't speak, just ate his portion quietly, but his eyes kept flicking towards Ruanruan. Ruanruan felt warm inside, mixed with a little sourness. She no longer hesitated and lowered her head, eating small bites. The meat was cooked until very tender, melting in her mouth, with a wild aroma that she had never tasted before. The broth was also delicious. Drinking it warmed her from the inside out. As she ate, tears started to come to her eyes again. She quickly blinked and held them back. Doji ate quickly, finishing his portion and then drinking 2 bowls of soup before setting down his bowl. He looked at Ruanruan as she ate slowly and suddenly said, Ruanruan is our family's lucky star. His words were unexpected, and his brothers looked up. Doji continued, in just 2 days she saved the little sheep, gave us seeds, pointed out game, and protected the family. He glanced at Gongu and then at the other brothers. From now on, be nicer to her. Langry was the first to respond. Of course. Sister-in-law is so good. Zaxi nodded. Yes. Gongu's face turned a little red and he nodded firmly. Yes. Dawa also agreed with a Ruanruan's face was very hot. She lowered her head and her ears turned red. After finishing the meal, it was already completely dark. Langry and Zaxi cleaned up the dishes, while Gongu and Dawa hung the remaining meat to dry. Doji added some cow dung to the fire, which burned brightly, making the yurt warm and cozy. He stretched his shoulders, then walked over to Ruanruan and squatted down to look at her. Are you still feeling unwell? Ruanruan shook her head. I took medicine and I feel much better. She didn't mention the pills given by the system, only saying she used a homemade remedy from home. Doji nodded thoughtfully and then asked, Do you want to wash up? Ruanruan was surprised. Wash up? Since she ran away from home, she hadn't taken a proper bath, at most just wiped her face and hands with cold water. Her floral dress was so dirty it had lost its color, and her hair was greasy and tangled. Of course, she wanted to wash, she dreamed of it. We're heading west to a hot spring in the valley, Doji said. The water is warm, even in winter.
Do you want to soak in it?
It will make you feel comfortable, and it might help you relax. A hot spring? Ruanruan's eyes lit up. Langry, with his sharp ears, overheard the word, hot spring, and immediately leaned in. Yes, sister-in-law. That hot spring is wonderful. The water is smooth and slippery, and after soaking, all tiredness disappears. You should go, you'll feel so good. Tashi looked over calmly and said, You have injuries. Soaking in hot water helps blood flow and heals faster. He was telling the truth, but he also had his own reasons. He wanted to see her look clean and comfortable. Gongu quietly agreed. The water is very clean and warm. Dawa didn't speak, but his eyes also looked at Ruanruan, clearly agreeing. The 5 men took turns giving reasons, relaxing, helping with injuries, feeling good, without mentioning their secret hope to see her after she washed away the dirt, wanting her to feel more at home. Ruanruan was moved by their words. The sticky, uncomfortable feeling on her body was too much to bear. Taking a hot bath was almost a dream. She hesitated for a moment and nodded. I want to go. Doji showed a small smile and said, All right, let's go. They left immediately. Doji grabbed a large piece of old sheepskin. Langry found a clean old robe, someone's, but better than what Ruanruan was wearing. Tashi took a torch, and Gongu and Dawa followed. The 5 brothers and Ruanruan, under the moonlight, headed west toward the upper hollow. The walk wasn't far, about 20 minutes. The moonlight was bright, illuminating the grassland in a silver glow. They could see the path clearly, without torches. They crossed a small hill and saw a hollow ahead, faintly rising steam. As they got closer, Ruanruan saw it was a natural stone pit. It wasn't big, but not small either, about 2 or 3 zhang in length and width. The pit was filled with water, clear and bottomless. Steam rose from the surface, like a thin veil under the moonlight. The water flowed slowly from a crack in the nearby rocks, so it was very clean. The edge of the pool was smooth stones. It was indeed a good place.
But
Ruanruan stood there, a bit stunned. The pool was completely open to the sky, surrounded only by low grass and stones, with no cover. The moonlight was so bright, the water so clear. And the 5 big men were all standing nearby. How could she wash herself? Langry was the most eager. He had already stuck the torch into the ground and excitedly said, Sister-in-law, go ahead. It's so comfortable, he spoke, but it was obvious he really wanted to take off his clothes and jump in himself. Ruanruan's face turned bright red, and she clutched her clothes nervously, standing still. Doji saw her embarrassment. He glanced at his brothers and said in a serious voice, Turn around. Langry exclaimed, Huh, then quickly understood, chuckling softly. His eyes flicked over Ruanruan and he teased, Oh, the sister-in-law is shy, but he obediently turned around, facing away. Zaxi didn't say anything. He silently turned away. Gongu's face also reddened. He quickly turned around, with his back to the hot spring. Dawa looked at Ruanruan and also turned away. Doji was the last to turn. His broad back stood like a wall, blocking Ruanruan from the hot spring. 5 tall men stood in a row, all facing away from the hot spring, looking at the grassland under the moonlight. This scene was a bit funny, but also made Ruanruan feel a little relieved. She bit her lip, walked to the edge of the pool, and reached out to test the water temperature. Sure enough, it was warm, not hot, very comfortable. She looked back again at the 5 backs, which remained still. Then she quickly took off her dirty floral shirt and pants, leaving only a close-fitting undershirt, and carefully stepped into the water. The warm water immediately wrapped around her, making her sigh softly with comfort. The pool wasn't deep. It reached her chest in the middle. She slowly squatted down, letting the water cover her shoulders, with only her head above the surface. Doji and the others heard the faint sound of water and knew she had entered. No one turned around, but everyone's ears were alert. Langry couldn't hold back and whispered to Zaxi beside him, "Second brother, do you think sister-in-law will be even whiter after washing?" Zaxi was twirling his prayer beads and ignored him. Gongu lowered his head, looking at his toes, his heart pounding fast. His mind involuntarily imagined how sister-in-law looked soaking in the hot water, steam swirling around her. He quickly shook his head, afraid to think more. Dawa stood straight, gazing into the darkness ahead, but his mind also replayed the scene of the hot spring water slipping over her. Doji stood with his hands behind his back, like a tall pine tree. He listened to the gentle sound of water behind him, feeling very calm inside. Let her wash and feel comfortable, that's good. Ruanruan was soaking in the water, feeling the warm flow caress her skin, washing away her fatigue and dirt from the past days. She lifted some water and carefully washed her cheeks, neck, and arms. Her hair was also untied, soaking and slowly massaged. There are no soap nuts, but the hot spring water itself seems to have a smooth, slick feeling, and it cleans very well. She didn't dare wash for too long, afraid they might get impatient. She carefully washed every part she could reach, feeling much lighter afterward. Steam made her cheeks rosy and her whole body warm. When she finished, she quietly stepped onto the shore, quickly dried her body with the old sheepskin Doji brought, and then put on the old robe Langry had prepared. The robe was large, men's style, made of rough wool, but very clean and smelling of sunshine. She wrapped herself tightly, loosely tying her wet hair at the back with a leather cord. I'm done," she whispered, her voice clear in the quiet night. The 5 men finally turned around. Under the moonlight, Ruanruan wore that loose old robe, the sleeves rolled up several times, the hem almost dragging on the ground. Her wet hair stuck to her cheeks, and her face was flushed pink from the heat. Her eyes looked wet and bright, as if washed by water. Although the robe was baggy, it couldn't hide her fresh, clean, and lively look after washing. The men all stared at her for a moment. Langry's eyes were the most direct, his mouth slightly open, forgetting to speak. Zaxi paused his prayer bead movements, looked at her face for a moment, then slowly looked away. Gongu only glanced once and quickly looked down, heart pounding. Sister-in-law is so beautiful, like a moon fairy. Dawa's Adam's apple moved, and he turned his face away. Doji's gaze was deep, lingering on her face the longest. He stepped forward, picked up her dirty clothes, and crumpled them into a ball. "Wait a moment. We'll finish quickly and go back." Doji carried the dirty clothes to a nearby stone and looked back at his brothers. "Hurry up." Langry was the first to pull off his robe, jumped into the pool with a splash, water flying everywhere. So comfortable, he submerged himself, then surfaced, wiping his face and sniffed. "Huh? This water smells a bit nice." Zaxi also went into the water, moving steadily. He cupped some water to wash his face, silent, but his gaze paused for a moment. There was something different. Not floral, not grassy, hard to describe, faint, mixed with the sulfur smell of the hot spring, drifting into his nose bit by bit. Gongu slowly took off his outer clothes and carefully stepped into the water with a limp. When the water reached his chest, he sniffed, and his face slowly turned red. He knew what that smell was. Just before his sister-in-law went into the water, he was nearby and had smelled it. Now, the smell was mixed in the water and steamed by the heat, making it even clearer. Dawa silently soaked in the water, only showing his head. He stared at the water surface, but his mind flashed with the image of Ruanruan wearing a loose robe, her cheeks flushed. He shook his head and buried his face in the water. Doji was the last to go into the water. He leaned against the edge of the pool, closed his eyes, and let the hot water relax his strong shoulders. A faint scent from the water drifted over, and he instinctively took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. The 5 men each occupied a corner, silent. Langry couldn't hold back and suddenly stood up with a splash, touching his chest and muttering, "This smell actually smells pretty good." His eyes flicked toward the stone where Doji had placed his dirty clothes, and his mind drifted to the image of Ruanruan soaking in the water, her pale arms, wet hair clinging to her neck. He quickly squatted back into the water and washed his face. Zaxi leaned against a stone, unconsciously twisting imaginary prayer beads with his fingers. In his mind was also that scene, a slender figure in the misty steam, skin flushed from the hot water. He opened his eyes and vigorously rinsed his face with water. Gongu curled up in the corner, only daring to glance at the pile of dirty clothes with his peripheral vision. He remembered Ruanruan lowering her eyelashes while bandaging him, and her smile when she looked at him. He sank deeper into the water, his ears turning red. Dawa held his breath for a long time, then suddenly lifted his head from the water, gasping for air. He shook the water off his head and looked at Doji. "Big brother, this water." Doji opened his eyes. "What's wrong with the water?" Dawa opened his mouth, wanting to say he didn't want to waste the water on bathing, but he didn't say it and sank back into the water. Doji glanced at his brothers, but didn't ask further. He scooped some water and rubbed his arms, the faint scent lingering on his fingers, impossible to shake off. When they finished washing, Doji stood up first. "Let's go back." The 5 men, wet, dried themselves, put on their clothes. No one mentioned the smell of the water again, but on the way back, their steps were lighter and more cheerful than when they had come. The moonlight stretched their shadows long and thin. Langry moved closer to Zaxi and lowered his voice. "Zaxi, about sister-in-law." Zaxi looked straight ahead. "Shut up." Langry pouted and slipped over to Dawa. Before he could speak, Dawa quickened his steps and walked ahead. Gongu silently followed, limping on the grass, making soft, rustling sounds. Doji was at the back, watching the small, soft figure ahead. She was wrapped in his old coat, walking a bit awkwardly, the hem tripping her. When they returned to the yurt, the fire was still burning brightly. As soon as Ruanruan entered, she froze. The big bed was covered with sheepskin mats, very noticeable in the firelight. She clutched the edge of her coat, her mind buzzing. What should she do tonight?
Would they?
Again? She stood still, her back straight and tense. Doji came in, looked at her, then at the bed. Langry and the others followed, making the room feel crowded. No one spoke. The air was heavy. Doji walked to the bed, pulled the innermost mat outward and patted it. "Sleep here," he said. Ruanruan stared blankly at him. Doji turned to face her, his tone normal. "From now on, you can sleep with whoever you want. No pressure." Langry's eyes lit up, and his mouth curled into a half-smile, but Zaxi glared him down. Gongu looked down, fiddling with his clothes. Dawa scratched his head and looked away. The tension in Ruanruan's chest slowly eased. She moved to the innermost side and carefully sat down. The sheepskin mat was soft and warm. Doji blew out the oil lamp, leaving only the firelight. 5 men lay down one after another, filling the bed. Ruanruan curled up at the very end, her back against the yurt wall, feeling the warmth from Doji beside her. She closed her eyes, listening to the wind outside, the crackling fire, and the deep breathing of the men around her. Her little fear gradually melted away. She drifted into a light sleep, feeling the ground beneath her was hard and uncomfortable. She shifted slightly, then suddenly realized that the warmth and solidity beside her felt much better than the sheepskin mat. She was half asleep, her whole body leaning toward the warmth. She draped her arm over him, curled her legs, like a small cat seeking a warm nest. She climbed onto him completely, her head finding a comfortable spot, burying itself tightly into his warm chest. Doji was not fully asleep. Suddenly, he felt a soft weight on him, carrying the scent of freshly washed, clean water and a faint, indescribable fragrance. His muscles tensed instantly, and he held his breath.
It was so soft.
She was lying on him, small, soft, and warm. Her face pressed against his chest, her fine hair brushing his chin, tickling a little. She breathed evenly, her warm breath passing through her thin clothes, blowing softly on his skin in gentle waves. Doji froze, afraid to move. He could clearly feel her body's curves, her waist so slim that one arm could hold it. Through 2 layers of clothing, her softness and warmth were unmistakable, like a piece of warm jade pressed directly against him. His throat moved, and his chest, pressed by her cheek, made his heartbeat loud enough for him to hear. There was a rustling sound nearby. Langry shifted slightly, using the remaining glow of the fire and the moonlight to look toward his older brother. He blinked a few times. Zaxi also turned his head, his gaze sweeping over, his fingers pausing on his prayer beads. Gongu was already sitting close to Su-Soft, watching everything clearly. Sister-in-law curled up in their older brother's arms, so small that it seemed like his arms didn't know where to place themselves. Dawa didn't move, but kept his ears upright, listening to the sounds from that side. Big brother, Langry whispered with a hint of a smile, sister-in-law, is pressing on you, right? Maybe. You should put her in the middle? His eyes sparkled, and he looked around at Su-Soft. Zaxi didn't speak, just watched silently. Gongu softly echoed, the middle. Has more space. Immediately, Doji glared over, his eyes fierce even in the dim light. He moved his lips, low growling, shut up. He carefully lowered his head, looking at the person in his arms. Su-Soft was sleeping soundly, her brows relaxed, her lips slightly parted, breathing light and even. She seemed completely unaware of where she was, instinctively seeking warmth and comfort. Dojina was stiff at first, but gradually relaxed. He carefully and very slowly moved his trapped arm, gently wrapped his arms around her back, and pulled her closer into his embrace, making her lie more steadily. Like a little kitten. How light she was.
He was happy about that.
Langry watched his older brother's cautious and somewhat clumsy movements, pouting, then lay back down. A twinge of jealousy crept into his heart again. Langry lay back down, but his eyes stayed wide open. In the faint light, he kept glancing toward Doji. The warm, soft bundle in Doji's arms felt like a tiny stove, making his chest feel hot. He tried to slow his breathing, but Soft was pressed so close that her gentle breaths brushed his neck, tickling him. Her clean, sweet scent kept drifting into his nose. He felt as if all his blood was rushing to one place, making him restless. He didn't dare move. His arm was wrapped around her, like holding a soft tofu. Too tight might crush her. Too loose, she might slip away. They stayed like that for a long time. Suddenly, the person in his arms moved. Soft probably felt uncomfortable and let out a sleepy hum. She used her hands and feet to shift, trying to turn over on Doji. Doji quickly loosened his hold, wanting to help her move. At that moment, Langry, lying behind Doji and close to his back, sensed a bit more space on his brother's side. He was also disturbed by the faint scent and the tiny movements nearby, so he instinctively pressed closer to Doji, trying to listen more clearly. Just then, Soft suddenly exerted force and flipped over. Instead of returning to her original position, she crossed over Doji and ended up lying half on Langry, pressing firmly against him.
Ugh.
Langry was caught off guard and let out a muffled sound, his eyes widening like big bells. Soft didn't notice at all. She only felt that the mattress beneath her was a little harder than before, but still warm. She instinctively pressed further into the heat, her cheek against Langry's shoulder, and one leg boldly draped over his waist. Langry froze completely. That soft body, with its scent, was pressed right against his side. His arm could even clearly feel the delicate curve of her waist. Through 2 layers of fabric, the sensation made his skin tingle. His face was even worse. Her soft hair brushed against his chin and neck, and her breath was blowing near his collarbone. Langry felt a loud bang in his head. His muscles suddenly tensed up tightly, stiff as a frozen brick, even his fingers stretched straight. His heart pounded loudly inside his chest, making his eardrums hum. He didn't dare to breathe, staring straight at the top of the tent, feeling like he might burst at any moment. Doji just felt his arms were empty. He let out a small breath of relief, then saw Ruanruan turn over to Langry and use him as a pillow. Looking at Langry's expression, under the moonlight, His usually smiling face was now flushed red. The veins on his neck were bulging, and his body was stiff, so tense that even from a distance, Doji could feel it.
Doji frowned.
The heat on his own body hadn't gone down yet. Seeing Langry's helpless look, he felt a bit amused. He lowered his voice and scolded softly, "Relax. You're so tense, she won't sleep well." Hearing his older brother's voice, Langry's mind returned a little, but his body still wouldn't obey. He looked miserable and replied in a trembling voice, "Big brother. I can't relax. Good for nothing." Doji muttered softly, giving Langry's tense arm a gentle but firm pat. "She's a person, not a stone. What are you afraid of? Breathe out slowly." After being patted, Langry managed to regain some clarity. He tried to follow his brother's advice, slowly and carefully exhaling. His stiff muscles gradually relaxed, breath by breath. But the feeling of Ruanruan close to him was even clearer. Her softness, warmth, and scent. His muscles just beginning to loosen, almost tensed up again. He quickly repeated in his mind, "She's my sister-in-law, she's my sister-in-law, she's my sister-in-law." Doji watched Langry's body finally relax a little, but he felt even worse. His arms were empty, but the heat she had stirred up didn't fade. Instead, because of the tension and the scene before him, it burned even more fiercely. His lower abdomen ached with tension. Sweat trickled down his forehead. He couldn't lie still anymore. After silently enduring for a while, listening to the uneven breathing of his younger brothers nearby, Doji quietly sat up. Carefully, he stepped over Dawa and Gongu, who were sleeping on the outside, barefoot. He gently pushed aside the curtain and slipped out of the yurt. On the cold night grassland, a cold wind blew, making Doji shiver, but the heat on his body only eased a little. He took big steps toward a small water channel not far from his memory, where snowmelt flowed past their grazing land. The moonlight shone brightly on the water, which was shallow, only up to his calves, but cold enough, made from melted snow. Doji took off his shirt and walked straight into the water. A sharp, icy coldness instantly wrapped around his legs, making him gasp. He didn't care. He bent down, scooped up the cold river water, and splashed it on his face, neck, and his hot chest and shoulders again and again. The cold water flowed over his strong muscles, cooling some of the burning heat, but it couldn't calm the wild beast inside him. He stood in the cold water, eyes closed, letting the chill spread through his limbs until his body's heat was suppressed and his racing blood calmed down, leaving only the icy cold of the river. After a while, he finally stepped out of the water and put on his wet shirt. The fabric clung to his cool skin, damp and chilly. He took a long breath, feeling much calmer, but a hot mark from her still lingered in a corner of his mind. When he quietly returned to the yurt and lifted the curtain, he paused in surprise. The fire was just smoldering red embers, faintly glowing. Under the dim light, he saw his four brothers, not sleeping peacefully as expected. Langry, Zaxi, Gongu, and Dawa, for grown men, were all sitting by the bed, in a circle, heads close together, staring at the bed without moving. Doji looked where they were looking. On the bed, Ruanruan was no longer curled up as she was earlier. Probably because of the heat source nearby, Langry was no longer stiff. She was sleeping more relaxed and at ease. At this moment, she was lying sprawled in the middle of the bed. Her loose, old robe was a bit loose, the collar crooked, revealing a small stretch of her fair, delicate neck and a hint of collarbone. The sleeves were rolled up to the elbows. The fair, delicate arms stretched out to where Zaxi had previously been sleeping, one hand resting on the blanket near Langry. Her legs were restless. One was bent with the knee pressed against Dawa's face at the foot of the bed, while the other stretched straight, almost kicking Gombo's face. She alone took up most of the bed. Her small face looked completely unguarded while she slept, lips slightly parted, breathing evenly. The four brothers sat close together on the narrow space left on the side of the bed, crowded and comfortable, their eyes bright with fascination. Langry crouched at the front, his eyes curved into a smile, wanting to laugh but afraid to make a sound. He watched Soft's hand resting on his side, fingers twitching as if wanting to touch her delicate fingers, but hesitating. Zaxi sat beside him, expression calm, but his gaze fixed on Soft's outstretched arm. Her wrist looked very white in the dim light. He paused, holding his prayer beads. Gongu sat at the foot of the bed, very close to the foot that almost kicked his face. His face was red, eyes shy, but he couldn't help stealing glances. His sister-in-law's feet were small and soft-looking. Dawa sat next to Gongu, looking at the knee in front of him. His throat moved, then he looked away, but after a few seconds he looked back again. Doji looked at the scene, unsure whether to be angry or amused. He walked over, his footsteps startling the four engrossed brothers. Langry quickly turned around, saw it was his older brother, and made a shushing gesture, pointing at the bed, mouthing, "Sister-in-law is sleeping soundly." Doji approached the bed, looked at Soft's relaxed sleeping posture, then at his four younger brothers squeezed at the edge of the bed. He shook his head helplessly. He waved his hand, signaling them to lie down and sleep quickly. Reluctantly and carefully, the four brothers found gaps, curling their limbs and lying back on the bed. The space was already small, and Soft took up more than half of it. The five grown men could only lie on their sides, pressed close together, barely fitting on the remaining edge, making turning over difficult. Langry's half-body was almost hanging off the bed, while Zaxi and Gongu sat back to back, and Dawa curled his legs. Doji looked around and found there was no space left for himself. He had to sit on the outer edge of the bed, leaning against the wooden pole supporting the Mongolian tent. That night, except for Ruanruan, who slept soundly and sprawled out, the five men didn't sleep well. It was really crowded, but no one asked to move the person in the middle. Later in the night, Ruanruan probably felt cold. Unconsciously, she curled up again, moved closer to the warm source, rolled over a little, and just happened to settle into the space between Langry and Zaxi, lying on their sides. Her face was against Langry's back, and her feet touched Zaxi's leg. Langry immediately stiffened, but this time he behaved better. He tried to relax his body and let her warm breath blow on his back, feeling like a lively rabbit inside. Zaxi felt the warm touch on his calf. His body trembled slightly, and he closed his eyes, moving his prayer beads faster. Doji leaned against the wooden pole, watching his brothers huddle together, with that small figure curled in the middle. His restless feelings were replaced by a heavy, warm sensation he couldn't quite explain. The next morning, Ruanruan was awakened by a series of soft, ding-ding sounds in her mind. Emotion points received. Doji, patience affection, 55 points. Emotion points received. Langry, nervous secret joy pampering, 70 points. Emotion points received. Zaxi, restraint fluttering, 45 points. Emotion points received. Gongu, shy gentle, 50 points. Emotion points received. Dawa, confused focused, 40 points. Total emotion points, 260 points. Ruanruan blinked sleepily, still a bit confused. What's going on? She hadn't seen them all night, so why did her emotion points increase so much? And these descriptions. Pampering? Secret joy? Fluttering? Affection? What do they mean? She went to sleep last night and didn't do anything? She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and found she was covered with an old sheepskin coat. The bed was already empty, and the five men were gone. She remembered last night. She thought she had started sleeping on the edge, but after that, she couldn't remember clearly. It seemed she had slept deeply and felt very warm. She shook her head, stopped trying to figure out where those confusing emotion points came from, put on her coat, folded the sheepskin, and went outside. It was already bright outside. Doji was checking the two lambs near the sheep pen. Langry and Zaxi were packing hunting tools. Gongu was cooking something by the fire, and Dawa was sharpening a knife. Seeing her come out, a few men paused for a moment. Langry was the first to smile, showing his white teeth. "Sister-in-law, you're awake? Did you sleep well?" His eyes sparkled with an unspoken meaning.
Ruanruan nodded.
"Yes, I slept quite well. She went to the fire and helped watch the milk in the pot.
Well,
I think I had a dream about sleeping on clouds, soft and fluffy, but a little crowded. Gongu, who was adding firewood, trembled slightly, and his ears turned red again. Zaxi looked down, wiping his bow and arrow, without speaking. Dawa paused for a moment while sharpening his knife, then sharpened it more vigorously. Doji carried a small lamb over, looking normal. When you wake up, wash up and eat. Breakfast was simple barley porridge with some leftover cold meat from last night. During the meal, the atmosphere was quietly tense. The men ate quietly, rarely speaking, but Ruanruan felt several eyes occasionally sneaking over her. She drank half a bowl of porridge, feeling warm inside, then remembered the main matter. She looked up at Doji. Doji, about the debt we owe Bado. Haven't we paid it off yet? Although we gave him rabbits yesterday, he said it was for 2 sheep. Doji put down his bowl and nodded.
yes.
That was last year's old debt, with interest. We agreed to pay 2 sheep in spring. The 2 rabbits yesterday are probably just interest, to shut him up. The sheep, we still need to find a way. Langry sighed. We only have 3 ewes now, and they're the main ones giving birth and milk. We can't sell them. The grass hasn't grown enough in spring, and the sheep are losing weight, so they won't fetch a good price, Zaxi said. Relying only on raising cattle and sheep is too slow to make money. Batu is greedy. If we just brush him off this time, next time he might ask for 3 sheep. We need to find a way to get some cash or valuable items quickly to settle the debt. Gongu whispered. I heard that the town's herbal shop buys wild herbs, some from the mountains, and they are worth a lot. Dawa looked up. Gathering herbs in the mountains. Doji hesitated.
It's a possible idea.
The back mountain has many herbs, but there are wild animals, and at this time of year, the wolf packs are hungry and dangerous. Ruanruan listened nearby, suddenly moved. Last night, she gained 260 emotional points and didn't know how to use them. She quietly closed her eyes and contacted the system. System, is there a way to find valuable herbs nearby that can be gathered? Searching. The Beginner Herbal Distribution Map, one-time guide, can be exchanged, showing the locations of 3 high-value, harvestable herbs within a 50-mile radius. This requires 250 emotional points. 250 emotional points is a lot, almost all she has. But Ruanruan hesitated for just a moment. With debt weighing on her, their home would never be peaceful. She clenched her teeth and said, I want to exchange. Exchange successful. Remaining emotional points, 10. In an instant, a blurry map appeared in her mind, with 3 small glowing dots flickering. One was not far from their current location, on a sunny slope in a valley behind the mountain. The other 2 were deeper in the mountains. At the same time, she learned about the shapes, features, and picking tips for these 3 herbs. She opened her eyes, looked at the 5 brothers discussing the risks and routes for going into the mountains, took a deep breath, and said, I know some herbs. The men all looked at her. Ruanruan gathered her courage and continued, My hometown also has mountains. I've followed herbalists and learned about some valuable herbs. I know which herbs are easy to find and which can sell for a good price. Let me go with you. No way. Doji quickly refused without hesitation, frowning. The mountains are dangerous. Wolves, wild boars, steep slopes, deep ravines. You can't move quickly there. It's too risky, and we can't protect you. Langry also shook his head. Sister-in-law, our brothers can go herb picking. You stay at home and wait. Bada might come back and you. Ruanruan interrupted him, looking at Doji. Her voice was soft but clear. I'm not afraid. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Doji was about to drink water, but when he heard this, his hand froze, and the water in his cup splashed out. He looked up at Ruanruan. She stood there, wearing an ill-fitting old robe, her hair a bit messy, but her eyes clear and trusting, full of reliance. That sentence was like a small stone tossed into a lake, causing ripples to spread. A buzzing sound filled his mind, and a hot wave surged from his chest to his head. It brought a strong sense of protectiveness and responsibility. She is his wife. She trusts him and says she is not afraid as long as he is there. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and he couldn't find the words to argue back. Ruanruan saw that Doji didn't immediately oppose, and then turned to the others. Her voice softened a bit but remained firm. Langry, Zaxi, Gongu, Dawa, you are all very capable. With you here, I am sure I will be safe. Also, if I really stay alone at home, what if? What if Badu and the others come again, like yesterday? Gongu couldn't stop them alone. What should I do? Gongu heard this and remembered his helplessness yesterday. His face turned pale, and his fingers clenched tightly. Zaxi looked at Ruanruan and then at Doji's expression. He spoke slowly. She says she knows herbs. If she can really guide us to find something valuable, it's better than wandering all over the mountains searching blindly. As for danger, he paused, we 5 will protect her. Be careful, and we should be able to manage. Langry looked at his older brother, and then at his sister-in-law. He scratched his head. It seems. That's true. Sister-in-law knows the way, which saves us a lot of time. At worst, I'll lead the way in front, and Dawa will cover the rear. Dawa didn't speak. He silently checked his bowstring and quiver, then took a sharper short knife and tied it to his waist. Doji looked at Ruanruan silently for a while. She lifted her small face, her eyes showing fear but mostly determination. He knew she genuinely wanted to do something for the family and was also afraid of being left alone. Finally, he let out a heavy breath and made a firm decision. All right, I'll take you. But his gaze swept sternly over Ruanruan and the brothers. Once we enter the mountain, everything depends on me. No running around, no leaving the team. Ruanruan, you just guide us and we'll handle the herbs. Ruanruan's eyes lit up immediately. She nodded firmly. Yes. I'll listen to you. With the plan set, everyone quickly got ready. Doji and Langry prepared ropes, sticks for self-defense, and machetes. Zaxi carefully checked everyone's shoes, then took a fire starter and a small bag of salt, mainly to prevent snake bites and for emergencies. Gongu hurried to pack dry food and water bottles for the mountain. Dawa sharpened his bow and short knife repeatedly. Ruanruan also returned to her Mongolian tent, put on the simple sheepskin coat Doji made, rough but warm. She then used leather cords to tighten the hem and sleeves of the coat to avoid tripping while climbing. Everything was ready, and the sun had already risen high. A team of 5 set out, with Doji leading. Langry and Zaxi followed on the left and right, just behind Ruanruan, while Gongu and Dawa brought up the rear. Not far from the Mongolian tent, before reaching the foot of the mountain, Doji suddenly stopped. He turned around, walked up to Ruanruan and squatted down with his back to her. Get on. His words were simple and clear. Ruanruan was surprised. Huh? I can walk. The grass ahead is thick and there are many loose stones. You won't walk fast and you might twist your ankle. I'll carry you to the foot of the mountain to save effort. Doji's voice was firm, and his squatting figure was broad like a small hill. Langry teased from nearby. Yes, sister-in-law, let Big Brother carry you. Big Brother is strong, and carrying you is like carrying a little lamb. Although Langry said this, he secretly wanted to carry Ruanruan himself. Looking at Doji's sturdy back, Ruanruan felt her cheeks warm. She indeed walked slowly, and the system map earlier showed that the first herb gathering point was not close. Walking there alone, she didn't know how long it would take. Without hesitation, she gently leaned onto Doji's back. Doji wrapped his arms around her, steadying her legs, and with a little effort, he stood up. Ruanruan was very light, lighter than he expected. When carried on his back, he hardly felt any weight, only her soft body pressed tightly against his broad back. Through her sheepskin coat and fabric, Doji could still clearly feel the soft touch from behind, especially the 2 soft mounds on her chest pressing against his back, gently rubbing as he moved. Her slender arms wrapped around his neck, and her warm breath brushed against his ear and neck. That pure, unique scent of hers once again enveloped him. Doji's body tensed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Then, he took a big step forward. His steps were steady, deliberately adjusting his pace to make her more comfortable. His Adam's apple moved as he felt the skin behind his ear being brushed by her breath, as if it were on fire, burning all the way to his heart. The soft pressure on his back made his heartbeat race. His hands, holding her legs, unconsciously tightened their grip, fingertips even feeling the delicate softness of her thighs. At first, Ruanruan felt a bit shy too. Her cheeks pressed against Doji's sweaty neck, where she could smell his mixed scent of grass and sunshine, full of strength and wildness. His shoulders were broad, and his back muscles were strong. Resting on him felt very stable and safe. As he moved, his body rose and fell in a steady rhythm. This solid, dependable feeling made her relax more and even feel a strange sense of security. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she unconsciously pulled a little closer. The four brothers behind watched as the eldest carried his wife ahead of them. Langry looked a bit jealous and muttered softly to Zaxi, "Look at Big Brother. He's so good at caring for her." Zaxi's gaze fell on Ruanruan's delicate, white arm wrapped around Doji's neck, then quickly looked away, without saying anything. Gongu watched their steady pace, and then looked at his own slightly limping leg, his expression darkening a little. Dawa kept his eyes on the road ahead and the surrounding bushes, staying alert to protect everyone from behind. After walking for a while, Doji's breathing remained calm, but Ruanruan's cheeks grew warmer because of the heat and strong male scent coming from him. To distract herself, she started pretending to recall the map points in her mind, trying to recognize the way. "Doji," she whispered softly into his ear, "I think we should go a little up that slope on the left." His warm breath and gentle voice directly entered her ear. Doji paused for a moment, his throat dry. He immediately changed direction and headed toward the left slope she pointed out. "Over there, around that big rock, there seems to be a small path, maybe closer." Ruanruan continued pointing, raising her arm, her delicate fingers indicating a nearby rocky area. Doji followed her direction and soon found a narrow trail hidden by grass and rocks, made by animals. "Ruanruan, you really remember the way?" Langry asked in surprise. "I'm on his back, higher up so I can see farther." "Just follow the direction I'm pointing," she replied vaguely, still lying on Doji's back and guiding him. "Follow this small path straight up to that crooked pine tree ahead. Then turn right. There's a sunny slope, and I think we'll reach it." Her voice was muffled and uncertain because she was lying down, but her directions were clear and confident. Doji carried her steadily, walking powerfully along the path she indicated, heading upward. The higher they went, the more surprised he felt inside. This small path was rarely used even by their brothers, but the route she took was very smooth, avoiding several steep slopes and thorny bushes. Ruanruan was really impressive. Finally, near noon, they bypassed the crooked pine tree, turned right, and suddenly the view opened up. It was a gentle south-facing slope with plenty of sunlight. The snow had melted early, and tender green grass shoots were already sprouting on the ground. In some sheltered, moist cracks in the rocks and among the grass, clusters of small light purple flowers and slender-leaved plants were scattered. Ruanruan's eyes lit up. She patted Doji's shoulder and said, "We're here. That's the one, with purple flowers. It's called Zaxi. We pick the whole plant in spring. The herbal shop buys it, and it sells well." Doji carefully set her down. When Ruanruan's feet touched the ground, her legs felt a bit weak. Doji helped her steady herself. Langry had already rushed ahead, squatting in front of a cluster of purple flowers and examining them carefully. "It really is. We've seen this before, but we didn't know it could sell for money." Zaxi came over, looked closely at the plant, and nodded after comparing it with the features Ruanruan described. "It looks good." Gongu and Dawa also gathered around, their faces showing happiness. They didn't expect to find it so quickly. Doji looked at this small patch of Zaxi, then at Ruanruan's face, which was flushed with excitement. A heavy feeling in his heart seemed to be filled with a warm, bright light. She truly was the lucky star of this family. This thought spun in his mind a few times. It mixed with the heat from carrying her earlier, the pounding heart still not gone, and the joy of seeing her find the herbs successfully. Suddenly, Doji reached out and pulled Ruanruan, who hadn't yet steadied herself, into his arms. He lowered his head and gave her a firm kiss on her smooth forehead. It was a pretty loud kiss.
Good job,
he said, releasing her with a smile, showing his white teeth, and his eyes shone brightly.
Ruanruan froze completely.
The spot on her forehead where he kissed felt like it was burned by a hot iron, hot and numb. The strong smell of sweat on the man mixed with the scent of grass and sunshine. It had already enveloped her, and now that fiery feeling seemed to be blowing on her face. She felt a buzzing in her head, a blank space, her eyes wide as she looked at Doji. Her lips moved, but no words came out. Her face flushed quickly from her forehead to her cheeks, and even the tips of her ears turned bright red. After kissing her, Doji was stunned for a moment. The spot where his lips touched was soft beyond words, a little cool, like the tenderest sheep's milk tofu. He didn't expect to do this. He was so happy, so overwhelmed with joy. Looking at Ruanruan, her face was flushed from his kiss, her eyes moist as she looked at him, appearing stunned. His initial happiness suddenly faded, replaced by a feeling of panic and guilt. She was so pure and clean. Was his kiss too rough? Did he dirty her? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unsure how. At that moment, a few muffled, breathless sounds came from nearby. Doji and Ruanruan both turned their heads. Langry, Zaxi, Gongu, and Dawa stood there, all staring intently at Doji. More precisely, they were staring at Ruanruan's bright red forehead, which he had just kissed. Langry's mouth was slightly open, and the purple dye in his hand almost fell. Zaxi's fingers, holding prayer beads, froze midair, his gaze deep and unreadable. Gongu's face was even redder than Ruanruan's, blinking rapidly, lowering his head but unable to resist glancing up. Dawa's Adam's apple bobbed several times, his fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Their gazes were like small hooks, hot and heavy, filled with swirling emotions Ruanruan couldn't understand, but instinctively felt a little scared. It was as if they might pounce at any moment, just like Doji, and fiercely bite her face again. She shrank back in fear, quickly raising her hand to cover her still trembling forehead, her voice trembling slightly. Hurry, gather the herbs. These purple dyes need to be dug out carefully from the root, so as not to damage the roots. After we finish here, maybe we can look for more. She hurriedly crouched down, avoiding the uneasy looks that made her nervous, and picked a purple plant to demonstrate. Like this, use a stick or your hand to loosen the soil from the side, then slowly pull out the whole plant and shake off the dirt. The men were startled by her words and each moved their gaze away, but the atmosphere was clearly different now. Langry crouched next to Ruanruan, very close, mimicking her actions to dig the soil, but he kept glancing at her flushed face from time to time, mumbling softly, Yes, sister-in-law, like this, right? He was too close, and his warm breath brushed her ear, making Ruanruan feel uncomfortable, so she moved slightly to the side. Yes. Try to keep the roots intact. It's more valuable. Zaxi didn't speak. He moved to another patch, silently crouched down and carefully dug through the soil. His long, strong fingers worked steadily on the delicate task. His brow was slightly furrowed, as if lost in thought. Gongu also found a spot to squat. His legs weren't very flexible, so it was a bit difficult, but he dug very carefully. Every time he pulled out a plant, he checked the roots carefully and gently set it aside. He kept his head down, not daring to look at Ruanruan. Dawa was the quickest and strongest, but after pulling out 2 plants, he looked at his somewhat clumsy fingers and then at Zaxi and Ruanruan's nimble movements. He pursed his lips, stood up, and broke a few hard wooden sticks, sharpening them, then handed them to Langry and Gongu. Use these, it's easier. Doji stood where he was, watching his brothers and Ruanruan, who was crouched in the middle, busy. He touched his lips, where a soft feeling still lingered. He shook his head, pushing down the messy thoughts in his mind, and crouched down to work. With many people, the work went quickly. Soon, they finished collecting the purple plants. Ruanruan carefully wrapped the collected herbs in an old cloth bag, roots inside, to prevent damage. "We should look elsewhere," she said, glancing at the map points in her mind, then pointed toward the deeper mountains, toward the shady slope of the back valley. Doji looked in the direction she indicated. It was already a very deep part of the mountains, with dense trees. He nodded without saying anything and walked back to Ruanruan, squatting down with his back to her. "Come up." This time, Ruanruan didn't hesitate. She obediently climbed on. When her face pressed against his sweaty back, she couldn't help but blush. Doji carried her on his back, weighed her gently, and kept walking forward. The mountain path became harder to walk, the trees grew denser, and the ground was covered with thick fallen leaves and tangled roots. Doji walked steadily, but sweat beaded on his forehead, running down his bronze skin and soaking his clothes on his back. Ruanruan could feel his body temperature rising, and her back muscles moved with each step, strong and firm. She tried to relax herself and lighten his load, gently gripping the clothes on his shoulder. After about half an hour, Doji's breathing became noticeably heavier. Although he kept walking, the veins on his neck slightly bulged. Langry had been walking beside him, glancing occasionally at Ruanruan on Doji's back and then at his brother's sweat. Suddenly, he quickened his pace and approached Doji. "Big brother, you look tired, sweating like you just came out of water. Want me to carry your wife for a while?" "You should rest," Zaxi, walking on the other side, calmly said. "You're clumsy. Don't drop your wife." "I'll do it." Gongu followed behind quietly, softly saying, I walk slowly, but I can carry her steadily." Dawa silently moved ahead of them, turned around and blocked the path, looking at Doji. "Big brother, let me do it." Doji stopped and looked around at them with a raised eyelid, snorting softly. "No need." He was about to go around Dawa and continue walking. Langry quickly grabbed Doji's arm. "Hey, big brother. That's not right. Your wife is part of our family, not just yours. You've carried her so far. You've done the most. Now it's our turn to help." Zaxi nodded, speaking calmly but firmly. "Big brother needs to save his strength for possible situations in the mountains. Taking turns is fair." Gongu also gathered courage, limping forward a few steps, looking eagerly at Ruanruan.
"Wife."
I want to carry you too. I'll walk slower and be careful." Dawa said nothing, standing there stubbornly, eyes fixed. Ruanruan was lying on Doji's back, listening to their back and forth, her face buried in his neck, not daring to lift her head.
"What?
What is this? Are these people treating her like a little baby? Why are they starting to fight over it?" Doji was surrounded by them, watching the unhidden excitement in his brother's eyes. He felt a bit annoyed and restless, unable to fully explain why. He knew they had a point, but he didn't want to let go. "Everyone step aside," he commanded softly. "I can carry you, big brother. You're sweating so much that it's soaking sister-in-law's back," Langry said, pointing at the damp fabric on Ruanruan's back, teasing. Ruanruan stiffened slightly at his words. She was not heavy, but still weighed over 80 jin. After crossing the mountains, she was already hot, not to mention Doji. "Maybe you should rest a bit. Don't overexert yourself," she said gently. Hearing her soft words, Doji pursed his lips and hesitated. Zaxi took the chance to speak up. "Yes, the next herb-picking spot might be far. If Big Brother gets too tired, it could be dangerous. Let's take turns carrying her, so everyone can rest." Doji looked ahead and then at his eager brothers. Finally, he turned his head slightly, glancing at Ruanruan, who was resting her head on his shoulder, with just her red ear tip showing. He let out a deep breath and, as if giving in, loosened his grip and carefully set Ruanruan down. Her legs were still a bit weak when her feet touched the ground, and Doji supported her. "I'll do it." Langry was the first to jump over, grinning widely. He turned his back to Ruanruan and squatted down. "Sister-in-law, hop on. I'm steady. I promise I won't jostle you." Zaxi was a step slower, silent, just standing beside Langry and watching quietly. Gongu also looked at her expectantly. Dawa walked straight in front of Langry, seeming to want to push him aside. Dogi frowned as he watched Langry's overly excited look. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Langry, lifting him up. You go ahead and lead the way. Then he looked at Zaxi. You carry her. Langry was pulled aside, his face falling. Big brother, you're showing favoritism. A faint flicker of emotion crossed Zaxi's eyes. He approached Ruanruan, turned around, and squatted down. His back was slightly slimmer than Dogi's, but still tall and straight. Come on, sister-in-law, he said calmly. Ruanruan looked at Zaxi's back, then at Langry, who looked unwilling, Gongu, who was hopeful, and Dawa, who was biting his lip. Finally, she looked at Dogi. He nodded at her. She shook her head with a mix of laughter and helplessness, then slowly leaned onto Zaxi's back. Zaxi's arms wrapped around her legs, and he stood up steadily. His movements were gentler than Dogi's, almost without any jostling when he got up. He didn't have Dogi's strong smell of sweat, but a light scent like sun-dried wood mixed with clean fabric, with a faint hint of sandalwood, probably from his prayer beads he always wore. He walked steadily and evenly, trying to keep balance even on the rough mountain path. Ruanruan lay on his back, surprisingly comfortable. Langry led the way ahead, occasionally glancing back and muttering to himself. Gongu followed closely behind Zaxi, watching the ground for holes or protruding roots. After Dawa Palace, they looked around carefully. Dogi walked beside Zaxi, his eyes often on the contact between Ruanruan and Zaxi, with a serious look on his face. After walking a while, Zaxi's breathing remained steady, but sweat appeared on his forehead. Second brother, let me take over? Langry couldn't wait any longer and came over. Zaxi ignored him and kept walking forward. After a short distance, Gongu whispered, Third brother, rest for a bit. I can carry her for a while. I walk slowly, no problem. Zaxi paused, then looked at Dogi. Dogi looked at the sky, estimated the distance, and said to Zaxi, Stop, switch with someone. Only then did Zaxi slowly stop, carefully putting Ruanruan down. This time, Langry, Gongu, and Dawa moved almost at the same time. Langry was the fastest and tried to squat down, but Dawa bumped into him from the side, nearly losing his balance. Fifth brother, Langry glared. Dawa didn't look at him, but directly at Ruanruan with a dark gaze. I'll carry her. Gongu squeezed over, his face flushed red, but he insisted, I can carry her. The three of them blocked in front of Ruanruan, each wanting to carry her and no one willing to give way. Dogi crossed his arms and watched with a slightly dark face. Ruanruan was surrounded by them, looking at the three faces, each with their own features, but all showing the desire to carry her. Her scalp tingled, and she instinctively took a small step back, just enough to stand beside Zaxi. Zaxi reached out to support her gently and said to the three, What are you arguing about? It's my turn now. He said this to Langry and the others, speaking calmly, but with a tone that left no room for argument. Langry, you just memorized it, Zaxi. Big brother said I go first, so it doesn't count. Now it's my turn again. Dawa. I haven't memorized it yet. Gongu. I also. Ruanruan looked at the arguing brothers and just wanted to shrink away. She gently tugged on Dogo's sleeve and whispered for help. Dogo. Dogo's forehead veins bulged as he finally spoke. Enough, he gave a low shout, and the argument stopped immediately. Dogo looked at his brothers and said seriously, Langry, recite a part. Then Gongu, then Dawa. Be careful, and if anyone falls with her, they'll have to answer to me. Once the order was set, Langry immediately grinned happily, glancing proudly at Zaxi and Dawa. He squatted in front of Ruanruan and said, Sister-in-law, please. Ruanruan could only lean forward again. Langry's back was about the same width as Dogo's, but his muscles seemed more lively and active. He stood up with a chuckle, took big, light steps, and even deliberately bounced a little. Langry, Dogo warned from behind. Langry shrank his neck, steadied his steps, but kept talking. Sister-in-law, why are you so light? Did Big Brother not give you enough to eat? When we go back, I'll share my meat with you. Ruanruan was on his back, surrounded by his warm, energetic presence. Hearing him chatter nonstop, her cheeks felt a little hot and she didn't know what to say, so she just mumbled. Langry carried her for a while. Though he was reluctant, under Dogo's watchful eyes, he handed her over to Gongu, who had been waiting nearby with bright eyes. Gongu was so excited his hands trembled a little. He carefully squatted down, waited for Ruanruan to climb on, then slowly stood up. Because of his limited mobility, he wobbled a bit when he stood, which made Ruanruan gasp softly and quickly hold onto his neck. "I'm sorry, sister-in-law." Gongu's face turned pale. He quickly steadied himself, his voice full of guilt. I'll walk slower, slower." He really did walk very slowly, each step firm and steady, afraid of any jostling. His back wasn't as broad as his brother's, and he looked a bit thin, but it was very steady. Ruanruan could feel how tense and careful he was. Her heart softened, and she said gently, "It's okay, Gongu. You're walking very steadily." Hearing her words, Gongu's ears turned even redder, but his heart felt as sweet as honey. He walked even more carefully. Gongu carried her for the shortest time. Seeing the sweat on his forehead and how tired his legs looked, Doji told him to put Ruanruan down. Finally, it was Dawa's turn. Dawa walked up to Ruanruan, glanced at her, said nothing, and simply turned around to squat down. His back was broad and strong, like a tightly drawn bow. Ruanruan leaned onto his back. He held her securely with one arm and stood up easily, his movements quick and confident, full of youthful energy. He walked fast, his steps heavy and steady, showing a firm determination. Ruanruan felt the wind brushing past her ears and instinctively held onto his neck. Dawa felt her arms and warm breath near his neck. His body stiffened for a moment, but then he walked even faster, as if trying to make up for the time the others had spent carrying her. "Dawa, slow down," Doji called from behind. Dawa pressed his lips together and slowed a little, but he was still faster than the others. Taking turns carrying Ruanruan, the group finally reached the second glowing spot on the map in her mind as the sun began to set in the west. It was a shaded hillside, dimly lit, with damp stone walls covered in moss. Among the ferns and scattered rocks grew a few plants with thick gray-green leaves and small yellow flowers. "It's dendrobium, also called hanging orchid," Ruanruan said softly as Doji carried her again after the rotation. Pointing at the plants, he added, "These are more valuable. Be careful when picking them. Try not to damage the stems or leaves." The men looked at the plain-looking plants, their eyes lighting up. This time, without Ruanruan urging them, they began picking carefully. Even the usually rough Langry moved with surprising gentleness. The harvest was smaller than the last one, but much more valuable. They wrapped the roots of the dendrobium in soft moss and placed them carefully into their packs. After searching a few more spots, night began to fall. Only one last place remained, and Ruanruan was determined not to miss it. "Let's go back this way. It's a detour, but maybe we can find some herbs along the way," Ruanruan said after looking at the last location on the map in her mind. Ruanruan and the brothers collected the last of the herbs today. They had a good harvest. Doji looked at the sky. The sun had already set behind the mountains, leaving a faint glow that turned the sky dark red. "Let's not go anymore," he said, stopping and gently setting Ruanruan down. "It's getting dark, and the mountain path is dangerous. We'll come back another day to find herbs." Langry sat on a stone and took a deep breath. "My brother is right. My legs are trembling." Zaxi put down his basket and checked the herbs inside. The purple ground cover and dendrobium were carefully wrapped in moss and undamaged. He nodded. "Good harvest today." "It was worth it." Gongu hobbled over, took out a water bag from his pocket, and handed it to Ruanruan. "Sister-in-law, drink some water." Ruanruan took it and sipped slowly. She was really thirsty, and her lips were dry and chapped. The water was cool, and as it went down her throat, she felt more awake. Dawa silently took out a flint and a small bundle of dry wood from his backpack. He found a sheltered spot behind a rock and squatted down to start a fire. Doji looked around. It was a small clearing in the woods, fairly flat. He patted the fallen leaves on the ground. "Let's rest here. We'll have dinner, and then head back." The men immediately got to work. Langry went nearby to gather firewood. Zaxi took out some dried food from his bag, hard barley cakes, and a small piece of dried mutton. Gongu poured water from the bag and mixed in some barley flour to make porridge. Dawa had already started the fire. The flames flickered and grew stronger, lighting up the small clearing. Doji went to Ruanruan and pulled her close to the fire, sitting her down. "Sit here, it's warm." Then he turned to join Langry and Zaxi, arranging the collected firewood around the fire like a low wall. He also moved a few flat stones behind and on the sides of Ruanruan. She was surrounded in the middle, with the fire in front and stones behind. The wind blew, first hitting the men, then reaching her, bringing only a slight coolness. She curled up inside her sheepskin coat, watching the firelight reflect on the 5 faces. Doji crouched by the fire, turning a flatbread, his face flickering with the fire's glow. Langry was joking nearby, Zaxi quietly sorting herbs, Gombo stirring porridge in the pot, and Dawa sitting a little farther away, lowering his head to carve a stick. No one spoke, but the feeling of being surrounded made Ruanruan feel safe. At that moment, Dawa looked up and glanced to the side. Next to the stone he was sitting on, there was a small patch of wildflowers. The flowers were small and light purple, in tiny clusters. They were hard to see clearly in the evening light, but she could smell a faint, sweet scent. Dawa looked at the flowers, then at Ruanruan. He reached out and plucked a small bunch. The flower stems were thin, but he was strong, almost pulling the whole bunch out when he picked them. He paused, then gently and carefully picked a few of the best-looking flowers. Then he stood up and walked over to Ruanruan. She was staring at the fire, lost in thought, when suddenly a bunch of flowers appeared before her. She was startled, looked up. Dawa was standing there, holding the flowers, with a neutral expression but slightly red ears. The firelight made his eyes sparkle brightly. "Sister-in-law, flowers," he said, his voice a little stiff. Ruanruan took the flowers, brought them to her nose, and sniffed. The scent was light but pleasant, like grass with a touch of sweetness. "What kind of flower is this?" she asked, smiling. Dawa shook his head. "I don't know. Only here do they grow. I don't know what they're called." He sat down on a nearby stone, not too close or too far. After sitting, he looked at the fire, then at Doji, and softly said, "Just. They look nice." Ruanruan turned the flowers in her hand, examining the small petals with a soft color. She smiled. "They're pretty."
"Thank you, Dawa."
Dawa responded with a soft not saying anything else, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next to them, Langry's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Dawa, then at the flowers in Ruanruan's hand, staring at the tiny flowers for a couple of seconds, then glanced at Dawa again, muttering internally. "That boy, usually so quiet, and now he's doing this?" Tashi paused for a moment while rolling his prayer beads, his gaze sweeping over the bouquet of flowers before slowly looking away. Gombu's spoon slowed down as he watched Dawa sitting next to Ruanruan. He moved his lips but said nothing. Doji's action of flipping the pancake paused. He looked at Dawa, then at Ruanruan's smiling side face, but said nothing and continued flipping the pancake. Langry finally swallowed the pancake in his mouth, leaned close to Tashi's ear, and whispered, "The 5th brother is quite something. He even brought flowers? Usually so quiet, but at key moments he's quite lively." Tashi didn't reply, but his eyes deepened a little.
Gongu muttered softly,
I saw the flowers too, but I didn't pick any." Langry patted his shoulder. "Next time, if you see pretty flowers, pick some for the sister-in-law." When he said this, his eyes flicked toward Doji and Tashi. Doji didn't react much, but Tashi's fingers moved again as he rolled his prayer beads. All the men remembered this. It turned out that giving flowers was effective. From now on, they would pick the prettiest flowers for the sister-in-law. The campfire crackled, and the porridge was ready. The pancakes were also heated. Gongu served a bowl of porridge to Ruanruan. The bowl was made of wood, a bit rough around the edges but clean. The porridge was steaming, with a few bits of meat floating inside. "Sister-in-law, be careful, it's hot," Gongu whispered. Ruanruan took it, blew on it gently, and sipped small amounts. The porridge was thick, with just the right amount of saltiness, and it warmed her stomach as she drank. Doji tore open the baked pancake, handed the soft, hot half to Ruanruan, and ate the other half with the hard, crispy edge. Langry cut some dried mutton, picked out the tenderest, least sinewy pieces, and put them into her bowl. Tashi didn't speak, but pushed the water pouch closer to Ruanruan. Dawa sat beside her, watching her eat. He also held a pancake but ate slowly, glancing at her bowl now and then, checking if she was enjoying her food. As she ate, Ruanruan's nose felt a little sore. She lowered her head, eating large bites, finishing the porridge completely, leaving no pancake uneaten, and eating all the meat slices. After eating enough and feeling warm, she started to feel sleepy. Today, she had walked a lot and been carried on and off all day. She was actually very tired. But just now, she had been so alert that she didn't notice. Now, when I relax, my eyelids start to flutter. She still holds that small bouquet of flowers, her head tilting slightly. Dawa sits beside her, chewing on a biscuit, suddenly feeling a heavy weight on his shoulder. He freezes completely. Ruanruan's head rests on his shoulder. She is asleep, breathing evenly, warm breath blowing into his neck. Dawa dares not move. He doesn't even dare to chew his biscuit anymore, just holding it in his mouth, staring straight at the campfire. The weight on his shoulder feels light, but also heavy. He can feel the warmth of Ruanruan's cheek and smell the gentle scent of her hair. The scent is soft, a clean mix of herbal and floral fragrances. Her soft hair brushes against his neck, making him itch. Dawa's back is straight, muscles tense. He is young, full of energy, and has never experienced this before. Having such a warm, soft person close to him, he feels his blood rushing to his head, his face burning hot, and his palms starting to sweat. He wants to move but is afraid to. Afraid that if he moves, she will wake up. Afraid that if he moves, this warmth will disappear. Ruanruan sleeps restlessly, her head rising and falling with her breathing, almost slipping off several times. Dawa quickly reaches out, carefully supporting her head, gently placing it back on his shoulder. His hands are rough, with calluses on his palms, and when they touch her delicate cheek, he moves as softly as possible. A few men nearby notice this. Langry almost drops his biscuit. Zaxi stops fiddling with his prayer beads, his gaze fixed on Dawa's hand resting on Ruanruan's cheek. Gongu looks on, his expression darkening, lowering his head. Doji puts down his bowl, watching the two sleeping together, his brow furrowing. Ruanruan is too tired. Her face is still pale, lips lacking color, leaning on Dawa's shoulder, sleeping deeply, but her brow is slightly furrowed, looking uncomfortable. Langry whispers, "My sister-in-law is exhausted today." Zaxi nods. "She's weak. She shouldn't have come up the mountain." Gongbu's voice is even softer. "It's all my fault. If only my legs were better, I could carry her more." Doji doesn't speak, just watches. After a moment, he suddenly says, "Let her lie down for a bit." Langry is surprised. "Lie down where?" The ground is cold. Tashi looked around and focused on a few of his brothers. He slowly said, "Let's lie down and let her rest on us." When he said this, the men were all surprised. Langry's eyes lit up.
Yes.
"We lie side by side, like a cushion. It's better than the ground." Gongu blushed but nodded firmly. Dawa hesitated, not daring to move. Dorgi thought for a moment and waved his hand. "Let's do it this way." They acted quickly. The 5 brothers stirred the fire and then lay down side by side on the open space next to the fire. Dorgi lay in the middle, Langry on his left, Tashi on his right, Gongu next to Langry, and Dawa next to Tashi. 5 tall men, shoulder to shoulder, lying in a row like a human-made mattress. Dorgi turned his head and softly said to Ruanruan, who was still leaning on his shoulder and sleeping, "Ruanruan, wake up." Ruanruan was groggy and didn't open her eyes. She just responded softly with an "Come on, change to a more comfortable spot to sleep." Dorgi whispered gently. Ruanruan was so sleepy that her mind was a mess. She felt someone gently pick her up and place her on something warm and solid. She instinctively shifted a little. Under her was hard but slightly bouncy, warm, and much more comfortable than stone. She lay there, face pressed against the warm, firm cushion, with her arms relaxed at her sides and her legs loose. Soon, she fell asleep again. This time, she slept more deeply. She didn't realize she was lying on 5 men side by side. Her head rested on Dorgi's abs, her left arm on Langry's chest, her right arm on Tashi's waist, her left leg on Gongu's leg, and her right leg next to Dawa's arm. The 5 men didn't move. They just lay there, acting as her human cushion. Langry felt the slight weight on his arm, wanted to smile, but held back. After a while, Langry finally couldn't help himself and softly said through clenched teeth, "Sister-in-law." "Sleeping." Still a bit restless, Tashi closed his eyes, breathing slowly, his chest rising and falling gently. Ruanruan's arm was resting there, and he could clearly feel the warmth and weight of her slender arm. Gongu's leg was pressed down, feeling a bit numb, but he stayed still, just turning his head to look at Ruanruan lying beside him. She was sleeping deeply, with long eyelashes casting small shadows in the firelight. Dawa's arm was close to Ruanruan's leg, separated only by a sheepskin coat and pants, yet he could still feel her delicate outline. He tensed his body, breathing softly to stay quiet. Doji lay in the middle, with Ruanruan's head resting on his stomach. He could feel the softness of her cheek and smell the clean scent of her hair. His abdominal muscles were slightly tense, providing better support for her. The fire crackled loudly. The night had fully fallen. Stars appeared densely in the sky. In the woods, insects chirped, and distant animal sounds could be heard. The 5 men lay there silently, no one speaking. After about 20 minutes, Ruanruan moved slightly. She was almost asleep, blinking drowsily as she opened her eyes. In front of her was the flickering firelight, and above, the starry sky. She blinked, feeling something strange beneath her. Why was it so hard and so warm? She propped herself up with her arms and slowly lifted her head. Then she saw it. She saw 5 men's faces, all looking at her in the firelight. Doji was lying beneath her head, his eyes deep like the night. Dashi was on her left, smiling with his mouth open. Zaxi was on her right, with a calm look. Gongu was further to the left, with a red face. Dawa was further to the right, with his ears blushing. And she was lying on top of all 5 of them. Ruanruan's mind went buzz, and her face instantly turned bright red. She suddenly sat up quickly, trying to get away, but lying on top of 5 people made it hard to find a place to push off. She pressed her hands down, but felt the firm, tight abs. "Ah," she gasped softly, her face flushing even more. Her hands recoiled as if burned, and she was so panicked she didn't know what to do. I didn't mean to." "Sorry." "Did I press on you?" "I fell asleep. I didn't know." She stammered, struggling to get down, but the more she panicked, the more she flailed, accidentally touching places she shouldn't several times. The 5 men underneath groaned in frustration, their faces flushed red, but they couldn't reach out to stop her. Doji was the first to react. He took a deep breath, reached out his arm, and gently held Ruanruan's waist. He helped her sit up, allowing her to cross over his lap, then supported her as she stood on the ground. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she stepped back 2 steps, her face burning with embarrassment. She didn't dare lift her head and clutched her clothes nervously, wishing she could hide somewhere. "I'm sorry," she whispered again, almost crying. "I was so tired, I just fell asleep while eating." "I didn't mean to." Doji also sat up, stretched his stiff body, especially his stomach which had gone numb from her head resting on it. He showed no particular expression, speaking calmly. "It's okay. You're tired, we understand." Langry grinned and sat up, rubbing his aching waist. He chuckled. "Sister-in-law, you look so slim, but you really do press down hard." Zaxi silently stood up, brushed off some dry leaves from his clothes, said nothing, but his ears turned slightly red. Gongu also got up quietly and said softly, "Sister-in-law, you really don't need to apologize. We're happy to help." Dawa was the last to stand up. He sat up but didn't immediately get to his feet. Instead, he curled his legs and sat for a while, lowering his head. Only after the heat and awkwardness eased did he stand, walk to the fire, turn his back to everyone, and pretend to poke at the firewood. Ruanruan still felt shy, standing there with her head lowered. Doji approached her, looked at her flushed face, and reached out to gently pat her head. "It's really nothing. If you're tired, just sleep." That's normal. His palm was large and warm, and when it rested on her head, it felt comforting and steady. A little of her embarrassment and nervousness slowly melted away in this warmth. She lowered her head, twisting her fingers around the hem of her clothes. She was truly exhausted. She had walked too much today, high on the plateau with low oxygen, and after eating, she was so sleepy, she just fell asleep. But she didn't expect that she had been sleeping on them for so long. Am I too heavy?" she asked softly. "Light as a leaf," Doji replied, standing up and brushing off some grass from his clothes. "Let's go. It's time to head back." He walked over to Ruanruan, squatted down with his back to her, and said, "Get on." Ruanruan looked at his back and hesitated for a moment. Doji turned to look at her. "It's getting dark, and the road will be harder to walk. You can't go alone." Reluctantly, she climbed onto his back. Doji carried her on his back, checked the weight, and told his brothers, "Grab the torches, let's go home." Langry put out the fire, Tashi and Gongu packed up their things, and Dawa held the torch at the front. The 5 of them, 1 carrying a person and 4 protecting, entered the night. The way back was even harder than coming. It was dark, and they couldn't see their steps clearly, stumbling along. Doji walked steadily, carrying Ruanruan on his back. He took big, light steps, trying not to jostle her. Ruanruan rested on his back, her face close to his sweaty neck. He was sweating a lot, his shirt soaked and sticking to his strong muscles. She could feel his body heat and smell his manly scent mixed with sweat and grass. His back was broad and muscular, steady under her. After a while, Ruanruan felt sleepy again. She was very tired today, her eyelids heavy and hard to lift. Her head slowly leaned, until she finally rested on Doji's shoulder and fell asleep. Doji felt her weight shift and looked to the side. Ruanruan was asleep, breathing evenly, her warm breath brushing his ear. He paused for a moment, adjusted his posture to make her more comfortable. Langry held the torch nearby, its light shining on Doji's sweaty face and Ruanruan's peaceful, sleeping face. He whispered, "My sister-in-law has fallen asleep again." Tashi, walking on the other side, glanced over but said nothing. Gongu, limping behind, looked at Ruanruan on Doji's back with gentle eyes. Dawa led the way with the torch, occasionally glancing back. Doji carried Ruanruan step by step along the mountain path in the dark. His arm strength was good, carrying someone on a mountain was no problem. But today, after half a day of carrying her, going up and down the mountain, his arms started to ache, and his shoulders felt heavy. But he didn't stop. They kept walking for nearly an hour, until they finally saw the outline of their yurt. The moon had risen, illuminating the grassland in silver. When they reached the yurt, the fire was already out, and inside was dark. Doji carried Ruanruan inside, groped his way to the bed, and carefully laid her down.
Ruanruan slept deeply.
When she was gently laid down, she only hummed softly and turned over to continue sleeping. Doji took off her shoes and pulled the blanket over her. After finishing these tasks, he straightened up and stretched his shoulders. With this movement, he felt his whole body stiffen. His arms were sore and hard to lift, and his shoulders felt heavy and painful, as if something was pressing down on them. His back was also stiff, and his waist was sore. He frowned but said nothing. Langry lit an oil lamp, and the dim light illuminated the Mongolian tent. He looked at Doji, then at Ruanru sleeping on the bed, and from the corner, he took out a small clay jar and handed it to Doji. "Medicinal wine," Langry said with a smile. "Big brother, give your shoulders a massage. You've been carrying your sister-in-law all day." You must be tired. Doji caught the jar but didn't open it. He just looked at Langry. Langry grinned and said, "If Big Brother can't do it, I'd be happy to help carry your sister-in-law in the future." Zaxi, who was setting up the backpack, said calmly, "You're impatient." "Let me do it." Gongu whispered, I can do it too." Dawa didn't speak but looked at Doji. Doji placed the jar on the table, hummed, and said, "No need." He walked to the fire, squatted down, and started to make a fire. His arms were sore and his shoulders hurt, but he couldn't show it. He was the big brother, the pillar of the family. If he said he couldn't do it, these young guys would cause trouble. He still wanted to carry Ruanruan and protect her. If they thought he was weak, they would rush to take over. Would he still have a chance to carry Ruanruan then? Doji started the fire, and the inside of the tent gradually warmed up. He stood up, stretched his arms, and his bones cracked. It's okay, he could still carry things. Langry watched Doji's back, pouted, and said nothing more. Zaxi sat by the fire, beginning to clean the herbs they gathered today. Gongu went to milk the sheep, preparing for tomorrow's drink. Dawa checked the bow and loosened the string. The 5 brothers finished washing up and each lay down. The bed was the same as always. Ruanruan slept at the innermost side, Doji beside her, then Langry, Zaxi, Gongu, and Dawa. They were close, but no one complained. When Doji lay down, his arms were sore and hard to lift. He slowly lowered them, trying not to make any noise. Next to her, Ruanruan was sleeping soundly, breathing lightly. Doji turned his head to look at her peaceful face. She was very tired today. In the future, he decided to take her up the mountain less often. He thought this and slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, Ruanruan was gently awakened. "Wake up, sister-in-law." The voice was soft and gentle. Ruanruan blinked sleepily and saw Zaxi kneeling by the bed, looking at her. It was just dawn, and the inside of the yurt was still dark, with only a little morning light seeping through the curtain. Zaxi's face looked very gentle in the dim light. Usually, he was calm and expressionless, but now his eyes were warm. "It's time to get up," Zaxi said softly. "Today we're going to town to sell herbs. Do you want to go?" Ruanruan was still half asleep, her eyes barely open. She hummed, turned over, buried her face in the quilt, and mumbled, "Okay." Zaxi looked at her curled-up back and paused. Her hum was soft and sleepy, with a nasal tone, like a little lamb calling. Zaxi's fingers, which were holding prayer beads, tightened slightly. He waited a moment, seeing that Ruanruan didn't move, then softly said, "Get up now. After breakfast, we'll leave." Ruanruan rubbed her eyes and slowly sat up. Her hair was messy from sleep, with a few strands sticking to her cheeks. She kept her eyes half open, looking dazed at Zaxi.
"Now."
"What time is it?" she asked softly. Zaxi replied, "It's a little past 7. Still early. Take your time, no rush." Ruanruan nodded, rubbing her eyes. She was still wearing an oversized old robe, wrinkled from sleep, with the collar crooked, revealing a small section of her fair collarbone. Zaxi's gaze swept over her briefly before looking away. He stood up, walked to the fire, and added water to the pot. Ruanruan sat on the bed for a while, lost in thought, then fully woke up. She remembered what happened last night. She remembered falling asleep on top of 5 men, remembered Doji carrying her back, and remembered sleeping deeply. Her face grew warm again. She shook her head, got up, put on her shoes, and went to the fire. Doji had already gone out, probably to check on the sheep. Langry and Gongu were milking sheep, while Dawa was chopping firewood. She was cooking porridge. When she saw her coming, she filled a bowl and handed it to her, saying, "Be careful, it's hot." Ruanruan took the bowl and sipped it slowly. The porridge was made from barley, thick and sweet, with a few dried fruits inside. She ate her porridge and looked at Zaxi. Zaxi sat on the other side of the fire, holding prayer beads, gazing at the pot of porridge. Her side profile looked very calm in the firelight. Zaxi, Ruanruan whispered, "Did you used to go to the city often to sell things?" Zaxi looked up at her and nodded.
Yes.
We sold sheepskins, wool, and sometimes hunted for game to sell. We traded salt, tea, and cloth. Is the city far away? It takes about 2 hours to walk there, Zaxi said. Today I was carrying herbs, so I walked slower, maybe 3 hours, Ruanruan said. Oh, 3 hours is 6 hours. She looked at her legs. She had walked all day yesterday, and today they still felt sore. Walking for another 6 hours. Zaxi seemed to notice what she was thinking and said, "We can carry you." Ruanruan blushed. "No need. I can walk." "You can't," Zaxi said directly. "The road is far, and your legs haven't fully recovered." Just then, Doji came in. Zaxi quickly picked up Ruanruan and carried her, worried that Doji might come in again and have to carry his sister-in-law. Zaxi carried Ruanruan and headed out of the Mongolian tent, walking quickly as if afraid someone might take something. Doji just pushed aside the curtain and saw the scene. His eyebrows furrowed. "What are you doing?" "I'm taking my sister-in-law to the county town," Zaxi said without stopping, squeezing past Doji. "Big brother, you carried her all day yesterday. Rest now." Doji stood there, watching Zaxi carry Ruanruan and run out of the tent. His lips pressed into a frown. Langry came over from behind, chuckling. "Big brother, third brother is taking your job." Doji ignored him and turned to Gongu. "Fourth brother, you stay and watch the house today." Gongu was squatting by the fire, adding wood. When he heard this, he looked up with a dull expression, but quickly nodded. Okay, he knew his legs were not as strong and walking long distances was a burden. Yesterday, when they went up the mountain, he only carried his sister-in-law for a short while, and he was the slowest. "Take good care of the sheep," Doji said. "Bada's group might come back. Lock the door tightly, don't go out." Gongu nodded firmly. "I understand." Dawa had already strapped the herbal basket on his back and was holding a cloth bag with some dry biscuits and a water pouch. Langry also packed up neatly, with a short knife at his waist. Doji checked everything carefully, making sure nothing was left behind, then strode out of the Mongolian tent. Outside, Tashi was already carrying Ruanruan down the grassy slope. Ruanruan was lying on Tashi's back, her face still a little red. She whispered, "Tashi, can you put me down?" "I can walk a little. The road is still far," Tashi said calmly without stopping. "Save your strength. You'll have to walk to the town later." Ruanruan had to obediently stay on his back. Doji caught up and walked alongside Tashi. Langry and Dawa followed behind. The 5 of them, no, 4 of them carrying one person, walked along the small path at the edge of the grassland heading east. The sun had just risen, casting a golden glow over the prairie. Dew still clung to the grass blades, and walking made their pants quickly wet. Ruanruan looked at the distant mountains from Tashi's back. The mountains were still dark green, with snow on the peaks that looked dazzlingly white in the sunlight. After about half an hour, Tashi's breathing became noticeably heavier, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Doji looked at him and said, "Change." Langry immediately stepped forward. I'll do it. This time, Tashi didn't argue. Carefully, he put Ruanruan down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Langry squatted in front of her. "Sister-in-law, get on." Ruanruan climbed up, and Langry stood up, deliberately bouncing a little, which scared her into clutching his neck tightly. Hey, steady now," Langry said proudly. Doji kicked him from behind. "Walk properly." Another hour passed, and Dawa took over the carrying. Dawa was the most steady, walking quickly with big strides. Ruanruan only felt the wind rushing past her ears. The last stretch was carried by Doji. The sun was already high overhead, shining fiercely. Doji's back was soaked with sweat, beads of sweat running down his spine. Ruanruan pressed her face against his wet clothes, smelling the strong scent of sweat mixed with the aroma of grass and sunshine. She whispered, "Doji, you're sweating." "Yes," Doji replied softly, his steps unchanging. "Are you tired?" "No, I'm not tired." Ruanruan knew he was tired. His breathing was heavier than usual, and the veins on his neck were bulging. But she didn't say anything. She just buried her face in his back and wrapped her arms around him a little tighter. After about half an hour of walking, they finally saw the outline of houses ahead. It was called a town, but it was really just a dirt road with some scattered mud brick houses on both sides. At the end of the road was a slightly larger yard, with a faded sign hanging at the gate, the writing unclear. There weren't many people on the road. Occasionally, a person on horseback passed by, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ruanruan got off Doji's back, her feet touching the hard dirt road, which still felt a bit unfamiliar. She looked around with wide eyes. The mud brick houses were short, with peeling walls, and some windows were covered with paper. There was an old tree by the roadside, and a few elderly men sat under it, smoking dry tobacco. When they saw the group, their eyes flicked over here. Langry leaned close to Ruanruan's ear and whispered, "Sister-in-law, don't look around too much. Just follow us." Doji and the others were heading to the black market. Right now, all trading had to be done at the supply and marketing cooperative. But the prices there were low, and Doji didn't want to sell there openly. They often sold secretly at the black market. This time's herbal medicine was no different. They didn't even stay long in the town, just went straight to the black market. Ruanruan nodded, quickly lowering her head and clutching her clothes. Doji led the way at the front. Langry and Zaxi followed on either side of Ruanruan, with Dawa behind them. The five of them walked along the dirt road. There were small stalls on both sides, selling needles, thread, rough cloth, salt, and other simple items. The stall owners stayed in the shadows, watching passers-by with wary eyes. Ruanruan secretly glanced at them. The rough cloth was dull gray, and the sewing was coarse, nothing like what she used at home before. After walking a while, they saw a slightly larger house ahead, with a sign that read, "Supply and Marketing Cooperative." The sign was white with red characters, but the paint was faded. Opposite the cooperative was a yard with a sign that read, "State-Run Restaurant." The door was closed, and it wasn't mealtime yet. Doji kept walking straight ahead. After a while, they turned into a narrow alley. The alley was tight, with high walls on both sides, and the ground was uneven and bumpy. At the end of the alley, there is a small door. An old, thin man is squatting at the entrance, dozing with his eyes half closed. Doji walks over. The old man opens his eyes and looks them over carefully. "Want to buy something?" Doji asks. The old man doesn't speak. He tilts his head toward the door. Doji pushes the door open, and the others follow. Inside is a small yard with some clutter and dried vegetables drying in the sun. There are 3 earthen houses in front, all with closed doors. A man in his 40s comes out from the middle house. He wears a faded blue cloth jacket, with no particular expression on his face. "What's for sale?" the man asks, his voice hoarse. Doji puts down his basket, opens it, revealing herbs carefully wrapped in moss. The man squats down, looks at the herbs, picks up a purple plant, pinches the stem, and smells it. "Looks good," the man says. "Purple plant, 1.5 yuan per gene. Dendrobium, 1 and 2 yuan per gene." Langry immediately exclaims, "So cheap." "These are good, fresh herbs we just picked." The man doesn't lift his eyelids. "That's the price. If you don't want to sell, don't." Zaxi holds Langry back and looks at Doji. Doji is silent for a few seconds and then says, "Purple plant, 60 cents. Dendrobium, 1 and 5. The man shakes his head.
No.
These days, pharmacies are strict. I take some risk selling here. Doji doesn't argue further. He just says, "Weigh them." The man takes out a scale from inside, carefully weighs the herbs. 3 gene 2 liang of purple plant, 2 gene half of dendrobium. 1 and 6 per gene for purple plant, 3 for dendrobium. Total 4 and 6, the man says. He pulls out a crumpled bill, counts out 4 and 6, and hands it to Doji. Doji takes the money, counts it to make sure it's correct, then pockets it. The man packs up the herbs, turns, and goes back inside, closing the door. Doji leads everyone out of the alley. Outside, Langry curses. Greedy. That dendrobium, the pharmacy sells it for at least 2 yuan per gene, Zaxi says calmly. Black markets are like this. Prices are pushed down hard. But pharmacies need receipts, and we don't have any, so we have to come here. Su Wansu softly asks, for 6. Is that a lot? Doji glances at her. Not much. 1 sheep can sell for 10 yuan. Su Wansu's heart sinks. They spent the whole day gathering herbs, but only earned 4-6, not enough to buy even half a sheep. As soon as they stepped out of the shadow of the mud brick house and turned the corner, Doji suddenly stopped. Ahead on the road, 3 people were standing. In the middle was a man with a scarred face, arms crossed. On each side were younger men, one holding a wooden stick, the other empty-handed but with a fierce look. The scar-faced man grinned and showed a gold tooth. Brother, business done? Made a good profit. Langry immediately stepped forward, blocking Doji and Su Ruanruan. Zaxi and Dawa also moved to the sides. Doji looked calm. Is there a problem? Nothing serious, the scar-faced man said, rubbing his fingers. We just need some money. We saw you selling medicine earlier, and it went well. How about sharing half? Fair, right? Su Ruanruan's heart tightened, clutching Doji's sleeve. Doji pulled her back slightly and looked at the scar-faced man. What if I refuse? The scar-faced man's smile turned cold. That wouldn't look good. This place is remote. No one will hear you scream. 4 men here and 3 of us. If we fight, who will suffer? As he finished speaking, the man with his stick stepped forward. Dawa reached for his knife at his waist. Doji held Dawa's hand, eyes fixed on the scar-faced man. We have the money, but it depends on whether you can take it. The scar-faced man squinted. Refusing a toast only leads to punishment. He waved his hand, and both the man with the stick and the one empty-handed rushed forward. Doji didn't back down. Instead, he moved to meet them. He dodged the falling stick and punched the man without a weapon in the stomach. The man grunted and bent over, stepping back. Langry was fighting another man who had a stick. Langry was unarmed and a bit awkward, dodging clumsily. Zaxi didn't move, standing in front of Su Ruanruan, watching the fight. Dawa drew his knife, but Doji shouted, "Put it away." Dawa gritted his teeth, sheathing the knife at his waist, and rushed to help Langry. The scar-faced man didn't attack. He just watched with a cold smile. Doji knocked down the first man and turned to help Langry. He grabbed the man's wrist, swinging the stick, and twisted hard, making the stick fall to the ground. Langry kicked the man's knee, causing him to kneel. The scar-faced man's face changed. He didn't expect these people to fight so well. Doji walked over to him. Scar-faced man took a step back, reaching into his pocket. Doji kept walking, his eyes sharp like knives. The thing Scar-faced pulled out wasn't a knife, but a stack of money. He forced a smile and said, "Brothers, it's a misunderstanding. The money is yours. I just wanted to look. I didn't mean to really fight." Doji stepped in front of him, reached out, and took the money. He looked at it. It's the money they had just earned from selling medicine. "And there's more," Doji said. Scar-faced man was stunned. What's on you?" Doji said calmly. "Lend me some money." Scar-faced man's face turned pale. "You don't go too far." Doji didn't waste time. He punched him in the face. Scar-faced man screamed loudly, blood pouring from his nose. Doji pushed him to the ground, then reached into his pocket and took out a small cloth bag. Inside were some coins and a few ration tickets. Doji put the money and tickets away and let go. Scar-faced man got up, covering his face, too scared to speak, and ran away with his 2 friends. Langry picked up a stick from the ground, weighed it, and said, "Bah, what a joke." Doji counted the money in the cloth bag. Including what Scar-faced man returned, he had a total of 31 yuan and 5 jin of ration tickets. He stored the money carefully, then looked at Su Ruanruan. "Did I scare you?" Su Ruanruan's face was still a little pale, but she shook her head.
No.
"Are you all right?" Langry patted his chest. "What could happen? Even if 3 more came, it wouldn't be enough to scare us." Zaxi checked Dawa's arm. It had been brushed by a stick earlier, a little red but no skin broken. "As long as you're not scared, let's go," Doji said. "Let's check the supply store." The supply store was dimly lit. Behind the counter stood a woman in her 30s, knitting a sweater. When she heard someone come in, she looked up, then lowered her head and kept knitting. Inside the counter were some everyday items: a hot water bottle, an enamel mug, a flashlight, soap, matches. On the wall shelf hung a few pieces of clothing, mostly in dull blue, simple in style. There were also some clothes hanging inside the counter, mostly dark blue, gray, or military green. The fabric was a mix of cotton and khaki. Ruanruan immediately spotted the one hanging at the edge. It was a light red shirt, with a small collar and gathered cuffs. The fabric looked softer and finer than the others. Next to her, there was a pair of dark blue pants, not wide-legged, but slightly tapered at the ankle. She looked at them a few more times before turning her gaze away. They were very eye-catching and also very expensive. She secretly glanced at the price tag. The shirt was 6 yuan 80, and the pants were 5 yuan 20. Together, they cost 12 yuan plus fabric tickets. Langry looked at her gaze, and his eyes lit up. "Sister-in-law, that one looks nice." He pointed to the bright pink shirt. "You would look great in it." "Comrade, go ahead and take a look." The woman knitting a sweater looked up, glanced at Langry, then at Ruanruan, and stepped forward. "That one, Shanghai-made, expensive. Even if it's expensive, I want to see it," Langry urged her. The woman took off the clothes and handed them over. Langry took them and handed the shirt to Ruanruan. "Sister-in-law, try it on." Holding the shirt, Ruanruan thought it was soft and the color was just right. In the dim supply store, it looked like a bright light. She liked it inside, but her hands felt like holding a piece of coal. "No need," she whispered, trying to return the shirt. "It's too expensive. Let's look at other things. Why not try it?" Doji spoke. "It'll fit better," Zaxi nodded. "Try it." Dawa didn't say anything but kept looking at the shirt. Ruanruan bit her lip. Surrounded by them, she had no choice but to walk behind the curtain in the corner. The curtain wasn't very thick. She quickly took off her old coat and changed into the shirt. The shirt was a bit big, but rolling up the sleeves made it just right. She put on the pants, which were a little loose at the waist, so she tightened the belt. After changing, she pushed aside the curtain and came out. Suddenly, the supply store became quiet. The woman knitting the sweater stopped her work. Langry opened his mouth, eyes wide. Zaxi's fingers stopped twisting the prayer beads, and his gaze fixed on her. Dawa's Adam's apple moved. He turned his face away, then looked back. Doji looked at her with deeper eyes. Ruanruan felt uncomfortable, nervously tugging at her clothes. Is it not good-looking?" "I said it was too bright. Looks good." Langry was the first to jump up. "Sister-in-law, you wearing this? You look like a fairy." He said this loudly, and a few other shoppers in the store looked over. Ruanruan's face turned bright red. Tashi came over and carefully looked at the cuffs and shoulder seams. "Looks good." Doji didn't hesitate. "I'll take it. Wrap up the pants too." Ruanruan got anxious and grabbed Doji's arm.
"No. 12 yuan.
Plus the cloth tickets. We might not have enough tickets and this money. There's enough money." Doji pulled her hand away, took out the money and tickets from his pocket, counted out 12 yuan, then took out the cloth tickets. "The tickets are just right." Langry chuckled. "Sister-in-law, don't worry about it. Why earn money? It's just to spend on your wife." Tashi also said, "If it fits you, then it's worth it." Dawa walked to the counter, watching the woman pack the clothes. His gaze was a bit fierce, as if afraid she might change her mind. Ruanruan stood there, watching Doji pay and the woman carefully pack and tie the clothes with paper string. Her nose felt a little sore. Growing up, her parents loved her, but the family was poor. During New Year, they only made new clothes in dull colors, never in bright ones. On the journey fleeing from hardship, she didn't even think about nice clothes. Just covering herself was enough. But now, these men she had only known for a few days had spent most of today's earnings just to buy her a pretty dress. She lowered her head, clutching the corner of her new shirt. The fabric was soft and rubbed against her palm. Emotion points received. Doji, satisfaction, tenderness. 80 points. Emotion points received. Langry, surprise, joy. 70 points. Emotion points received. Tashi, admiration, flutter. 60 points. Emotion points received. Dawa, shock, focus. 65 points. Current emotion points, 275. Ruanruan's mind was buzzing. She didn't bother to look closely, only feeling warm inside. They left the supply and marketing cooperative afternoon. The sun was so hot it made her dizzy. Her stomach growled loudly. She had only drunk a bowl of porridge that morning. After walking so far, she was very hungry. Passing by a state-run restaurant, the door was open, and the smell of food drifted out. Ruanruan couldn't help but glance inside. A small blackboard at the window listed today's menu: rice, stir-fried cabbage, potato with pork, lamb soup.
Rice. Ruanruan swallowed hard.
Since fleeing, she hadn't eaten rice. At home, only during New Year could she have a meal of plain rice. Doji noticed her eyes and paused, then turned and went into the restaurant. "Hey, Doji." Ruanruan tried to stop him, but he had already gone inside. Langry pushed her to follow. "Come on, sister-in-law, let's eat." The restaurant had a few square tables and long benches. Not many people, just 2 tables with diners. A waiter in an apron was leaning against the counter, yawning. Doji approached the counter. "Do you have rice?" The waiter lazily nodded. "Yes, 2 liang of grain tickets for a bowl." "Give me 5 bowls," Doji said. He looked at the menu board. Stir-fried cabbage, potato with meat, mutton soup. 1 serving each, the waiter calculated. Total is 3.2 yuan. Grain tickets are 1 jin. Doji happily paid. He counted out 3.2 yuan and handed it to the waiter, then took out a grain ticket from his pocket. He had 1 jin and 2 liang left. He took out 1 jin and handed it over. Ruanruan watched, feeling upset inside. She hadn't earned much today and had already spent half of it on herself. The food was quickly served. 5 bowls of steaming white rice. A plate of stir-fried cabbage, oily and shiny. A bowl of potato with meat, not much meat but the potatoes were soft. A big bowl of mutton soup, with chopped green onions floating on top. Several men pressed Ruanruan onto a bench, and Doji pushed the bowl of potato with meat, which had the most meat, in front of her.
"Eat," he said.
Ruanruan looked at the food in front of her, tears welling up in her eyes. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. The meat was tender and melted in her mouth. She took another bite of rice. The white rice was fragrant and sweet when chewed. As she ate, tears fell into her bowl. Langry panicked. "Sister-in-law, why are you crying? Is it not tasty?" Ruanruan shook her head and wiped her tears. "It's delicious.
But
it costs too much," Zaxi said calmly. Money earned is money spent. Dawa kept eating quietly and mumbled, "Eat first, then earn more." Doji scooped some cabbage and put it into her bowl. "Eat, don't worry about the money." Ruanruan nodded and started eating eagerly. She was very hungry. The rice was delicious, the meat was tasty, and the vegetables were good. As she ate, her guilt slowly faded, and warmth filled her heart. These men, who are usually reluctant to spend money on themselves, are willing to buy her new clothes and take her out to eat. Emotion points received. Doji, happiness, affection, 90 points. Emotion points received. Langry, joy, satisfaction, 80 points. Emotion points received. Zaxi, calm, warmth, 70 points. Emotion points received. Dawa, steadiness, focus, 75 points. Current emotion points, 590 points. After finishing the meal, the dishes were cleaned thoroughly. Ruanruan ate 2 bowls of rice and kept hiccuping from being full. Doji looked at her with a smile in his eyes. "Are you full?" Ruanruan nodded, her face a little red. "Yes, I'm full." When they left the restaurant, the sun was already setting. It was time to go home. On the way back, they took turns carrying Ruanruan. She was wearing her new clothes and was very careful not to get them dirty while lying on their backs. Doji carried her the last part of the way. As it was getting dark, they finally saw the outline of the Mongolian yurt. Gongu had been waiting at the door. When he saw them return, he hobbled over to greet them. "You're back." His eyes paused on Ruanruan and he froze.
"Sister-in-law."
"You're wearing new clothes?" Ruanruan got off Doji's back and shyly tugged at her collar. "Yes." Gongu looked at her with bright eyes. "You look so nice." Inside the yurt, the fire was burning brightly. Gongu had already cooked some porridge, which was hot in the pot. The brothers had also brought back food packed from the state-run restaurant. Doji told Gongu about today's expenses. Gongu listened to his older brother without any displeasure and smiled. Good spending. Sister-in-law should wear new clothes. Ruanruan felt warm inside again. That night, she took off her new clothes, carefully folded them, and placed them beside her pillow. She was still wearing her old robe. Lying in bed, she closed her eyes and called up the system interface. Emotion points, 758. Today, she gained so many points. She looked through the list of items available for exchange. Most of the options are still gray, except for the ones previously unlocked. A few more have been added. Basic sewing skills, permanent, 1,500 points. Simple trap making, beginner, 200 points. Basic herbal farming knowledge, permanent, 2,000 points. Special blind box, random items or information, 666 points blind box. Ruanruan stared at this special blind box, 666 points, almost all her savings. But, random items or information. What if it's something useful? Right now, she really needs ways to make money. Picking herbs alone is too slow, and the mountains are dangerous, so she can't go often. After hesitating for a moment, she clenched her teeth and said, "Exchange for the blind box." Exchange successful, spent 666 points, remaining 92 points. A flash of light appeared before her eyes, and a system voice rang in her mind. Information obtained. 15 miles northwest, under Eagle Rock, there is an abandoned mine. 30 years ago, someone was illegally mining gold sand there. Later, the mine collapsed and people died, so no one dares to go now. There may still be some gold sand left deep inside, but the entrance is blocked by fallen rocks and needs careful excavation. Gold sand? Ruanruan's breath caught. Gold. Even a small amount of leftover gold sand is still gold. Much more valuable than herbs. Her heart pounded hard. She opened her eyes and looked at the top of the yurt. Eagle Rock. She knew that place. Doji had pointed it out when they went up the mountain, saying it was dangerous and not to go there. The mine. Gold sand. She turned over and looked at Doji sleeping beside her. The moonlight seeped through the gap in the yurt, shining on his face. He frowned slightly in his sleep. Ruanruan bit her lip.
She had to tell him about this.
But how to explain that she knew about the gold sand in the mine? Say she dreamed about it? Say she heard it from someone fleeing the city? Her mind was a mess, and she didn't fall asleep until late at night. The next morning, Ruanruan woke up naturally. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Doji already awake, roasting bread by the fire. Zaxi was organizing the bow and arrows. Dawa was sharpening knives. Gongu was milking the sheep and boiling milk. She sat up and rubbed her eyes. Doji looked back at her and asked, "You're awake? Today, stay at home. We will go into the mountains to see if there are any wild animals." Ruanruan's heart moved, and she quickly said, "I want to go too." Doji frowned. "You were exhausted yesterday. Rest today." "I'm not tired." Ruanruan stood up and sat by the fire. "I want to go with you. I know a place that might have good stuff." The men all looked at her. Ruanruan took a deep breath and spoke as she had planned last night. "On my escape route, I heard an old man say that when he was young, he herded sheep here. He knew there was an old mine under Eagle Rock and inside there might be some valuable things." Doji's eyes sharpened. "Eagle Rock? That place is dangerous. There are wolves." "I know it's dangerous," Ruanruan said. "But the old man said there might be. Maybe some gold sand." The words, gold sand, made the Mongolian tent quiet. Langry's eyes widened. Gold. Gold. Zaxi stopped playing with his prayer beads and looked sharply at Ruanruan. "Did the old man say anything else?" "Exactly where is the mine? What does the entrance look like?" Ruanruan described what the system told her. He said it's west of Eagle Rock, near a crooked pine tree. Walk 20 steps down from the pine, and there's a half-collapsed pile of stones. That's the entrance to the mine, blocked by rocks. Doji was silent for a moment and then asked, "And the old man? Is he alive?" "He died." Ruanruan lowered her head. "He starved on the way." He told me this before he died. He said if I survived to this point, I could try my luck. This story was partly true and partly false. Many people had indeed died on the escape route. She said it this way so no one would doubt her. Doji stared at her for a long time before saying, Eagle Rock does have an old mine. I heard my father say it collapsed and people died. No one has dared to go there since. Langry was excited. Then let's dig it up. Maybe there's still gold inside, Zaxi calmly said. Even if there is, it's been many years. It's probably been dug out already. Let's go see, Langry said. What if there's still something left? Gongu whispered. But there are really wolves at Eagle Rock. Dawa looked up, his eyes firm. We're going. I'll bring my bow. Doji looked at his brothers and then at Ruanruan. Ruanruan looked at him eagerly. Finally, Doji made a firm decision. Go. Just look around. If the entrance is blocked tightly and can't be dug open, come back. If there are wolves, come back too. Okay, Langry jumped up. After breakfast, the 5 brothers and Ruanruan set out again. Eagle Rock was in the northwest, and the path was rough, full of loose rocks and slopes. After walking for nearly 2 hours, they saw a steep mountain cliff. The cliff was bare, like an eagle's beak, so it was called Eagle Rock. Doji told everyone to stop and listen carefully. There's the sound of wind and insects, but no howling wolves. Let's go find the crooked pine tree, he said. They looked west for about 15 minutes and finally saw a crooked pine tree, oddly shaped, with half of its branches dead. Below the tree, about 20 steps down, was a steep slope with large, moss-covered rocks piled up. Doji walked over, pushed aside the vines covering the rocks, revealing a dark, black hole. The entrance was blocked by a few large stones, leaving only a narrow gap just wide enough for a hand. This is it, Doji said. Langry moved closer, looked into the gap, but it was too dark to see anything. What now? Dig it open, he asked. Doji touched the stones. They were very heavy, at least a few 100 pounds each, and hard to move by hand. Let's try to pry it open, he said. The men found some thick wooden sticks, inserted them into the gap, and pushed hard. 1, 2, 3, hey, the stones shifted slightly but didn't roll away. Again, after several more tries, the stones finally loosened. Doji told the others to step back, then used a stick to pry harder. Thud! A few large stones rolled away, revealing a hole about half a person's height. Inside the hole was dark and damp, with a cold, musty smell hitting their faces. Doji picked up a branch, tied a cloth to it, soaked it in oil, lit it to make a torch, and went in first. Ruanruan wanted to follow but was held back by Langry. Sister-in-law, wait outside. It's dangerous inside. Ruanruan wanted to say she also wanted to go, but Doji looked back at her. Wait outside. She had to stop and stay at the entrance with Gombo. Doji, Langry, Zaxi, and Dawa carried torches and entered the mine. The tunnel is very narrow, and they can only walk bent over. The ground is full of holes and puddles. You can see signs of manual digging on the walls, and some places are supported by rotten wooden stakes. After walking about 10 steps, they come to a slightly larger space, like a simple mining chamber. On the ground, there are broken baskets, rusty pickaxes, and a white skeleton leaning against the wall. Its clothes are long gone. Langry takes a deep breath and says, "Dead person." Doji shines his torch on the skeleton. It is mostly intact, but the skull is tilted to one side, as if it was crushed during a collapse. "Don't touch it," Doji says and continues forward. The mine extends further inside, with few side passages. They choose the main path and walk deeper. The air gets thinner and the torchlight dims. After about an hour, they reach a dead end. Another collapse blocks the tunnel with broken stones. "We've reached the end," Tashi says. Langry looks disappointed. "Nothing here?" "Just a waste of time." Doji holds his torch and carefully examines the collapse. In the cracks between the stones, something seems to be reflecting light. He squats down and reaches in, feeling around and pulling out a handful of dirt and sand. He brings the torch closer. The dirt has tiny golden glints. "Gold sand," Doji says quietly. Langry quickly comes over, eyes wide. Really? Doji spreads the dirt in his palm. There are small golden particles, not many but definitely gold. Tashi also squats down and scoops some dirt from another crack. It also contains gold sand. The amount isn't large, Tashi says, but it's real. Dawa has already started moving stones with his hands. He's strong, and he shifts several stones, revealing more dirt underneath. Doji stops him. Don't rush. This place isn't stable. If it collapses again, we'll all be buried. He looks around. The mine ends here. The collapse blocks the way forward. The dirt with gold sand is probably tailings left behind by miners long ago. Dig as much as you can, Doji says. Be careful, don't cause another collapse. The men immediately start working. Langry runs out to get a basket, while Tashi and Dawa carefully move the stones. Doji collects the dirt with gold particles. Susu Soft is waiting at the entrance, feeling anxious. When she hears footsteps, she looks up and sees Langry running out with the basket. How is it? She quickly asks. Lang Jie grinned and lowered his voice, saying, Really? Are there many? Not many, Ruanruan whispered back. Just a few sparkling bits mixed in the sand. Lang Jie's eyes shone brightly. But those are gold, sister-in-law. Even a little is still gold. Inside the cave, there were sounds of scraping and digging, along with Doji's soft instructions. Take it slow. Don't hit your head. Ruanruan and Gongu stayed at the entrance. Gongu looked a bit nervous, constantly glancing around and listening carefully. Sister-in-law, this place is close to the wolf den. We need to be careful, he whispered. Ruanruan nodded and helped listen too. Apart from the wind and faint sounds from inside, there was nothing else for now. After a while, Zaxi bent over and came out, carrying half a basket of dark mud mixed with sand. He carefully set down the basket and then went back inside. Ruanruan squatted down to look. The mud in the basket looked ordinary in the sunlight. She reached out and poked it, feeling a few hard little grains. She looked closely at them in the light and saw a faint golden shimmer. It was really gold. Ruanruan was so happy she couldn't contain herself. One after another, Doji and Dawa also brought out a few baskets. The tunnel was small, so they took turns digging inside. Outside, the baskets gradually piled up to 4 or 5. Lang Jie was the last to stay inside and clean up. He shouted loudly, Big brother, I've got a little more. I'll come out after I finish this. Doji responded from the entrance. Hurry up, this tunnel isn't very stable. Ruanruan looked at the heavy baskets, feeling both happy and a little nervous. She looked up at the jagged rocks above the mine, feeling like they might fall at any moment. Inside the cave, Lang Jie was squatting, using his finger to carefully scrape the last bit of wet mud mixed with gold sand from the crack in the stone. The space was narrow, and he was half lying, feeling a bit awkward. Almost done. Hey, there's still quite a bit, he muttered, carefully pocketing the muddy dirt he scraped off. As he supported himself and tried to crawl backward, suddenly some small stones fell from above, hitting the back of his neck with a cold sensation. Langry paused, feeling a sudden jolt in his heart. Before he could look up clearly, there was a loud, dull crash. The rocks and dust from above collapsed onto his head. Langry, Doki at the entrance, looked shocked and shouted as he rushed inside. Soft felt her vision darken. Dust rose from the entrance, making everything unclear. Her mind buzzed, her legs went weak, and she almost sat down. Langry, Tashi was terrified. He tried to run into the dust cloud but was pulled back by Tashi. Don't rush in. Tashi's voice was tense, and his calmness was gone. He quickly took off his water bag, poured water on his shirt, tore off a wet cloth to cover his mouth and nose, and followed Doki into the swirling dust. Dawa kept his lips tight, silent, and picked up a thick wooden stick used for prying stones. He also rushed in. Soft stood still, her hands and feet cold. The dust slowly settled, and she saw that a large part of the entrance had collapsed. Stones and dirt blocked the original opening, leaving only a small hole about the size of a basin. Doki and the others desperately tried to move the stones and dirt blocking the entrance. Langry, answer me. Doki shouted as he dug, his hand cut by sharp stones, but he didn't care. Tashi and Dawa also desperately dug, their nails torn, hands covered in mud and blood. Sue soft stared at the tightly blocked hole, her heart feeling like it was being squeezed tightly, unable to breathe. Is Langry buried inside? It was her. She insisted on coming here. She mentioned the mine and the gold sand. If anything happens to Langry, she couldn't forgive herself. Suddenly, Sue soft threw herself at the entrance, kneeling beside Doki, and started digging at the cold stones with her hands. The stones were heavy and sharp-edged. She didn't dig for long before her fingers burned with pain. Surely they were cut. But she ignored the pain. Only one thought filled her mind. Dig out Langry, quickly. Tears started to fall without her knowing, smudging her face, mixing with the dust, making her face ache. She dared not cry out loud. She bit her lip and kept digging desperately, one shovelful after another. Langry, can you hear me? She whispered through her tears, voice trembling. Don't scare me. Answer me. Doji heard her crying and turned to look at her. The young girl's face was streaked with dirt and tears, her cheeks tear-streaked, eyes red like a rabbit's, and her fingers were bloody as she kept digging. His heart tightened, and his movements became faster. Over here. It looks like there's something here, Tashi suddenly shouted. He cleared away some broken stones, revealing a piece of gray cloth, part of Langry's clothing. Everyone's spirits lifted. They all gathered around and started digging desperately in that direction. Ruanruan also pushed forward. Her hand touched the cloth. It was cold and smooth. She trembled as she followed the cloth downward, and suddenly her fingertips felt something warm. Human skin. Hand. It's a hand, she shouted, ignoring whether it could still move. She grabbed it tightly, as if pulling the person out could be that simple. The hand she held didn't move at first. After 2 seconds, the fingers curled slightly, and then, in return, it gripped her finger tightly. Langry, tears burst from Ruanruan's eyes. You're alive. You're alive, right? Say something. A muffled cough came from inside, followed by Langry's faint voice. Cough. Sister-in-law. Don't be afraid.
I'm fine.
Just buried tightly, can't move. Hearing his voice, everyone outside let out a long breath. Doji's tense shoulders relaxed a little, but he kept working quickly. Stop talking nonsense. Save your strength, Doji shouted. We'll get you out soon. Knowing he was still alive gave everyone hope, and they worked even faster. Doji and Dawa mainly moved large stones. Tashi and Gongu cleared smaller rocks and dirt. Ruanruan knelt there, clutching Langry's exposed hand tightly with one hand, while helping to dig with the other. She was crying and digging at the same time, feeling very guilty. She said, It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here. I shouldn't have mentioned gold sand. Langry, if something happens to you. Brother-in-law. Langry's voice came from the crack in the stone, sounding weak, but with a teasing tone. Why are you crying? I'm pretty tough. These stones can't kill me. He paused, seeming to want to move but couldn't, so he continued. But you? Why are your hands so cold? And trembling? Don't be afraid, really, it's nothing. Cough, cough. Ruanruan held his hand, feeling the warmth of his palm and the strength of his grip. This made her feel a little better, but she still couldn't stop crying. Your hand, Langry suddenly said, holding her hand and rubbing his thumb over the back of it, touching the wet blood and torn skin. What happened? Are you silly? Using your hands to dig through the stones. His voice lowered, filled with concern and an unspoken emotion. Suddenly, Ruanruan felt a warm, soft touch on the back of her hand. Langry, through the crack in the stone, leaned down and kissed her heavily on her blood-stained hand. She froze completely, forgetting to cry. Langry, you. Her face suddenly felt hot. She wanted to pull her hand back, but was afraid of hurting his injury, so she stayed still. Langry chuckled softly inside, his breath brushing her hand, making her feel ticklish. Brother-in-law, if you keep crying, I might just kiss your little mouth. His voice was very low, Only Ruanruan could hear, with a teasing tone but also a bit serious. Ruanruan's face turned even redder. Her fear and guilt were somewhat eased by his playful words. She sniffed and finally stopped crying, muttering softly, "It's so late and you're still talking nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense." "If you stop crying," Langry said, sounding a bit more energetic. "I'm serious, sister-in-law. Don't be afraid. Don't blame yourself. We chose to come here ourselves, and we wanted to dig for gold. It has nothing to do with you." At this moment, Doji and Dawa worked together to pry open a large stone. With a loud crash, the loose stones on top slid down, revealing a bigger space. "Look, I see the head," Dawa shouted. A few people dug fiercely for the last time. Doji reached in, grabbed Langry's shoulders and waist, and pulled him out with force. "He's out." Langry was pulled out completely, covered in dust and dirt, coughing hard. Doji helped him sit on a clear spot nearby. Tashi quickly brought a water bag to rinse the mud from his face and head. Ruanruan hurried over to check. Besides looking messy, Langry's clothes were torn in several places, and he had scratches and bruises on his face and hands. His elbow was scraped and bleeding a little, but he didn't have any serious injuries, and his bones seemed fine. Her worried heart finally relaxed a little. Her legs went weak, and she sat down on the ground. Langry rinsed his mouth, wiped his face, and when he looked up, he saw Ruanruan sitting on the ground, her face very pale, eyes red, and her hands covered in dirt and blood. His heart softened. He ignored his own pain and moved over, reaching out to hold her. "Sister-in-law, look, I'm really fine." Ruanruan looked at him, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. In the end, she just nodded hard and managed to stand up. She decided in her heart that in the future, she wouldn't bring them to such dangerous places again, no matter what. Doji checked Langry's injuries. They were all superficial cuts. "Can you walk?" "Yes." Langry quickly got up, even jumped a little, grimacing and rubbing his arm. "It just hurts a bit." "Big brother, the gold." The gold that was dug out. Doji glanced at the baskets filled with mud and sand. "Let's go back first. We can't go into this cave anymore." On the way back, the mood eased quite a bit. Although Langry was in pain, he kept talking animatedly about how calm he was when buried, and how he wanted to comfort his sister-in-law when he heard her crying. Ruanruan still felt a little scared, but seeing Langry bouncing around happily made her feel much more at ease. When they returned to the Mongolian tent, it was already getting dark. Doji didn't rush to deal with the muddy gold. First, Gongu boiled hot water to clean Langry's wounds. Ruanruan also washed her hands and applied some herbs. The next morning, Doji went out alone for most of the day. When he returned, he was carrying a small, old sheep leather pouch. He opened the pouch, revealing a small piece of shiny gold. "Found it from Lao Amate's smelting." Doji placed the small gold nugget on the table. He said, "The quality is good, with few impurities. This amount of gold can exchange for 5 or 6 good lambs, and it's enough to pay Batu's debt." Langry stepped closer, picked up the gold nugget, and weighed it. He chuckled. "It's worth it. This deal was really good." Zaxi looked carefully and nodded. "The debt can be paid off, and there's some left over." Gongu and Dawa also smiled. The heavy debt hanging over them was finally starting to lighten. Ruanruan looked at the small piece of gold, feeling a mix of emotions. Just then, the sound of hooves and loud male shouts came from outside the yurt. "Doji. Is Doji home?" Doji frowned slightly, signaled Zaxi to put the gold away, and pushed aside the curtain to go outside. It was Captain Adlai, a man in his 40s with dark, strong skin, riding a bright red horse. Behind him was a young girl on a white horse, about 18 or 19, dressed in bright red riding clothes. Her hair was braided into many small plaits, and she wore a small embroidered hat. Her face was rosy, and her big, bright eyes had a wild, lively look typical of the Grassland girls. This was Adlai's daughter, Annor. "Captain Adlai." Doji greeted him. "Doji, tomorrow the commune farm needs workers to dig the alkali drainage ditch. Can your family send 2 people?" Adelai's voice was loud and clear. Okay, Doji nodded. The commune had assigned the work, so there was no way to refuse. Annor jumped off her horse quickly, holding a cloth bag in her hand. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Doji and said confidently, "Big brother Doji, I made you a new pair of boots. Want to try them on?" She was about to go inside the yurt. Doji reached out to stop her. "No need." Annor was surprised but then smiled. "Why be so polite? You're out on the grassland every day, and your boots wear out fast. Let me see if your yurt is messy, and I'll help tidy it up." She bypassed Doji and went straight to lift the curtain. As she pulled back the curtain, she stepped inside. Inside the yurt, Ruanruan was sitting on a small stool by the fire, carefully changing the bandage on Langry's elbow. Langry grimaced but cooperated. Zaxi was organizing the bows and arrows, Gongu was boiling tea, and Dawa was leaning against the doorframe. Annor immediately saw Ruanruan. Her smile froze on her face. Her eyes scanned Ruanruan from head to toe. The new water-red shirt and her fair, delicate face were features she had never seen on the plains before. "Who is she?" Annor turned around and asked Doji, with a slightly sharp tone. Doji walked over to Ruanruan naturally and stood beside her, looking at Annor. "She's my wife, Ruanruan." "Wife?" Annor raised her voice slightly, her eyes wide. "When did you marry her?" "I didn't know." Or she's just a..." She didn't finish her sentence, but her gaze up and down at Ruanruan made everything clear. She was thin and small, with a fair face, clearly not someone from the plains. Ruanruan felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. She put down the medicine in her hand and stood up. She had just caught a glimpse of Annor riding a horse at the door and thought she looked cool and was envious. She didn't expect that once Annor came in, her attitude would be like this. "Annor." Doji's voice grew serious and warning. But Annor didn't stop. Her anger and frustration surged inside her, and she blurted out, "Brother Doji, there are many good girls on the plains. They can work and bear children, and are as strong as little ponies. Why did you marry someone from outside? Look at her thin arms and legs. She'd fall over in the wind. Can she pick up sheepdog? Giddy? She probably doesn't even know how to ride a horse. With such a body, can she have children for you? Can she support a family?" Her speech was fast and urgent, her voice clear and sharp, like small whips lashing out. The atmosphere inside the yurt instantly turned icy. Langry suddenly stood up with a swoosh, wincing from his wound, but he didn't care. He stepped forward and blocked Ruanruan behind him. His playful expression was gone, replaced by a cold, hard look. "Annor, what are you saying? Sister-in-law is part of our family. Who are you to criticize her?" Zaxi put down his bow and arrow, stood up calmly, but with a tone that carried undeniable authority. "Ruanruan is our eldest brother's legally married wife. She is our family's wife. Whether she can work or have children is our family's business. Outsiders don't need to worry." Gongu also gathered his courage, limping forward a half step. His face was red, and his voice was small but firm. "Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is very good. She saved the little sheep and knows herbs. She is our family's lucky star. Don't say that about her." Dawa didn't speak. He just walked over from the door, stood next to Tashi, crossed his arms, and looked intently at Annor. His meaning was very clear. Dorgi stood at the front, his face as dark as a stormy sky. He looked at Annor, then at Adelaide at the door, who seemed a bit embarrassed and unsure how to speak. Dorgi said clearly, "Annor, Saran is my wife and the lady of this house. We all know how she is. She doesn't need to pick sheepdog or carry grass. We have 5 brothers at home, and she shouldn't be tired. From now on, I don't want to hear such words again." His cold and commanding tone made Annor, who was brave and fearless, instinctively take a half step back, her face flickering with red and white. Adelaide quickly tried to smooth things over, pulling Annor aside. Enough. If you can't speak properly, just stay quiet. Dorgi married his wife. That's a happy event. You, girl, don't understand anything." He also forced a smile at Dorgi. "Dorgi, don't mind her.
I've spoiled it. And
Don't forget about tomorrow's work. We're leaving now. With that, he pulled the reluctant Annor, who was still glaring at Saran, out of the yurt. The sound of hooves faded away, and the yurt became quiet again. Saran stood there, feeling a bit dazed. A warm, rough hand held her cold fingers. It was Dorgi. He looked down at her, his eyes deep, without blame or dislike.
Don't listen to her nonsense. That was all he said.
Langry turned around, a smile returning to his face, as if he wasn't the stern person from before. Sister-in-law, don't take it to heart. Annor is just jealous. Jealous that you're fairer, more beautiful, and married into our family. Tashi walked back to the fire and sat down, picking up his bow and arrow to wipe it. He said calmly, "You don't need to do those chores." Gongu whispered in agreement. "Yes, sister-in-law, you have other skills, much better than picking sheep dung." Dawa glanced at Saran and quietly said, "You're very good." Saran looked at them, her eyes turning red little by little. This time, it wasn't fear or guilt. It was a warm, tingling feeling rising from her heart, blocking her throat.
They
really are protecting her. It is not because of her role as a wife, but because she is simply Ruanruan. She blinked hard, trying to hold back tears, then lifted her head and forced a smile at Doji and the other 4 people. "Yes, I understand." Doji squeezed her hand and then let go. "Tomorrow, Zaxi and I will go to work. Langry has an injury, so he will rest at home. Gongu and Dawa will watch over the house and take care of her." Langry immediately protested, "Big brother, I'm fine with this injury. I can go. Rest," Doji said firmly. "Heal your injury first." The next morning before dawn, Doji and Zaxi set out with food and water. The farm was far away, and it took over an hour to walk there. By the time Ruanruan got up, they had already left. Sure enough, Langry didn't listen and was grimacing as he helped Gongu squeeze sheep's milk. Dawa was chopping firewood quickly and fiercely, as if he hated the wood. "Sister-in-law, you're awake?" Langry saw her and grinned. "Big brother," and the others left early. "They didn't wake you up, right?" Ruanruan shook her head and went over to help. "Don't move," Langry quickly said. "The 3 of us can handle this. You sit down or go play with the lambs." Knowing she couldn't argue with them, Ruanruan went to see the 2 lambs. They had grown a bit, fluffy and soft. When they saw her, they bleated and came over. She crouched down and petted their heads, thinking about Doji and Zaxi. Just as she was thinking about them, the curtain of the yurt was pulled aside. Langry was holding a small clay jar and came out. "Sister-in-law," he said, walking over and squatting beside her, holding out the jar. His eyebrows drooped, and his voice was slow. "The spot behind my arm. I can't reach it myself. Can you help me put some ointment on?" Ruanruan took the jar, which contained leftover herbal ointment from yesterday. She nodded. "Sit down, let me see." Langry immediately sat down beside her on the soft grass. Without a word, he grabbed the hem of his shirt, lifted it up, and took off his old shirt, tossing it aside. The morning sun shone brightly, illuminating his bare upper body. Ruanruan paused for a moment. Last night in the yurt, the light was dim, and she was nervous, so she only remembered that his muscles were firm and didn't look closely. Now the daylight is bright, and his injuries are clearly visible in front of her. There are several large bruises on his shoulder, chest, and waist, with yellowish edges, showing signs of blood pooling. His elbow has a scabbed cut, swollen around it. She can't see his back, but she guesses it's probably hurt too. All these injuries were caused by stones yesterday. Ruan feels a little upset inside. She unscrews a small jar and uses her finger to scoop out a piece of deep green ointment, which feels cool. "Turn over a bit," she whispers. "I'll apply it to your back first." Langry obediently turns his body, exposing his back to her. His back muscles are thick and well-defined, with a tan color from sun exposure. There are some scratches and bruises on his skin. Carefully, Ruan spreads the ointment on the wounds, gently pushing it with her fingertips. The ointment is cold, and her hands are cold too. When she touches him, Langry shivers slightly, and his back muscles tense a little. Does it hurt? Ruanruan asks. No, Langry shakes his head, his voice muffled. Your hands are cold, so it tickles. She softens her movements, spreading the ointment slowly and evenly. Her fingers are thin and gentle, and when they glide over his skin, it feels a little itchy. Langry faces away from her, his neck slowly turning red, and his breathing becomes lighter. After finishing his back, Langry turns back to face her. They are now closer. His broad chest rises and falls with each breath, muscles clearly defined. The bruises on his firm muscles are especially noticeable. Ruanruan scoops a bit more ointment and spots a bruise on his chest, near his heart. She can feel his strong heartbeat under his skin. She lowers her head, focusing on applying the ointment, not noticing that Langry's gaze has been fixed on her face. Suddenly, Langry reaches out and grabs her hand that's applying the ointment. Ruanruan is startled and looks up. Langry holds her hand tightly, not letting go. Instead, he presses her hand down onto his tense abdominal muscles. Brother-in-law, he says with a wide smile, showing his white teeth, his eyes shining with a mischievous glint. I belong to you, and my body is too. If you want to touch, just touch. No need to only apply ointment here. Is fine too. His abs were as hard as stone and very hot. Ruanruan's face suddenly turned bright red, and even her ears felt warm. She wanted to pull her hand away, but Langry held it tightly, so she couldn't.
What?
What are you talking about? She stammered, too embarrassed to look at him. But his grip kept her fingers pressed against his firm, hard abs, and the warmth from his palm made her feel nervous. Without thinking, her fingertips moved slightly and gently poked his abs. They were really hard, like packed earth, like sun-dried stones, tense and full of strength. Langry's build was rough but solid, the kind of body a man from the plains would have, shaped by wind, sun, and hard work. When she poked him, his muscles suddenly tensed, and his stomach tightened. He swallowed hard, looked at Ruanruan's flushed face, and his eyes deepened. He held her hand a little tighter. Just then, there were two soft sounds nearby. Ruanruan and Langry both turned their heads at the same time. They saw Gongu and Dawa had come over quietly, and without saying a word, they took off their shirts. Gongu was thin but had faint muscles with clear lines, and his skin was a bit lighter than Langry's. Dawa was young, broad-shouldered, with a strong chest and well-defined muscles, showing a youthful tension. They stood there shirtless, looking at Ruanruan. Gongu's face was a little red, but he whispered, "Sister-in-law, if you want to touch. Mine too, that's okay." Dawa didn't speak but took a half-step forward, staring directly at Ruanruan with obvious intent. Langry's eyes widened in shock, almost jumping up. "Hey, you two, what are you doing?" "I asked my sister-in-law to help me put on medicine. You're not hurt, so why are you taking your shirts off?" "Get lost." He said this while tightly holding Ruanruan's hand, as if afraid she might be taken away, and then kicked lightly at Dawa's leg. Dawa dodged quickly, but didn't say anything, just kept watching. Gongu shrank back when Langry yelled, but didn't put his shirt back on. Seeing all this, Ruanruan's face turned even redder, and her heart pounded like she had a rabbit inside. She quickly pulled her hand out of Langry's grip, her fingers still sticky, with cool ointment. Stop joking," she said quickly and shyly. "I'm just applying medicine to Langry. Gongu, Dawa, you two, put on your clothes quickly. It's chilly in the morning, and you might catch a cold." As she spoke, her gaze involuntarily swept over the three strong, young bodies. Langry looked like a vigorous wolf in his prime, muscular, powerful, with bold lines and full of energy. Gongu and Dawa resembled lean leopards, tight, well-proportioned muscles, looking equally attractive. She looked at the three naked men. Her mind couldn't help but think, these brothers. Really? Why do they keep taking off their clothes so easily? Seeing her gaze pass over his two brothers, Langry felt a twinge of jealousy bubbling inside. He let out a sharp breath, frowned in pain, and quickly grabbed her wrist, pressing her palm against a bruise on his chest. "Sister-in-law, this This really hurts. Please rub it again. The ointment needs to melt in, he said pitifully, but his eyes flicked to Gongu and Dawa with a hint of pride. She believed him and, no longer shy, quickly dipped her finger in the ointment and gently massaged the bruise. Her fingers were soft, her touch gentle. The cool ointment felt soothing on the hot, sore spot. Langry closed his eyes comfortably, let out a low sigh, and unconsciously leaned closer to her.
They were closer now.
She could smell his scent, mixed grass, sweat, and faint medicinal aroma, strong and masculine. She lowered her head, focused on massaging, feeling the firm, hot muscles under her fingertips trembling slightly with her touch. Langry watched her long eyelashes, delicate nose, and lightly colored lips. Her breath brushed softly against his chest, making him itch inside. A hot wave surged from his lower abdomen straight to his head, making his whole body restless. Somewhere inside, he reacted uncontrollably. His body stiffened, quickly closed his legs, shifted uncomfortably, and his ears turned bright red. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to look away, staring into the distant sheep pen, silently repeating, "This is my sister-in-law, my sister-in-law." Unaware of his feelings, she carefully rubbed the bruises on his chest and arms until the ointment melted in and seeped into his skin. "All right." She withdrew her hand and sighed. "Can you handle the rest yourself?" Langry was still a bit dazed. "Huh?
Oh.
Yes, I can." He quickly grabbed the coat beside him, hurriedly put it on, and covered his still heated body. Gongu and Dawa saw this and slowly put their clothes back on. The small incident was over. The morning was busy and full of activity. He fed the lambs, tidied up the Mongolian tent, and Langry, unable to sit still, helped Dawa split the firewood they brought back yesterday into smaller pieces. Ruanruan sat at the door, mending an old shirt with torn cuffs that Doji had worn out. The warm sunlight made everyone feel lazy. By the afternoon, the sun was slightly westward. Langry stood up, brushed off the wood chips from his clothes, and said, "Sister-in-law, let's go to the farm. Big brother said yesterday that he would buy sheep today, and we should meet him there." Ruanruan put down her sewing, nodded. Gongu and Dawa also tidied up. Gongu, who had trouble walking, wanted to stay and watch the house. Langry quickly put his arm around his shoulder. "Let's go together. We need to buy sheep and get back quickly. More hands the better. Just lock the door at home." The four of them locked the Mongolian tent and set off. The farm was to the east and they had to walk a bit. Along the way, they saw other herders' Mongolian tents scattered on the grassy slopes. Some people riding horses herded sheep slowly past. When they saw them, especially Ruanruan, who was protected by 3 tall men and wearing a bright red shirt, they couldn't help but glance a few more times. Some women milking sheep looked up, whispering to each other, their eyes fixed on Ruanruan. "Look, that's Doji's new wife. Really fair, not like the girls on our grassland. She looks like a fairy from a painting, but she's too thin. I heard she ran away from a famine." Doji and his brothers are very caring for her. Look how carefully they watch over her. The gossip drifted faintly over. Ruanruan felt a bit uncomfortable, lowered her head, and quickened her steps. Seeing this, Langry stepped forward, blocking her behind him, glanced over at the women, and they immediately fell silent and busily looked away. After walking for another half an hour, the view suddenly opened up. On a relatively flat grassland, there are about a dozen larger Mongolian yurts and several rows of low earthen houses. This is the commune's farm, more impressive than a typical herder's home. Many people have gathered on the open ground, some to buy or sell sheep, others to exchange goods. The area is noisy, filled with the smell of livestock and dust. Langry stretches his neck and looks around. Big brother and Zaxi should have finished digging the ditch. Where are they? Just then, he sees Doji and Zaxi come out from behind a row of earthen houses. Both are covered in dirt, with sweat on their faces, but they look energetic. "Big brother." "Second brother." Langry waves and calls out. Doji walks over, first glancing at Ruanruan. "Are you tired from walking?" She shakes her head. "No, I'm not tired." Zaxi asks Langry, How's the injury? It's fine. Getting better. Langry pats his chest, touches the wound, grimaces, then quickly holds back his pain. Once everyone is gathered, Doji leads them toward the livestock trading area. That place is busier, with cows and sheep bleating loudly, and the smell is stronger. The farm manager is a man in his 50s, surnamed Chen. Everyone calls him Director Chen. He recognizes Doji and nods when they arrive. Doji, you're here?
Take a look at the sheep.
This spring's lambs are pretty good. There are dozens of sheep in the pen, some big, some small. Doji squats by the fence, carefully inspecting the sheep, occasionally touching their backs and bellies. Langry and Zaxi also come over to look. Gongu and Dawa stand on either side of Ruanruan to prevent her from being pushed. Doji spots 2 medium-sized ewes with balanced frames and shiny coats, perfect for breeding. He bargains with Director Chen for a while, finally agreeing to buy the 2 sheep for 9 yuan plus 2 industrial coupons. Director Chen has someone lead the sheep out and tie them to a nearby wooden stake. Just as Doji is about to pay, suddenly there is a commotion nearby. Make way. Make way. This horse is no good. Don't block the way. A worried-looking man is leading a yellow-brown horse, struggling to push through the crowd toward the livestock area. The horse moves very slowly, staggering with ribs clearly visible. The most frightening part is a large, reddish, shiny lump about the size of a bowl on the side of its neck, looking quite creepy. People around quickly step back and point, whispering among themselves. Hey, is this horse really full of such a big sore? It might not survive. Maybe they brought it here to sell for meat at the farm. TSK so sad. It's so thin, hardly any meat left. The man leading the horse approached the farm's animal pen and spoke to an officer inside who was drinking tea. Comrade, this horse. Are you willing to take it? I can sell it cheaply. It's really not in good shape, and I don't know what else to do. The officer put down his teacup, came out and looked around the horse, especially at the large lump. He frowned. It's so sick, the meat probably isn't good anymore. At most. I can give you $8, kill it, remove the bones, and sell them for soup. The man looked conflicted. $8 was too little. This horse used to be a good one, and he had cared for it for many years. Ruanruan stood nearby, watching the dying horse. Suddenly, her system made a sound. Opportunity detected. Would you like to spend 20 points to scan the horse in front of you? Could this horse still have a chance? Ruanruan quickly closed her eyes and silently called on her system. System, I'm willing to spend 20 points. Scan this horse and see what's wrong. Scanning. Complete. Target. Adult mare. Status. Severe malnutrition, parasitic tumor on neck, can be surgically removed. Pregnant. Will give birth in 30 days. Evaluation. With treatment, it can recover health, and the foal has a high survival rate. Requires 20 emotional points to get detailed treatment plan. Confirm? Ruanruan was shocked. This horse can be saved. There's a foal inside. She opened her eyes and looked carefully at the horse. It turned out that the tumor was so large that the owner didn't notice it was pregnant. Since the horse was sick and its belly was small, it didn't show much pregnancy. Ruanruan guessed that the foal inside the mare was malnourished. But the system didn't show any problems with the foal, so this horse could be saved. All she needed to do was follow the system's instructions, use emotional points to exchange for advanced veterinary skills, and remove the tumor. That way, both the mare and her unborn foal could survive. Thinking of this, Ruanruan tugged Doji's sleeve. Doji was counting money and looked back at her. What's wrong? Ruanruan pointed at the sick horse and softly but clearly said, Doji, can we use the remaining money to buy that horse? Doji was surprised and looked at the thin, bony horse with terrible lumps. Langry also heard and came over saying, Sister-in-law, that horse looks like it can't go on. Why buy it? Zaxi didn't speak, but looked at Ruanruan with a questioning look. Ruanruan couldn't explain the system. She could only look into Doji's eyes and speak sincerely. I can cure it. Really? Her voice was soft, but a few people nearby heard her. The man leading the horse suddenly looked up at her, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The farm worker sneered. Young lady, you can't just say anything. That lump looks terrible. Even the farm's vet shook his head when he saw it. You think you can cure it? Maybe you're just talking nonsense. People around started to discuss. Is Doji's new wife a bit crazy? Such a young girl. How can she cure a horse? Just bragging. Spending money on a horse that's about to die, what a waste. Doji and his brothers are usually pretty smart. Don't listen to what the wife says. Farm manager Chen also came over and said to Doji, Doji, this horse really can't be saved. Your family isn't well off, better to buy sheep. Doji ignored the gossip around him. He looked down at Ruanruan. She looked up, her eyes clear and firm, with a stubbornness he had never seen before. She had just said, I can cure it, with such certainty. He remembered how she helped deliver the mother sheep and how she knew which herbs to use. This girl seemed to really have some special skill. Doji was silent for a few seconds, then looked at the man leading the horse and said, Can I buy your horse for 8 yuan? The man was stunned, almost unable to believe his ears. He quickly nodded. Yes. Yes. That's perfect. He was afraid Doji would change his mind, so he hurriedly handed the reins to him. The farm worker was anxious and said, Hey, Doji, think carefully. It's fine if we don't sell this horse, but if you buy it, you'll lose a lot. Langry, you guys should persuade your brother. How can he listen to a woman? Listening to the farm worker, the 4 brothers nearby didn't oppose. Langry and the others thought to themselves that Ruanruan was right. They had to listen. Only by listening to their wife could they get rich. Doji ignored the matter and directly took out 9 yuan and 2 industrial coupons from his pocket, handing them to Director Chen. Director Chen, this is the money. Director Chen took the money, shook his head, sighed, and didn't try to persuade him further. Everyone around was surprised. Did he really buy it? Is Doji blinded by his new wife? 8 yuan can buy a sheep, but he's buying this broken thing. Just wait and see. In a few days, when that horse dies, they'll be crying too late. Doji seemed not to hear those words. He took the reins, and the horse weakly shook its head. Doji patted its sunken face, and the horse's wet eyes looked at him before drooping tiredly. Let's go home, Doji said to his brothers. Langry scratched his head, but still stepped forward to help the older brother hold the horse. Zaxi walked over to Ruanruan and whispered, Can you really cure it? Ruanruan nodded firmly. Yes. I need some things, but they might not be at home. I have to find a way. Tell me what you need, Zaxi said. The 5 of them led the sick horse away from the farm, amid everyone's surprised looks. The walk back was slow. The horse was too weak, and it had to rest every few steps. While leading the horse, Langry couldn't help but glance at the large lump again, feeling nervous inside. Sister-in-law, can you really get rid of this? It looks pretty scary. Ruanruan suddenly felt her vision go dark, and she was immediately surrounded by the warm scent of a man. Doji carried the smell of sweat and grass, and Langry leaned in close, feeling the vibrant energy. Zaxi had a faint scent like sandalwood. Gongu was pressed against her arm, holding his breath nervously. Dawa stood behind her to the side, and she could feel his shadow cast over her. There were 5 faces, each handsome in their own way, all so close, waiting for her to speak. Her heart skipped a beat, and a silly thought suddenly popped into her mind. She looked at herself and thought she resembled the queens in old stories, surrounded by handsome guards or courtiers. Feeling embarrassed by this thought, she quickly shook off the distraction and lowered her voice. I bought this horse not just because it can cure something. Also because it's pregnant. What? Langry was the first to speak, raising his voice a little, then quickly covering his mouth, eyes wide. Pregnant? Zaxi slightly furrowed his brow and looked at the thin horse's belly. Are you sure? Absolutely, Ruanruan nodded. I can tell. Its lump is too big, scaring everyone away, so no one noticed its belly. Actually, it's been pregnant for a while now, probably about a month or 2 until it gives birth. Gongu opened his mouth in surprise and whispered, So, we paid 8 coins for 2 horses? Dawa's eyes lit up as he looked at Doji. Doji squatted down, carefully examining the horse's belly, then gently touched it. The horse stood quietly, just breathing a little heavily. He straightened up and looked at Ruanruan. Are you really sure? Yes, she met his gaze. If we cut the lump out and take good care of it, it'll be fine. Its body isn't badly damaged, it can survive. The foal inside is weak, but alive. Once born with proper care, it can live. Langry counted on his fingers. A half-grown foal. When it's ready to sell, at least 30 coins, right? We bought 2 horses for 8 coins. Sister-in-law, your eyes are too sharp. He was so excited he almost jumped, but Zaxi held a shoulder. Zaxi looked at Ruanruan with a different look in his eyes. Do you even understand this? Ruanruan felt a little shy under their gaze and lowered her head. I just watched some things at home before. This tumor looks scary, but actually, it's just a pus-filled bump under the skin. If we cut it out, clean out the dirty stuff inside, apply medicine, it can heal over time. Of course, when cutting it will be painful, and someone needs to help hold it steady. Doji was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. Let's go home. Think about what we need on the way and prepare everything when we get there. He looked at Ruanruan and added, if you can do it, then you can. We trust you. Langry chuckled and bumped Zaxi's shoulder. I told you, sister-in-law is lucky. Her eye for people and courage are much better than those women on the grassland who just gossip all day. Gongu also whispered in agreement. Sister-in-law is really impressive. Dawa didn't say anything. He just took the reins from Langry's hand and led the horse himself, walking more steadily. Ruanruan watched their 5 faces show clear happiness and trust. Her heart felt warm, but she also felt a little pressure. They talked as they slowly headed home. Although they were still near the farm, they had already moved away from the crowd. They didn't notice that not far away, on a grassy slope, several horses were galloping past, kicking up dust. Leading the pack was Annor. Today, she wore bright red riding clothes, her hair braided into many small plaits flying behind her. She was holding a whip and racing with some friends. She was the first to reach the top of the hill, pulled her horse to a stop, and turned around with a proud smile. But before her smile fully spread, it froze on her face. Not far below the slope, the Doji brothers were gathered in a circle, with a strikingly handsome woman in a bright pink shirt in the middle. The 5 tall, strong men had the little woman tightly surrounded, bowing their heads to listen to her speak. The woman was looking up, saying something, while Langry was grinning so widely you could see his teeth. Doji was watching her. Zaxi was too. Even Dawa, usually quiet, and the shy Gongu, all focused on her. Annor's whip clenched tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning white. Annor, what are you looking at? Her sisters called from behind, following her gaze. When they saw the scene, they also looked surprised. A round-faced girl pouted. Hey, isn't that the new wife Doji just married from another place? She's so precious, walking around with 5 big men around her. Another tall, thin girl snorted. Yeah, she's so delicate. I heard she came from fleeing hardship. She can't carry a load on her shoulders or lift things with her hands, and she just has a fair face. Doji go, and the others don't understand why she married such a burden to come home. Exactly, the round-faced girl agreed. Look at her buying that nearly dead sick horse. Isn't that foolish? 8 yuan, enough to buy a fat sheep. Doji go even lets her do whatever she wants. Maybe she was the one who persuaded him, the tall, thin girl whispered softly. This woman from outside the area has many tricks. She charms the men and spends all their money. Annor listened to her sister's gossip, and her anger grew hotter. She stared hard at the figure in the middle of the crowd below the slope, her teeth clenched with a creaking sound. She liked Doji, had liked him for many years. On the grassland, girls liked to pursue what they loved boldly. She made boots for Doji, gave him milk dumplings, and whenever her horse won a race, she always wanted to be the first to tell him. Doji was always polite to her, keeping a distance. She thought he was just cold by nature and hadn't realized his feelings. But now his eyes on that outsider woman. They showed care, focus, and even a gentle softness she had never seen before.
Why?
A girl who fled hardship, who could fall over at the slightest breeze. Why should she get such treatment from Doji Ga? And why did she immediately gain the attention of all 5 brothers? Annor fiercely whipped her horse on the rear, making it neigh in pain. Let's go. This is annoying. She turned her horse around and galloped in the opposite direction, leaving her sister's shouts behind. Her heart felt sour and bitter, but she also held onto a stubborn spirit that refused to give up. Ruanruan didn't know about the commotion on the slope. She was busy checking the system. Exchanging for permanent advanced veterinary skills required 20,000 emotional points. She didn't have that many points now. So, Ruanruan was thinking of ways to earn more emotional points from her 5 brothers. Just then, suddenly, a woman's crying voice came from ahead. Ruanruan? Is that you, Ruanruan? Ruanruan looked up and saw a woman in her 30s stumbling over. She wore patched gray cloth clothes. Her hair was yellow and dry, and tears streaked her face. It was her little aunt. Aunt? Ruanruan was stunned. Her aunt ran over and grabbed her hand tightly, looking her over from head to toe, tears streaming down her face. Ruanruan, it's really you. Are you okay? That's wonderful. I'm sorry, little aunt. She cried so much she couldn't speak. Ruanruan's nose felt sore, and her eyes turned red. During the 3 days she ran away to her little aunt's house, her aunt secretly saved some food for her. But her uncle thought she was a burden, and her aunt couldn't speak freely at home. In the end, they had to send her away. She understood her aunt's difficulties. Little aunt, don't cry.
I'm fine.
I'm doing well, Ruanruan said, holding her aunt's rough hand gently. Only then did her aunt notice that 5 tall men were standing nearby, each broad-shouldered and strong, all looking at her. Especially the one at the front, the tallest, with a serious face and sharp eyes that looked like knives. He seemed difficult to approach. Her aunt was so frightened she stepped back, pulling Ruanruan away a few steps. She lowered her voice, tears falling again. Ruanruan, you really married into this family? With these 5 men? You know about them? Ruanruan nodded quietly. Yes, I know. Little aunt, they are quite kind to me. Kind, her aunt exclaimed, hitting her thigh in worry. She glanced secretly at Doji and the others, lowering her voice even more. Look at their build, their appearance. Men from the grasslands, all like hungry wolves. You're so small and fragile. How can you handle 5 of them? How will you get through the night? Ruanruan's face instantly turned bright red, burning hot. Little aunt, what are you saying? I'm just telling the truth, her aunt said, both worried and anxious. You're a girl. You don't understand. When men get like that.
Sigh.
Listen to your aunt. If you don't want to, just act a little shy. Say you're not feeling well, be gentle. If they care about you, they won't force themselves. Never endure it alone, understand? Ruanruan's ears felt like they were about to smoke. She lowered her head, her voice like a mosquito hum. I understand. Little aunt, they really respect me. Don't worry. Seeing her face so red like a ripe fruit, her aunt sighed and wiped her tears. As long as you know, I don't have the ability to protect you. You must take good care of yourself at home. Her aunt kept talking and giving advice, then turned around and left, looking back several times. She heard that Ruanruan hadn't returned to her original place, so she asked around for a long time before finding this farm, and she still had to rush back to work. After seeing off her aunt, Ruanruan walked back to Doji and the others, her face still warm from embarrassment. Doji glanced at her, but didn't ask anything, simply saying, "Let's go." Langry came over with a smile, teasing, "Sister-in-law, your aunt? What did she say? You look so red." Ruanruan glared at him. "It's nothing." Zaxi led the horse and said calmly, "Let's go home." The way back seemed a bit shorter than the way there. The sunset painted the grassland in golden red, and their shadows stretched long. Doji led the horse at the front, with Ruanruan walking beside him. She quietly closed her eyes and called up the system interface in her mind. A light screen appeared and she searched directly for veterinary skills. Advanced veterinary skills. Permanent includes diagnosis, treatment, and surgery for common livestock diseases. Exchange requires 20,000 emotional points.
Ruanruan's heart sank.
20,000 points. When would she save up that much? She scrolled down. Targeted skill. Removal of parasite tumors, with detailed step-by-step diagrams and post-operative care. Exchange requires 1,000 emotional points. This one was okay, but she only had. She looked at the total, 285 points. Still over 700 points short. Ruanruan opened her eyes, looking at Doji's broad back ahead, then at Langry whispering with Zaxi beside her, and Gongu and Dawa carefully leading the horses behind. Over these days, she had gradually figured out some patterns. When her emotional points increased quickly, it was often when they were surprised, impressed, sympathetic, or happy with her. In other words, she needed to make them feel strong positive emotions toward her so she could gain emotional points. Ruanruan had an idea. She needed to interact more with them. When she got back tonight, she would cook them a meal. A warm, hearty meal. Today, she bought a sheep and also rescued a horse that might be saved. It was risky, but it was definitely something to be happy about. She would make something delicious, and maybe their emotions would be stirred, and she would get more emotional points. Thinking of this, her steps became lighter. By the time she returned to the yurt, it was already dark. Doji tied the 2 new female sheep in the pen, keeping them a little apart from the original 3 so they could get used to each other gradually. The sick horse was too weak, so Doji didn't let it into the pen. Instead, he tied it near the yurt, sheltered from the wind, and fed it some water and grass. Ruanruan washed her hands and wanted to help by the fire. Sister-in-law, sit and rest for a while, Gongu said as he was lighting the fire. When he saw her coming over, he quickly stood up and, limping, stepped in front of her. I'm not tired. I want to help you, Ruanruan said as she sidestepped him, reaching for a pot. Gongu got anxious and suddenly reached out, gently lifting her up. Ruanruan was startled. Gongu. Gongu's face turned red, but he held her steady in his arms. He gently set her down on a small stool covered with an old sheepskin near the fire, as if placing a fragile porcelain piece. Sister-in-law, don't move, he said, kneeling in front of her, looking up with a nervous yet serious expression. You've been walking all day. Rest now. We'll cook the meal. Your hands are soft and white, even softer than lamb's wool, and you shouldn't do rough work, he said haltingly but clearly. In Gongu's mind, Ruanruan was like a porcelain doll placed in the sky. He believed she shouldn't do chores like cooking. Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh and cry. I just wanted to help. No need to help. Gongu shook his head gently, his voice quiet but firm. Just sitting is helping. He was worried she might be cold, so he took an old sheepskin coat and draped it over her shoulders, carefully tucking the edges. After finishing, he turned back to the fire, his ears still slightly red. Ruanruan watched his back, feeling soft inside. This younger brother of hers usually didn't talk much and was a bit shy, but when he cared about someone, he was so straightforward that it warmed her heart. Suddenly, she remembered something about emotional value. Gongu, she called softly. Gongu was lowering his head to blow on the fire. Hearing her, he immediately looked up. Sister-in-law, what do you need? Nothing, Ruanruan smiled at him, her eyes curved. I just think you're really kind. Gongu froze. The firelight reflected on his delicate face, turning it bright red. Even his neck was flushed. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. His eyes shone with surprise, a bit confused but also full of happiness. Received emotional points. Gongu, shyness, joy, feeling appreciated, 50 points. Ruanruan's heart moved. Does praising him also work? She continued to encourage herself. Today, I brought the horse back, and you walked beside me the whole time, afraid I might fall. I noticed. Gongu fiddled with a blade of grass on the ground, lowering his head even more, and his voice was so soft it was like a mosquito. It's only right. And Ruanruan's voice became even softer. You're thoughtful. Yesterday, you worried I had a headache and pressed my head. Today, when my aunt came, you quietly stood behind me, probably afraid I'd be bullied, right? Gumbu suddenly looked up, his eyes wide open, surprised that she noticed. His heart swelled with emotion. The feeling of being seen, cared for, and gently treated made his nose feel a little sore. Received emotional points. Gumbu moved feeling understood and warm. 60 points. Just these 2 sentences earned him 110 points. Ruanruan felt more confident. It seemed that sincere praise and thanks were very helpful to them. At this moment, Langry carried over a fat rabbit, the leftover from the last time they caught one, and didn't eat. Seeing Ruanruan sitting there and Gumbu blushing by the fire, he chuckled. "Hey, fourth brother whispering sweet nothings to your wife? Your face is so red." Gumbu hurriedly stood up. "I didn't say anything." "Third brother, the rabbit is for me. I'll clean it." Langry handed him the rabbit and sat next to Ruanruan. "Wife, I'm happy today. We'll have roasted rabbit tonight to celebrate. I bought a sheep and I also got a promising horse." He initially wanted to say sick horse but changed his words at the last moment. Doji and Zaxi also came over. Dawa went to squeeze some sheep's milk and came back holding a bowl. Doji glanced at the fire and said to Langry, "Roast the fattest rabbit. Also, go cut some air-dried mutton and make some soup." "Got it." Langry jumped up to get the meat. Zaxi silently added some dry cow dung to the fire, making it burn even more fiercely. He looked at Ruanruan. "Cold." Ruanruan shook her head. "Not cold." Zaxi didn't say anything more. He sat on her other side and started using a small knife to carve thin wooden skewers for threading meat. Doji went to a corner, rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items, found a small clay jar, dusted off the ash, and placed it beside the fire. "Wine." Langry's eyes lit up. "Big brother, are you willing to share?" "Feeling happy today, so I'll have a drink," Doji said as he opened the clay seal on the jar. A faint aroma of fruit and wine drifted out. This was homemade wild fruit wine, not much, usually too precious to drink. Ruanruan watched them busy working. Gongu quickly cleaned the rabbit, Langry cut the meat, Zaxi peeled sticks, Dawa stirred the porridge in the pot, and Doji added firewood to the fire. No one asked her to help. She felt like she was placed in the middle, wearing a sheepskin coat, sitting by the fire, watching them. This feeling was strange, a little uncomfortable, but also sweet with a sense of being cherished. The rabbit was soon cleaned, skewered with a wooden stick, and roasted over the fire. Langry was in charge of turning it, very careful, occasionally brushing it with melted sheep fat and sprinkling some salt. The fat sizzled as it roasted, oil dripping into the fire with a crackling sound, filling the air with a tempting aroma. Dried mutton was also cooked in the pot, together with wild green onions, turning the broth milky white and bubbling. Doji took out several wooden bowls, arranged them, and poured a small half-bowl of amber-colored wine into each. The aroma of wine mixed with the smell of meat, filling the yurt.
Ruanruan's stomach unexpectedly growled.
Langry, with sharp ears, heard it and chuckled happily. "Sister-in-law is hungry? It'll be ready soon." The roasted rabbit was crispy outside and tender inside. Langry tore off the juiciest hind leg, blew on it, and handed it to Ruanruan. "Sister-in-law, try this. Be careful, it's hot." Ruanruan took it and took a small bite. The meat was firm, with a salty flavor blending fruitwood and salt. The outside was crispy, but the inside was still juicy and tender. "Delicious," she said sincerely. Langry smiled so broadly that his eyes crinkled, happier than if he had eaten himself. Doji served everyone a bowl of mutton soup, with plenty of meat inside. He scooped the fullest bowl for Ruanruan. Zaxi tore the roasted rabbit meat into small pieces and placed them on a clean sheepskin. Everyone sat around the fire, reaching out to grab some. Gongu also brought over the milk porridge and placed it beside Ruanruan. Dawa was munching on the rabbit leg, but his eyes kept flicking towards Ruanruan, watching if she was enjoying her food. "Here," Doji raised his wine bowl. "Today we added a new animal to the herd, which is a good thing. Have a sip." The brothers all raised their bowls. The most enjoyable moment was at sunset. He tilted his head back and took a big sip, smacking his lips happily. "That was great." Zaxi drank slowly, sipping small amounts. Gongu wasn't very good at drinking. He licked a little, and his face scrunched up. Dawa watched Doji, and took a sip too. He choked and coughed twice, his face turning red. Ruanruan also picked up her bowl of wine. The liquid swayed in the bowl, reflecting the firelight. She had never drunk alcohol at home, and certainly not on the escape journey. She looked at Doji, who was watching her with deep eyes in the firelight. Gathering her courage, she leaned over and took a small sip. It was sweet and sour, with a fruity flavor. It wasn't very spicy, and was easy to drink. After swallowing, she felt warmth in her throat and her stomach. "Is it good?" Langry asked. Ruanruan nodded. "Yes, it's sweet." Langry chuckled. "I'm glad you like it. This wine is low in alcohol, like sweet water. Drink more if you want." Doji glanced at him, but said nothing. He added a little more to Ruanruan's bowl. After a few bowls of hot soup and a few sips of wine, everyone felt warmer, and the mood became lively. Langry talked the most, sharing stories from the farm today. Ruanruan sipped her wine quietly, listening to their chatter. As the alcohol took effect, her face felt warm, and she felt a bit dizzy, but very comfortable. The anxiety she had from feeling emotionally unbalanced seemed to fade in this warm, happy atmosphere. The bonfire burned brightly, casting a rosy glow on everyone's face. After eating his fill and tossing the bones aside, Langry wiped his mouth and suddenly stood up, clapping his hands. "Just eating isn't fun. Big brother, dance." Doji raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Dance what?" "Just for fun," Langry said without hesitation, pulling Doji up. "Come on, let's do the traditional dance we have on the grasslands during festivals." Zaxi didn't move, still leisurely eating meat, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gongu felt a little shy and shrank closer to Ruanruan. Dawa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Langry took the first step, stomping his feet rhythmically with a dada sound, swinging his arms widely, showing the boldness and strength typical of a grassland man. He danced while humming a tune that was out of tune. His voice was rough, but full of happiness. Doji was pulled along by him, with no choice but to join in. His movements were steadier than Langry's, with firm steps. His arms swung with strength, like a wolf ready to pounce, wild yet disciplined. The fire cast their shadows on the yurt wall, large and flickering as they moved.
Ruanruan watched intently.
She had never seen such a dance, simple, rough, but full of life and joy. Emotion points received. Langry, excitement, happiness from showing off. 40 points, emotion points received. Doji, relaxed, slightly tipsy, happiness. 35 points. Langry danced for a while, sweat appearing on his forehead. He stopped, took a deep breath, then suddenly looked at Ruanruan. Sister-in-law. His eyes lit up. He stepped over quickly and grabbed her wrist. "Just dancing alone isn't enough.
Come.
I'll teach you." Ruanruan was dazed, about to watch when she was suddenly pulled up, startling her. I don't know how. You only need to learn," Langry said without hesitation, pulling her to the open space by the fire. "It's very simple. Just follow the steps, wave your hands." Ruanruan stumbled as he led her. Doji reached out to support her other arm. "Take it slow," Doji said, his voice deeper than usual because he had been drinking. Ruanruan stood still, her face burning hot. She wasn't sure if it was from the alcohol or shyness. Langry had already started teaching, like this: left foot da, right foot da, yes, follow me. He held her wrist and guided her movements. His palm was rough, warm, with firm pressure but steady. Ruanruan's mind was dizzy, her legs weak, and she struggled to keep up with his rhythm. Her steps were messy, and her arms didn't know where to move. Langry didn't mind. He laughed happily and patiently guided her again and again. Doji let go and watched from the side. The firelight flickered, illuminating the two in the middle.
Ruanruan wore a pinkish red shirt.
Because of her movements, the hem fluttered slightly. She was serious about learning, her face flushed, her eyes moist from alcohol and concentration, lips slightly parted as she gasped. Her figure swayed in the firelight, slim, soft, like a tender grass swaying in the wind. Doji's throat moved as he took another sip from his wine cup. Zaxi didn't know when he put down the meat in his hand, his gaze fixed on Ruanruan. Ruanruan looked very adorable. She had never learned to dance before, but she practiced very seriously. She was clumsy but tried hard to follow Langry's steps. When she stepped on the wrong foot, she would feel embarrassed and smile first. Zaxi's lips unconsciously twitched at this. Most importantly, Ruanruan's temples were wet with sweat, her short hair sticking to her cheeks. Under the firelight, she looked especially charming. Her lips were rosy and inviting, making her look very kissable. After this thought crossed his mind, Zaxi's finger, which was holding the prayer beads, paused on a bead and didn't move for a long time. Emotion points received. Zaxi, focus attraction. 50 points. Gongu sat still, looking up. His sister-in-law dancing was really beautiful. Although her movements were not perfect, her lively and earnest effort was more beautiful than any girl dancing on the grassland. The firelight cast a golden glow around her, soft and warm. He was so captivated that he didn't even notice his milk porridge had cooled. Emotion points received. Gongu, infatuation pure joy. 55 points. Dawa had already stood up, leaning against the wall of the yurt, watching. He was the youngest, still a bit naive about emotions, but right now his heart was full. His sister-in-law was smiling and dancing. His older brother and other brothers were watching her. The warm firelight, the smell of meat, and wine mixed together. This was family. A family with his sister-in-law. A faint smile appeared on his face, rare and youthful. Emotion points received. Dawa, peace of mind satisfaction. 45 points. Ruanruan danced for a while, exhausted and panting. She was feeling more tipsy, and her vision was a little blurry. I can't do it anymore. I can't dance, she said, waving her hand to stop. Langry, however, got excited. Don't stop, sister-in-law. You just got the hang of it. Come on, I'll spin you around. He said this, and with his arm around her, Ruanruan involuntarily spun around. The world spun wildly, and she screamed. Her legs felt weak, and she fell backward. But she didn't hit the ground. Doji had already stood behind her, studying her. Ruanruan's back hit his chest, solid and warm. She dazedly looked up and saw Doji's chin and his deep black eyes that were hanging down. Enough noise, Doji said, his voice just above her head. Langry chuckled and broke into a sweat, no longer making trouble. Ruanruan stood up from Doji's embrace, her legs still weak and her mind even more dizzy. She staggered back to the sheepskin cushion, sat down heavily, hugged her knees, and stared at the fire with a silly smile. She was happy, really happy. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. Since her hometown was struck by disaster, she had been fleeing, worried, hungry, and cold. Now that she was here, she had a place to stay, but her heart was still tense, afraid she was useless, afraid she was a burden, afraid of this strange environment and unfamiliar people. But tonight, by the firelight, smelling the meat and wine, watching them dance and hearing their laughter, that tension seemed to loosen. They truly treated her like family, and she truly considered this place her home. She closed her eyes and summoned the system interface. Her emotional value was jumping wildly and rising. During the dance just now, the alert sounds kept ringing almost non-stop. She looked at the total. 1,420 points. 1,420. That was enough. Enough to exchange for that targeted surgical skill. Ruanruan's heart was pounding, and her drunkenness was fading a little. She forced herself to resist the urge to exchange immediately and open her eyes. By the fire, the men had finished dancing and sat down to continue drinking and eating meat. Langry leaned over to her. Sister-in-law, there's still wine. Want some more? Ruanruan shook her head. She knew she couldn't drink anymore. If she did, she would really get drunk. Doji took her bowl and drank it himself. As night deepened, the fire gradually dimmed. 2 rabbits were eaten down to bones, a pot of soup was nearly finished, and most of the wine was gone. Ruanruan's drunkenness fully hit her, her eyelids heavy and unable to lift. She hugged her knees, her head slowly tilting, finally resting on Gongu's shoulder, falling asleep. Gongu stiffened, afraid to move. Doji looked over, got up, and walked over, gently bending down to pick up Ruanruan. She hummed softly but didn't wake, her head resting in his neck, breathing evenly, with a hint of sweet wine scent. Doji carried her to the bed, laid her down, took off her shoes, and pulled the blanket over her. After finishing, he stood by the bed and looked at her for a while. The young girl was sleeping deeply, her cheeks rosy, long eyelashes covering her eyes, and her lips slightly parted. Doji reached out and brushed a strand of sweat-damp hair behind her ear. His fingers touched her soft, delicate skin. He withdrew his hand and turned back to the campfire. Langry, Zaxi, Gongu, and Dawa all quieted down. The fire crackled, and the last bit of light reflected on the faces of the 5 men.
"Sleep now," Doji said.
They quickly tidied up and lay down one by one. The bed was still crowded. Ruanruan slept in the innermost spot, with Doji beside her, then Langry, Zaxi, Gongu, and Dawa. Ruanruan slept very soundly. The alcohol made her relaxed and tired. She turned over, facing Doji, and unconsciously draped her arm over him, resting on his waist. Doji tensed slightly, but didn't move. After a while, he slowly relaxed, turned to face her, and gently wrapped his arm around her, pulling her closer. In her sleep, Ruanruan seemed to feel the warmth and moved into his embrace, her face pressed against his chest, breathing softly on his skin. Doji closed his eyes, feeling the warmth and weight in his arms. It was a small, light presence, but it seemed to fill a long empty space inside him. Langry lay on his other side, not yet asleep. He listened to his older brother's steady breathing and his sister-in-law's faint snoring, feeling a bit restless. He also wanted to sleep close to his sister-in-law, like his brother. But he dared not move. His older brother was right beside him. Zaxi lay flat, staring at the darkness above the Mongolian tent. He could still smell the faint scent of his sister-in-law, mixed with alcohol and sweat. He played with his prayer beads slowly, one by one. Gongu curled up, facing towards Ruanruan. Though he couldn't see her, he could hear her gentle breathing. Just now, she had fallen asleep leaning on his shoulder. Though it was only for a moment, that soft touch still seemed to linger on his shoulder. He carefully and quietly reached out, his fingertips touching a strand of her hair hanging over the bed's edge, thin and soft. He recoiled as if burned, his heart pounding, but he couldn't help but smile foolishly. Dawa lay on the outermost side, with his back to everyone. He was young and usually slept quickly, but tonight was a little different. Inside her mind, she still saw her sister-in-law dancing, her figure flickering in the firelight, and her eyes curved in a smile. He turned over, facing inward, looking at the outlines in the dark. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, and little sister-in-law. He looked at them for a long time before closing his eyes. It was very late at night. Inside the yurt, only the steady sound of breathing and the occasional crackle of the dying fire remained. Ruanruan moved in her sleep, probably feeling hot, and kicked off her blanket a little. Doji was not fully asleep yet. He noticed the movement, opened his eyes, and in the faint light, saw her arm exposed outside the blanket. He gently pulled the blanket up and covered her again. Ruanruan hummed softly and stopped moving. Doji looked at her peaceful sleeping face, watched her for a while, then closed his eyes again. This time, he fell asleep quickly. Holding such a gentle little person in his arms was like holding a warm stove, making his dreams peaceful. When Ruanruan woke up, her head felt like it was stuffed with wool, heavy, dull, and sore. She squinted her eyes and took a long time to get used to the dim light inside the yurt. The sun was already high. Through the gap in the curtain, she saw dust dancing in the sunlight. The space beside her was empty. The sheepskin mattress still had imprint marks, and the 5 men had already gotten up. She propped herself up, and the blanket slipped to her waist. She was still wearing the same pinkish-red shirt from last night, wrinkled, with some dust on the cuffs. On the small stool by the bed, there was a wooden bowl with barley porridge, already cold, with a thin skin on top. Next to it, there was a toasted cake covered with cloth. Ruanruan rubbed her temples, her throat dry and tight. Last night, she drank wine and danced. Fragments of memories pieced together. Langry spinning her around, Doji catching her. Then everything became unclear. She pulled back the blanket and got out of bed, her feet feeling a bit unsteady. She went to the water bucket, scooped half a ladle of cool water, and drank it down with a gulp, feeling better. She pushed aside the curtain and stepped outside, the sunlight blinding. She raised her hand to block the glare and saw her brothers busy outside the yurt. Doji was brushing the wool of the 2 new female sheep near the sheep pen, moving gently, and the sheep stood quietly. Langry sat by the campfire, carving a stick with a small knife, humming a simple song. Zaxi sat on a nearby grassy slope, with an old sheepskin spread on her lap, sewing something with a needle and thread. Dawa turned his back and was gathering sheep dung. Gongu was the first to notice her. He was limping from the side of the Mongolian tent, carrying a bundle of freshly dug wild vegetables, still muddy and tender. When he saw Ruanruan standing at the door, his eyes lit up. He quickly set the vegetables on the ground and ran over. "Is your sister awake?" Gongu asked softly, worried about startling her. "Does your head still hurt?" Ruanruan nodded, then shook her head. "I feel a bit dizzy." "Wait a moment." Gongu turned and went into the tent, soon coming out with a rough ceramic bowl. Inside was amber-colored water, steaming gently. "Honey water," Gongu said, handing her the bowl, blushing a little. "I kept it warm by the stove this morning. Drink some to help with the hangover." Ruanruan took the bowl, feeling the warm ceramic against her palm. She sipped slowly. The water was sweet and smooth, sliding down her throat, making her stomach feel better. "Thank you, Gongu," she said after finishing, handing the bowl back. Gongu took the bowl, his finger brushing her fingertips, then quickly pulling away, his ears turning red. "It's nothing. Sister-in-law, sit for a bit. I'll go heat up the food." He turned to leave, but Ruanruan called out, "Have they all eaten?" "Yeah," Gongu nodded. "Big brother said for you to sleep a little longer, so he didn't wake you." Her heart warmed at his words. She walked to the fire and sat beside Langry. Langry looked up and grinned. "Sister-in-law is awake. Did you sleep well last night?" Ruanruan's face warmed. "It was okay. Just a bit of a headache." "This is normal when you first drink." Langry put the carved stick aside and brushed off some wood shavings. "Next time, drink less. But sister-in-law, your dancing was pretty funny, like a little rabbit hopping around." Ruanruan was amused by his teasing, and her headache seemed to ease a little. Dawa finished stacking firewood and came over to sit across from her. He didn't speak, just looked at her for a moment, then suddenly reached out his hand. Ruanruan was surprised. Dawa's hand was large, with thick fingers and calloused palms. He paused for a moment near her temple, seeming hesitant, then gently pressed his hand down. "Brother Sen said, this spot should feel more comfortable." Dawa's voice was muffled, and he looked at the ground. His fingers pressed with moderate strength, the pads slightly rough, but his pressure on the acupoint was accurate. Ruanruan was initially stiff, but gradually relaxed and closed her eyes. It indeed felt much better. The tangled wool in her mind seemed to be untangling little by little, and the throbbing pain gradually faded. Suddenly, she remembered something and opened her eyes wide. That's right, her emotional level had reached enough last night, so she immediately used her skill to perform the tumor removal surgery. Now, the skill was in her mind, as clear as if she had done it hundreds of times. How to disinfect, how to cut, how to stop bleeding, how to sew, and how to care after surgery. Every step was perfectly clear. But having the skill alone wasn't enough. She needed tools and medicinal herbs. Dawa felt her body tense and stopped his hand. "Does it hurt?" "No." Ruanruan shook her head and looked at him.
Dawa on the Grassland.
"Are there veterinarians?" Dawa thought for a moment.
"Yes."
"Old Beer lives on the west side of the Grassland. about 7 or 8 miles from here. Does he have surgical tools? Knives, needles, thread, and disinfectants, Dawa nodded.
Probably.
He's an experienced veterinarian, can deliver animals and treat illnesses. But he paused. He's a bit grumpy and doesn't like to talk much. It's okay, Ruanruan stood up. I'll go ask to borrow them. What about Doji? Doji I had already come over, holding a sheep comb. You want to borrow tools? Yes, Ruanruan looked up at him. To perform surgery on that horse and remove the tumor. I need a special knife, needles, thread, and some medicine for inflammation and stopping bleeding. We don't have them at home, so I need to borrow. Doji I didn't ask more and handed the comb to Langry. I'll go with you. Langry immediately jumped up. I'll go too. Stay at home. Doji glanced at him. Your wound isn't fully healed yet. Don't run around. Tashi, watch the house. Gongu and Dawa, feed the sheep and gather wild vegetables. Tashi nodded and continued sewing the sheepskin in his hands. Langry pouted, but didn't argue further. Ruanruan and Doji left the house. They headed west, and the grassland gradually widened. Along the way, they met a few herders tending sheep. Seeing Doji with Ruanruan, they looked at them a little longer. Someone greeted Doji, saying, Doji, is this your new wife? She looks so lively. Doji nodded without saying much, but inside, he was smiling happily. Ruanruan followed beside Doji, feeling the curious looks on her. She kept her head down, staring at the grass under her feet. After walking for about half an hour, they saw a lonely Mongolian yurt, larger than Doji's home. Its top was decorated with a faded red cloth that fluttered in the wind. Outside the yurt, there were a few horses tied up and 2 cows. Next to it, a simple shelter was built, with jars and bottles stacked underneath. The air smelled of herbs mixed with animal scents. An old man with white hair was squatting near the shelter, busy with something in his hands. When he heard footsteps, he looked up. The old man was about 60, with a dark, thin face and deep wrinkles, but his eyes were bright and observant. He wore a shiny, old leather jacket with worn-out cuffs. Uncle Beer, Doji said. Beer squinted at Doji and then looked at Ruanruan. He didn't reply but kept working on his herbs. Doji didn't mind and stepped forward. I want to borrow some things from you. Borrow what? Beer asked without looking up. A surgical knife, needles, and some medicine for inflammation and stopping bleeding. Beer paused his work and looked up at him. Are your animals sick? No. Doji pointed at Ruanruan. My wife is going to perform surgery on a horse. Beer finally looked at Ruanruan carefully, studying her with suspicion. Her? Surgery on a horse? What kind of surgery? Ruanruan took a step forward calmly. Removing a parasitic tumor from its neck. You might have heard about the big lump on the side of the horse's neck. Beer was momentarily stunned, then sneered. That sick horse? The one with the huge tumor under its neck? The one sold at the farm yesterday for 8 yuan. Yes, Ruanruan nodded. Beer put down his pestle, stood up, and brushed off the dirt from his hands. Girl, do you know how big that tumor is? Do you know what's inside? That horse is so thin it's just skin and bones. If you cut that tumor, blood will flow, and it will die immediately. You bought a nearly dead horse for 8 yuan. If you're losing money, that's fine. But don't keep messing around. Some herdsmen who had been nearby had gathered around without anyone noticing. They came to Beer for medicine or to see the animals. When they heard this, they all gathered around to watch. Is Doji's new wife going to treat the horse? That outsider? Can she do it? She looks so delicate. Low voices of discussion arose. Ruanruan ignored them and looked at Beer. I know there are risks. But if we don't operate, the tumor will definitely kill the horse. If we operate, there's a chance to save it. The horse is pregnant and will give birth in a few months. After she said this, the area fell silent. Beer's eyes moved slightly. Pregnant? Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. Beer looked at her for a long time, then shook his head. Even if she's pregnant, we can't save her. The horse is too weak and can't survive the surgery. Young lady, veterinary work isn't a game. Having courage isn't enough. You need real skill. Ruanruan sensed his distrust, but didn't get angry. She simply said, If you lend me the tools and medicines, I'll try. If I succeed, the horse will live. If not, I'll accept it. A middle-aged man nearby interrupted. Uncle Bear, just lend her the stuff. The horse is already dying, so let this young girl practice. It'll also help us see her skills. His words were teasing, and a few people around chuckled. Bear frowned. The tools are my livelihood. I can't lend them out freely. Plus, the medicines cost money. Ruanruan thought for a moment. All right, if you lend me the tools and medicines, I'll owe you. If I save the horse, you pay for the medicines. Consider it supporting a young person learning the craft. If the horse dies, I'll return the tools as they are, and I'll pay for the medicines. Before he could speak, someone else cheered. Bear, bet on her. You don't believe she can do it anyway. If you win, it's just a joke. If you lose, you only pay a little for the medicines. Yeah, let's see how capable this outsider girl really is. Bear felt a bit embarrassed by the teasing. He looked at Ruanruan. The girl stood straight, her eyes clear but firm, not like she was just talking big. But he had been a veterinarian for decades and knew the horse's condition well. There was no way to save it. Fine, Bear gritted his teeth. I'll bet with you. I'll lend you the tools, and I'll pay for the medicines. But the surgery must be done here in my presence. If you mess up, I'll stop you immediately. Don't waste the medicines. Ruanruan shook her head. The horse is too weak to move. The surgery must be done at my place. That's not acceptable. Bayer immediately objected. The tools are mine. What if they get damaged? I promise to return them as they are, Ruanruan said. If you're worried, you can come and watch. As soon as she said that, the onlookers around got more excited. Bayer, go. Let's go see too. From the Doji family, can you really do the surgery? Don't chicken out and start crying. Exactly, anyone can boast, but actually cutting is a different story. Before Bayer could speak, someone nearby cheered him on. Bayer, bet with her. You don't believe she can do it. If you win, it's just a joke. If you lose, you just pay for the medicine. Yeah, let's see how capable this outsider wife really is. Bayer felt a bit embarrassed. He looked at Ruanruan. The girl stood straight, her eyes clear and firm, not like she was just talking big. But he had been a doctor for many years and knew the horse's condition well. There was no way to save it. Fine, Bayer gritted his teeth. I'll bet with you. I'll lend you the tools, and I'll pay for the medicine. But first, the surgery must be done here in my presence. I'll watch over it. If you mess up, I'll stop it immediately. Don't waste my medicine. Ruanruan shook her head. Ma Tai is too weak to move. The surgery must be done at my place. No, that's not acceptable. Bayer immediately objected. The tools are mine. What if they get damaged? I promise to return them exactly as they are, Ruanruan said. If you're worried, you can come and watch. Nowadays, supplies are scarce, especially on the grasslands. Tools are Bayer's lifeline, and he values them more than anything. As soon as she said that, the crowd around got even more excited. Initially, there were only a few people, but now several more came over, all from nearby yurts, drawn by the commotion. Bayer, go. Let's go see too. From the Doji family, can you really do the surgery? Don't chicken out and start crying. Exactly, anyone can boast, but actually cutting is a different story. The blood will be everywhere, and it'll scare you to death. The lively voices buzzed with obvious excitement for the spectacle. Some even started calling others from farther away. Hey, did you hear? The new wife from the Doji family is going to operate on that sick horse. Are you coming to watch? Dogi's eyebrows furrowed tighter, and his face grew serious. He took Ruanruan a step back behind him, looked around at the crowd making noise, and said in a firm voice, What are you looking at? Stay back. The crowd quieted for a moment. Dogi is known nearby for being strong and tough. He doesn't talk much, but he's not someone to mess with when angry. But now, with so many people around, and in Beer's place, some people were feeling bolder, thinking they could get away with more. A tall, thin man with slanted eyes sneered, Dogi, protecting your wife like that? She said she needs to treat a horse and borrow things. Why can't people look? Are you afraid your wife will make a fool of herself? Exactly, another person chimed in. On our grassland, if you say you'll do something, you do it. If your wife isn't capable, better not brag. Go home and take care of the kids. Ha ha ha. Where did their kid come from? She just got married a few days ago. Laughter grew louder, even bigger than before. Doji clenched his fists, veins bulging on his hands. He took a step forward, his eyes sharp as knives, sweeping over those people. Try saying that again. The atmosphere suddenly tensed. Ruanruan suddenly reached out and grabbed Doji's arm. Doji felt her grip and looked down at her. She shook her head at him, then stepped out from behind him and stood in front. She was small, and standing among the tall grassland men made her look even more fragile, but she kept her back straight. She looked at the tall, thin man, and then at the others. Her voice was quiet but clear. I'm not bragging. I can treat horses. I can do surgery. If you want to see, you can. She paused, scanning the faces watching her. Later, I will go do the surgery. If you want to watch, come along. See clearly, understand fully. When she said that, the crowd was surprised. They thought the girl would hide, cry, or be pulled away by Doji for protection. But she dared to stand out and speak so confidently. Beer also looked at Ruanruan with a different look in his eyes. All right, the tall, thin man was the first to react, patting his thigh. Brave. Then we all go see. Beer, hurry and get the stuff. Yes, go. Everyone, let's go. I've never seen someone cut into a horse before. I'm going to call my family member. She also loves to watch the fun. The noise of excitement started again, this time more lively. This event quickly became a new entertainment on the Grassland, more interesting than wrestling at the Natum festival. Beer snorted and turned back into the yurt. After a while, he came out carrying an old wooden box, scratched and polished at the edges. He placed the box on the ground and opened it. Inside, there were neatly arranged knives of different shapes, shining with cold light, several rolls of sheep intestine thread, a few small porcelain bottles with faded red paper labels and writing on them, along with needles, pliers, and scissors, all wrapped in soft cloth. All the tools are here, Beer said, picking up the thinnest, sharpest knife, testing the blade with his finger. This is my old friend, with me for 20 years. You can use it, but be careful. Ruanruan nodded, carefully taking the knife and looking at the other tools. She remembered each item mentioned in the system skills. They were all here, old but well-maintained. Where are the medicines? She asked. Beer took out several paper packages from the shed, opening them one by one, some for stopping bleeding, some for reducing inflammation, and some for pain relief. The quantities were small, so she should use them sparingly. Ruanruan examined and smelled them carefully, confirming they were fine. She looked up. Thank you, Uncle Beer. This is enough. Humph. Beer repacked the items, including the box, and handed it to her. Let's go. I'll follow. Doji took the box, which was heavy. He glanced at Ruanruan, who nodded at him. The two turned around and headed back. Behind them, a large crowd followed. At first, only Beer and the 7 or 8 people from earlier were walking, but along the way, they met other herders who heard about it and curiously joined in. By the time they were about a mile from Doji's yurt, there were already 20 or 30 people behind, both men and women, with some children running ahead and behind, making it lively like a market. News spread across the grassland like the wind. Did you hear? Doji's new wife is going to operate on that long tumor horse. Really? Can she do it? Everyone borrowed tools from Beer. They're heading back now, and a long line of spectators is following. Let's go see. More yurts opened their curtains, and more people joined the crowd. Annor was at home helping her mother mash milk curds when she heard the sound of horseshoes outside and someone calling her name. She ran out to see her sisters from the same tribe. They were riding horses, their faces flushed with excitement.
Annor.
Hurry. Come see the fun. Dorgi's wife from out of town is going to perform a horse surgery in front of everyone. If you're late, there won't be a good spot to watch. Annor was surprised at first, then she smirked. Her? Doing surgery? Don't mess up the horse and make a big mess. Who cares? It's going to be interesting. Uncle Beer is already there. Many others have gone too. Are you coming? Annor wiped her hands on her apron, then looked around thoughtfully. Of course I'm coming. I want to see what tricks she's going to try. She took off her apron and handed it to her mother, then ran to the stable to lead out her red-brown horse. She quickly mounted and kicked the horse's belly, then headed toward Dorgi's house. Her friends giggled and followed happily. When Dorgi and Ruanruan reached their yurt, Langry was squatting at the door, carving wood. Zaxi was sewing an arrow pouch, Gongu was feeding the lambs, and Dawa was checking the sheep pen. They all looked up when they heard the noise. Then they froze in surprise. Dorgi and Ruanruan had returned, but behind them, what was that? A dark mass of people, riding horses and walking, with families and children, chattering loudly, heading toward their yurt. Dust flew everywhere, and the noise was deafening. Langry dropped the wood in his hand and stood up, placing his hand on his forehead to look into the distance. Big brother, what's going on? Weren't you just borrowing something? Why are so many people coming back? Zaxi put down her sewing needle and frowned slightly. Gongu, holding a small lamb, nervously moved closer to Zaxi. Dawa grabbed a stick leaning against the sheep pen. Dorgi looked upset. He put the wooden box on the ground and told his brothers briefly, "She's going to do surgery on the horse, and these people insist on watching." Langry immediately got angry. Watching what? What's so interesting? My sister-in-law is doing surgery, and it's none of their business. He took a few big steps forward into the crowd, crossing his arms and raising his voice. Hey, you all. Stop right there. This is our home. Who told you to come? Get out of here. The crowd paused but did not disperse. The tall, thin man squeezed out of the crowd, smiling cheerfully. Langry, don't be so angry. Your sister-in-law said anyone who wants to watch can come. We're just here to observe and learn. Right, everyone? Yes. It's more interesting to see some real action. Come on, Doji's family, start quickly. Don't delay. Exactly. We've come a long way, so don't let us go back empty-handed. The crowd cheered again. Zaxi walked over to Langry, speaking calmly but with a cold tone. My sister-in-law is young and shy. With so many people around, she'll be nervous and might not do the surgery well. Let's all disperse. Gongu also protected his sister-in-law, loudly saying, Everyone, please don't crowd here and scare the horse. Dawa didn't speak. He held a wooden stick and stood at the entrance of the yurt like a guardian. At this moment, Annor arrived on horseback. She pulled up her horse and looked down at the Doji family members gathered in the middle, especially at Ruanruan, who was instinctively protected by Doji. A sour feeling rose in her heart. She deliberately raised her voice, her clear voice piercing through the noise. Wow, such a big crowd. Ruanruan, aren't you supposed to treat the horse? You brought all your tools, so why haven't you started? Are you afraid? If you're scared, just say so. Go back to the yurt and be a little lamb. Don't pretend here. You're embarrassing Doji's family. Her words were sharp and harsh. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then buzzed with whispers. Annor is right. Can she really do it? Is she bluffing? I'm skeptical. Look at her, so small. Can she handle a knife? Langry's eyes turned red with anger. He pointed at Annor. Annor, shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, Langry, Ruanruan's voice interrupted him softly, but clearly. Everyone looked at her. She stepped out from behind Doji, shook her head at Langry, then looked at Zaxi, Gongu, Dawa, and finally fixed her gaze on Doji's furrowed brows. She knew they were angry and worried. They came to watch her, worried she might be overwhelmed. If she failed, they might mock her. Her heart felt warm and a little sour. She walked up to Langry, looked up at his angry, reddened face, and gently patted his strong arm. Langry, don't be angry, she said softly but firmly. And Tashi, Gongu, Dawa, Dorj. Trust me, okay? Langry looked down at her, his lips moving but no words coming out. Ruanruan then looked at Dawa. Dawa was also watching her, with a complicated look, worry, helplessness, and a deep trust. Let them see, Ruanruan said. I'm not afraid. Ma, I can heal him. Langry took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, like a wolf that was groomed, but still not satisfied. He glared fiercely at the crowd around him, especially at Annor on horseback, then turned back to Ruanruan and said, "Sister-in-law, don't feel pressured. If that horse dies, so be it. We'll cook horse meat tonight. If anyone dares to say anything bad about you," he clenched his fists loudly, "I'll take my brothers and wrestle them one by one until they can't get up and can't speak." Gongu nodded strongly.
Yes.
With us here, they won't dare to talk nonsense. Dawa didn't speak. He just placed his stick on the ground, a clear sign of his stance. Tashi twirled his prayer beads and said to Ruanruan, "Tell us what you need us to do." Finally, Doji spoke in a deep voice, "Just your part. We're here for you." Ruanruan's eyes warmed up briefly. She quickly looked down, blinked hard to push back the wetness, and then lifted her head, her face now calm again. She turned around to face the dark crowd and the many eyes watching her. "The operation needs preparation." She raised her voice slightly, clearly spreading across the grass. "The horse needs quiet and a clean place. Step back. All of you, 30 steps away. If anyone pushes forward and scares the horse, the operation can't happen. You'll be responsible for the consequences." Her tone was calm but firm, with an undeniable authority. The crowd looked at each other. Some started to step back. The tall, thin man wanted to say something, but Dawa shot him a cold look and swallowed his words, stepping back awkwardly. Beer had been standing at the front of the crowd silently, just watching. Now he waved his hand. "Everyone step back. Don't get in the way. If you really want to watch, stay quietly." The crowd slowly moved back, forming a large semicircle about 30 steps away, and they stretched their necks to watch. Annor also got off her horse and stood with her sisters in front, arms crossed, with a look of amusement on her face. Ruanruan no longer looked at them. She walked over to the tied-up sick horse. The horse was very weak and struggled to stand. When it saw so many people, it nervously pawed the ground, and the large lump on its neck trembled slightly with its movements. Doji, Langry, Zaxi, Dawa, Ruanruan began giving orders. "We need to lay the horse down and secure it so it won't move. Spread a clean old mat on the ground. Gongu, go boil a big pot of water, make sure it's boiling, and find some of the cleanest old cloth, boil, and dry them for use." The 5 brothers immediately started working. The brothers moved quickly, finishing the preparations for the operation in just a few moments. Ruanruan approached the sick horse, gently touching its sunken cheek. The horse turned its head, its wet eyes looking at her. It had no spirit, just tiredly exhaling. She felt a little nervous, her palms sweaty. The skills given by the system were clear in her mind, but when it was time to act, facing this living, breathing creature panting and trembling, she still felt a bit scared. "Don't be afraid," she whispered to the horse, as if to herself. "It can survive." While her brothers were still busy, she went to the wooden box brought by Beer, squatted down, pretending to organize the herbs inside. Using the box as cover, she closed her eyes quickly and summoned the system in her mind. "System, exchange for the best wound disinfectant and skin healing powder, something effective but looks like ordinary herbal powder. Also, exchange for a strong nutritional supplement that can be mixed into water and fed to the horse. Exchange successful. Special wound ointment powder. Looks similar to regular Sanchi powder. 100 points. High-grade nutritional recovery liquid. Colorless and tasteless. 150 points. 2 small paper packets and a thin bamboo tube silently appeared in her box. Ruanruan quickly hid the bamboo tube in her sleeve, then opened the special wound ointment powder packet and mixed it into the hemostatic powder Beer gave her, stirring carefully. It still looked like a brownish-red powder, just a little darker in color. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice the difference. After finishing, she let out a breath of relief. With these preparations, I felt more confident. At that moment, Gongu shouted, "The water is boiling." Zaxi placed the cleaned old cloth into a clean wooden basin, poured in the boiling water, and stirred it with a wooden stick to disinfect it. Steam rose up, carrying the smell of the boiled fabric. Doji walked over and asked, "How do we lay it down?" Ruanruan looked at the horse's position and pointed to 2 small trees nearby. Lead the horse between the trees, use a rope to go under its belly, catch it, and slowly lay it down. After it's down, fix its neck with a wooden stake so the head doesn't move. Also, tie its legs but not too tight, leave some room for kicking, as it might struggle if it gets hurt. Doji nodded and started working with Dawa. They were strong and experienced. Although the horse was weak, it still struggled a little when being laid down. Doji held its neck steady, and Dawa skillfully threaded the rope through the horse's belly to catch it. Together, they carefully laid the horse on a prepared mat. The horse snorted nervously and kicked its legs. Langry and Zaxi immediately stepped forward, using prepared leather ropes to secure 3 of the horse's legs to small wooden stakes nearby. The front leg near the swelling was only loosely tied, allowing some movement. Gongu brought a sturdy short wooden stake, placed it under the horse's neck to fully expose the swollen lump, raised above the body, and patted it with soft cloth, gently fixing the horse's head. Everything was ready. Ruanruan wiped her hands with the boiled cloth, then went to the wooden box and took out the thinnest, sharpest knife. The crowd buzzed with whispers. "It's really starting. Look at her tiny arms, and her hand holding the knife doesn't even shake." Uncle Beer is watching. Look at his expression. Beer stood at the front, arms crossed, with a neutral face, but his eyes were fixed on Ruanruan's hand. Annor and a few sisters huddled together, openly sneering. "Just pretending," Annor said softly, loud enough for nearby people to hear. "When the blood comes, she might faint first." Next to her, a round-faced girl giggled. "Exactly. Even women on the grassland might not dare to use that knife." Ruanruan took a deep breath and looked at Doji. "Doji, hold the horse's shoulder here and press down. Langly, look at this front leg. If it kicks hard in pain, gently hold it to prevent it from kicking and hurting the wound. Tashi, please pass me the tools. Gombo and Dawa, block the sides so no one gets too close or kicks up dust." The 5 men immediately took their positions. Doji knelt half down at the horse's shoulder, holding it steady with one hand. Langly crouched beside the reserved leg, gently pressing with his hand. Tashi stood next to Ruanruan, opened the medicine box, and laid out the needed needles, thread, powder, and clean cloth on a boiled white cloth. Gombo and Dawa stood on either side, facing away from the surgery area, like 2 walls. Ruanruan first carefully cleaned the area around the lump on the horse's neck with a boiled, damp cloth. Dirt and dried matter were slowly wiped away, revealing the skin. The lump became clearer, dark red, swollen, shiny, with a thin skin showing purple-black blood vessels underneath. She took a small ceramic bottle from Tashi, containing disinfectant from Beer. Dipping a clean cloth, she started wiping from the center of the lump outward in circles. Her movements were calm and steady, applying even pressure. Beer watched, his eyes flickering slightly. Her technique was quite skilled. After disinfecting, Ruanruan picked up a fine knife. Her hand was very steady, her fingertips slightly white from the pressure. She looked up at Tashi, who nodded gently, signaling her to proceed confidently. Encouraged by Tashi's support, Ruanruan pressed her lips together and aimed the knife tip at the most swollen top of the lump, slightly below the center, where the system indicated fewer blood vessels. Gently, she pierced the skin. The horse's body jerked suddenly, muscles tightening. Doji quickly pressed down and shouted, "Hold steady." Langly immediately held the leg in place. Ruanruan kept going, her wrist steady as she cut downward. The sharp blade sliced through the thin skin and the abnormal tissue beneath, dark red and black, and thick, pus-like fluid immediately flowed out of the wound, down the horse's neck, emitting a strong, foul smell. Ugh! Someone in the crowd gagged. Ruanruan's face paled slightly, and the smell hit her forehead directly. She clenched her teeth, quickening her hand movements, following the planned incision, and steadily cut open a large cross-shaped opening on the tumor surface. More pus, blood, and tissue fluid flowed out, instantly staining the mat beneath her feet red. Zaxi quickly handed over one clean, boiled cloth after another. Ruanruan took them and quickly wiped away the flowing pus and blood, trying to keep the wound clear. There was so much blood that after a few wipes, the cloth was soaked through. Zaxi silently took the dirty cloth, threw it aside, and handed her a new one. The wound was almost cleaned up. Inside, she could see a mass of dark red, fleshy tissue, along with some blackened, decayed, fibrous material. At the deepest part, it seemed like something was gently wriggling. A parasite nest, Beer muttered, taking a half-step forward to get a better look. Ruanruan knew the most critical moment had arrived. She had to carefully peel away the diseased tissue completely, without leaving any behind, to prevent recurrence. During the process, she had to avoid major blood vessels and nerves. She switched to a different knife. The tip of the knife entered the diseased tissue, gradually separating it. Her forehead quickly broke out in fine sweat, which trickled down her temples. Zaxi kept watching her. Seeing this, he immediately picked up a clean cloth, gently dabbing away the sweat that was about to flow into her eyes. His movements were very gentle, without any interference. Ruanruan didn't look up and continued her work. Peeling was more difficult than cutting open, requiring excellent skill and feel. Every cut she made was fast and precise, guided by a clear mental map and her tactile sense, guiding the blade to move delicately within a small space. Gradually, the surrounding atmosphere grew quiet. The initial chatter and mockery had stopped somewhere along the way. Everyone held their breath, watching the small figure kneeling beside the enormous creature, her tiny knife flashing in the blood and dirt, moving with precision. Annor's mocking expression had long disappeared. She widened her eyes and slightly parted her mouth. She had seen her father treat animals with abscesses and bandage them, but she had never seen such delicate and bold cutting. The knife seemed to have eyes, avoiding all the vital areas. The round-faced sister nudged her arm softly, whispering very quietly, "Annor. She seems really skilled." Annor said nothing, just stared intently at Ruanruan's hand. Time slowly passed. Ruanruan's back was soaked with sweat, sticking tightly to her skin. Her arms began to ache, and her fingers grew stiff from holding the position for so long. But she dared not stop, nor could she. Most of the dark red diseased tissue had been removed, revealing healthy, pink muscle underneath. Just as she was about to finish peeling it away, the tip of her scalpel suddenly hit a very resistant spot, and at the same time, a rush of bright red blood burst out. "Bleeding," someone whispered. If the bleeding couldn't be stopped, the patient would surely die. Ruanruan's heart tightened. The system had warned her that a small artery branch was here and needed to be tied off. She immediately pressed her left finger above the bleeding point, then quickly reached for the sutures with her right hand. Curved needle, silk thread. Zaxi swiftly handed her the threaded curved needle. With her left hand pressing down, her right hand holding the needle, she carefully probed near the bleeding site, skillfully looping and hooking, gently lifting a small blood vessel and quickly tying it off. The bleeding slowed immediately. Her quick and precise technique made Beer's eyes widen in amazement. You can't master this tying method without years of practice. He couldn't help but step forward, trying to cross the boundary set by Gongu and Dawa. Dawa turned his head, giving him a cold, expressionless look. Beer stopped in his tracks, not advancing further, but he stretched his neck, watching closely. The bleeding stopped, and Ruanruan finally relaxed her breath. At last, the entire mass of dead, diseased tissue was completely removed. Zaxi immediately handed her an empty wooden basin. Ruanruan placed the excised tumor into the basin. It was still faintly oozing blood and pus, looking quite frightening. The wound suddenly appeared much cleaner. Although it was still bleeding, the blood was now bright red, covering a sizable area, with visible muscle fibers deep inside. It looked scary, but compared to the swollen tumor before, it was much easier on the eyes. Ruanruan was so exhausted that her vision blurred. She shook her head, forcing herself to focus. Next came cleaning the wound and applying medicine. She rinsed the wound again with warm, boiled salt water, washing away remaining dead tissue and blood clots. Then, she picked up a packet of hemostatic and regenerative powder mixed with system medicines. The medicine powder was evenly sprinkled over the wound, covering every exposed tissue. Maybe it was just an illusion, but after applying the powder, the bleeding seemed to slow down a bit. Next was stitching. She used a curved needle and sheep intestine thread, starting from deep inside the wound, carefully sewing the cut muscles and fascia together, layer by layer, stitch by stitch. The stitches were tight and even with just the right amount of force, pulling the tissue together without being too tight so it wouldn't hinder healing. This was another task that required a lot of patience and focus. The sun gradually moved west, and the light became softer. Ruanruan's eyes felt sore and dry, and sweat kept flowing. Zaxi was beside her, constantly wiping her and handing her a needle with thread already sewn in. The crowd watching was silent. When the last stitch was finished and the thread was cut, Ruanruan was almost exhausted. Her arms felt so heavy she couldn't lift them, her fingers trembled slightly, and her vision blurred. She supported herself on the ground, trying to stand, but her legs went weak, and she nearly fell. Doji had been holding the horse, but now he immediately loosened his grip, reached out his long arm, and wrapped it around her waist, quickly helping her to stand. "Is it done?" he asked, his voice a little hoarse. Seeing how exhausted Ruanruan looked, Doji's heart ached. She was such a gentle, soft wife. He simply couldn't bear to see her tired. Doji thought that if she ever got this tired again, he wouldn't be a real man. Ruanruan leaned on Doji's arm and nodded, replying yes. "Wrap the wound with a clean cloth. Don't let it get dirty. Move it to a dry, sheltered place. Be careful when lifting." Doji signaled to Dawa and Langry. The two carefully untied the ropes securing the horse's legs and neck, then, with Doji's help, slowly lifted the weak horse and moved it to the other side of the Mongolian tent, where dry grass had already been laid out in a windproof, sunny spot. Zaxi didn't go with them to lift the horse. He knelt in front of Ruanruan, picked up the last clean, damp cloth, and gently wiped the blood and sweat from her face, neck, and hands. Her face was pale, with no color at all, her lips cracked, and her eyes looked vacant. "Water," Zaxi said. Gongu had already brought over some honey water that had cooled down, and he hurriedly handed it to him. Zaxi took it and brought it to Ruanruan's lips. "Drink slowly." She took a few small sips from his hand. The warm, sweet water slid down her throat, and she finally felt a little better. Langry settled the horse and walked back quickly. Seeing Ruanruan's condition, his eyes turned red. He knelt in front of her, wanting to touch her but afraid to. His voice choked as he said, "Sister-in-law, you must be exhausted. You can't do this again. Forget the sheep and horses. If they die, they die. We don't want them anymore. I won't let you suffer like this again." Gongu also knelt nearby, tears welling in his eyes. He nodded repeatedly, saying, "Exactly, all the animals combined are not as important as your little finger. Seeing you so tired makes my heart ache. Everyone can leave comments and reviews. Gifts are welcome too. Hee. Thank you very much." Ruanruan leaned on Doji's arm, listening to Langry and Gongu speak with tears in their voices. She couldn't help but smile. Her face was still pale, sweat-soaked hair sticking to her forehead. When she smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons. "I'm not that delicate," she said softly, tired but clear. "On the grassland, livestock is our life. If I can save one, I will." She paused, took a deep breath, and said, "This was my first time doing this kind of surgery. It took a lot of mental effort, and I am tired. Rest for a bit. Don't worry." Langry squatted in front of her, looking at her pale face. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak, only nodded firmly. Gongu also wiped his eyes and whispered, "Sister-in-law, you should rest now. Don't talk." The crowd watching the scene suddenly seemed to wake up. Murmurs and whispers started again. "Really? The tumor was really removed. Wow, so much blood." And she didn't even flinch. Uncle Beer was stunned. Look at his eyes. These brothers Doji are really lucky. They can even cure dying horses. No wonder this wife looks so gentle and soft. The 5 brothers treat her like their own heart. Turns out they are truly skilled. Exactly. With such high medical skills, not just 5, even 10 men would be willing to support her. These words floated over clearly, word for word. Annor stood in front of the crowd, her face flushing and then turning pale. She looked at Ruanruan, who was half leaning into Doji's arms, and at Langry and the others surrounding her with caring expressions. Hearing the praise from the crowd, her anger grew hotter and hotter inside. She clenched her teeth and suddenly raised her voice, her clear voice tinged with sharpness. "What are you proud of? Maybe it was just luck. She's so thin, she looks like she could fall over with a breeze. Can she give birth? Marrying her is just for using her as a veterinarian." After saying that, she glared fiercely at Ruanruan and turned to walk away. A few sisters were stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. The crowd was quiet for a moment, then someone clicked their tongue. Annor's girl, she really knows how to talk. Jealous. Who wouldn't be jealous of Doji's capable wife? Exactly. Being able to treat animals is a big skill. Whether she can give birth or not, that can be discussed later. Amid the gossip, several herdsmen looked at each other and moved a few steps forward. A dark-faced man rubbed his hands, smiling as he called out to Doji. "Doji, your wife's skills are amazing. The cow in my place has had a limp for over half a month, and Uncle Beer said it's hard to fix. Could you ask your wife to take a look?" As soon as he spoke, it was like a floodgate opened. Yes. My sheep haven't been eating grass lately and look very weak. My foal has diarrhea and is so thin it's almost unrecognizable. And mine. 7 or 8 people gathered around, chattering eagerly, looking at Ruanruan with hope. Ruanruan hadn't reacted yet when Doji straightened up and stepped in front of her, blocking her. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and stood there like a wall. "Other people's animals," Doji said, his voice not loud but firm, with an unarguable tone, "has nothing to do with my wife. Even if my own animals die, I wouldn't let my wife keep working so hard on surgeries. And your animals are no different." His eyes swept over the herdsman, serious and steady. "You see how exhausted she is? Take care of your own animals yourselves, don't bother her." Langry also stood up, hands on his hips, speaking loudly. "Exactly. My sister-in-law is dear to us, and she's not here to be your veterinarian. Move along. Don't block the way." Zaxi didn't speak but took a step forward, standing beside Doji, looking calmly at those people. Gongu and Dawa also came over, the 5 brothers standing in a row, firmly blocking Ruanruan behind them. The herdsmen, intimidated by this show of strength, backed off awkwardly. Someone whispered softly, "Is it really necessary? It's just a little meat, after all. Exactly, just a simple animal, so precious. Women like her won't stay long on the grassland, too delicate." The murmuring gradually faded away and the crowd slowly dispersed. The sunset painted the grassland in golden red and a cool breeze blew in. Beer had not left. He waited until most people had gone, then slowly approached. The old man's face showed no particular expression. He walked up to Ruanruan and looked at her. Ruanruan leaned on Doji, looked up. Beer stared at her for a while, then suddenly bent down and bowed very respectfully. "Girl," he straightened up, his voice hoarse but serious. "I underestimated you. Your skills are better than mine." Ruanruan was a bit stunned and quickly waved her hand. "Uncle Beer, you shouldn't say that. It's something you should admit," Beer said, waving his hand to stop her. "Your knife skills and stitching, if you didn't practice for at least 10 years, you couldn't do that. But how old are you? Truly talented." He paused, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. "Girl, I want to learn from you." Ruanruan was startled and quickly shook her head. No, uncle. I don't want to teach anyone. No need for formal lessons," Beer hurriedly said. "I just want to ask if, in the future, I encounter difficult or tricky situations, I can come ask you? Just a little guidance now and then." His eyes looked sincere, even a bit pleading. Ruanruan hesitated for a moment and nodded. "All right. If you need anything, just ask. I'll tell you what I know." A smile appeared on Beer's face, and his wrinkles relaxed. "Thank you, girl." He looked at the horse lying on the ground. The horse had calmed down, closed its eyes, and was breathing more steadily. "This horse is well taken care of, so it will live," Beer said. "I still have medicine here. I'll bring some tomorrow. If you need anything, just say." After speaking, he carried his wooden box and turned around, walking away with lighter steps than before. The grassland finally quieted down. Only a little evening glow remained from the sunset, and the sky turned a dark blue. Ruanruan stood straight, her legs still a bit weak. "I'll go check on the horse," she said. Doji helped her up. "Rest for a bit. The horse is in good hands with us. I just want to take a quick look," Ruanruan insisted. Doji no longer stopped her and helped her walk to the horse. The horse was lying on the dry grass, with a bandage wrapped around its neck wound, a clean white cloth covering it, with only a faint red bloodstain seeping through. It was breathing steadily, its chest rising and falling slowly. Although still thin, it looked much calmer than before. Ruanruan squatted down and gently touched its face. The horse opened its eyes, looked at her with wet eyes, then tiredly closed them again. "The surgery was successful," Ruanruan whispered. "Now it just needs good care, regular medicine, and no infection, then it will recover." She remembered something and took out a thin bamboo tube from her sleeve, an advanced nutritional recovery liquid given by the system. "Doji, bring some water." Dawa immediately ran to get a water bag. Ruanruan squeezed the clear liquid from the bamboo tube into the water, shook it, then carefully fed it to the horse's mouth. The horse instinctively licked a few times and drank the water. "What is this?" Langry asked curiously. "Some nutritious stuff," Ruanruan said vaguely. "It helps it recover." Tashi looked at her, but didn't ask more. "All right, you've seen enough," Doji said, pulling her up. "Go back and lie down. The horse is in our care, no need for you to worry." Langry patted his chest. "Yes. Sister-in-law, go rest. We'll feed, change medicine, and clean up. The 5 of us will handle everything. We won't let you lift a finger again." Gongu nodded firmly. "Sister-in-law, go rest quickly. Your face is still pale." Dawa didn't speak, but simply took a thick sheepskin coat and draped it over Ruanruan's shoulders. Ruanruan felt warm inside, nodded, and was helped by Doji to walk toward the Mongolian tent. After taking a few steps, she suddenly felt a heavy pain in her lower abdomen, as if something was pulling downward. Then she felt dizzy, her vision blacking out in waves. She swayed, trying to grab Doji's arm, but her strength failed her. "Ruanruan?" Doji sensed her sinking and quickly held her tightly. Ruanruan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. Everything went black, and she collapsed. "Sister-in-law, Ruanruan," several exclamations sounded at once. Doji, being closest, reacted fastest. He quickly reached out his long arm and caught her just before her face hit the ground, pulling her into his arms. Ruanruan had lost consciousness, lying limply in Doji's arms. Her head drooped weakly, her face as white as paper, with no color on her lips. "Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Langry's voice changed, and he hurried over, hesitant to touch her. Gongu looked more frightened than Ruanruan, tears streaming down his face. "She's bleeding. There's blood on her leg." A few men looked in the direction of his gaze. They saw a faint red bloodstain on the crotch of Ruanruan's light-colored pants. Blood. A lot of blood. Gongu's legs nearly buckled, and his voice trembled. "Is sister-in-law hurt? Did she get hurt during the surgery just now? What should we do? What should we do?" Dawa's eyes turned red as he suddenly turned to rush outside. "I'll go find Beer. Find a doctor." "Stop," Tashi shouted sharply, his voice much louder than usual. He quickly approached Doji, squatting down to examine the bloodstain on her pants carefully, then gently checked her nose and forehead for signs of breath or fever. Doji held Ruanruan tightly, his arms stiff, teeth clenched with a clicking sound, eyes fixed on Tashi, waiting for his judgment. Tashi withdrew his hand, looked up, his face expressionless, but his ears slightly reddened in an unnatural way. He glanced at the frantic Gongu and Dawa, then at the tense Doji and the anxious Langry. Taking a deep breath, he spoke as calmly as possible. She's not hurt. She's having her period. Period? Dawa froze. He had heard of it but wasn't clear on the details. So, why did she faint? And why is she bleeding so much? Is she sick? Gongu still had tears on his face, staring blankly. Period. Is that woman thing? What do we do? The blood keeps flowing. Will it run out? Doji frowned, his mind in chaos. He only knew that women had a few inconvenient days each month, but he had never seen it so close, nor encountered someone fainting because of it. Looking at Ruanruan, unconscious in his arms, with the bloodstain on her pants growing more obvious, he felt overwhelmed. We need to change her dirty pants first and clean her up, Tashi calmly pointed out the most practical issue right now. Make her comfortable. Maybe her stomach hurts. Keep her warm. Yes, yes. Change her pants. Langry snapped out of his panic, then hesitated.
Who?
Who will change them? When the question was asked, all 5 men froze. They looked at each other with expressions of confusion and uncertainty. Doji held Ruanruan in his arms, his hands heavy. He swallowed hard and quietly said, I'll do it. No way. Langry immediately objected, eyes wide. Big brother, your hands are heavy and clumsy. What if you hurt her while trying to help? Gongu whispered. I have gentle hands. I can do it too. Dawa glanced at Gongu and interrupted in a gruff voice. Why should you go? Zaxi twitched his fingers but said nothing, though his gaze was fixed on Ruanruan's blood-stained pants, his brow slightly furrowed. Doji was choked by Langry's words. Seeing his brother's reactions, he realized that he was not as skilled at delicate work as they were. But who should do it? Langry was impatient, Gongu timid, and Dawa more of a reckless youth. Zaxi. Zaxi was careful and steady. The group stood there in the evening breeze, surrounding the unconscious Ruanruan. No one moved, and no one knew what to do. Changing her pants seemed 10 times harder than trying to calm a wild horse and perform surgery on it. Finally, Zaxi spoke. His voice was quiet but firm, with rare decisiveness. I'll do it. He looked at Doji. Big brother, you carry your wife back to the Mongolian tent and gently lay her on the bed. Langry, go boil some warm water, not too hot. Gongu, find the softest, cleanest old cloths and bring several pieces. Dawa, get the fire going strong, make the inside warm. He gave clear, organized instructions. The brothers seemed to find their focus and immediately split up to act. Doji carefully carried Ruanruan back to the Mongolian tent, walking steadily and gently, as if handling a fragile porcelain piece. Zaxi followed, lifting the blanket and laying a clean old sheepskin pad underneath. Langry quickly brought a basin of warm water. Gongu brought several soft, washed old cotton cloths. Dawa had already stoked the fire, and the tent quickly warmed up. Zaxi rolled up his sleeves, washed his hands carefully in the warm water, then soaked and wrung out one of the cloths. He approached the bed, and Doji, Langry, Gongu, and Dawa immediately gathered around, forming a circle, holding their breath, staring intently without blinking. Tashi reached out, and his fingertips touched Ruanruan's waistband, pausing for a moment. He took a deep breath, gently hooked the waistband, and slowly and softly began to lower it. At that moment, Ruanruan on the bed suddenly let out a soft sound. Her eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was blurry at first, then gradually became clear. She saw the familiar frame and felt the soft sheepskin mattress beneath her. Then she saw 5 familiar faces gathered above her, looking at her with complicated expressions. Next, she felt a cool sensation below, and her gaze moved downward. Tashi's hand was gripping the edge of her pants, as if trying to take them off. Ah, Ruanruan exclaimed sharply, instantly waking up completely. She sat up suddenly like a startled rabbit, hurriedly trying to pull up her pants, her face turning redder than blood. What are you doing? Ruanruan shrank to the corner of the bed, clutching her waistband tightly, her face flushed, eyes wide open. Tashi quickly withdrew his hand and took a step back, looking a bit uncomfortable. Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. We didn't mean anything. You fainted, and there was blood on your pants. We just wanted to help you change into clean ones. Doji stepped forward, blocking Tashi and looking at Ruanruan with a very low voice. You just had surgery and suddenly fainted. We carried you back and saw blood on your pants, so we thought you were hurt. Langry scratched his head and hurriedly added, Yes, sister-in-law. We were so scared. Gombo even cried. We just wanted to change your dirty pants so you could rest comfortably. We didn't mean anything else. Gongu stood behind them, his eyes still red, nodding forcefully. Sister-in-law, you bled a lot. We were worried you might catch a cold, so we wanted to help you clean up quickly. Listening to their words, Ruanruan's mind slowly started to turn. Her lower abdomen still ached faintly, with that familiar heavy feeling. She froze for a moment, instinctively placing her hand on her belly. In the past 6 months of fleeing, she had eaten irregularly, her body was very weak, and her period had long stopped.
She had forgotten about it.
Recently, here, she had been eating well every day, her stomach was gaining some nourishment, and her body was slowly recovering. Could it be that her period suddenly started? Just now, I performed surgery on Ma. I was very nervous and exhausted, sweating a lot. When the cold wind blew and my period suddenly started, my blood flow couldn't keep up, and I almost fainted. Realizing this, Ruanruan's face burned even more. She lowered her head, clutching her waistband, and whispered softly like a mosquito, I understand now. It's my period. I'm fine. I just got tired earlier. She paused, feeling so embarrassed she wanted to hide in a hole. I'll change my pants. I can do it myself. You all go outside. Langry was worried. Sister-in-law, are you really okay? You almost fainted just now. Maybe I should. Go out, Doji interrupted before he finished speaking, kicking him lightly on the backside. No more nonsense. Then he kicked Dawa too. You go out as well. Langry yelped and rubbed his butt, looked at Ruanruan's red, shy face, and finally understood. He chuckled awkwardly, grabbed Dawa, and said, Let's go outside. Sister-in-law is shy. Zaxi also turned to leave, stopping at the curtain and saying back, Just call if you need anything. Gongu quickly placed a bundle of soft cloth on the bed. Sister-in-law, this is for you. After saying that, he lowered his head and hurried out. Doji was the last to leave. He lifted the curtain, turned sideways to go out, and looked at Ruanruan. Don't rush to move. Once you're changed, lie down. If you need hot water or anything, call Langry. The curtain fell, and finally, only Ruanruan was left inside the Mongolian yurt. She let out a long breath and relaxed completely. It was so embarrassing. Surrounded by 5 grown men, almost having her pants changed. She covered her face, her ears burning fiercely. After a while, a wave of pain from her lower abdomen returned. She moved off the bed, her legs still a bit weak. She opened the system interface, checked her emotional points balance. She had used some to buy medicine powder before the surgery, but it seemed she received quite a few just now. She still had over 300 points. Without hesitation, she first exchanged for 2 sets of close-fitting cotton underwear and socks, then bought 2 more sets of outer clothes. She chose sturdy, durable coarse cotton fabric in plain indigo and gray-brown colors, with simple, loose styles. Next, she quickly searched for items related to menstruation. Sure enough, there was a sanitary pad option with different sizes and detailed illustrated instructions on how to use them. Ruanruan looked at the thin piece of cloth that was described so accurately, feeling surprised and grateful. This item was much better than the old cloth strips she used before. She exchanged a whole pack of daily use items and also got some brown sugar. The items quietly appeared on the bed. Following the instructions, she quickly tidied herself up. She took off her dirty clothes, washed her body carefully with warm water, put on clean underwear, and applied a sanitary pad, then changed into new clothes. The soft, dry fabric felt comfortable against her skin, making her feel much better, and her embarrassment and panic eased a lot. She rolled up her dirty underwear, thinking she needed to wash them soon. Although she had the system-provided items, she still had to deal with the dirty clothes. She folded the quilt and opened the pack of brown sugar, pinched a small amount, and put it in her mouth to suck. The sweet taste melted on her tongue, and she felt a little warmer. Holding the dirty clothes, she lifted the curtain and stepped outside. The sky outside had darkened, with only a streak of dark red on the western horizon. The 5 brothers hadn't gone far, just outside the yurt, either standing or squatting. Hearing the noise, all 5 turned their heads at once, their eyes fixed on her. "Why are you out here, sister-in-law?" Langry was the first to jump up. "Not resting a bit longer?" Zaxi came over and looked at her face. "Are you still dizzy?" Gongu's eyes paused on the dirty pants in her hand, then he immediately reached out. "Sister-in-law, give me that, I'll wash it." Langry quickly stopped Gongu. "Hey, 4th brother, your leg isn't good, I'll go. I can run to the river, faster." He was about to grab it. Dawa silently reached out and grabbed the other end of the clothes. "I'll wash it." Doji frowned. "What's the fuss?" He looked at Ruanruan. "Are you feeling better?" She held the clothes and looked at these men fighting to wash her dirty pants. Her initial embarrassment was slowly replaced by a strange, tingling feeling. Menstrual blood on the grassland wasn't a big secret, but being so openly looked at by men was the first time for her. They didn't dislike it at all, and even fought to wash her clothes. Her nose felt a bit sore, so she quickly lowered her head and responded softly, "Much better. It's just, I can wash my pants myself." "That's not okay." Langry disagreed. "The river is cold, and your body can't handle cold water. Give it to me." He took advantage of Dawa's inattention and quickly pulled the rolled-up pants out of Ruanruan's arms. Dawa's hands were empty, and he immediately reached to grab Langry's. "Give it to me." Gongu also got anxious, limping forward. "3rd brother, 5th brother, it's still me." Ruanruan stood there, watching the 3 of them fight over a dirty pair of pants. She felt warm inside, and a little amused. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt a light touch and was lifted into someone's arms. It was Doji. He didn't join the fight but walked straight over, wrapping his arms around Ruanruan and holding her securely. Then he turned and headed into the Mongolian tent. "Hey, Doji, you." Langry, holding the pants, paused in surprise. Doji didn't look back. "You all fight over your own. She needs to lie down." Doji glanced at Ruanruan being carried away and then at his 3 brothers fighting. He said nothing, silently approving Doji's decision. Doji carried Ruanruan back into the Mongolian tent, gently placed her on the bed, and pulled the blanket up to her waist. Then he turned to the fire, picked up a green metal water bottle that had lost much of its paint. Doji unscrewed the lid, tested the water temperature, added a bit of cold water, and thought it was just right. He came back, lifted a corner of the blanket, and carefully placed the warm water bottle into Ruanruan's arms, letting her hold it against her lower abdomen. "Hold it, it might make you feel better," he said, squatting beside the bed. Ruanruan held the warm water bottle, feeling the comforting heat through her clothes. The slight pain in her lower belly eased a bit. She looked at Doji squatting by the bed and softly said, "Thank you." Doji didn't respond to her thanks. He looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and softly asked, "Does your stomach still hurt badly?" "Not too bad, just a bit bloated," Ruanruan honestly replied. Doji nodded, then suddenly reached out his hand. His palm, through the blanket and the water bottle, gently rested on her lower belly. His hand was large, with long fingers, and his palm had calluses from years of hard work, but he moved very gently. "My mother used to say, when her stomach hurt, massaging like this would help," he said calmly, with no emotion, as if just stating a fact. His fingers started to move, slowly and gently, making circles over her belly through the thick blanket. The pressure was light, and the rhythm was steady. Warmth from the palm of the hand seeped through the blanket and the metal kettle, blending with the heat of the kettle itself. Gradually, it penetrated the skin, reaching the sore, cold area. Ruanruan's body initially stiffened slightly, then slowly relaxed. Indeed, it felt much more comfortable. She closed her eyes, feeling the gentle, Firm massage. Zaxi squatted by the bed, half lowering his eyes, focused on the blanket beneath him. His fingers moved steadily in circles, but his mind was not as calm as his face. Under the palm, separated by the blanket, was her soft belly. Even without touching, the outline and the imagined gentle touch clearly entered his mind. She was so small, with a slim waist that seemed like it could be held in one hand. Now lying quietly, holding the warm water bottle he handed her, with her eyes closed and eyelashes resting peacefully, she looked comfortable. Her furrowed brows relaxed, and her lips regained a faint pink color. He looked at her face so close, smelling the clean cotton scent of her freshly changed clothes, along with a faint, indescribable sweet fragrance. Her breathing was light, and her chest rose and fell gently with each breath. Zaxi felt his throat dry up, and his heartbeat started to become irregular. The massage remained steady, but his palms seemed to develop feelings, blurring the layers of distance. His fingertips almost imagined the delicate warmth and texture of her skin beneath the fabric. A restless heat rose from his belly, quietly spreading. His fingers, usually calm like still water when playing with prayer beads, paused for a brief moment. He quickly steadied his mind, pushed away distracting thoughts, and continued to focus on the massage. But behind his ears, a barely noticeable layer of warmth quietly crept up. Outside the yurt, Langry finally managed to grab the dirty pants and proudly raised his chin at Dawa and Gombo.
See?
It was me. I'm going to the river now. I'll be back soon. He was holding the pants, about to leave, when Dawa grabbed his arm and said quietly, "Let's go together," his eyes stubborn. Gombo also whispered, "I'll go too. I can help fetch water." Langry looked at them, then at each, and pouted. Fine, all of you go." Like little followers, Dorgy ignored them, walked to the edge of the yurt curtain, and peeked inside through a slit. Inside, the fire glowed warmly. Ruanruan lay on the bed, while Tashi squatted at the edge, gently massaging her stomach. They sat close but not too near, yet the quiet atmosphere made Doji feel strangely tense and restless. He lowered the curtain, turned, and went to the sheep pen. He looked at the sleeping horse and then at the sheep inside, saying nothing. But his mind kept returning to that moment earlier. Tashi, with her head lowered, looked very focused in the firelight, carefully massaging her stomach. Langry and the others had gone to the river to talk loudly. Doji stood alone in the evening shadows for a while before walking back to the fire. He picked up a small knife and started carving a wooden wedge. By the river, Langry squatted on a rock, vigorously scrubbing bloodstains from his pants. The river water was cold, making his hand turn red from the cold. Dawa silently stood downstream, rinsing the area Langry had scrubbed with water from a wooden bucket. Gongu sat on the bank, wringing out his clean pants, shaking them out, and checking for any remaining stains. "This blood is pretty hard to wash out," Langry muttered. "Need to scrub it a few more times," seeing the faint red blood mixing with the water in the river. Dawa suddenly spoke. "She lost so much blood. Is she really okay?" Langry paused for a moment. "Tashi said it already. Women go through this every month. Plus, sister-in-law is weak and just tired, so she fainted. She'll be fine after resting." Gongu wrung out his pants quietly. Sister-in-law was really exhausted today. Her hands even trembled. "From now on, we need to watch her more and not let her get so tired." "Of course," Langry threw the scrubbed part to Dawa to rinse. "From now on, we'll handle the cutting and bleeding work. Sister-in-law just needs to talk and give directions." Once their pants were clean, the three of them headed back. It was already very dark, with stars beginning to appear. Back at the Mongolian tent, Langry excitedly hung the clean pants on a wooden pole near the fire, proud. "Look, so clean. Not a single stain left." Doji glanced at them and nodded. Tashi was still inside and hadn't come out. Langry wiped his hands, lifted the curtain, and looked inside. His eyes widened suddenly.
Wow.
They were outside washing clothes, and their second brother was secretly massaging sister-in-law's stomach? He also wanted to do that. Seeing Zaxi still kneeling by the bed, gently massaging Ruanruan's stomach. It seemed she was asleep, breathing evenly. He pursed his lips, feeling a bit less proud, with a touch of sourness in his heart. Just now, he was busy rushing to wash his pants and didn't expect to stay behind to take care of his sister-in-law. Zaxi had taken advantage of the situation. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone to wash his pants. He would rather have been the one to massage his sister-in-law's stomach and stay with her while she slept. Langry thought of this, sat down heavily, pushing Zaxi aside, and said angrily, "Keep your prayer beads away while you poke around. Don't disturb my sister-in-law's sleep. I'll stay here and watch over her." Zaxi looked at Langry, who had sat down, directly glaring at him. Langry was caught off guard by Zaxi's intense stare. Zaxi lowered his voice, speaking quietly so only the two of them could hear. "She's asleep and still holding my hand. If I pull it out now, she'll wake up. You stay back, don't make noise here." Langry stared at the face that looked exactly like his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. He knew Zaxi was doing it on purpose. He said he was worried about waking his sister-in-law, but it was obvious he was showing off. "Look, she's sleeping while holding my hand." But as he looked at Ruanruan's peaceful sleeping face on the bed, his anger cooled a bit. Her face was still pale, lips lacking color, with faint dark shadows under her eyes. She was truly exhausted today. Langry clenched his teeth and forced out a sentence through gritted teeth. "Then take good care of her and let her sleep well." After saying that, he turned around, pulled back the curtain, and stormed out, his figure looking a bit worn out. Outside the yurt, Doji was squatting by the fire, stirring the embers with a stick. Gongu and Dawa stood nearby. Seeing Langry come out, Doji looked up. "How is she?" "She's asleep," Langry said in a muffled voice, sitting heavily on the grass. "Zaxi is watching over her." Doji nodded without asking more. He looked at the fire for a moment, then suddenly stood up. "She's lost blood. We need to replenish her." Langry's eyes lit up. "Yes. Replenish. Brother, do we have anything to help?" "Dried mutton," Gongu whispered. "Mutton stew." "Sister-in-law is weak now. She might not handle it." Dawa suddenly spoke up. "Bird eggs." Everyone looked at him. Dawa pointed to the distant woods. "There are bird nests over there. Collect some fresh eggs. Steamed eggs are the best for nourishing." Dogi's eyes moved. "Okay. I'll go get some." "I'll go too." Langry jumped up. "You go gather firewood and make the fire burn brighter," Dogi said. "Gongu, check if there's any fine flour left. Mix some batter, so she can drink when she wakes up." "Dawa, go squeeze some sheep's milk. Warm it up." Everyone quickly divided the tasks and dispersed. Dogi strode confidently toward the woods. It was already very dark, and the moon hadn't fully risen. The grassland was faintly visible. He remembered there were a few old trees in that forest and birds nested there every year. Entering the woods, his eyes adjusted to the darkness, and he could see the blurry shapes of tree trunks. Dogi held his breath and listened carefully. There were faint rustling sounds and the chirping of young birds. Following the sounds, he moved closer and saw a dark shadow among the crooked branches of a leaning poplar tree. He tiptoed and reached out to explore. The nest was quite deep. He carefully felt with his fingers and touched a few round, still warm eggs. There were 6. He gently took the eggs out, holding them in his hand. The shells were smooth and a little cool. He put them into the pocket of his coat, tied it up, and carried them in his hand. On the way back, the moon rose higher, casting a clear light over the grassland. Dogi walked quickly, thinking about how to steam the eggs. They didn't have a steamer at home, so he would use a bowl placed in a pot, steaming with water. The fire couldn't be too strong, or the eggs would overcook. When he returned outside the yurt, Langry had already gathered a pile of dry wood, and the fire was burning brightly. Gongu was squatting by the fire, stirring batter in a wooden bowl carefully, trying not to wake anyone inside. Dawa returned with some sheep's milk, stored in a clay jar, warming it by the fire. Dogi took out the eggs, 6 small eggs with light brown spots on the shells. "Is this enough?" Langry asked, leaning over to look. "Yes, that's enough," Dogi replied. "She can't eat much." Gongu brought a rough clay bowl. Doji gently cracked each egg at the edge of the bowl, opening them so the whites and yolks slid in. All 6 eggs filled just the bottom of the bowl. Langry looked at the small amount of egg mixture and muttered, "Too little. Should I go get a few more? It's dark now." "Don't bother. We might run into wolves if we go out later," Doji said. "Let's wait until tomorrow." He added some warm water to the egg mixture, then broke a small piece of dried mutton into tiny bits, sprinkled a little in, and added a pinch of salt. He stirred everything with chopsticks until the eggs turned a light yellow. Gongu had already boiled a pot of water. Doji placed a bowl inside a broken clay basin filled with water, then balanced the basin on top of the pot and covered it with an old wooden board as a lid. "Keep the fire low," Doji told Langry. Langry quickly pulled out a few thick sticks, leaving only thin ones, so the flames gently licked the bottom of the pot. The steamed eggs needed some time. A few people sat quietly around the fire, not speaking. Inside the yurt, it was very quiet, with no sounds at all. Doji occasionally looked up at the curtain, then lowered his head, absent-mindedly drawing on the ground with a stick. Langry watched the white steam rising from the edge of the pot and sniffed, saying, "It seems like there's a nice smell." Dawa sat a little farther away, holding an old hunting rifle, carefully wiping the barrel with a cloth again and again. Gongu finished mixing the batter, then went to check the sheep pen, gently moving the 2 lambs closer to their mother. The night wind was cool, and suddenly the fire crackled, sparks flying up. Inside the yurt, Tashi leaned half against the bed, his arms stiff. Suro softly lay on her side, facing him, one hand reaching out from under the blanket, unconsciously gripping his wrist. She was sleeping deeply, breathing lightly and evenly, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Tashi dared not move. He lowered his gaze, seeing her scattered black hair on the pillow and a small part of her fair neck exposed. She was covered with an old blanket, but her side-lying position made the blanket form a soft curve at her chest. Her hand was gripping his wrist, pressed close to her body. Through the thin cotton fabric of her clothes, he could clearly feel the amazing curve. Tashi's Adam's apple moved as he cleared his throat and looked away. But feelings couldn't be fooled. She looked thin, with narrow shoulders, a slim waist, and wrists so delicate they seemed breakable with a pinch. Yet, where she needed to gain weight, she didn't lack anything. Tashi felt his blood rushing to his head, and a buzzing sound filled his ears. He closed his eyes and silently recited the prayers he usually thought of to calm his mind. But those words were a jumble in his mind, impossible to string together. Suro moved slightly in her sleep. She probably felt hot or uncomfortable in her position, so she frowned and let out a soft hum. She tightened her grip on Zaxi's wrist and leaned closer to him. Zaxi suddenly stiffened, holding his breath. He could clearly feel her warm body against him. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and his back was pressed against his clothes and skin. Zaxi wanted to pull his arm away, but as he moved, Ruanruan let out a soft sound and held on tighter. She even pressed her face against his arm, as if searching for a more comfortable pillow. Zaxi dared not move. He sat stiffly, with Ruanruan holding his arm, feeling like a hot stone being roasted. The heat inside him was rushing wildly. His face felt burning, his heart pounding fast and heavy, making his chest ache. His prayer beads still hung around his neck, but he didn't dare to touch them. Any movement of his hand might touch her. He could only hold his empty hand tightly around the sheepskin quilt beneath him, digging his fingers into the leather until his nails turned white. Ruanruan was sleeping deeply and unaware. She was probably very exhausted and had lost some blood, so she slept very soundly. But her sleeping position was restless. Not only was she holding onto Zaxi's arm, but her legs also curled up unsteadily, with her knees pressing against Zaxi's thigh. Through 2 layers of cloth, that touch felt like sparks flying into oil. Zaxi took a deep breath, biting his teeth tightly. He felt like he was about to explode. 2 voices were fighting in his mind. One said he believed in Buddha, and Buddha said one should not have desires. The other said she was so soft, so warm, with a faint fragrance, sleeping so peacefully in his arms. Zaxi suddenly closed his eyes, pressing his forehead against the wooden frame of the bed, the cool wood helping him stay a little clearer. He knew he couldn't go on like this. Slowly and carefully, he tried to pull his arm out of Ruanruan's embrace. Ruanruan let out a soft hum and reluctantly loosened her grip. Zaxi took the chance to withdraw his wrist, feeling the gentle warmth of her skin and the soft friction of her clothes. He instinctively leaned down and kissed the back of her hand, then gently placed her hand back under the quilt. He almost staggered as he stood up, took a few steps back, and moved away from the bed. Inside the yurt, only a small fire cast faint light, barely enough to see the outlines. Ruanruan was still sleeping. Feeling a bit dissatisfied because her arms were empty, she turned over and faced inward. Zaxi stood there, panting heavily. He touched his lips with his hand. He had just sneakily kissed the back of Ruanruan's hand. Her hand was so soft and smooth, it felt very comfortable. Zaxi felt utterly ashamed. He had just acted like a madman and secretly kissed Ruanruan. At this moment, Zaxi felt that the fire in his heart not only didn't die down but grew stronger because of her unconscious rubbing earlier. He glanced at the curtain. There was firelight outside, and he could hear Langry and others speaking softly. He couldn't go out. If he did, his brothers would understand everything just by looking at him. But staying inside. Zaxi's gaze involuntarily drifted back to the bed. Ruanruan was turned away from him, the quilt slipping down a little, revealing a slender, white neck and the loose collar of her pajamas, with a faint curve of her shoulder visible. He suddenly turned his face away, quickly walking to the farthest corner of the yurt, squatting facing the felt wall. This spot was the furthest from the bed and the dimmest. Zaxi took off his prayer beads from his neck, holding them in his hand, fingers quickly twisting. 1 bead, 2 beads, 3 beads. But the fire in his heart burned hotter, and the texture of the prayer beads felt unfamiliar. His mind was filled with the soft, warm pressure from her arm just now. His breathing grew heavier, sweat dripped down his forehead onto the back of his hand. No, this couldn't go on. This was wrong. Zaxi held the prayer beads in his right hand, reaching for his waist with his left. His fingers trembled as he unbuttoned his clothes. He closed his eyes, afraid to look toward the bed. But his ears were especially sharp, able to hear Ruanruan's faint breathing and the occasional soft murmurs in her sleep. That sound was gentle and soft, like feathers brushing against his heart. Zaxi bit his lower lip, trying not to make a sound. He was filled with guilt. He was afraid his brothers might suddenly open the curtain and come in, and he was also worried that Ruanruan might wake up at this moment. His mind was a mess, but his body betrayed him. Under the stimulation of her soft, white arms and the subtle breathing, he felt numb. He let out a muffled groan, all sounds suppressed in his throat, breathing heavily. After a while, a strong sense of emptiness and guilt rose within him. Zaxi lowered his head, looking at his disheveled state, his face burning with shame. He quickly tidied himself up, then sat still for a long time. The firelight barely reached this corner, casting flickering shadows across his face. He looked down at his hands. He was still holding his prayer beads, but now... Zaxi clenched his fists. He shouldn't have acted like that. He was a believer in Buddhism. Though not deeply devout, he knew he should control his desires. Especially towards Ruanruan, he should respect and care for her, not have such improper thoughts. But just now, he had lost control. The way Ruanruan slept, the way she unconsciously leaned against his arm, and the faint scent that belonged to her, it all felt like a net that trapped him completely. Zaxi leaned against the felt wall and closed his eyes. After a long time, a voice came from outside. Langry called softly, "Is the egg custard ready?" "I can smell it." Doji replied, "Wait a bit longer. It's not done yet." "Is sister-in-law awake?" asked Gongu. "No movement," Dawa answered. Zaxi took a deep breath and slowly stood up. His legs were a little numb. He stretched them, walked to the water bucket, scooped some cool water, and washed his face. The icy water stung his skin, clearing his mind completely. He straightened his clothes and regained his calm expression, though a faint redness still lingered behind his ears. Walking to the bedside, he saw Ruanruan still asleep, now lying on her back with one hand resting on her forehead. Zaxi watched her for a moment, then gently moved her hand down and tucked it under the blanket. He pulled the quilt up to cover her properly. Only after that did he turn and lift the curtain to go out. By the fire, everyone looked up at him at once. "Is sister-in-law awake?" Langry asked. "No," Zaxi said, sitting down by the fire. "She's sleeping deeply." Doji glanced at him but said nothing. He used a thick cloth to lift the clay pot from the fire. When he removed the wooden lid, a rich aroma of eggs and meat filled the air. The egg custard in the rough clay bowl had set, its surface smooth and pale yellow, trembling slightly. Tiny bits of minced lamb rested at the bottom. "Done," said Doji, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Langry leaned over to look. "So tender. It looks delicious." Gongu also smiled. "My sister-in-law will definitely like it." Dawa brought over the warmed sheep milk and poured it into another wooden bowl. "Where's the batter?" Doji asked. Gongu quickly brought over the stirred batter. Doji slowly poured it into the boiling water, stirring quickly with chopsticks. Soon, a clear, thick noodle soup was ready, sprinkled with salt and wild chives. "When she wakes up, she can eat," Doji said, placing the egg custard and noodle soup near the fire to keep warm, with the sheep milk beside them. The group sat around the fire, not touching the food. Night deepened, and the stars filled the sky. Langry yawned. "When will my sister-in-law wake up?" "Let her sleep," Doji replied. "She'll wake up when she's rested." Just then, a slight movement came from inside the yurt. Everyone immediately perked up their ears. It was Ruanruan waking up. She opened her eyes drowsily, first smelling a tempting aroma. The scent of eggs, noodles, and a hint of meat. Her stomach growled uncomfortably. She propped herself up, feeling a bit dizzy, but much better than before. The dull ache in her lower abdomen had eased, leaving only a faint, dull sensation. She lifted the curtain and got out of bed, the glow from the fire outside flooding in. 4 men sat around the fire, turning their heads to look at her when they heard her. "You're awake." Doji was the first to stand, walking over and looking at her face. "Are you feeling better?" Ruanruan nodded. "Much better." Langry jumped over, eyes shining. "My sister-in-law. Are you hungry? Big brother steamed some egg custard for you." "It smells so good." Gongu hurriedly brought over the warm egg custard. Dawa handed her the sheep milk, and Zaxi served a bowl of noodle soup. Ruanruan was surrounded and sat by the fire, with a bowl of tender yellow egg custard, a bowl of milky sheep milk, and a steaming bowl of noodle soup in front of her. The egg custard was so smooth it reflected her image, with no bubbles on the surface. She gently scooped a spoonful with her spoon and put it in her mouth. The egg custard was tender and smooth, melting instantly, with a flavor of eggs and a slight salty meat taste. It was warm and comforting, sliding down her throat, making her stomach feel warm and cozy. She whispered softly and scooped another spoonful. Doji watched her eat, his expression relaxing a little. "Eat slowly," Langry chuckled. "I knew sister-in-law would like it." Gongu squatted beside her, eagerly watching her eat, happier than if he had eaten himself. Dawa sat a bit farther away, but kept glancing over. Zaxi sat opposite her, looking down and fiddling with a stick to poke the fire. The firelight flickered on his face, flickering softly. Ruanruan ate half a bowl of egg custard, took a few sips of sheep milk, and finally finished the noodle soup. She felt warm and energized, as if her strength was returning. She put down her bowl and looked at Zaxi.
"Zaxi," she called.
Zaxi looked up at her. "Thank you today," Ruanruan said. "If it weren't for you, I couldn't have finished the surgery alone." Zaxi shook his head. "It's what I should do." Ruanruan looked at him and suddenly said, "Your hands are very steady, and you're careful. Today, when passing things, wiping sweat, and helping me sew up later, you did very well." Zaxi didn't speak, only paused his fingers that were holding the prayer beads. "You have a talent for medicine," Ruanruan continued seriously. Your precision in cutting and sewing is very good. Some things I only need to see once to learn, but you seem to understand naturally. Langry interrupted. That's right. My second brother has been smart since he was little. He learns everything quickly. Doji glanced at Zaxi, but said nothing. Ruanruan asked, Zaxi, would you like to learn from me? Zaxi was momentarily stunned. Learn what? Learn medicine, Ruanruan said. Treat people, treat animals, whatever. I see you have a talent for this. If you're willing to learn, I can teach you a lot. Zaxi, are you willing? He leaned in closer, lowered his voice, and teased him. Are you thinking that learning medicine from your sister-in-law means you can sit close to her every day and listen to her talk? TSK, your motives are not pure. Zaxi's face showed no change, but his ears slightly warmed. He raised his eyelids and glanced faintly at Langry. You talk too much. Zaxi's expression was calm, but Langry felt a slight chill at the back of his neck. He chuckled awkwardly and swallowed the rest of his words. Langry chuckled and moved closer to Ruanruan. Then he suddenly shouted at her, Sister-in-law, I want to learn too. Why only second brother? I'm much smarter than him. Gongu had been quietly listening but now gathered courage and whispered, I want to learn too. Sister-in-law, I have steady hands and can help carry things. Dawa didn't speak but took a half step forward, looking directly at Ruanruan with clear eyes, showing his intention. Ruanruan looked at the four faces surrounding her and smiled. All right, I'll teach all of you. As long as you're willing to learn, I will teach. She was thinking that just talking alone was too slow and inefficient. She needed some basic knowledge from books. Thinking this, she closed her eyes, pretended to feel tired, massaged her forehead, and called up the system in her mind. A light screen appeared, showing the total emotional points, 2,235. It had indeed increased quite a bit. She quickly glanced at the record. During the surgery today, the 5 brothers contributed many points of shock, admiration, and worry. Later, when she fainted and was bleeding, the points were all panic, pity, and anxiety. Scrolling further down. There was a record from Zaxi from not long ago during the time she was asleep. The emotional point description was extreme comfort from desire satisfaction, with a pretty high number, over 300 points. Ruanruan was a bit confused.
Desire?
Satisfaction? Zaxi just rubbed her belly and stayed with her while she slept, right? What did he get satisfied from? Could it be that just sleeping with himself could satisfy his desire? She secretly opened one eye and quickly glanced at Zaxi sitting across from her. He was lowering his eyes, slowly twisting his prayer beads, his side profile calm and a little distant in the firelight. Ruanruan couldn't understand and decided not to think about it anymore. The man's heart is like a needle in the ocean, especially for Zaxi, who looks the calmest. She turns her attention back to the system shop and searches for medical books. There are books on Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, veterinary medicine, all sorted and colorful. The basic beginner textbooks are not expensive, costing only a few dozen to 100 emotional points each. She thinks for a moment and exchanges for 5 simple books titled Common Injuries and Illnesses Illustrated Manual, Basic Edition. She also gets one called Herbal Identification Guide. She spends less than 400 points in total. The books appear directly in her old cloth bag, which she always carries, so it makes sense. She exits the system and thinks about a practical question. She looks at Doji and asks, Doji, do you recognize characters? Can you read books and understand them? Before Doji can answer, Langry scratches his head awkwardly. I recognize some. When I was young, my parents were still around and we had some basic knowledge. They sent me and Zaxi to a village school for a couple of years. I couldn't sit still, always climbing bird nests and fighting, so I didn't learn much, he points to Zaxi. Second brother studies hard. He recognizes many characters and can even write. Zaxi responds with a simple, as a sign of acknowledgement. Doji continues, when I was that age, I had to help with the family chores. Gongu and Dawa were still too young. We planned to send them to school later, but after our parents passed away, they never got the chance. Gongu lowers his head and Dawa presses his lips together. Ruanruan listens and feels a bit emotional. She whispers, "My parents used to care for me a lot. In our village, girls weren't allowed to go to school. It was considered a waste of money. Only my parents, with great effort, sent me to school for a few years. They said if I learned to read and understand things, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the future." Her nose feels a bit sore, and she quickly blinks to hold back tears. Doji looks at her reddening eyes, but says nothing. Instead, he reaches out and gently holds her hand resting on her lap. His hand is large, rough, warm, and completely covers hers. Now the policies are better. Doji's voice is deep. There are literacy classes organized by soldiers on the grasslands. They teach reading. There are proper schools in the city, and I heard you can even take college entrance exams. He pauses, looking into Ruanruan's eyes. If you still want to go to school, go. We'll support you. Langry immediately chimes in. Yes. Sister-in-law, if you want to study, just go. We brothers may not have much, but we have strength. Earning work points, hunting, selling hides. Everything can support us. Tashi paused his prayer bead counting and nodded. Yes, if you want to learn, go ahead. We 5 men can support you alone, no problem. Gongu and Dawa also nodded firmly. Ruanruan looked at them, her eyes filling with tears. They didn't make her do chores, bought her new clothes, took her to restaurants, and now they even supported her to go to school. In a time when many believe a woman's worth is in her virtue, and on this grassland that values strength more, they showed her incredible respect and space. They treated Ruanruan like an eagle, letting her soar freely. Thank you all, she said, her voice trembling a little, but she forced a smile. Later, depending on the situation, if there's a chance, I'll go. She stood up and went into the Mongolian tent. From her old cloth bag, she took out 6 books she had just exchanged through the system. The books weren't thick, the pages yellowed with age, looking quite old, just right. She first handed the book, Manual of Common Injuries and Illnesses, to Tashi. You read this first. It has pictures and simple words, so you can probably understand it. Mainly, it shows common injuries and illnesses, what they look like. We'll buy the rest later when we go to the city. Tashi took the book, gently rubbed the cover, and opened it. Inside, there were many simple line drawings with words beside them. He looked at it very carefully. Langry also reached over to grab a book, flipped through it, and frowned. These squiggly lines. What are they? Sister-in-law, I recognize the words, but I don't understand these symbols. Ruanruan laughed at his joke. No rush, take your time. Let Tashi look first. Once he understands, he'll tell you. I'll explain too. She then divided the other books among Doji, Gongu, and Dawa. Even though they couldn't read, they could still understand the pictures. The group sat around the fire, looking at the heavenly books by the flickering flames, whispering questions now and then. The night wind blew, the flames danced, and outside the Mongolian tent, the grassland was silent. After a while, it was late. Ruanruan yawned and went to sleep. She used the sanitary pads exchanged from the system, soft, dry, much more comfortable than the grass ash and old cloth strips she used before. She felt refreshed, and her stomach was warm. She got into bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. That night, she slept very peacefully. When she woke up the next morning, it was already bright outside. Her body felt much lighter, only her stomach was a little sore, but it didn't affect her movement. As she sat up, Gongu brought in a bowl of hot sheep milk porridge with a soft bird egg inside. Older sister-in-law, you're awake? Eat it while it's hot, Gongu said shyly, placing the bowl on a small stool beside the bed. Ruanruan took the bowl. Thank you, Gongu. Where are Doji and the others? My older brother took Langry and the others into the mountains to see if there are any rabbits or mountain chickens, Gongu replied, pointing outside. The sun is good today, sister-in-law. You can go out and get some sun, it's warm. Ruanruan nodded and slowly finished her breakfast. After eating the warm porridge, she felt comfortable all over. She thought that maybe Doji and the others could go hunting again, and perhaps she could secretly check the system map to see where the game was, so they wouldn't waste time wandering. But there was no rush. She needed to find the right opportunity to mention it. After breakfast, she left the yurt. The sunshine was indeed very good, spreading golden light over the grassland. There was no wind, making people feel lazy and relaxed. She found a dry patch of grass and was about to lie down when Gongu came over carrying an old felt blanket. Sister-in-law, lying directly on the ground, is cold. Use this, he said, spreading out the blanket. Then he ran to get an old sheepskin coat. Cover your stomach a bit and stay out of the wind. Ruanruan lay down as told, covering her waist with the sheepskin coat. The warm sunlight shone on her face and body, making her squint comfortably. But Gongu was not idle. He found some thin sticks and a large piece of old felt and awkwardly built a small, simple shelter next to her, just enough to block the sunlight from her face. This way, you won't be afraid of getting sunburned. Gongu wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at his work with a shy smile. Ruanruan felt warm inside. Gongu, you're so thoughtful. Gongu blushed and quickly turned away. I need to shear the sheep. Spring is here and their wool is thick and hot. Ruanruan became interested. Shear the sheep? Can I watch? Yes, of course. Gongu quickly nodded, went to the tool pile, and found a large pair of scissors. He also brought over a gentle yew and tied it to a nearby wooden stake. His technique was not very skilled, but he was very careful. He gently held the sheep with one hand and used the scissors with the other, starting from the belly, cutting along the skin to remove the thick, curly wool with a snip-snip sound. The wool fell in pieces, forming a pile of gray and white on the ground. Ruanruan watched intently, and before she knew it, she stood up and squatted next to Gongu. Can I try? Gongu paused, a bit hesitant. The scissors are heavy and the wool is dirty. Don't get it on your sister-in-law. I'm not afraid, Ruanruan said, holding out her hand. Just let me try. Teach me. Gongu looked at her bright, curious eyes and couldn't refuse. He turned the scissors around and handed her the handle. Hold it like this. Use your wrist, cut along the skin, don't lift too high, and be careful not to poke. Ruanruan took the scissors, feeling how heavy they were. She imitated Gongu, pressing the wool with her left hand and carefully cutting with her right. Snip! She cut a small tuft at first. It felt a bit stiff, but she succeeded. That's right, just like that. Gongu whispered guidance from beside her. Take your time. Feeling more confident, Ruanruan made a few more cuts. She was inexperienced, so her cuts were uneven, some deep, some shallow. Some patches of wool were left long, while others were cut too close to the skin. Suddenly, the tip of the scissors caught a tangled lock of wool. She jerked her wrist and pulled hard. With a loud rustle, it wasn't just wool she cut. Her elbow bumped into the pile of wool nearby, knocking it over. The soft heap of wool collapsed like clouds, covering her completely. Ah, Ruanruan exclaimed softly, and everything in front of her turned white. The wool was light and soft, carrying the warm smell of sunlight and animals. It covered her head and face, slipped into her collar, and stuck to her eyelashes. She scrambled to brush it away, but the more she tried, the more tangled it became. She looked like a snow doll rolled in wool, with only her big, confused eyes showing. Her lips were slightly parted, with a bit of white wool stuck on them. Gongu was first startled, then saw how she looked and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He quickly covered his mouth, blushing furiously. The sister-in-law in front of me looked like a small snowman suddenly wrapped in wool. White, soft, and dazed, so adorable. Don't move, sister-in-law. I'll help you. He quickly put down what he was doing, leaned over, and squatted in front of Ruanruan. At this moment, Ruanruan couldn't move at all. Her hair, shoulders, and front were covered in white wool, and her nose itched, making her want to sneeze. Gongu reached out and touched a strand of wool-covered hair near her temple. He paused for a moment, then very gently, bit by bit, pulled the fluffy wool away. His fingers occasionally brushed her cheeks and ears, feeling warm. Gongu knew his hands were rough, so he dared not press too hard on his sister-in-law, only carefully removing the wool. He was very close, able to see tiny white fibers on her eyelashes and smell a faint scent different from the wool on her body. She sat quietly without moving, letting him clean her, watching him with her eyes. Because of the itch, her nose twitched slightly. Gongbu's heart beat faster, and his ears felt hot. He held his breath and focused on picking the wool off her hair and collar. When he reached her chest, his hand trembled slightly, almost touching something he shouldn't, so he quickly pulled back, his face turning even redder. "Almost done," Gongu whispered, his voice a little hoarse. Just then, the obedient sheep lying nearby, perhaps disturbed by their noise or just impatient, suddenly jerked, and the leather strap around its front legs slipped off. It suddenly lifted its front half, its head pushing forward. Gongbu, who was squatting in front of Ruanruan with his back to the sheep, was caught off guard when the sheep's head bumped into his lower back. He let out a muffled, and lost his balance, falling forward. Ruanruan hadn't reacted yet when she saw Gongbu falling toward her. She instinctively tried to back away, but her butt was on the grass, so there was nowhere to hide. Bang! Gongbu landed heavily on top of her, and both of them fell onto the soft grass. Fortunately, the grass was thick, so the fall didn't hurt. But Ruanruan was completely covered by Gongbu. His chest pressed against her, and his arms instinctively wrapped around her head and face to protect her. Their faces were close enough to feel each other's breath. It felt like time froze for a moment. Ruanruan's lips gently pressed against Gongbu's cheek. The touch was warm and soft. Gongbu froze completely. A loud boom echoed in his mind, leaving him blank. All his senses focused on that small patch of skin on his cheek. He felt an incredibly soft sensation on his cheek. Then, the warm, fragrant, soft body in his arms clearly spread through his entire body.
It was his sister-in-law.
She kissed his face. This thought made him shiver all over, trembling from the spot where she kissed him, a hot flow rushing through his whole body. This was almost like a blessing from heaven. He was stunned, frozen, forgetting to move or get up. He just lay there, arms still around her, eyes wide open, staring at Ruanruan below him. Gongbu had lost all awareness. Just as they tumbled together, distant voices of Doji and others reached them. "Today's luck is good. Caught 2 wild chickens. We'll make soup for sister-in-law tonight." And the steady footsteps of Dawa. The 3 of them turned around the yurt and saw the scene on the grass. Gongbu was pressing down on Ruanruan, very close together. Her hair was still dotted with wool, and Gongbu's face was as red as a cooked shrimp, with his arm around her shoulder. The air was silent for a moment. Langry's smile froze instantly, his eyes wide with surprise. Doji stopped in his tracks, nearly dropping the rabbit he was holding, his brows furrowing tightly, his eyes darkening. Dawa clenched his fists, the slight sound of his knuckles cracking. Gongbu looked into 4 pairs of sharp, intense gazes, his eyes like knives, burning with fire. They all thought Gongbu was secretly flirting with Ruanruan. Everyone wanted to scold Gongbu. Their current situation was just too awkward. Gongbu also sensed something was wrong. He was so scared he nearly jumped out of his skin, quickly turning over and jumping up, then hurriedly trying to lift Ruanruan from the ground, stammering, No. It's the sheep. The sheep kicked me. I just fell. Sorry, sister-in-law. I didn't mean to fall on you." After regaining her balance, Ruanruan brushed off the grass and wool on her clothes, feeling her face heat up. Yes, it was an accident. The sheep suddenly moved. Langry quickly stepped forward and squeezed between Ruanruan and Gongbu, first examining Ruanruan from head to toe. "Are you okay, sister-in-law? Did you fall? Did you hurt yourself?" Then he turned to Gongbu with a stern look. "Fourth brother, how could you let the sheep kick you while shearing? And now you've caused trouble for sister-in-law." Gongbu lowered his head, mumbling, I wasn't paying attention." Doji came over, ignoring Gongbu, and gently brushed a remaining piece of wool from Ruanruan's hair. His movements were soft, but his face still looked unhappy. He glanced at the scattered scissors and wool on the ground, then at the unevenly sheared sheep, and finally his eyes settled on Gongbu's red, panicked face. Stop shearing the wool, Doji said calmly. Go clean up the wild chickens. Gongu was relieved and quickly responded, okay, lowering his head and hurriedly taking the wild chicken from Langry. He limped toward the river, looking anxious. His body was very hot, and he needed to cool down with some cold water. Dawa walked over to the spot where the two had fallen, squatted down to look, then stood up and quietly said to Ruanruan, the grass is soft, no stones. It seemed he was checking that she hadn't fallen onto something hard. Ruanruan felt a bit embarrassed and thought their reactions were a little exaggerated. I'm really fine, just a scare. Gongu didn't press down hard, and I wasn't hurt, Langry snorted. He's tough, so what if he falls? He then leaned closer to Ruanruan, sniffed and muttered softly, smells like sheep. And fourth brother's sweat. Sister-in-law, stay away from him. Later, I'll boil some water for you to wash up. Doji didn't say anything more. He handed another rabbit to Dawa and said, go help Gongu. Then he told Ruanruan, it's windy outside. Rest in the bag. Seeing their obvious awkwardness, Ruanruan felt both amused and a warm, indescribable feeling inside. She nodded and followed Doji toward the Mongolian tent. Langry hurried to catch up, eager to open the curtain. Inside the tent, Doji asked Ruanruan to sit down and poured her a bowl of hot water. Langry kept walking around, sometimes saying the fire wasn't strong enough, sometimes saying it was time to prepare lunch, but his eyes kept glancing at Ruanruan. After a while, Dawa and Gongu returned, carrying the cleaned rabbits. Gongu kept his head down, afraid to look at Doji and Langry, and silently went to the corner to start the fire. The lunch atmosphere was a bit dull. The chicken soup was delicious, but the men spoke very little. Langry occasionally helped Ruanruan by adding meat, choosing only the tenderest parts. Doji ate silently, occasionally glancing at Ruanruan. Dawa chewed on a bone with a loud crunch. Gongu only dared to drink soup and didn't take much meat. Ruanruan tried to liven up the mood. This wild chicken is really fat. Where did you go hunting today? Langry perked up, behind that small hill to the north. We got lucky and caught 2 in one nest. Sister-in-law, you like it? We'll go again tomorrow. Ruanruan nodded. Sounds good. Just after finishing lunch and before clearing the dishes, a loud horn suddenly sounded from afar, followed by the voice of Captain Adelaide through a poor-quality loudspeaker, carried by the wind. All members, attention. All members, attention. Gather at the farm immediately. Shearing the sheep. Every household. Able-bodied members, come. Must be there. Repeating, gather at the farm immediately. The voice echoed across the open grassland. Doji put down his bowl and stood up. Did you hear that? Pack up, we'll leave soon. Group work was unavoidable. Zaxi looked at Ruanruan with a frown and asked, Brother, what about sister-in-law? Is she going too? Please, more updates and comments. A gentle, ongoing pastoral romance. Doji hadn't spoken, yet when Ruanruan spoke first, I'll go too. Everyone turned to look at her. Ruanruan stood up, brushed off the grass from her clothes, and said, I can learn to shear sheep too. More people means more help, and we can earn more work points. Plus, this job is sitting down, not tiring, Langry immediately responded. Sister-in-law, that job looks easy, but it actually takes effort. Sheep wool is very dirty and gets all over you. We wouldn't want you to get so tired. No worries, Ruanruan said. I can do it. Better than staying bored at home alone. Doji looked at her thoughtfully. Leaving her alone at home, he really couldn't rest assured. The matter with Badu had only just passed, and if someone else came again, no one would protect her. Such a soft and fragrant wife. Doji was worried about her being alone at home. Okay, Doji nodded. You go with us. If you're tired, just say so. Don't push yourself. Once everything was decided, everyone quickly packed up. Doji took down the military water bottle from the shelf, shook it, and saw there was still half a bottle of water inside. He poured it out and filled it with fresh water. Langry took out a worn-out cloth that had been washed many times, wrapped some dried beef jerky, and also packed 2 leftover pancakes from the morning. Zaxi folded the old sheepskin coat he often wore, tied it with a rope to make it easier to carry. Gongu limped around, found a small wooden stool, looked at it, and thought it was too hard, so he grabbed a soft old wool felt instead. Gongu, you should take a clean blanket so sister-in-law can cover herself. I'm taking a clean one, just washed it. Langry, you should find some more food for sister-in-law. Don't let her go hungry. Don't worry, she won't go hungry. Ruanruan watched them busy and couldn't help but smile. I was just going to do some work, but your team looks like you're sending me on a big trip. Langry handed her the cloth bundle, grinning. That's right. Sister-in-law, this is your first time working with us at the commune. You need to be prepared. Water if you're thirsty, jerky if you're hungry, a stool to sit on if you're tired, and a coat if it gets cold. All set, Ruanruan took the heavy cloth bundle and water bottle, feeling warm inside, but also a bit amused. They really treated her like a child, a porcelain doll that breaks at the slightest breeze or cries when hungry. After packing up, the 6 of them left the house. The sun was already high, shining brightly over the grassland. The sky was as blue as if washed clean, with not a single cloud. Distant mountains rolled in gentle waves, their color a faint blue-gray. The wind was gentle, warm on their skin, carrying the scent of grass and earth. Ruanruan chewed on the beef jerky Langry had given her. The jerky was firm, salty, and fragrant with a hint of milk flavor. The more she chewed, the tastier it became. She walked along, nibbling small bites. Is it delicious? Langry, walking beside her, looked happy to see her eating. I dried it myself. Salt and spices are evenly spread, and I watched it every day while drying. Nothing went bad. Ruanruan nodded. Yes, it's very tasty. Even more delicious than what I've had before. Langry proudly lifted his chin. After walking for a while, her view became clearer. She could see the grassland of the commune farm in the distance, which was much tidier than their own. They had built a few rough sections with wooden fences. Farther away, a large white flock of sheep gathered together, moving slowly, like a cloud spreading across the horizon. Look, those are the commune sheep, Doji pointed out. There are many more than ours. Over there are the cattle, Tashi said, pointing to the other side. Mostly yellow cattle and a few yaks. Further inside are the horses, Dawa added. Some pull carts, others are for riding. Gongu quietly added, we mainly shear sheep with wool. Goats have tough, less valuable wool, so we don't shear them much. Ruanruan looked in the direction they pointed, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the wide, lively scene of collective work on the grassland. After walking for half an hour, they finally reached an open space at the edge of the farm. Many people had already gathered there, making a lively noise. Most men were near the sheep pens, calling out to herd the sheep out in groups and lay them down. Women sat in small groups, holding special large scissors, cutting wool with a snip-snip sound. On a farther open space, several large pieces of stained canvas were spread out, piled high with sheep wool. Some young girls sat at the edge of the canvas, carefully picking out weeds and droppings from the wool and roughly sorting the wool by color and quality. Doji told Ruanruan to wait on the side first, then took Tashi to find the team leader, Adalai. Adalai was standing on a dirt hill, holding a metal horn, directing a few people to move wooden stakes. Seeing Doji approach, he nodded. Doji walked over, said a few words, and pointed in Ruanruan's direction. Adalai looked over here, waved his hand, and loudly said, Ruanruan, go over there. Pick wool. Learn from Tualma and the others, choose the clean ones. Doji came back and said to Ruanruan, let's go. We'll take you over there to pick wool, it's easier. Adalai said Tualma will show you. Ruanruan looked in the direction he pointed, near those large pieces of canvas. She nodded. Okay. Gongu immediately carried a felt mat and a small wooden stool and followed them. The edge of the canvas was already occupied by 7 or 8 women, including young girls and young wives, who were busy working while talking. When they saw Ruanruan approaching, they all stopped talking and looked at her curiously. Gongu immediately started working when he arrived. He spread an old felt mat on a thick patch of hay, then placed a small stool brought by Dawa on it and patted it. Sister-in-law, sit here, Langry pulled over a bundle of clean wool and placed it next to the felt mat. Lean on it, it's comfortable. Zaxi folded a sheepskin vest and placed it beside the small stool. Use it to support your back if you're tired. Dawa didn't speak. He took out an old enamel cup from his pocket and placed it by Ruanruan's feet. For drinking water. A few girls stopped their work and looked at her with wide eyes. One round-faced girl couldn't help but giggle. Wow, Doji's family has a statue of a deity here? A tall, thin girl nearby also laughed. Yes, the stool, felt vest, and even the water jar are all prepared. We've been working for so many years, but we've never seen such arrangements. That's because she's a new wife. It's normal to be a bit spoiled, but even so, you shouldn't spoil her so much. Cutting wool is just a simple task, not giving birth. Look at Doji's brothers, they really cherish their wife. That's true. Cutting wool, and she's worried about getting cold? Who among us hasn't sat like that before? She's white and tender, like tofu. You have to be careful. She's just a bit more handsome. How long will that last? On the grassland, how many tasks can she really do? The low chatter drifted into Ruanruan's ears. She simply pretended not to hear, tidied her clothes, and sat up straight. But inside, she thought, her man loved her and was happy to prepare these things. Let others talk if they want. If they have the ability, let their men also give them blankets and coats. Ruanruan ignored these people. She smiled happily and told Doji and the others to continue working. She was fine right here. Seeing Ruanruan sitting comfortably, Doji and the others went to shear the sheep. Ruanruan started working. Next to her, a girl in her early 20s moved closer and smiled. My name is Zhuoma. The team leader asked me to teach you. It's very simple, see. Tuama grabbed a handful of freshly delivered raw wool, her fingers moving quickly. She explained, mainly I pick out the big grass sticks, sheep droppings, and the hard clumps that are tangled and too dirty. See, the soft, snow-white wool like this goes into this basket. The yellowish or coarse wool goes over there. As she spoke, she demonstrated, moving fast. In just a few words, the messy wool in her hand became much cleaner and looser.
Ruanruan watched carefully.
I understand. She tried to imitate Tuama and grabbed a handful of wool. The feeling was strange, fluffy, greasy, and carrying a strong farm smell. She held her breath and explored with her fingers, pulling out any hard lumps she felt. At first, she was clumsy. The wool kept tangling around her fingers. But after a few tries, she found a trick and started to work faster. Tuama saw she was getting the hang of it and nodded. Yes, just like that. No rush, take your time. The most important thing is to be careful. Ruanruan nodded softly and focused on her work. Suddenly, the clear sound of horse hooves approached from afar. A few horses entered the yard, led by Annor. Today, she wore a neat dark blue robe, her hair tied in a thick braid. Her face was flushed, and her eyes shone brightly. She smoothly dismounted, threw the reins to a nearby young boy, and looked around. Her gaze quickly settled on Ruanruan, sitting on a canvas bag. Seeing the blanket under Ruanruan and the coat folded nearby, Annor's lips twitched slightly, and her expression grew colder. Instead of coming over, she and a few sisters headed straight to the women busy shearing sheep. They rolled up their sleeves and started helping. The sheep shearing area was busier. The men held the sheep firmly, while the women squatted or knelt, using large scissors to cut close to the sheep's skin. The thick wool was pulled off with a loud crack, and the wool fell in big clumps. The wool flew everywhere, mixed with the smell of sweat, sheep, and dust. Although the smell wasn't pleasant here either, it was much quieter and less tiring than elsewhere. After about an hour, Ruanruan felt her waist ache. She straightened up, patted her back, and took a sip from her water bottle. Next to her, Tuama handed her a rough cloth. Wipe your hands. You'll get used to it. Everyone starts like this on the first day. Ruanruan thanked her and took the cloth to wipe her hands. While she was wiping, Annor came over. She had small bits of wool and dirt on her hands and a light layer of sweat on her forehead. She stood at the edge of the canvas, looking down at Ruanruan from above. Picking wool is pretty easy, right? Annor said, her voice sharp and a little teasing. Ruanruan looked up. It's okay. I'm learning. Annor tilted her chin and pointed toward the sheep shearing area. They're short-handed over there, missing a few people. You and a few others. She casually pointed to Zhuama and 2 other young women next to Ruanruan. Go help with shearing. Zhuama and the other 2 women looked at each other, said nothing, and quietly put down their work. They stood up. Shearing is harder work, but it earns more points. Since they needed help over there, Ruanruan could go too. Annor looked at Ruanruan and slowed her speech on purpose, her teasing more obvious. Shearing is much more tiring and dirtier than picking wool, but it gives more points. You're a Han girl. If you don't know how to use scissors, are afraid of getting dirty or tired, you can keep picking wool here. Anyway, this job suits you quite well. A few women nearby listened carefully, glancing back and forth between Annor and Ruanruan. They could tell that Annor was looking down on Ruanruan and trying to embarrass her in front of everyone. Ruanruan looked at Annor with no change in her expression. She put down the coarse cloth, brushed off the dust from her hands, and sat back on the stool. I really don't know how to shear sheep, she said calmly, almost matter-of-factly. The team leader asked me to pick wool here, so I'll do that well. Let the people who know how to shear do that work. Annor was surprised, not expecting her to admit so directly that she didn't know, and to refuse so firmly. Her prepared words of criticism got stuck in her throat. Why you? Annor's face showed some embarrassment. Don't you want to earn more points? Of course I do, Ruanruan nodded, grabbing another handful of wool and slowly starting to pick. But I have to be able to do it. If I try to do something I don't know, I'll delay the work and cause trouble for others. That's not good. She smiled at Annor, her eyes clear and calm, showing no sign of anger or embarrassment. Annor felt suffocated by her soft attitude, unable to breathe properly. She glared at Ruanruan, snorted, and turned away, walking heavily. Zhuama and the others went to the shearing area. The remaining girls nearby couldn't help but whisper and laugh quietly. Annor didn't get anything this time. Exactly, Ruanruan doesn't fall for her tricks at all, but it's also true that she didn't want to do it. If she damaged the sheep or hurt herself, it would be more trouble. I think Ruanruan is quite honest and doesn't try to show off. Ruanruan ignored her and kept picking her wool quietly. Inside, she thought that using tricks wouldn't work on her. It's better to do simple work and earn her share of the work points. It's good enough. It's foolish to run into unfamiliar, heavy work just to prove herself. The sun slowly set, but it was still very hot, making people's scalps feel burning. A few horses tied to a wooden stake nearby were restless, stamping their hooves and occasionally snorting. One young, chestnut-colored stallion was especially anxious. It had a strong neck, powerful legs, and hadn't been fully tamed. This horse was tied to a sturdy wooden stake, but it kept tossing its head, pulling on the reins, and digging a small hole in the dirt with its hooves. Suddenly, the chestnut horse threw its head back fiercely. Somehow, the sturdy-looking leather rein rubbed against the wooden stake and snapped with a loud snap. Freed from its restraint, the chestnut horse was stunned for a moment, then let out a whinny and galloped away with its 4 legs. It had no clear direction, driven only by the chaos and its wildness after being restrained, charging straight toward the crowd. Everyone reacted quickly. That beast is scared. Get out of the way. Stop it. The girls screamed in fear, dropping their wool and dodging to the sides. The horse was very fast, kicking up dust, with its eyes red, rushing straight toward where Ruanruan was standing. Ruanruan's mind was blank at that moment, and her body froze. Several exclamations sounded at once. Older sister-in-law, Ruanruan, Doji, Langry, Zaxi, Gongu, and Dawa almost simultaneously saw their souls leave their bodies. They dropped the sheep they were holding and rushed toward her. But they were too far away. There were also panicked people and scattered debris in between. After a second of stunned silence, Ruanruan quickly reacted. The horse was charging straight at her with its head held high. There was no way to dodge it. Her only thought was system. System. Exchange. Exchange for horse training skills. Immediately. Now. Exchange successful. Advanced horse training with temporary enhancement. consumes 1,200 emotional points. A flood of information and a strange bodily instinct suddenly flooded her mind. How to observe the horse's condition, how to speak, how to stand, how to use the reins, how to soothe, how to establish authority. Everything became as clear as if she had known it all her life. When Ruanruan opened her eyes again, the horse was only 5 steps away. She could see the bulging veins on its neck and smell its hot, sweaty breath. Doji and the others were desperately rushing forward, but they watched helplessly as the horse's hooves almost stepped on Ruanruan's shadow. At this critical moment, instead of retreating, Ruanruan took a big step forward, straightened her back, lifted her head, and stared directly into the furious, red eyes of the horse. Her lips pressed tightly, and she let out a short, sharp whistle with a special rhythm. Whoa, Lulyalu! This sound was not loud, but incredibly clear. Everyone recognized it. This whistle could tame a horse. A miracle happened. The angry, chestnut-red horse, upon hearing the whistle, suddenly stiffened visibly all over its body. Its charge slowed dramatically. Its huge head tilted sharply toward Ruanruan, and a hint of confusion and instinctive obedience flashed in its red eyes. Its front hooves lifted high, futilely pawing in the air, then heavy thuds sounded as they hit the ground. Then, astonishingly, it stopped just 2 steps away from Ruanruan. The horse slightly veered to the side because of a sudden stop. It was panting heavily, nervously stamping its hooves, but it no longer charged forward. Instead, it lowered its head and looked at the small figure in front of it, nostrils flaring as if trying to recognize something. The entire farm seemed to fall silent. All the noise suddenly stopped. Everyone froze in place, staring in disbelief at this incredible scene. Doji and the others had already rushed close. Now they also stopped abruptly, staring in shock at Ruanruan, who was standing steadily in front of the horse. Ruanruan's heart was pounding like a drum, and cold sweat soaked her back instantly. She forced herself to stop trembling and slowly reached out her hand toward the horse's nose. Her eyes stayed fixed on the horse's eyes, steady and unblinking. She took deep, slow breaths and made a soft sh sound again. The chestnut-colored horse looked at her hand cautiously, snorted loudly, tilted its head, but didn't move away. Finally, Ruanruan's hand gently touched the horse's damp nose. She softly stroked the horse with her fingers. The horse shivered slightly, but didn't resist. It lowered its head, sniffed her hand, and its moist nose touched her palm. A few seconds later, it completely calmed down. Its large body stood quietly in front of Ruanruan, showing a bit of obedience. Only then did the people around seem to breathe again. Oh my goodness!
Did she
make the horse stop? Just whistled. Touched it? The horse was so wild just now, no one could stop it. Whispers filled the air, full of shock and amazement. Doji was the first to rush over, pulling Ruanruan behind him. He stood in front of her and the horse, his eyes sharp as he looked at the chestnut horse. When he saw it was truly calm, he quickly turned around, grabbing Ruanruan's shoulders and inspecting her carefully. Are you hurt? Did it hurt you? His grip was strong, and it made her bones ache a little, but seeing the lingering fear in his eyes, she shook her head. No, I'm fine. Langry, Zaxi, Gongu, and Dawa also gathered around, protecting her in the middle. Langry's face was pale, and his lips trembled. Sister-in-law, you scared me to death.
You? How dare you?
Zaxi didn't speak. He looked at the calm horse, and then at Ruanruan, with a deep, complex look in his eyes, as if something was stirring inside him. Gongbu's eyes were red. Dawa clenched his fists tightly, staring at the horse as if he was ready to rush forward and fight it. If this were their own horse, they would have slaughtered it tonight for meat. Captain Adalai and a few old men hurried over, panting. Adalai, still shaken, looked at Ruanruan and then at the horse, his voice hoarse. Ruanruan, can you tame horses? Everyone saw what just happened. Ruanruan peeked out slightly from behind Doji, took a deep breath, and said, My grandfather used to raise horses. I learned from him, but only simple methods, mostly luck. I was scared just now, and tried randomly. Adeli's expression changed. He looked at this seemingly delicate woman from another place again and nodded. Anyway, it's good that you're safe. You can treat animals and train horses. You're really impressive.
Today.
You've made a big contribution. If that horse had charged into the crowd, someone could have been hurt. He turned and shouted at the old man watching the horse. Quickly lead the horse away. Check it thoroughly. If anything happens again, you'll be responsible. The old man hurriedly agreed, carefully found a new sturdy rein, and approached cautiously. The chestnut-colored horse seemed reluctant to leave Ruanruan's side. She gently patted its neck and pushed it slightly, then obediently followed the old man. The chaos finally settled down. Annor stood among the cheering crowd, watching Ruanruan, who was carefully protected by the Doji brothers, with her face turning pale and then red. She bit her lip but said nothing. Suddenly, she lowered her head and cut the wool fiercely, the scissors making a sharp, crack sound. Doji didn't let Ruanruan stay outside anymore. No matter how she insisted she was fine, he half-hugged and half-led her to a temporary grass hut at the edge of the farm. Rest here, Doji said firmly. No going out again. The work is almost done. When we finish, we'll go home together. Langry brought in her cloth bag with a water bottle and dried meat. Gongu helped her put on a sheepskin coat. Zaxi silently handed her the water bottle, and Dawa stood at the door of the hut, arms crossed, like a guardian. Ruanruan watched them act like they were facing a big danger, and knew she couldn't argue. She had to sit quietly and said, I'm really fine. You all go back to work. Don't delay your tasks. Doji looked at her again, making sure her face looked okay. Then he and his brothers went back to work. But while they worked, someone kept glancing over at the grass hut now and then. The inside of the hut was dim, with the smell of hay and rusty tools in the air. Ruanruan held her water bottle, slowly drinking, her heartbeat gradually calming down. That was really close. Thanks to the system. The horse training skill was worth it. But 1,200 emotional points were used up in an instant. She needed to find a way to earn more. Just then, her mind rang with a series of notifications. Received emotional points. Doji, Fear, Shock, Pride, 280 points. Received emotional points. Langry, Fear, Admiration, Joy, 320 points. Received emotional points. Zaxi, Shock, Curiosity, Strong Excitement, 300 points. Received emotional points. Gongu, Lingering Fear, Deep Admiration, 260 points. Received emotional points. Dawa, Extreme Happiness After Anger, 240 points. The total emotional points suddenly rose back to 1,950. Ruanruan looked at these records, especially Zaxi's Strong Excitement, Langry's Joy, and Gongu's Deep Admiration, feeling a bit strange inside. Are their emotions a little too intense? But then she thought about it. What happened just now was really frightening. She shook her head, stopping her thoughts. Anyway, gaining emotional points was a good thing. The sounds of work outside continued, and the sheep's bleats gradually grew quieter. The sun started to shift west. After a while, the grass hut curtain was pulled aside, and Doji came in and said, It's over, he said. Let's go home. Ruanruan stood up, stretched her legs that had gone numb, and followed Doji out. Outside, the sunset painted the whole grassland in warm orange red. The sheep were herded back into the pen, and the wool that had been sheared was bundled and loaded onto a donkey cart. People gradually dispersed in small groups. Juma and a few girls who had been shearing wool earlier came over, smiled kindly at Ruanruan, greeted her, and then left. Doji and his 4 brothers protected Ruanruan as they headed home. The sunset stretched their shadows across the golden grass. The wind became much gentler, blowing comfortably on their faces. The bright sun was lively again, and it chirped around Ruanruan. Sister-in-law, you're so amazing. How do you blow that whistle? Teach me. And the way you touch the horse, you look like a different person, so steady. Gongu quietly echoed, Sister-in-law is really brave. Dawa walked on her other side, quietly saying, "Stay away from the horses in the future." After a pause, he added, "And other animals too." Zaxi, walking a little behind, said nothing, only occasionally glancing at Ruanruan's back, pausing for a moment before looking away. Doji led the way, standing straight. After walking for a while, he suddenly spoke, his voice carried by the wind. "Did I scare you today?" Ruanruan looked at his back and honestly said, "A little. But now I'm fine." Doji responded with a soft, but said nothing more. They walked a bit further, and he slowed his pace, waiting until Ruanruan caught up and walked beside him. He reached into his pocket and took out something, handing it to her. It was the cloth they used earlier to wrap beef jerky, now bulging with other things inside. Ruanruan took it and opened it. Inside were several pieces of milk pudding given as a reward today by the commune. They looked white and firm. "Here, for you," Doji said, his eyes on the road ahead. "Today you made a contribution." Ruanruan felt warm inside and took a piece to put in her mouth. It was very hard, but full of milk flavor, sweet and tangy, solid. "Tastes good," she said. Doji's lips seemed to curve slightly, but he quickly straightened his face again. Langry saw this and shouted, "Big brother is showing favoritism." "I want some too." Doji didn't turn around. "Earn your own." Langry pouted and chuckled, then moved closer to Ruanruan. "Sister-in-law, can I have a piece?" Ruanruan smiled and shared the milk pudding with her brothers. Langry held the pudding, hesitating for a moment, then mischievously put it back into Ruanruan's hand. He leaned close to her ear and whispered mischievously, "Sister-in-law, I hear eating certain things helps you get stronger. I won't fight you for the pudding anymore." Ruanruan was a bit confused. "Eat what nourishes." Nursing lumps, to nourish. After Ruanruan understood the meaning of Langry, her face instantly turned red. She directly clenched her fist and swung at Langry. "Langry, what are you saying?" "I'm so embarrassed." Ruanruan's fist hit Langry's shoulder lightly and softly. Langry let out a small, "Ouch," and happily grabbed her wrist. His hand was big and warm, holding her loosely, with his thumb rubbing her thin wrist bone. "Sister-in-law, does your hand hurt?" Langry leaned in to look at her, eyes full of mischief. "Look at your little fist. It's not even as hard as a sheep's dung." "Slapping me?" "It's like tickling." Ruanruan wanted to pull her hand back but couldn't, her face burning even more. "Let go." "Who told you to talk nonsense?" "What nonsense am I talking?" Langry deliberately widened his eyes, looking innocent. "Nursing lumps, made of milk, eating them is good for. Well, you know. I just want to help sister-in-law. Make you." Langry, Ruanruan was both shy and anxious, raising her other hand to hit him again. Langry was quick and caught that hand too. Now, both her hands were in his grip, and he had her trapped in front of him, unable to move. Oh, sister-in-law still wants to hit me." Langry grinned, showing his teeth. "Hitting is a sign of love, scolding is affection. Sister-in-law, hit me a few more times. I can take it. I have a thick skin." Ruanruan was so embarrassed she couldn't stand it. She struggled but couldn't break free, her eyes turning red with anger. "If you don't let go, I'll tell Doji." "Tell Big Brother what?" Langry leaned closer, his hot breath on her ear, lowering his voice. "Tell him you're soft, that hitting is like touching, or tell him you want to eat nursing lumps to get better." Langry, a low shout suddenly sounded like a thunderclap nearby. Before Langry could react, a dark figure suddenly lunged at him, bringing a gust of wind, hitting him solidly on the waist. Damn it. Langry was caught off guard, staggered several steps, and naturally loosened his grip on Ruanruan's hand. He unstabilized himself when Doji caught up, grabbing his collar, one arm around his neck, and tripping him. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. Langry was thrown forcefully onto the grass by Doji, landing on his back with limbs spread out. Doji's knee pressed down on his chest, his fist raised, and his face looked very angry. "How dare you bully her?" Langry was dazed from the fall, struggling to breathe under the pressure. He quickly raised his hands and said, I didn't bully her, Big Brother. I was just joking with my sister-in-law, Joking, Doji's fist didn't lower, and his eyes looked fierce enough to scare anyone. I saw you. Grabbing her hand. Getting so close. What nonsense are you talking? It was just a joke, Langry almost cried. I was just teasing her. I let go right away. Zaxi came over, standing beside Doji. He looked down at Langry on the ground and said calmly, your mouth will get you into trouble sooner or later. Gongu also ran over, standing in front of Ruanruan and blocking her. He whispered firmly to Langry, second brother, you're wrong. You made your sister-in-law blush. Dawa didn't say anything. He simply walked over, squatted next to Langry's head, looked at him, then reached out and lightly tapped his forehead. Thud, it was quite loud. Langry let out a loud cry. Fifth brother, you're hitting me too. Ruanruan, feeling both shy and angry, was stunned for a few seconds by the scene. Suddenly, she burst out laughing. Her laugh caught the attention of all the men. The setting sun cast a golden glow on her face. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, her lips slightly upturned, revealing a bit of white teeth. Her hair was tousled by the wind, with some strands sticking to her cheeks. She looked lively and bright. Doji watched her smile and unconsciously loosened his grip. Seizing the chance, Langry rolled away from Doji's knee, jumped up, and ran behind Ruanruan, shouting, Sister-in-law, save me. Big brother is trying to hurt me. Ruanruan was pushed to the front. Seeing Doji approaching, she quickly waved her hands. All right, stop messing around. It's almost dark. Let's go home. Doji paused, looked at her, then glanced at Langry, who was peeking out from behind Ruanruan and making a silly face at him. He snorted. Wait until we get home, I'll deal with you. Langry stuck out his tongue at Doji from behind Ruanruan. Ha, ha, ha. With sister-in-law here, I'm not afraid. Gongu couldn't help but laugh. Dawa's mouth twitched, and Zaxi shook his head helplessly. The six of them continued on their way. The sunset has mostly disappeared, leaving only a dark red streak on the horizon. The sky above has turned a deep blue-purple, and stars are beginning to appear, one after another. They are sparse but very bright. The wind on the grassland is picked up, bringing a coolness of night, and the grass leaves rustle softly. The distant horizon is blurry, and the mountains look like black silhouettes. Doji walks over to Ruanruan and squats with his back to her. Get on. Ruanruan hesitates. I can walk by myself. Your feet hurt. Doji doesn't turn around. We've been walking all day. Ruanruan does feel her feet a little sore, and her calves are swollen. She stops resisting and obediently climbs onto Doji's back. Doji stands up steadily, tests his balance, and starts walking forward with her. His back is broad and strong, and even through his clothes, she can feel his tense muscles underneath. Ruanruan wraps her arms around his neck and presses her face against his neck. Langry walks beside them, watching Doji carry Ruanruan. He feels a bit itchy inside but remembers the earlier fuss and doesn't dare to get too close now. He mumbles, Big brother really knows how to show off. Zaxi walks on the other side, occasionally glancing at Ruanruan on Doji's back. She lies quietly, her chin resting on Doji's shoulder, her eyes fixed on the gradually darkening grassland. Her eyelashes are long. Gongu walks close to Zaxi and whispers, Today scared me to death. When that horse rushed over, I felt weak in my legs. Dawa responds, Next time we must stay close to sister-in-law. We can't let this happen again. They chat as they walk for over half an hour. The outline of the yurt becomes faint in the evening light, looking like giant mushrooms sitting on the grass. As they get closer, they see the faint shadows of a sheep pen and the horses tied nearby. Zaxi walks at the edge, his gaze habitually sweeping over the surrounding hills and grass. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks. He squints and stares fixedly at the top of the small hill behind the yurt. There, in the shadow of dark gray night, rocks and bushes, two faint green lights are shining, staring intently at the sheep. Zaxi's face darkens instantly. Big brother, he says, his voice low but cold. Doji stops and turns to look at him. Zaxi doesn't speak. He simply raises his chin and points to the small hill. Doji looks in the direction he indicates. Langry, Gongu, and Doji also looked over at the same time. The 2 points of green light stood out clearly in the dark, cold, focused, with the patience of predators. Wolf, Doji said through clenched teeth. Ruanruan's body on his back stiffened. She saw those 2 green lights, glowing like ghostly fire in the darkness. Her heart tightened, and she instinctively hugged Doji's neck tighter. Doji patted her leg to signal her not to be afraid. He kept his eyes on the 2 green lights, his face darkening. Shit, they're really watching us, Langry cursed, his fists clenched. Gongbu's voice trembled a little. What do we do?
Sheep.
Horses. Doji didn't hesitate. He turned around and rushed toward the Mongolian yurt. I'll get the bow. Wait, Doji called out, stopping him. First, go back and check the animals. He quickened his pace, jogging with Ruanruan on his back. The others hurried to catch up. When they reached the yurt, Doji put Ruanruan down, telling her to go inside quickly. Then he and Zaxi and Langry rushed toward the sheep pen. Doji ran into the yurt and soon came out with his old hunting rifle and bow and arrow. Gongu, who was limping, also hurried to the sheep pen, anxiously counting the shadows inside. The sheep were restless, crowded together, making nervous, baa sounds. The horse that had just undergone surgery also stood up, alert, with its ears pricked. 1, 2, 3. Gongu counted the sheep, his face growing paler.
1.
One is missing. The smallest spotted lamb is gone. Doji's face looked even worse. He pressed his face against the fence, inspecting carefully, then quickly checked around the outside of the sheep pen. Outside the fence on the hillside side, there were drag marks on the grass and some scattered fine wool. It was dragged away from here, Doji said coldly, pointing at the marks. That beast squeezed through a gap in the fence. Langry's eyes turned red. That beast. Dare to steal my sheep. Zaxi had already climbed onto a haystack beside the sheep pen, looking toward the hillside. The 2 points of green light were still there, seeming closer. The wolf hasn't left. It's still watching, Zaxi said as he climbed down from the haystack. It might be looking for another chance. Doji carried his hunting rifle on his back, holding a bow with an arrow nocked, pulling the string tight and aiming toward the green glow on the hillside. Don't rush, Doji said, holding his arm. It's too dark to see clearly, and you might miss. If you shoot now, it might run away. We can try again later. Then he asked, what should we do? Langry was anxious. Just let it watch us? It might take one of the sheep. Doji didn't answer immediately. He looked at the frightened sheep and then at the hillside, thinking quickly. Ruanruan came out of the Mongolian tent, holding a small kerosene lamp. The light was faint, barely illuminating a small area around her. Doji, she whispered, do wolves come here often? Doji nodded.
Yes.
There are many wolves on the plains. In winter, they get hungry and come looking for food. In summer, they need to feed their pups. That's why everyone builds their tents close together, with animals in the middle. The noise and movement scare the wolves. He paused. Our family prefers quiet places, so we set up our tent on the outskirts, near the mountain, where the grass is good. But that also makes us more vulnerable. He spoke calmly, without blame, just stating facts. Their ancestors' habits made them choose this quiet spot, and the brothers liked it that way.
So Ruanruan understood.
She looked at the 2 faint green points on the hillside, feeling uneasy. After a moment, Doji told his brothers, wolves are clever.
They might not be there now.
First, put torches around the sheep pen, and bring the horses over, tying them where they can see. Wolves are afraid of fire and many people. The brothers quickly moved into action. Langry and Gongu lit the remaining torches and placed them at the corners of the sheep pen. Doji untied 2 horses from the post and led them to the open space between the tent and the sheep pen, tying them where they could be seen. The horses seemed uneasy too, snorting and stamping. Tashi took out several knives from the tent, giving some to Langry and Gongu, keeping the sharpest for himself. Doji carried his long bow on his back and told Ruanruan, go inside the tent, close the door, and don't come out. Ruanruan stood at the tent entrance, watching them work. The fire flickered, casting shadows of tall figures moving between light and dark. Their faces were no longer smiling or playful, but tense and angry. Her fear slowly changed into another feeling. "Can I help?" she asked softly. Doji glanced at her. "Once inside, just help out. Stay put and don't move. Never come out." Ruanruan bit her lip, but didn't argue further. She stepped into the yurt, leaving the door slightly open, peeking outside. Doji ignored her and turned to his brothers. "Langry, Zaxi, come with me to check. Dawa, stay here and watch the sheep and horses. Gongu, guard the house and protect her." Their roles were clear. Dawa nodded, drew his bow, and moved to the brightest spot by the torchlight, scanning the dark grassland like an eagle. Gongu clenched his knife and stood at the yurt's entrance, with his back to Ruanruan, facing outward. Doji, Langry, and Zaxi each held a torch and weapons, walking toward a small hill. The firelight flickered in their hands, casting long, shaky shadows. The hill wasn't far, but the path was rough, full of loose stones and deep grass that reached above their ankles. Doji led the way, holding his torch high to light the path ahead. Langry and Zaxi followed on either side, forming a triangle. The night wind blew fiercely, causing the torches to flicker, and the sound of rustling grass resembled countless tiny whispers. When they were about 10 steps from the top, Doji stopped and raised his hand. Langry and Zaxi immediately halted, holding their breath. Doji listened carefully. Apart from the wind and rustling grass, there was a faint scratching sound coming from behind the top of the hill. The animal was still making threatening growls. Doji exchanged a quick look with Langry and Zaxi. All three moved at once. Doji suddenly threw the torch forcefully toward the top of the hill. The burning stick arced through the air, landing among the loose stones, sparks flying, illuminating a small area. At the moment the fire landed, Langry and Zaxi quickly moved from both sides, swords in hand, rushing up the hill to flank the top. Doji also took down his longbow, nocked an arrow, aiming at the hilltop. The torchlight revealed what was on the hill. A gray-brown grassland wolf, not very large but strong, was lowering its head, using its front paws to dig at something. Next to it was the missing little lamb, lying soft and limp, with its neck already bitten through, a dark pool spreading beneath it. The wolf was startled by the suddenly thrown torch and the two people approaching quickly. It raised its head sharply, baring its white fangs, and let out a deep growl. Its green eyes reflected the firelight with a fierce glow. But it did not attack immediately. The wolf is clever. It saw the fire, saw more than one person, and noticed the weapons in their hands. Langry and Zaxi had already moved close, within 5 steps, with their knives ready in front of them. The wolf's fur bristled on its back, its tail hung low, and it lowered its body, preparing to attack. Its eyes fixed tightly on Langry, who was slightly closer. "Beast!" Langry gritted his teeth, staring at the wolf. He slowly moved his steps, trying to surround it with Zaxi. Zaxi said nothing. He held a short knife, his expression cold and frightening, and was also slowly shifting his position. Doji's arrow tip slightly adjusted as the wolf moved, but he did not shoot. They were too close. Langry and Zaxi were within range, and shooting might accidentally hurt each other. The wolf seemed to sense danger. It suddenly lowered its head, grabbed a dead lamb from the ground, and turned to dash down the dark slope. Trying to run, Langry shouted loudly. He lunged forward, his knife slashing fiercely at the wolf's waist. The wolf was very agile. Sensing the wind, it leapt aside with the lamb still in its mouth, avoiding Langry's attack. At the same time, it kicked with its hind leg, sending a stone flying toward Langry's face. Langry tilted his head to dodge the stone. He tripped over some loose rocks, slowing his movement. The wolf seized this chance and turned to rush down the slope. At that moment, Zaxi moved. He didn't charge wildly like Langry. Instead, he aimed for the brief opening when the wolf turned, gathering strength in his legs. A few quick steps brought him to the wolf's front side. His short knife flashed like lightning, not for slashing, but for stabbing directly, aiming precisely at the wolf's front leg joint. Poof! the sound of the blade piercing flesh. The wolf let out a sharp, miserable howl. The lamb it was holding dropped to the ground. One of its front legs was stabbed by Zaxi's knife. Though not deep, it injured the tendons, causing the wolf to instantly limp. The intense pain and injury made the wolf furious. It no longer tried to escape. Its green eyes turned bloodshot. Abandoning the lamb, it turned to attack Zaxi. Its huge mouth opened wide, aiming to bite Zaxi's throat. Second brother, Langry, shouted in alarm. After being bitten by the wolf, Zaxi immediately stepped back, but the wolf was too fast. He only had time to raise his arm to block. Just as the wolf's teeth were about to bite Zaxi's arm, whoosh, an arrow shot through the air with precision, hitting the wolf's neck from behind. The force of the arrow caused the wolf's body to tilt to the side, breaking its bite. It only left a cut on Zaxi's arm. The wolf howled loudly and fell to the ground. The arrow in its neck trembled, and blood poured out. It struggled to get up, but its front leg was hurt, and it was injured in the neck. Its movements were unsteady. Doji kept aiming his bow, his eyes cold and firm. That last shot was perfect, timing, angle, and strength. Langry rushed forward. Before the wolf could get up again, he swung his knife hard into the wolf's back. Zaxi also stepped in and stabbed the wolf under the ribs. The wolf twitched a few times and then stopped moving. The wolf was dead. Blood flowed down its neck and front leg, soaking into the grass, dark and thick. Langry was breathing heavily, still holding his knife. Zaxi looked at the cut on his arm, which was bleeding, but he didn't care. He kicked the wolf's body to make sure it was dead. Down the slope, there were loud footsteps and shouts. Doji. Langry. What's going on? I heard the wolf howling. A few neighbors nearby carried torches and held sticks and knives, rushing over. The leader was Aguila, a strong, dark man from a village about a mile away from Doji's family. He reached the top of the slope, shining his torch. Seeing the dead wolf and lamb on the ground, and the 3 Doji brothers, he understood. Damn, they really came? Aguila spat and kicked the wolf's belly. Just one? We only saw this one so far, Doji said, putting his bow back on his shoulder. He bent down and pulled out the arrow from the wolf's neck, blood spilling out. It took a lamb. Those damn dogs, Aguila cursed. It's spring, and the pups need to eat. They only know how to steal. He turned to the men following him and shouted. Everyone heard. The wolves are in the grassland. Stay alert. Don't sleep too deeply tonight. A tall, thin neighbor came closer to look at the wolf. It's a big one. You brothers are quick. Langry wiped the sweat from his face and chuckled. Damn it, stealing from my family? They're asking for trouble. Tashi tore off a piece of his shirt and hurriedly wrapped it around his arm to stop the bleeding. The blood quickly stained the cloth red. Doji said to Aguila, Tonight probably won't be quiet. This creature remembers revenge, and there might be more than just this one. Everyone go back, keep the fire burning brightly, and watch the livestock pens carefully. It's best to take turns guarding the night. Aguila nodded. Got it. Same old rules. If you hear anything, shout out and look out for each other. He waved his hand, and he and the others hurried back, the torchlight flickering away into the night. The hilltop grew quiet. Only the sound of the wind and the crackling of the fire remained. Doji bent down, picked up the dead wolf, and hefted it. It was heavy. He then looked at the lamb on the ground with its neck bitten through. It was the more lively of the 2 lambs born that morning, with a bright face. He frowned but said nothing, slung the wolf over his shoulder. Let's go, back home. The 3 of them descended the hill. In front of the yurt, Dawa was still holding a bow, keeping watch. Gombo stood at the door, and Ruanruan peeked out from the crack. Seeing them return, Gombo relaxed, and Dawa lowered his bow. Is it dead? Dawa asked. Dead, Langry said, stabbing his knife into the ground. Damn, let it go. Doji threw the wolf onto the ground with a dull thud. Ruanruan's gaze shifted from the wolf corpse to the soft, small lamb he was holding, and her heart tightened. That little face. She had stroked it in the morning, and it had bleated, asking for milk. She stepped out of the yurt, squatted down, and gently touched the lamb's still warm body, furry and stained with blood and dirt. The blood and flesh around its neck looked terrible, making her nose sting. Doji saw her staring blankly, knowing she was upset inside. This lamb was born by her own hands, and she insisted on raising it. She fed it milk every day, forming a bond. He looked at Zaxi and nodded. Zaxi understood, came over, took the lamb from Doji, and softly said, "I'll handle it. There's some meat left. It can be cooked." Ruanruan didn't look up, just softly responded. Langry came over, squatting beside her, casually wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "Sister-in-law, don't be sad. The wolf is gone, and we've avenged this little one. The rest of the sheep, we'll watch carefully. No way those animals will get a single hair touched." He squeezed her a little harder, making her sway slightly. Ruanruan sniffed her nose, looked up, her eyes a little red but not crying. "I just think it hasn't grown up yet. Animals on the grassland, that's just how it is," Doji said calmly beside her. "Weak eat the strong. We humans also survive by taking food from them and protecting it from other things." His words were honest but not comforting, yet they eased Ruanruan's delicate sadness a little. She nodded and stood up. Gongu whispered, "Sister-in-law, it's cold outside and there's blood. Put it in the bag." Langry didn't hesitate. He quickly picked up Ruanruan, as if holding a child. "Let's go home. I need to sit next to you this time. You scared me to death earlier. I need my sister-in-law to help me calm down." He carried Ruanruan into the yurt. She let out a soft cry and patted his arm. "Langry,
Put me down."
I can walk by myself. "I won't put you down," Langry chuckled. He took a few steps into the yurt, placed her on the sheepskin mat by the fire, then sat down close to her, holding her tightly. Doji and Dawa dragged the wolf inside and threw it into the corner at the door. The wolf was quite large, with gray-brown fur covered in blood. Its green eyes were half open, looking a bit creepy. Ruanruan glanced at it, then looked away, but couldn't help glancing again. She whispered, "Why did you bring this wolf back? Can we eat its meat?" Doji was adjusting the fire to make it burn brighter, not looking up. "We usually don't eat wolf meat on the grassland. The meat is tough, has a strong smell, and can cause illness. Mainly it's for the skin." "Skin? Yes." Zaxi finished handling a lamb and washed his hands before coming in, taking over the conversation. "Wolf skin is tough, with thick fur. When tanned, it can be made into mats, vests, and winter clothing to block the wind. A complete wolf pelt, sent to the supply and marketing cooperative or sold to fur traders, can earn some money or exchange for grain and salt." His arm wound was simply bandaged, and his movements didn't seem affected. Ruanruan understood now. It was not just revenge, but also a way to make a living. On this grassland, nothing could be wasted. Doji added some dry cow dung to the fire, making it burn even brighter, casting a warm glow on everyone's faces. He looked at the dark night outside the door and said, "We can't all sleep tonight. Someone has to stay awake. Gongu, you and Dawa take turns watching at the door during the first half of the night. Keep the fire burning." I stayed in the middle, while Langry and Tashi took the night shift. Gongu nodded. "Okay, leave it to me and Dawa." Dawa didn't say anything. He checked his rifle, placed it nearby, took out a sharpening stone, and started sharpening his short knife, keeping his eyes on the door and his ears alert. Gongu went to milk the sheep, warmed the milk over the fire, then took out some roasted rice and shared it with everyone. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. No one spoke. Only the crackling fire and Dawa's sharpening sounds filled the silence. Ruanruan hugged her knees, watching the flickering flames. Today had been a long day. So many things had happened. Wild horses, wolf attacks. Life on the grassland was more than just her pastures, milking, and sunbathing. It had warm sunny days, but also dark nights with green eyes and sharp teeth. Doji sat on her other side, a little apart. He picked up a wooden bowl, took a sip of water, and asked, "Are you scared?" Ruanruan turned to look at him. The firelight lit up his face, showing sharp features and deep eyes. She shook her head, a little, but not really scared. She paused and honestly said, I just feel that living is not easy. People are not easy, and sheep are not easy either. Doji looked at her, then suddenly reached out, ruffled her hair roughly but gently. It's okay. We're here. We won't let anything hurt you. His hand was big and warm, with thick calluses. Ruanruan's hair was messed up by his rough touch, but she felt strangely more at ease.
She nodded.
Langry watched nearby, feeling envious. He reached out to touch Ruanruan's hair. Big brother ruffled it. I want to do it too. Ruanruan tilted her head to avoid him and scolded, Stop messing around. Langry pouted and withdrew his hand, muttering, You're so stingy. Tashi silently poured a bowl of warm sheep's milk, handed it to Ruanruan, and also poured bowls for Doji and Gongu. When giving to Langry, Langry stared eagerly at Ruanruan. Tashi simply shoved the bowl into his hand. Drink yours. Langry took the bowl, gulped down a few sips, wiped his mouth, then sat next to Ruanruan. Sister-in-law, in a few days, I'll teach you how to use a knife. The small one, a dagger for self-defense. If anything dares to come near you, just stab it. Ruanruan remembered how Tashi had stabbed the wolf earlier. Quick, precise, and fierce. She felt a bit nervous, but also thought Langry was right. In this place, having some self-defense skills is not a bad thing. Okay, she said. Teach me. Langry was immediately happy. Leave it to me. I promise to teach you. Well, at least how to hunt rabbits. Doji glanced at Langry, but didn't object. Night gradually deepened. Gonbu and Dawa stood at the door, one leaning against the frame, the other sitting on the threshold, both watching the dark grassland outside. A torch was stuck outside the yurt, flickering in the firelight. Everything was arranged. Doji said to Ruanruan, Go to sleep. We're here outside, so it's safe. Ruanruan was indeed tired. Her feet felt sore, and her eyelids were heavy. After washing up, she took off her outer robe, only wearing close-fitting cotton clothes, and crawled into the quilt. After a while, footsteps moved outside, and the curtain gently fell, plunging the yurt into darkness, with only the red glow of the embers remaining. Tashi, Doji, and Langry also quickly washed and went inside to sleep. Ruanruan lay at the innermost side, with Doji beside her. The man's body was warm, like a stove, keeping her warm. She was very tired, and her mind was a jumble of the day's events. Suddenly, she remembered the frightened horse, the two glowing green wolf eyes, the soft neck of the lamb. These images mixed together, making her feel dizzy, and she drifted off to sleep. Her sleep was restless. In her dreams, it was also the grassland, but the sky was dark red, and the wind was so strong it was hard to stand. A little lamb with a flower face was running ahead, bleeding urgently. She chased after it but couldn't catch up. Suddenly, a huge black shadow burst out from the tall grass nearby, biting the lamb's neck. The lamb's cry stopped abruptly. Blood sprayed out, splashing her face. She was so scared, she felt cold all over. Wanted to scream, but her throat felt blocked. The black shadow turned its head, green eyes fixed on her, slowly approaching. She wanted to run, but her legs felt too heavy to lift. Doji didn't dare to sleep deeply. Outside, Dawa and Gonbu kept watch, but he still felt uneasy, listening carefully for any sounds outside, thinking about how to deal with a wolf pack if they really came. Just then, he suddenly felt the person beside him trembling. He turned his face slightly and, in the faintest light, saw Ruanruan with her brows tightly furrowed, lips pale and pressed together, beads of sweat on her forehead, breathing quickly and unevenly, whimpering softly. She was having a nightmare. Doji's mind was as clear as a mirror. During the day, there were wild horses and wolves, and he had seen the little lamb they raised for a few days being bitten to death. She didn't show it on her face, but he was sure she was frightened. The girl was only 18. She had just escaped from hardship and hadn't settled in yet, then faced these dangers. He hesitated for a moment, then gently reached out and placed his hand on her thin shoulder. Through her cotton clothes, he could feel her body trembling slightly. Clumsily, He patted her back, one gentle pat after another, like how his mother used to soothe them to sleep. In her dream, Ruanruan was pushed into a corner by those green eyes. She felt cold all over, but suddenly, she sensed a warm, solid presence approaching, carrying a familiar scent. Like a drowning person clutching a piece of driftwood, she instinctively moved toward that warmth, wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in his chest. Doji stiffened. Suddenly, a soft, fragrant body was pressed into his arms. She held on so tightly, her thin arms wrapped around him, making it hard for him to breathe. The girl's soft body pressed closely against him, through two thin layers of cloth, every rise and fall clearly visible. His Adam's apple moved, and his arms hovered in the air, unsure whether to lower or lift them. In her dream, Ruanruan seemed to find a sense of safety. The frightening shadow appeared to retreat a little. She clung to the solid tree in her arms, murmuring drowsily with a crying tone, her voice muffled and unclear. Fight. Fight the wolf. Don't bite. My sheep. Hearing this, Doji's restless feelings were replaced by a stronger sense of pity. He no longer hesitated. He withdrew his arms and wrapped her completely into his embrace, holding her tightly. Her small body fit perfectly against his chest, snug and secure. He gently rubbed his chin against her sweaty forehead and whispered, "Don't be afraid. The wolf is dead. The sheep are here." His voice was deep and husky from just waking up, especially clear in the quiet night. In her nightmare, Ruanruan seemed to hear these words. She moved uncomfortably, rubbing her face against his firm chest, searching for a more comfortable position. In her dream, the wolf that had bitten the lamb suddenly turned its head, its sharp teeth dripping with blood as it lunged at her. She shivered in fear and instinctively opened her mouth, wanting to bite back. Doji let out a muffled sound, feeling a sharp pain in his neck. Sue softly was dazed and only felt the taste of blood in her mouth. The smell shocked her awake, and her dream faded like a tide. She struggled to open her eyes. Everything was dark, except for the man's hot skin and firm muscles. She paused, still tasting blood. Then she realized, had she just bitten Doji? She quickly loosened her grip and nervously looked up, meeting a pair of bright eyes shining in the darkness. "I'm sorry." Her voice was hoarse, still groggy from sleep and panicked after the mistake. I had a bad dream. About a wolf. I didn't mean to." Doji didn't speak. He just looked at her. Through a small crack in the door, a little light came in, enough to see her frightened eyes, wet with tears from the nightmare. Her lips, red and slightly parted from the bite, were trembling as she gasped for air. The pain on her neck was still there, probably a small wound. But he felt no anger, only deep concern and tenderness. This girl was terrified. Suddenly, he leaned down and kissed her still apologizing lips. Sue softly was completely stunned. She felt the warm, dry touch of his lips, carrying his unique masculine scent. His kiss was a bit clumsy but firm, pressing on her lips, with his tongue gently exploring the spot on her neck where she had bitten him, as if trying to wipe away the blood and her fear. Her mind buzzed, and her whole body seemed to rush with blood to her head. She stiffened as he held her, enduring this sudden kiss. Doji's arms wrapped around her like iron bands, his chest pressed close, the heat passing through his thin clothes and warming her. His breathing grew heavier, blowing on her face with a burning warmth. At first, Doji only wanted to comfort her, to kiss her gently and make her less afraid. But when their lips touched, the soft sensation and her faint sweet scent were like sparks igniting oil. She was so small and soft, lying obediently in his arms, trembling slightly as he kissed her, unaware of her desire to push him away. His sense of reason, the string called rationality, snapped with a loud snap. He tightened his hold on her, pulling her closer, kissing her more deeply, gently parting her lips, conquering her defenses. He greedily absorbed her breath, swallowing her soft sighs. One hand moved from her waist up to her shoulder, palm pressed through the cotton fabric, gripping her slender shoulder blades, then slowly sliding down, caressing her back. Su softly soft was suffocated by the kiss, feeling dizzy and weak in her limbs. It was as if all the air in her lungs had been drained. She instinctively clutched Doji's shirt front, her fingertips turning white. A strange warmth surged from deep within her, making her both scared and trembling. She wanted to push him away, but her strength was gone. Instead, she seemed to pull him closer. Just as she felt she might suffocate or faint, Doji finally released her lips. Their foreheads touched, both gasping heavily. Doji's eyes shone brightly in the darkness, staring at her intensely, filled with overwhelming, unspoken emotion. Su softly opened her mouth wide to breathe, her gaze unfocused, still caught in the aftermath of that intense kiss. Doji looked at her swollen, red lips and hazy eyes. His throat moved sharply, suppressing the stronger desire inside him. He couldn't. At least not now. She had just been frightened. He gently pressed her back into his arms, letting her lie on her side, her back against his chest, his arms around her but properly resting on her waist. His chin rested on her head, his voice hoarse. "Sleep now. I'm here." Su softly felt exhausted, her mind blank. The lingering fear and the impact of the passionate kiss mixed together, leaving her utterly drained. She curled up in Doji's warm embrace, smelling his comforting scent, her eyelids heavy. Within seconds, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, this time, without nightmares. Doji listened to her steady, deep breathing, his stiff body gradually relaxing. The wound on his neck throbbed painfully, reminding him of what had just happened. He looked down at her peaceful, sleeping face, lips still faintly tinged with her softness and a gentle sweetness. He closed his eyes, silently exhaling a hot breath. At that moment, the door curtain was gently pushed aside. Dawa and Gongu quietly slipped inside, coming to take their turn. They moved softly, afraid of waking the sleeping person. But as soon as they entered, with the faint glow from the dying fire, they saw two people tightly hugging on the bed. Doji was lying on his side, holding Ruanruan close, in a very intimate and possessive pose. Ruanruan's face was buried in Doji's chest, sleeping deeply. Doji's lips looked slightly swollen, and there was a small red mark with a bite on his neck. Dawa's step stopped, and he stared intently. Gongu followed behind and saw clearly, his face turning bright red then pale, and he unconsciously gripped the doorframe. Inside, Zaxi, who was originally facing outward and sleeping, silently opened his eyes. His gaze swept over the two standing at the door, then fell on Doji and Ruanruan's intertwined figures. His fingers, holding prayer beads, suddenly tightened. Langry had quietly slipped to the door at some point, peeking in from between Dawa and Gongu, catching a glimpse of the scene inside. 4 pairs of eyes, in the dim light, all fixed on the hugging couple on the bed. The air seemed to freeze suddenly, leaving only the occasional crackle of the dying fire and the soft breathing of Ruanruan. Doji had sensed the movement of the door curtain earlier. He opened his eyes, meeting the 4 pairs of bright eyes in the darkness. These 4 eyes were filled with shock, confusion, disappointment, frustration, and an uncontrollable burning desire. He showed no particular expression, only gently patting Ruanruan's back as if soothing a child. Then, he spoke in a very low voice, one word at a time, to his 4 frozen brothers. Ruanruan had a nightmare. She was quite scared. She was talking in her sleep, and even biting. He paused, then looked at each of them. The person sleeping next to her needs to hold her tight. Otherwise, she won't sleep well and might get startled. This statement was like a stone thrown into still water, instantly stirring ripples. The 4 brothers' expressions changed immediately. All the complicated emotions from before vanished in an instant. They understood what their eldest brother meant. Tonight, they would take turns on duty. So, they all had a chance to hold Ruanruan and sleep. Langry was the first to react, his eyes bright and eager. He whispered loudly, "Big brother, it's your turn to guard. Go rest now. I'll take over. I'll sleep next to sister-in-law." He tried to squeeze inside. Dawa quickly stopped him and said quietly, "It's my turn to rest with Gongu." We will sleep in Big Brother's place. He was speaking to Langry but looked at Doji, making it clear that the person who stayed on night duty should naturally sleep closer to the sister-in-law who needed comfort. Gongbu's face was still a bit red, but he gathered his courage and whispered quickly, I will sleep quietly, won't move around, and won't disturb sister-in-law. Zaxi didn't say anything. He simply sat up from the bed, looking calmly at Doji, but behind that calmness was a clear determination. Seeing the four of them suddenly go from stunned to hungry, wolf-like eyes, Doji felt a bit annoyed and also a strange, man-to-man rivalry he understood well. But he knew he had already spoken. He carefully and slowly pulled his arm out from under Su Wanswan's neck. Su Wanswan, still asleep, made a displeased sound and snuggled closer into his arms. Doji stiffened, clenched his teeth, and gently laid her flat again. Then he moved away very slowly, stepping back from her. When he stood up, the spot right next to Su Wanswan was empty. Dawa and Gongu exchanged glances. Doji whispered, discuss who will sleep next to her. Keep it quiet, so she won't wake up. After saying that, he put on his outer robe, picked up his bow, looked deeply at the still sleeping Su Wanswan on the bed, then lifted the curtain and left. The Mongolian tent was silent for a few seconds. Dawa and Gongu stood at the door, Zaxi sat on the edge of the bed, and Langry squeezed between the two. All four eyes were fixed on the empty spot beside Su Wanswan. Langry licked his lips, about to speak, but Dawa suddenly reached out his hand, opened his palm, and whispered, guess the shell. The winner gets to sleep next to sister-in-law. The loser guards the door. Gongu immediately nodded. Okay, Zaxi didn't oppose. Langry pouted. Just guess. Rock, paper, scissors. All four hands stretched out at the same time. Dawa chose rock, Gongu scissors, Langry paper, and Zaxi. Also paper. I won. Dawa's eyes lit up, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Langry sighed in frustration and scolded himself. No. Again. Best of three. Dawa ignored him and walked straight to the bed. His movements were a bit hurried, but once he reached the bed, he became very gentle. He imitated Doji's earlier pose, lying on his side carefully and gently holding Su Ruanruan in his arms. As soon as the girl's soft body was in his embrace, Dawa's muscles tensed instantly. It was just as he imagined, small, incredibly soft, warm, and faintly fragrant. Her hair brushed against his chin, tickling a little. His arm wrapped around her waist, and he could clearly feel her slenderness and the warmth of her skin beneath her clothes. Dawa's mind suddenly went blank, and he could hear his blood rushing loudly in his ears. He suddenly understood why his older brother looked like that earlier, why Zaxi was gripping his prayer beads so tightly, and why Langry kept trying to get closer to his sister-in-law. This was truly a heavenly moment, but he dared not move. The person in his arms seemed to shift slightly in her sleep, her brow furrowing a little. Dawa immediately held his breath, stiffening his arm, and even easing his chest's movement, afraid to make any noise that might wake her. She should sleep peacefully. Gongu watched as Dawa finally held Su Ruanruan carefully, protecting her so gently, and felt both sour and proud. He clenched his hand hard, cursing himself silently for being so weak. He had guessed that Dinka was the one who brought it up, so why did he lose? He finally had a chance to be so close to his sister-in-law. Feeling defeated, he turned around and sat at the door, hugging his knees, facing outward, but his ears couldn't help but listen for any faint sounds from inside. Langry also reluctantly moved to the fire, sat down heavily, and began poking the embers with a stick, muttering to himself, but his eyes kept glancing toward the bed. Zaxi lay back down, facing inward, with his back to Dawa and Su Ruanruan. He closed his eyes, flipping his prayer beads quickly, lips moving as if chanting, but his brow was furrowed, and he didn't relax for a long time. In the middle of the night, the Mongolian tent was unusually quiet. Su Ruanruan slept deeply, but still felt uneasy. In her dreams, everything was strange and colorful. Sometimes she saw a horse, sometimes a wolf, and sometimes a fiery kiss that made her breathless. She felt like she was floating in dark, moving water until a growing sense of restraint woke her up. She slowly opened her eyes, seeing only darkness, and felt a little difficulty breathing. After a few seconds, she realized she was being held tightly in someone's arms. The embrace was so firm that her face was buried in a strong chest, her nose pressed against warm skin. It wasn't Doji. Doji's scent was rougher, mixed with strong sunlight and sweat. This embrace smelled fresher, with a hint of cleanliness typical of young people and a faint, pine-like aroma. It was Zaxi. Ruanruan wanted to move or take a breath, but when she gently struggled, the arm around her waist tightened even more, making her hum softly. "Don't move." Zaxi's hoarse, low voice came from above her, with a sleepy nasal tone but very clear, almost warning. "If you move again," he paused, breathing heavier, and his warm breath brushed her ear. "You won't be able to wear that dress until morning." Ruanruan froze instantly, not daring to move. She understood what Zaxi meant. In the darkness, his body was close to hers, incredibly warm, and some feelings were so clear they made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Suddenly, she remembered she had a nightmare last night and had bitten someone. It was Doji. But now, why was Zaxi holding her? What about the others? She gently turned her head to look beside her. This small movement caused her cheek to brush against Zaxi's neck. Zaxi's body suddenly trembled, his Adam's apple moving violently, and the muscles in his arm, holding her, tensed like a metal band. Ruanruan, he called her softly with a very low voice, almost a growl. "I'll count to 3. 1. Ruanruan was so scared she quickly closed her eyes, obediently curled up in his arms, and even slowed her breathing. She could feel Zaxi's tense, hot body, and it seemed he was trying very hard to control something. The person in his arms was soft and warm, with gentle breaths blowing on his neck, making him feel ticklish. The fire inside him kept burning. Before he could finish speaking, she became obedient, lying still and curled up, so well-behaved that it made his heart tremble. He looked down at her. The light was still dim, but enough to see her face clearly. Her skin was fair, not the honey-colored tan of a girl from the plains, but like fresh sheep's milk, smooth and soft. Her eyebrows were light and curved, with long eyelashes casting small shadows under her eyes when closed. Her nose was small and delicate, with a slightly upturned tip. Her lips. Zaxi's gaze paused. They were darker than usual, rosy and slightly swollen. It wasn't caused by sleep. Sleep wouldn't make lips look like that. Suddenly, Zaxi remembered the red mark with a tooth mark on his brother's neck from last night, and Dawa's satisfied yet tense expression when he changed shifts. Whose lips had kissed her? His brother's? Dawa's? Or both? That thought was like a needle stabbing into his heart unexpectedly, causing a sharp ache and a feeling of sourness. Zaxi's fingers, which were twisting prayer beads, unconsciously clenched tighter, the joints turning white. He stared at her slightly swollen lips, his expression turning serious. The tent was very quiet. His brother was outside guarding the night, and the other little ones had gone out. It was just him and her. Zaxi's throat moved. Suddenly, he rolled over gently but steadily, pressing his whole weight lightly but firmly onto Ruanruan. She was just about to fall asleep again when suddenly, she felt a heavy weight and jolted awake. She opened her eyes and saw Zaxi's face, very close to hers. The dawn was faint, but his eyes shone brightly, full of emotions she couldn't understand, deep and intense. "Zaxi?" she asked, voice hoarse and confused from waking up. "What are you doing?" "I didn't move." Zaxi didn't speak. He just looked at her, his gaze shifting from her eyes to her lips and back again. He raised one hand, gently tracing her lower lip with his thumb, moving slowly, his finger roughened by calluses brushing softly over her lips. Ruanruan stiffened all over, holding her breath. Soft's mind suddenly buzzed, and her face instantly felt hot. She remembered last night's confusing kiss and Doji's warm lips. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She started to speak, but before she could finish, Tashi's kiss fell on her. Tashi's kiss was gentle and careful. At first, he just touched her lips lightly with his, testing or confirming something. His breath was close, carrying a faint sandalwood scent from his prayer beads and a clean smell from his body. Soft froze, her hands pressed against his chest, wanting to push him away, but feeling too weak. Tashi's kiss grew deeper. He gently bit her lower lip, softly sucking, his tongue licking the tiny cracks on her lips. One hand cupped her face, thumb stroking her earlobe. His breathing became faster and hotter, blowing on her face, making her eyelashes flutter from the tickling sensation. Soft felt her mind getting fuzzy. Her lips felt numb and tingly, mixed with Tashi's fresh yet intense scent, making her limbs feel weak. Her hand on his chest loosened unconsciously, her fingertips curling. Noticing her softness, Tashi kissed her even more deeply. He pried open her teeth with his tongue, exploring inside. The kiss became wet, warm, and long, with a sense of gentle invasion she couldn't refuse. Soft passively accepted it. Her nose was filled with his scent, and she could hear his heavy breathing and her own heartbeat. She felt dizzy, thinking vaguely, why is Tashi's kiss like this? At that moment, Tashi's hand, which was holding her face, slowly slid down. His fingertips touched the collar of her cotton pajamas, hesitated, then slipped inside. His palm pressed against her exposed skin on her shoulder and neck. It was warm, smooth, like the finest sheep fat jade. Tashi shivered, his breathing suddenly uneven. His palm was hot and slightly calloused, moving slowly over her delicate skin, from her shoulder to her collarbone, and further down. Soft suddenly woke up with a start, trembling, and hurriedly grabbed his wrist as he tried to go lower.
Tashi.
This isn't right, she gasped, her voice trembling and delicate. I haven't finished my period. Tashi's hand stopped. He leaned over her, his chest rising and falling rapidly, his forehead pressed against hers, their breaths hot and tangled. The hand she grabbed was tense, with bulging veins, but it didn't move anymore. After a few seconds, he let out a deep breath, as if he had used all his strength. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her lips again, more forcefully and deeply than before, with a nearly cathartic, reluctant feeling. His other hand held her waist tightly, pressing her whole body into his chest, as if trying to merge her into himself. Ruanruan was breathless from his kiss, her tongue numb, her lips sore and tingling, yet strangely, she didn't push him away. She could feel his body tense and tremble with restraint, and the hand she held was burning hot. After a long moment, Zaxi slowly released her lips, but his forehead still pressed against hers, eyes closed, breathing steady. Inside the tent, only their uneven breathing remained. At that moment, sister-in-law, Zaxi, the curtain was suddenly pulled aside, and Dawa's hurried voice burst in. Zaxi reacted quickly, almost immediately pulling the blanket from beside him, covering Ruanruan from head to toe, not revealing a single strand of hair. He then quickly turned over and sat up, standing straight in front of the bed. Dawa stepped inside, his face anxious, but when he saw the scene inside the tent, his words caught in his throat. Zaxi sat on the edge of the bed, his clothes a bit messy, lips moist, breathing uneven. The blanket on the bed was bunched up tightly, covering everything completely. Dawa wasn't stupid. His eyes instantly turned red, and he stared fixedly at Zaxi, then looked at the blanket, his jaw clenched tightly, chest rising and falling like an angry young bull. "You," he managed to say through clenched teeth, full of obvious jealousy and anger. Zaxi lifted his eyelids to look at him, expressionless, but his eyes were cold. "What is it?" Dawa clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. He took a few deep breaths, then forced himself to look away, as if forcing himself to speak about the matter. "The neighbor. Uncle Eulogii has come. His sheepdog, just now protecting the sheep, was badly bitten by wolves. The uncle is very worried and asks sister-in-law. Asks her to go see if she can save him." Inside the quilt, Ruanruan heard that the sheepdog was badly injured. Her heart tightened, and she forgot her shyness. She quickly pulled down the quilt, revealing her flushed face and messy hair. "Is the dog badly hurt?" Her voice was a little hoarse, soft from the recent kiss. Dawa saw her expression and immediately looked over. He saw her swollen lips and blushing cheeks. His eyes turned redder, and his throat moved roughly before he quietly said, "Yes. He lost a lot of blood and is close to death. Uncle Waliji is waiting outside." "I'll go right now," Su Wanwan said, trying to get up. But as she moved, she found her arm was very weak, and she felt dizzy, almost falling back. Zaxi reached out and helped her. He said to Dawa, "You go out first." Dawa stood still, staring at Zaxi's hand on Su Wanwan's arm, as if he wanted to cut it off. "Dawa," Su Wanwan whispered, "you go out first. I'll come out after I get dressed." Dawa reluctantly responded with a, then turned and left. The curtain fell with a loud thud. But he didn't go far, just stood at the entrance of the yurt like a wooden stake. Su Wanwan sighed in relief, and hurried to find her clothes. Her hands were still weak and trembling badly, making it hard to button her clothes. Zaxi looked at her silently, then reached out and took the clothes from her hands. "Raise your arms." Su Wanwan nodded blankly, and did as he asked. Zaxi lowered his head, moving calmly but steadily. He helped her put on her robe, tied the belt, and occasionally his fingers brushed her skin. Both of them froze slightly. When he reached her back to fasten the ties, Su Wanwan's whole body tensed up, and her face burned hot. Zaxi showed no expression, just focused on tying the belt and tidying her collar. Finally, he gently brushed her hair out from the neckline. "Done," he said. Su Wanruan looked down, afraid to meet his eyes. She whispered, "Thank you." Zaxi didn't reply. Instead, he turned and took a thicker coat for her to wear, then squatted in front of her. "Come up." Su Wanwan looked at his back, hesitated for a moment, then climbed onto his back. Zaxi carried her and pushed open the curtain to go outside. Dawa was still standing at the door. When he saw Zaxi carrying Su Wanwan out, his lips pressed into a straight line, and his eyes looked dark and serious. He didn't say anything, just silently followed beside them. Uncle Yulajai was a herdsman in his 50s. His face was tanned and red from the wind, with deep wrinkles. At this moment, he was pacing anxiously at the door. When he saw Zaxi carrying Su Wanwan out, his eyes lit up. He hurried over and said, "Miss Su Wanwan, please help my baiter." "Don't worry, uncle. Take me to see him," Su Wanwan replied. Yulajai's yurt was not far away. Zaxi carried Su Wanwan, with Dawa and Yulajai walking nearby. Soon they arrived. Outside the yurt, on the grass, there was an old mat. On it lay a large, yellow-brown sheepdog. The dog was very big, but now it was lying there helpless. Its belly was moving rapidly, and the mat underneath was soaked with blood, dark red and black. It had deep tears on its neck, chest, and back legs. Its skin and flesh were torn open, exposing bones. The most serious injury was on its belly, a long wound with intestines faintly visible. The dog's eyes were half open, looking dazed. Its mouth was slightly open, making a wheezing sound as it breathed, taking in air heavily and exhaling weakly. Yulajai's family gathered around. The women were wiping tears, and the children were too scared to look. It was a wolf pack, Yulajai choked. Just before dawn, suddenly 7 or 8 wolves came. Beta rushed to block them. She was pregnant, too. She shouldn't have fought so hard, but she didn't listen. When we heard the noise and went out with tools, she was already like this. The wolves had run off. Su Wanruan got off Zaxi's back and knelt beside the sheepdog, carefully examining the wounds. The injuries were worse than she expected. She saw that she had lost a lot of blood, and there was a high risk of infection. Also, she gently touched the dog's swollen belly and could feel faint movements inside, indicating there were tiny lives inside. "How long has she been pregnant?" Su Wanruan asked. "Almost 2 months. She should give birth in a few days," Yulajai's eldest son said, kneeling nearby. Su Wanruan's heart sank. The mother dog was badly hurt and close to giving birth. The situation was very dangerous. She closed her eyes and quickly used her system to scan. Scan complete. Target: adult female sheepdog. Status: excessive blood loss, multiple severe tears, minor internal injuries. Pregnant, about to give birth, low survival rate for puppies. Suggestion: immediately perform emergency surgery to stop bleeding, clean the wound, sew it up, and assist with delivery. It requires spending 500 emotional points to get detailed surgery plans and temporary enhancements. Do you confirm? Su Ruanruan quickly confirmed. She steadied herself and said to Aliji, "Uncle, I need hot water. Lots of clean hot water. Also, the brightest lantern, scissors, needles and thread, clean white cloth, and some high-proof alcohol." Waliji hurriedly agreed and split up with his family to prepare. Zaxi brought over the old wooden box that held Su Ruanruan's tools, along with the tools Bai had given her. Su Ruanruan opened the box, took out knives, needles, and powder. She closed her eyes again and quickly exchanged for powerful hemostatic and skin regeneration powders, mixing them into Bai's medicine. Everything was prepared quickly. 2 lanterns hung on a nearby wooden rack, lighting up the area brightly. Several pots of hot water were boiled, and the white cloth was boiled and hung to dry halfway. Su Ruanruan washed her hands carefully, wiped them with alcohol, took a deep breath, and began treating the wound. Cleaning, stopping bleeding, sewing. Her movements were fast but very steady. The needles and threads seemed to have a life of their own in her hands, carefully stitching the fierce wounds together. Blood occasionally seeped out. She sprinkled powder, pressed on the wound, then continued sewing. Zaxi crouched beside her, handing her supplies and wiping sweat. Dawa stood a little behind, holding a lantern to keep the light focused on Su Ruanruan's hands. Waliji's family held their breath, watching silently, not daring to make a sound. Time passed slowly. The eastern sky began to turn pale, and the morning breeze carried a coolness across the grassland. The most serious abdominal wound was finally stitched up. Su Ruanruan's forehead was covered in sweat, and her back was soaked. She straightened up, pounded her aching waist, and was about to take a breath when she suddenly saw the shepherd dog's tail move. Immediately after, the mother dog began to convulse violently, whimpering in pain. "What's wrong with it?" Waliji asked nervously. Su Ruanruan quickly crouched down again, placing her hand on the mother dog's belly. The muscles beneath her palms spasmed repeatedly, tightening and loosening. "It's about to give birth," she said urgently. "It can't hold on. We must deliver it now." Everyone was stunned. A severely injured dog like this, and it can still give birth? But it's like this, Aliji's eldest son stammered. "No choice, we can't wait," Su Ruanruan quickly said. "Step back, make some space. Zaxi, hold its front legs so it doesn't move. Dawa, hold the lamp steady." Zaxi immediately stepped forward, firmly holding the shepherd dog's shoulders. Dawa moved the lantern closer. Su Ruanruan washed her hands again, then carefully reached toward the mother dog's birth canal. The mother dog struggled painfully but was held tightly by Zaxi, only able to let out weak whines. Su Ruanruan's fingers felt the wetness and warmth. One puppy's head was already out but stuck. "The position is right, but the mother dog is exhausted," Su Ruanruan said through gritted teeth. She gently pinched the puppy's head, coordinating with the mother dog's next contraction, and slowly pulled it out. "Come out," she commanded softly, using force with her wrist. A small, wet puppy wrapped in membranes was pulled out, about the size of a palm, motionless. Su Ruanruan quickly tore open the membranes, cleaned the mucus from the puppy's nose and mouth, then lifted its hind legs and gently patted its back. Ugh! A faint, mosquito-like sound. The puppy moved its legs slightly and made a weak cry. "It's alive," Aliji's wife couldn't help but shout, then quickly covered her mouth. Su Ruanruan didn't have time to celebrate. She placed the puppy beside the mother dog. The mother dog seemed to sense it and tried hard to lift her head to lick the puppy, but couldn't. She only made soft sounds in her throat. The second puppy was soon born, also needing Ruanruan's help to clean and pat before it made a sound. The third, fourth. The mother dog's breathing grew weaker, and her body twitched less and less. When the fifth puppy was born, it was noticeably smaller and weaker than the previous ones. It took a long time to show any movement after cleaning. Ruanruan's hands trembled, but she didn't stop. She kept feeling around. Are there more? Her hand stayed inside the birth canal for a long time until she finally touched a deeper, curled shape. There's one more, she said hoarsely. Stuck inside. This one was in a difficult position, and the mother dog almost had no contractions left. Sweat dripped down Ruanruan's forehead into her eyes, stinging painfully. She closed her eyes and relied on her feelings, gently adjusting the puppy's direction with her fingers, slowly guiding it outward. Time seemed to stretch on. Everyone held their breath, watching Ruanruan's hand. Finally, a small, dark head appeared. Ruanruan grasped it and slowly pulled it out. The body emerged, but the hind legs got stuck. The mother dog let out a weak, final whimper, suddenly stiffened, then went limp. Batel, Eulogii called out. The body that Tashi was holding stopped struggling. A cold feeling swept over Ruanruan. She ignored everything else, applying a little force to fully pull out the last puppy. The puppy was soaked, smaller than the others, limp, with no movement at all. She quickly cleaned, patted, and pressed on its tiny chest. No response. She bent down, gave mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration, then pressed again. Still no response. The surrounding silence was deafening. Only the morning breeze rustling the grass could be heard. Ruanruan refused to give up, trying again and again. Her fingers pressed on the tiny, cold body, her lips blowing air into the wet little nose. After a while, the tiny body in her palm twitched faintly. Then, a soft, whimpering sound escaped from the puppy's throat. Ruanruan sank to the ground, exhausted, gasping for air, her face wet with sweat or tears. It was dawn. The morning light dispelled the last darkness, golden sunlight shining over the grassland, illuminating the litter of newborn puppies and their mother, who could no longer wake. 6 puppies, 5 alive, 1 lost forever, lying together with their mother. Eulogi's family silently wept around Batel and the puppy that couldn't be saved. The woman carefully held the 5 surviving puppies in her arms, wrapping them in soft wool. Tashi helped Ruanruan to her feet, who was limp and exhausted. Her hands and body were covered in blood, her face pale, lips colorless. Only her eyes, tired and stimulated, shone unusually bright. Yuliki came over and bowed deeply to Ruanruan. Miss Ruanruan, thank you. Bader was not in vain. We will definitely raise his cubs well. Ruanruan shook her head, her voice hoarse. I couldn't save him. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Yuliki wiped his eyes. He was hurt so badly, yet he still managed to give birth. Thanks to you, you saved 5 little lives. Zaxi carried Ruanruan on his back and nodded to Yuliki. We're going back now. Wait. Yuliki's eldest son ran over, holding a fat lamb leg, and forced it into Dawa's hands. A small gift, please accept it. Dawa looked at Zaxi. Zaxi nodded, and Dawa took the gift. On the way back, the sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was warm. Ruanruan lay on Zaxi's back, too tired to even move her fingers. Her face was pressed against his neck, and she could smell a mix of sweat, blood, and faint sandalwood on him. Zaxi, she whispered. Yes, the mother dog. She knew she was going to die, but she still tried hard to give birth to her puppies. Zaxi paused for a moment, but said nothing. Is it like that for mothers? Ruanruan asked, as if questioning him or speaking to herself. Zaxi was silent for a while before replying, maybe. Ruanruan said nothing more, just held him tighter around his neck. Zaxi carried Ruanruan into the yurt, set her down, and went to wash his hands. His face was expressionless as he dipped water from the bucket and washed his hands carefully. Dawa came over and did the same, both silent, only the sound of water flowing. After a while, Dawa suddenly spoke in a very low voice. Before I went in this morning. What were you doing with my sister-in-law? Zaxi didn't stop washing, scrubbing the blood from between his fingers carefully. What do you think? He said calmly. Dawa clenched his fists, the water scoop creaking as he squeezed it. He suddenly turned his head, staring at Zaxi's profile. You know my sister-in-law isn't feeling well. Zaxi shook the water off his hands, straightened up, and looked at Dawa. His eyes were dark and deep, with no visible emotion, but Dawa instinctively tensed up. Zaxi spoke softly, clearly enunciating each word. She told you I hurt her. Do you think I am someone who doesn't know how to be careful? You young kid, who are you to interfere with me? Dawa's eyes instantly turned red. His fists clenched tightly, and his chest heaved as if he was about to jump forward. Seeing Dawa, the naive young man, blushing and his face turning red, Zaxi suddenly smiled. It wasn't the usual faint, emotionless smile. It was a genuine smile, with his mouth wide open, showing his white teeth, and his eyes slightly squinted. This smile made Dawa even more confused. His fists still clenched, and he felt a tightness in his chest. Zaxi took a step forward, directly approaching Dawa. They were about the same height. Zaxi's shoulders were narrower, but the calm strength beneath his surface showed, making Dawa instinctively take a half step back. I like her, Zaxi said softly, only loud enough for the two of them to hear, each word clear. I like her very much. Dawa's eyes widened even more. Zaxi moved closer, almost whispering into Dawa's ear, his warm breath hitting him. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. Not at all. The meaning behind these words was very clear. Dawa's mind suddenly went blank, as if a loud bang had gone off in his head, and blood rushed to his head. He suddenly raised his hand to push Zaxi away. Just as his arm lifted, the curtain of the Mongolian tent swished open with a loud rustle. Ruanruan washed her face, changed into clean inner clothes, and was rubbing her eyes as she came out. The sunlight outside was a bit harsh. She squinted and saw Zaxi and Dawa standing face to face very close. Both of their faces looked strange. One still had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were deep. The other's face was as red as if it was about to bleed. His fists clenched tightly, and his arm was half raised.
What are you
doing? Ruanruan asked as she walked over, her voice soft and a little sleepy, looking at one then the other in confusion. Standing here. Like you're about to fight. Zaxi turned his head to look at her. Her hair was a bit messy, loosely tied at the back of her head, with a few strands falling on her fair neck. His eyes softened for a moment. Then he reached out and quickly pulled her close to him. Ruanruan let out a soft gasp, stumbling slightly and falling into his arms. Zaxi's arm naturally wrapped around her waist, holding her securely. Ask him. Tashi slightly lifted his chin towards Dawa, but his eyes stayed fixed on Ruanruan. His voice was calm and steady. Dawa wants to know if I bullied you this morning. Ruanruan's face suddenly turned bright red. Even her ears felt hot. In an instant, her mind flooded with memories of this morning with Tashi. His pressed-down body, the tight kisses, his hot palms.
You.
What are you talking about? She blushed so much, she felt shy. She pushed against Tashi's chest, trying to push him away, but her strength was weak, like tickling. She dared not look at Dawa. Her eyes darted around nervously, and in the end, she could only stare at Tashi. But her gaze was full of water, like she was scolding him. Tashi didn't let go. Instead, he held her tighter, lowered his head, and his nose almost touched her forehead. He asked again, So, you say I didn't bully you? His voice was low, with a coolness like after washing his hands, mixed with his clean scent, all pressed against Ruanruan's face. Her heart was pounding wildly. She was nervous because Dawa was watching. She stomped her feet anxiously, almost crying. Tashi. Let go. Dawa is still here. I'm here, Tashi said stubbornly without lifting his eyelids. And tell me, are you comfortable? That question was like a spark falling into oil. Ruanruan froze completely, her face turning red like a cooked shrimp. Her mind went blank with a loud buzzing.
How could she answer that?
Should she say, She felt a little comfortable. Oh, she was so embarrassed she couldn't stand it. Suddenly, she found the strength to break free. She struggled and managed to get out of Tashi's arms. She didn't dare look at Dawa, who was standing there frozen. She turned around like a frightened little rabbit and dashed back into the Mongolian tent with a quick whoosh, pulling the curtain behind her with a loud slap, leaving the two men outside. Dawa still kept his arm half raised, staring fixedly at the swinging curtain, as if he could still see Ruanruan's flushed face and her panicked escape. He felt a strange feeling inside, unsure if it was sour, bitter, or something else, making his chest feel tight. Tashi looked at the swinging curtain. His slight smile slowly faded, but a faint glimmer still lingered in his eyes. He turned around and looked at Dawa. Dawa turned around and glared at him, the fire in his eyes still burning. Zaxi walked to the water bucket, slowly washed his hands, and shook off the water drops. Then he approached Dawa, this time not too close, just slightly leaning in, speaking in a quiet voice only the two could hear. "Old Five, why rush? There's plenty of time." He paused, watching Dawa's face tighten suddenly, then continued, his tone carrying an unclear, subtle meaning. "From now on, I will only make sure she lives more comfortably than today." Without waiting for Dawa's reaction, he patted his shoulder and turned to leave. His back was straight, his step steady, and the string of prayer beads around his neck swung slightly. Dawa stood there, motionless for a long time. The morning breeze blew in, carrying the scent of grass and earth, but he felt the fire inside him burning even stronger. Suddenly, he bent down, grabbed the ladle floating in the water bucket, filled it with cold water, and poured it over his head. The icy water ran down his scalp, cheeks, and neck, soaking his collar, making him shiver. But it seemed to have little effect. He wiped his face with his hand, stared at the water stain on the ground, and muttered softly, as if talking to himself or scolding. Playing pretend. That prayer beads are just decorations. He remembered last spring, when Zaxi suddenly said he wanted to visit a famous temple far away, to have some quiet time for self-cultivation. At the time, he thought it was strange, his second brother really thinking of becoming a monk? He was worried that his brother might impulsively leave and never come back, leaving the family short-handed. He even tried to stop him secretly and advised him. Now thinking about it, Dawa kicked a small stone on the ground hard. If I had known, last year when he wanted to go to the temple, I shouldn't have stopped him. The stone rolled far away and fell into the grass. He should have gone. To find peace, the more he thought, the more frustrated he felt, and an absurd idea even crossed his mind. Maybe he should find a sturdy rope, wait for a night, and tie up his brother, who was pretending to pray but secretly thinking about something else, then throw him at the entrance of some mountain temple? That thought made him pause in surprise. Then he felt even more annoyed. He knew it was impossible. Not to mention whether he could fight Zaxi. Even if he did tie him up and send him away, his eldest brother definitely wouldn't agree. My sister-in-law. She might still be angry. Dawa scooped up some water again. This time, he didn't pour it on his head, just washed his face roughly. The cold water temporarily eased his face's heat, but the tangled thoughts in his mind only grew tighter. He wiped his face with his hand, his wet hair sticking to his forehead, water droplets sliding down his chin. He looked at the water stain on the ground for a couple of seconds, then turned and headed toward the sheep pen, walking quickly and heavily. Inside the pen, a few sheep were peacefully chewing on dry grass. Dawa grabbed a wooden fork leaning against the fence, gathering the scattered hay into the feeding trough. His movements were a bit rough, causing some hay to spill out. He then picked up a nearby water bucket, filling the troughs one by one. The water splashed loudly, startling a few sheep to step back. After filling the water, he squatted by the sheep pen, staring at a small sheep lamb that had just lost its companion. The lamb was alone, curled under its mother's belly, occasionally bleeding softly. Dawa reached out to touch it, but his hand stopped halfway. In the end, he just pushed some softer dry grass in front of it. After finishing, he stood up and walked back to the fire. The fire was almost out. Only a few red embers remained. He added some dry cow dung and stacked a few sticks, then took a bellows and blew hard a few times. The flames flared up, making his face shine with a watery glow. He scooped a few bowls of fried rice from a cloth bag in the corner, poured it into an iron pot, added water, and stirred. He also found some leftover dried mutton from yesterday, chopped it into small pieces, and put it into the pot. The salt jar was nearby. He hesitated for a moment, then added a little salt, rubbing his fingers together before sprinkling it in. The mixture in the pot started bubbling and boiling. Dawa slowly stirred with a wooden spoon, staring into the pot with a somewhat blank look, lost in thought. Inside the yurt, Ruanruan sat against the felt wall, holding her burning face. Her heartbeat was still quick, and her mind was a mess, sometimes thinking of Zaxi's close eyes and breath, sometimes of Dawa's flushed face. She patted her cheeks softly and muttered, "Oh, what's going on?" The curtain moved, and Zaxi came in. His face had returned to its usual calm expression, looking peaceful and unreadable. Holding a bowl of warm water, he walked over to Ruanruan and handed it to her. "Drink some," he said. Ruanruan took the bowl, sipped small amounts, and secretly glanced at him. Zaxi sat down beside her, not too close or too far, picked up an unfinished leather vest, and began sewing with quick, nimble fingers. Inside the yurt was quiet, only the faint sound of needle and thread passing through leather and the outside noise of Dawa stirring a pot with a ladle. Ruanruan finished her water, placed the bowl aside. She looked outside. It was already bright, and the sun had risen. Golden light seeped through the gap in the door curtain. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned to ask Zaxi, "Doji and Langry, where are they? I haven't seen them." "Gongu isn't here either." As she spoke, she instinctively reached out and grabbed Zaxi's arm, her voice a little anxious. Could they be in danger? Zaxi paused his sewing, looked at her hand gripping his arm. Her hand was small, fingers slender and white, gripping tightly. "It's not wolves," Zaxi said calmly. Just after dawn, someone from Uncle Aguila's side came and said the wolf pack might not have gone far last night. There was some movement in the nearby valley. My older brother took Langry, Gongu, and some men from nearby to check, and also to reinforce the fence that got messed up last night. Ruanruan breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't loosen her grip. "Is it dangerous?" she asked. "Too many people armed." "It's fine," Zaxi replied. After a pause, he added, "My older brother told me to tell you to sleep a bit longer." "Don't worry." His tone was normal, but Ruanruan still felt some unease in her heart. Just as she was about to ask more, footsteps and Langer's loud voice suddenly came from outside. "Finally back. I'm starving. Dawa, is the food ready?" The curtain was pulled aside, and Doji bent down and entered, followed by Langry and Gongu. All three were damp with dew and grass, their pants and shoes muddy, faces sweaty, but they looked energetic. As soon as Doji entered, his eyes first landed on Ruanruan. Seeing she was sitting well and looked okay, he looked away, took off his bow from his back, and leaned it against the wall. Langry plopped down by the fire and shouted, "Dawa, fill me a bowl." "My stomach's been growling all morning," Gongu whispered to Ruanruan. "Sister-in-law, we're back." Ruanruan quickly stood up and walked over to Doji, looking up at him. "Are you all right? Did you encounter any wolves?" Doji looked down at her. Her eyes were wide, with clear worry. He shook his head. "No, we didn't meet any wolves. The wolf spirit was around, but when it saw so many people, it ran away quickly. We just circled the valley and grassland a few times, cleaned up the footprints, and helped Uncle Waliji fix the broken fence. That's why we came back a bit late." He spoke casually, but Ruanruan still felt uneasy. She looked him over carefully, checking for injuries. Doji simply spread his arms and turned around a little. "Really, I'm fine." "Look." Ruanruan examined him closely. His clothes were dirty with mud, but there were no tears. She finally relaxed. After feeling reassured, she realized she had been too nervous earlier and felt a little embarrassed. Her face warmed slightly as she looked down. "Oh, it's good that you're okay." Langry was already over there snoring loudly while eating porridge. He gasped for breath but still managed to say, "Sister-in-law, you didn't see it. Uncle Luigi's fence had a big hole made by the wolves. If Bader hadn't fought hard last night, at least a few sheep would have been lost. We helped cut some wood and nailed it firmly, so those animals won't dare come again." Gongu also held his bowl, taking small sips, and added, "We also checked the other sheep pens nearby. Everything's fine." Dawa filled a bowl with porridge and handed it to Doji, then filled another for Ruanruan. When she handed it over, she didn't look at her and quietly said, "Sister-in-law, this is for you." Ruanruan took it. "Thank you, Dawa." Everyone sat around the fire eating breakfast. The porridge was hot and just the right salty taste, with small bits of lamb that made it very fragrant. Doji took a few bites and said to Dawa, "The porridge is really good." Dawa didn't reply but kept eating her own. Langry finished his bowl quickly and went to fill another, mumbling with his mouth full. "Of course. Our fifth brother may seem quiet, but he's hardworking, and his cooking keeps getting better." Zaxi also ate slowly, occasionally taking a piece of dried beef. Ruanruan ate her bowl of porridge, and her earlier worries completely disappeared. Looking at the group of men sitting together, though all tired, their warm and lively way of eating made her feel safe. After breakfast, Langry hurried to wash the pots and dishes, while Gongu tidied up the table. Doji stood up, stretched his shoulders, and said to Tashi and Dawa, "Later, we'll check the sheep pen again. We need to add 2 more horizontal beams under the fence. Also, let's cut the grass on that slope to the west and dry it for later use." Tashi nodded. Dawa responded with a hum. Doji looked at Ruanruan and said, "You rest now, don't run around. If you feel bored, walk nearby, but don't go too far." Ruanruan shook her head and said, "I'm not tired. I want to see that horse." Doji thought for a moment and said, "Okay. Gombo can go with you." Gombo had just finished packing up. Hearing this, he immediately came over, looking a bit happy. "Sister-in-law, I'll go with you." Ruanruan and Gombo left the Mongolian tent together. The morning sun was warm, and the sky was a clear, bright blue. The chestnut-colored horse was tied behind the tent, sheltered from the wind and facing the sun, lying on a thick bed of dry grass. As they approached, Ruanruan looked at it carefully. The wound on its neck was well bandaged, with clean white cloth and no sign of bleeding. The horse looked much better than a few days ago. Its eyes were bright, and when it saw Ruanruan, its ears twitched, and it snorted softly. It was a bit plumper than when they first bought it, and its ribs were less visible. Most noticeably, its belly was round and swollen, rising and falling with each breath. Gombo stood nearby and whispered, "Sister-in-law, look at its belly. It's gotten so big." Big brother and the others feed it carefully dried beans, hay, and even the medicine you gave. The wound is healing quickly. I saw it scabbed over when we changed the dressing yesterday. Ruanruan felt happy inside. She reached out and gently stroked the horse's neck. The horse lowered its head and gently rubbed her hand, its warm breath blowing on her palm. Gombo looked at the horse and then at Ruanruan, hesitating for a moment. "Sister-in-law, horses on the grassland all have names. This horse is now part of our family, and you saved it. Why don't you give it a name?" "A name?"
Ruanruan paused.
She looked at the horse in front of her. Its chestnut coat shone like silk in the sunlight, its tall body, and its gentle yet wild-looking eyes. She remembered the day she first saw it with a large swelling, its ribs protruding, looking very thin. She felt that fate was truly magical. She had saved a mare that was almost dying. This horse's fate is just like when it escaped from Hardship and was taken in by Doji and the others. It's been given a new life. Suddenly, Ruanruan's mind flashed with an image of a green sprout just breaking through the soil. She and this horse are both new sprouts. Let's call her
Sinja, Ruanruan softly said.
She's carrying a foal, and she's our family's hope, just like a new sprout filled with hope. I hope she becomes our new hope in the future. Exayanya, Gongu repeated, his eyes brightening. That's a nice name. Your name is really pretty, sister-in-law. He turned to the horse and raised his voice a little. Did you hear that? From now on, your name is Exayanya. The horse seemed to understand and gently nudged Ruanruan's hand with its head, its wet eyes looking at her. At that moment, Xianya suddenly bent her front legs and slowly knelt down in front of Ruanruan. Ruanruan was startled and took a step back. Gongu was also stunned. What's wrong with her? Xianya knelt on the ground, looked up at Ruanruan with a gentle, even slightly affectionate expression. It gently bumped Ruanruan's hand with its head and made a soft, soothing snoring sound from its throat.
Ruanruan suddenly understood.
Her heart warmed, and a gentle feeling filled her. She knelt down, wrapped her arms around the horse's neck, pressed her face against its warm fur, and softly said, I know you're thanking me. No need to thank me. I'm just happy that you survived and that the foal was born safely. Gongu watched nearby, his eyes a little red. He quickly rubbed his eyes and whispered, It knows you saved it. Horses really do have feelings. At that moment, Langry's loud voice came from afar. Hey, what are you doing? Giving such a big bow, he, along with Doji, Zaxi, and Dawa, came over, apparently finished with their work. Seeing the horse kneeling in front of Ruanruan, Langry grinned. Hey, sister-in-law, it's inviting you to ride. On the grassland, horses that recognize their owner sometimes do this. Ruanruan stood up, surprised. Invite me to ride?
But I
don't know how to ride yet. That's perfect, Langry said excitedly, stepping over and patting Xianya's rear. Get up, get up. Let's see if our sister-in-law can try. Xianya obediently stood up and flicked her tail. The new sprout is steady now, and she is pregnant again. She can't run, only walk slowly and carefully, which is very safe. When you come to the grassland, you can't always rely on walking or us carrying you. Learn to ride a horse. It will be more convenient in the future. Ruanruan feels a little excited, but also a bit scared. She looks at Doji. Doji walks over, checks that the horse has recovered well, and then nods at Ruanruan. If you want to try, go ahead. We're all here, but this horse doesn't have a saddle. If you want to ride later, you'll need to add a saddle. Zaxi, put the rope on so she can hold on while riding. Okay. Zaxi responds and walks to the other side of the horse, putting the bridle on. Dawa silently stands in front of the horse's head and holds the reins. Gongu nervously stands behind Ruanruan, ready to support her at any moment. Seeing the 5 men around her, Ruanruan's fear suddenly lessens. She takes a deep breath. All right, I'll try. Langry is the most eager. He immediately squats down, hands clasped on his knees. Sister-in-law, come on, step on my hands. I'll help you get on. Ruanruan feels a little shy, but seeing Langry's excited look, she carefully places one foot on his hand. Langry steadily lifts her up, and she quickly swings her other leg over the horse's back.
Langry supports her waist, helping her sit upright.
The saddle is higher than she imagined, and her view suddenly opens up. Ruanruan nervously grips the reins, her palms sweating. Relax, sister-in-law. Don't tense up. Langry guides from below. Sit straight in your waist, but don't stiffen. Let your legs hang naturally, gently touching the horse's belly. Don't squeeze too tight. Doji walks to her left side, his hand lightly supporting her leg. Look ahead, not at your feet. Hold the reins loosely, not too tight, like holding a friend's hand. Zaxi is on the right side, speaking calmly. Breathe slowly. The horse can feel your tension. The more relaxed you are, the steadier it will be. Dawa holds the reins, guiding the horse's head to turn slowly, so sinew can face forward on the flat grassland. Gongu follows closely, eyes fixed on Ruanruan, softly murmuring, Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. Stay steady. Ruanruan adjusts her breathing as they instructed, trying to relax her tense shoulders and back. The reins in her hands are rough but sturdy, and her nervousness eases a lot. Dawa, loosen the reins a bit and let it walk slowly, Doji said. Dawa loosened his grip. The young horse lifted its front hoof and took a slow step forward. The movement on the horse was more noticeable than expected. Ruanruan tilted her body and let out a soft cry, quickly grabbing the reins again. Doji and the others were worried she might fall off, so they hurried to surround her. The moment Su Wanwan tilted, 5 people almost moved at the same time. Doji, being closest, reached out with his long arm and held her waist, while another hand tightly grabbed the reins. Langry supported her back from behind. Tashi grabbed the bridle. Gongu was so anxious he hugged the horse's neck, and Dawa pressed down on the horse's shoulder. The young horse was startled by the situation, moved its hooves, but didn't run away and stood steadily. Su Ruanruan was still shaken, her hands clutching the reins so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "Did you fall?" Doji's voice was tense, his hand still on her waist, checking her carefully. "No, I didn't." Su Wanwan took a deep breath, realizing that the 5 of them had surrounded her tightly. She was sitting on the horse, protected by what looked like 5 small hills. Langry sighed in relief but then frowned. "Sister-in-law, maybe you shouldn't learn to ride yet. It's too dangerous. Just look at how risky it was earlier." Gongu also whispered, "Yes, sister-in-law, if you really fall, it could be bad. On the grassland, people have fallen from horses and broken arms or legs." Tashi didn't speak, but kept his hand on the horse's head, watching Su Ruanruan carefully. Dawa said in a low voice, "From now on, wherever you want to go, I'll ride the horse and take you." Doji helped Su Ruanruan down from the horse and steadied her before saying, "They're right. Riding isn't a game. If you want to go out, we can carry you or take you. It's all the same." Su Ruanruan's feet touched the ground, but her heart was still racing. She looked at the 5 worried faces, feeling warm inside, but also a little anxious. "I know you're worried about me," she said softly, her voice calm but serious. "But I can't keep relying on you to carry or take me.
I want to learn to do it myself."
She looked at Doji with bright eyes. "Doji, look, Shinya is now our horse, and there will be more horses in the future. If I learn, I can ride alone to explore far away, pick herbs, or help out. When you're tired from work, I can ride to bring water or food to you." She turned to Langry and the others. "And riding a horse is something I really want to do. Back home, I admired those who could ride and thought they looked very impressive. Now I have the chance, I want to try." She gently touched the new sprout's neck as she spoke. "I'm not afraid of falling. If I fall, I'll get up and try again. Having you all here makes me feel safe." Everyone looked at her. She stood there, small in stature, her hair a little messy from the wind, her cheeks still red from the earlier nervousness. But the light in her eyes made them unable to say no. Doji stared at her for a long time, then suddenly reached out and tousled her hair. "Really want to learn?" "Really do." Su Wanwan nodded. Doji looked at his younger brothers. "What do you guys think?" Langry was the first to smile. "Well, since my sister-in-law wants to, how can we stop her? Let's do it. I'll teach her. I promise to teach her better than I ride." Zaxi let go of the horse's head. "Then let's learn. We'll stay nearby to protect her so she won't fall." Gongu whispered, I'll make a soft cushion for my sister-in-law to sit on the horse's back, so it's more comfortable." Dawa didn't say anything, walking to the side, finding a flat patch of grass and kicking away some small stones. "Practice here. The ground is soft." Su Ruanruan looked at them, feeling very touched, but she couldn't help but smile. Doji patted her shoulder. "All right. Today, just focus on staying steady. Sit still and walk slowly, that's enough. No rush." They got back on the horse. This time, their roles were clearer. Doji led with the reins, controlling the direction and speed. Langry and Zaxi followed on either side, lightly protecting her. Gongu and Dawa stayed behind, watching Su Ruanruan's back, ready to step in at any moment. Su Ruanruan sat up straight, loosely holding the reins, relaxing her shoulders as they had just discussed, and looking ahead. The new sprout moved very slowly, with steady steps. "Yes, just like that," Langry said from beside her. "Don't stiffen your waist. Follow the horse's rhythm. When it moves, you sway. When it stops, stay steady." Zaxi added, "Breathe with the steps. When it lifts its left front leg, inhale. When it puts it down, exhale. Try it." Su Wanwan tried to follow their instructions. At first, she was a bit unsteady, but after a few steps, she gradually found her rhythm. Her body began to sway naturally with the horse's steps, no longer stiff and rigid. Doji looked back at her, moved his lips slightly but said nothing, just loosened the reins a little, allowing the young sprout to walk a bit faster. After going around half a circle, Ruanruan gradually relaxed. She even dared to loosen one hand slightly and waved to the side. Langry chuckled. Wow, sister-in-law is good. Gongu followed behind, also smiling. After a few more rounds, Ruanruan felt it was enough and said to Doji, I want to try on my own. Just hold the reins, not go far, just turn around on this open space. Doji looked at her, then at his brothers nodded. He handed her the reins and stepped back, but stood just in front of her side, ready to come over at any moment. Ruanruan took the reins, her palms a little sweaty. She gently shook the reins and, imitating Doji, softly said, Sinew, walk. Sinew's ears moved, and it started walking. At first, it was a bit crooked and hard to control the direction. Langry whispered nearby, pull the reins a little to the left. Yes, a little more. Good. Straighten it out. Zaxi said, don't pull too tight, it knows how to go. Ruanruan adjusted her grip, and Sinew gradually moved in a straight line, circling the open space slowly. After completing a circle, she pulled the reins to stop Sinew, and it came to a halt. Sitting on the horse, she looked at the 5 people approaching and smiled with her eyes curved like crescent moons. I did it. Langry was the first to clap. Wow, sister-in-law is amazing. Gongu also clapped, blushing. Sister-in-law learned so quickly. Dawa didn't say anything but smiled slightly. Zaxi came over, reached out to help her down from the horse, and said, not bad. Doji took the reins from her hand, tied them up, then said, that's enough for today. If you ride again, your legs will be sore. Ruanruan finally felt that her inner thighs were indeed a bit burning. Without a saddle, her cotton pants rubbed directly against the horse's back. She didn't notice while walking, but once she stopped, she felt it. She moved her legs slightly, her brow gently furrowing. Langry, with sharp eyes, immediately came over. What's wrong? Are you chafed? A little, Ruanruan whispered. Langry didn't hesitate. He bent down and picked her up as if carrying a child, saying, let's go back and see. My older brother is right. Without a saddle, you can't ride for long. Once we make a saddle and add a soft cushion, sister-in-law can ride as long as she wants. Ruanruan was being held by him and felt a bit shy. I can walk by myself. Don't move, Langry said firmly. It's just a few steps. The others didn't stop them, and all headed back together. When they reached the yurt, they saw Uncle Waliji next door holding something wrapped in an old blanket, walking toward the west hillside. He looked down, walking heavily. Ruanruan recognized that what he was holding was the sheepdog Bader, who had died that morning. The blanket was wrapped tightly, only a tail showing. Waliji also saw them and stopped, nodding his head. Ruanruan asked Langry to put her down and walked over. Uncle. Waliji's face still had tears, and his eyes were red and swollen. He forced a smile. Go bury it. Find a sunny slope so it can rest comfortably. Ruanruan felt sad inside and softly said, my condolences. Yes, Waliji looked at Ruanruan and said, you saved 5 puppies. Bader knows now and can rest peacefully. He paused, looked at Ruanruan, then at Doji and the others, hesitating before speaking. Miss Ruanruan, Brother Doji, I have something. I want to ask you. Please go ahead, Doji said. Waliji hugged the blanket closer and lowered his voice. The 5 puppies Bader left behind. Our family is short on hands, and we have many sheep. We're worried we can't take care of them all. Would your family like to raise 2 of them? He looked at Ruanruan. These dogs are purebred Grassland shepherd dogs. Their parents are excellent, good at guarding sheep and protecting the home. The puppies are now opening their eyes, and in a month or so, they can be weaned. If you're willing to raise them, I can pick 2 strong ones and send them over. If not, I'll ask other families. Ruanruan's eyes immediately lit up. Grassland shepherd dogs. She had seen Bader from Waliji's family before, tall and strong, with long yellow-brown fur, bright eyes, loud bark, fierce when guarding sheep, but gentle and loyal to their own family. She almost immediately looked at Doji, full of hope. Doji didn't answer right away, but asked, raising all 5 is quite a lot. Why does Uncle want to give some to our family? Eulogii sighed and said, First, I am grateful that Miss Susoft saved Bader and the little ones today. Second, I think all of you brothers are honest people, good to the animals. The dogs follow you, they won't be mistreated. He looked at Susoft softly and kindly. Also, Miss Susoft is good at medicine and has a kind heart. If the little dog has a small illness or pain, you can take care of it. Susoft quickly nodded. I want to raise them. Doji, can we have 2? They can guard the house and help watch the sheep later. Langry got excited too.
Yes.
Every family on the Grassland has 2 dogs. Our family should have had some long ago. With dogs, wolves won't come close. Zaxi thought for a moment. 2 is good. 1 to watch the sheep pen, 1 to watch the yurt. Gongu whispered, little dogs are cute. Dawa said, raise them. Seeing that his brothers agreed, and Susoft was eagerly watching, Doji nodded. Okay. Then, Uncle, thank you. Eulogii showed a genuine smile. No trouble at all.
Now.
Shall we go pick them? The puppies are in the bag. My wife is watching over them. Good. Susoft immediately agreed. A few people followed Eulogii to his Mongolian yurt. Inside, it was warm. Eulogii's wife sat by the fire, holding an old basket lined with soft fur. In the basket, 5 fluffy puppies huddled together, whimpering and moving. The puppies were less than a month old. Their eyes still had a blue film, not fully gone. They looked wet, with tiny black noses, round bodies, and fur of different shades, 2 slightly yellow, 2 brown, and 1 almost black. When they heard the noise, the puppies moved nervously and made soft sounds. Eulogii's wife was a kind woman with red eyes. Seeing Susoft, she forced a smile. You're here? Come look. They're all lively. Susoft crouched by the basket and gently touched one puppy's head. The puppy flinched, then sniffed her finger and licked it with its tiny tongue. Soft and wet. Her heart almost melted. How do I choose? She asked Eulogii. Eulogii said, go with your gut. Reach out and see which one is willing to crawl into your hand or lick it. 5 puppies were crowded together, and the one with a light brown coat and a small patch of white on its forehead was the first to move. It clumsily moved its short legs, wobbling as it crawled towards Ruanruan's soft hand. It sniffed up and down, then buried its little head in her palm and nuzzled. Another puppy, slightly yellow with black-tipped ears, also crawled over. Instead of climbing into her hand, it simply licked her finger and made a soft gurgling sound in its throat. The other 3 puppies were less active, either sleeping or playing gently with each other. Eulogii smiled and said, it looks like these 2 are meant for you. I'll keep these 2. I've given them names. The brown one is White Forehead, and the yellow one is Black Ear. Ruanruan carefully picked up the 2 puppies. They were very small, light, and their warm bodies trembled slightly in her hands. Don't be afraid, she whispered. Follow me and you'll get good food. The puppies seemed to understand, licking her fingers again. Eulogii's wife brought 2 pieces of soft old sheepskin, wrapped the puppies in them, and reminded her, they still need milk. Sheep's milk is fine, warm, and they should be fed 5 or 6 times a day. After each feeding, gently wipe their bottoms with a soft cloth to help them pee and poop. At night, you'll need to get up. Puppies can't hold it. They need to be fed every 2 or 3 hours. Ruanruan nodded seriously. I understand. Thank you, Auntie. She carried the puppies back to her yurt and placed them in a basket lined with thick dry grass and old fur. The puppies, in their new environment, felt a little uneasy. They whined softly and crawled around inside the basket. Doji looked at them and said, put the basket near the fire, so it stays warm. Someone needs to watch over them at night. Langry immediately raised his hand. I'll watch. I sleep lightly, Zaxi said calmly. Take turns. You watch during the first half of the night, I'll watch the second half. Dawa said, I can watch too. Gongu whispered, I can help warm the sheep's milk. Ruanruan looked at them, feeling warm inside. She squatted by the basket, gently touching the puppies' heads with her fingers. From now on, You are part of our family, she said softly. The puppies licked her fingers again, their wet eyes looking at her. Doji turned to the sheep pen to squeeze fresh sheep's milk and warmed it over the fire. Tashi found the softest old cotton cloth, tore it into small pieces, boiled it, and let it dry. Langry searched through the boxes and found a deeper wooden basin, lined it with hay and old fur to make a temporary bed for the puppies. Dawa quietly stoked the fire a bit to make the yurt warmer. Gongu sat by the basket, watching the puppies, and softly said, "They're so small." The warmed goat milk was ready. Ruanruan used a small wooden spoon to scoop some and brought it close to the puppies' mouths. Bai was the first to come over, licking and drinking softly. Hey sniffed around and started drinking too. The two puppies drank eagerly, some milk splashed out and got on their fur. After feeding, Ruanruan gently wiped the puppies' bottoms with a boiled soft cloth, as Yulajai's wife had taught her. At first, the puppies were not used to it and twisted around, but after a while, they indeed passed a little pale yellow liquid and soft stool. She carefully cleaned them, threw away the dirty cloth, and replaced it with a clean one at the bottom of the basket. After finishing, the two puppies curled up happily together and soon fell asleep, their bellies rising and falling. Ruanruan sighed in relief, feeling her waist a bit sore. Doji handed her a bowl of water. "Sit down and rest." Ruanruan took the bowl, drank a few sips, and sat by the fire, watching the two puppies in the basket. She thought about today's horseback riding, and a smile naturally appeared on her face. Langry came over and sat beside her. "Sister-in-law, are you happy?" "Yes, I am," Ruanruan nodded. "I learned to ride today, and I have two puppies." "That's just the beginning," Langry chuckled. "When the puppies grow up, they'll be able to run with you. When you get good at riding, you can go anywhere you want. Then we can ride horses, take the dogs, go hunting far away, or play by the lake." Ruanruan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really?" "Of course," Langry patted his chest. "When the grass grows tall and the flowers bloom, it will be so beautiful." Tashi listened quietly nearby, not speaking, but folding the boiled soft cloth into several pieces and placing them near the fire to dry, preparing for the evening. Gongu whispered, "Sister-in-law, what should we name the puppies? We can't keep calling them Bai and Hey forever." Ruanruan thought for a moment. "I need to think of good names. I'll come up with something later." Dawa came inside, holding some wooden planks and tools. He squatted in the corner and started working on something. "Dawa, what are you doing?" Langry asked. "Making a saddle." Dawa replied without looking up. "Just a simple one for now, for my sister-in-law to try. I'll make a better one later." Softly, Sue felt warm inside and went over to look. Dawa was very skilled. The wood was smoothed and rounded at the edges. He was fixing the shape with leather cords and nails. "Thank you, Dawa," she whispered. Dawa paused for a moment and said quietly, "You're welcome." That night, as expected, the two puppies woke up every 2 or 3 hours. They whined and fussed, wanting milk or needing to go outside. Langry stayed up most of the night. Whenever he heard a noise, he got up to warm some goat milk, feed the puppies, or clean up. At first, he was clumsy, but gradually he became more skilled. Zaxi stayed up later. He was more careful. Before feeding, he checked the temperature of the milk. When cleaning the puppies, he was gentle and even softly massaged their bellies to help them digest.
So Soft slept restlessly.
She woke up several times, each time seeing Langry or Zaxi busy by the fire. The firelight cast their quiet, focused faces. Her heart was full. She turned over and fell back into a deep sleep. The next morning, Sue Soft was awakened by the tiny sounds of the puppies. She opened her eyes. It was just dawn. Zaxi was squatting by the fire, feeding the puppies their first milk of the day. Langry was lying on his back nearby, snoring softly. Doji and Dawa had already gotten up and were whispering outside the door, probably about strengthening the sheep pen. Gombo was milking the sheep. Everything was in order, full of life. Sue Soft sat up. Zaxi looked back at her. "You're awake? Sleep a little longer." "No, I want to get up," Sue Soft said, taking the small wooden spoon from him. "I'll feed them." Zaxi didn't argue. He handed her the spoon, and went to add more firewood. After feeding the puppies, Sue soft-stretched. She still felt some pain in her inner thigh. She rolled up her pants and saw that it was red and sore. Langry had woken up sometime and came over to look. "Oh no, you're chafed. Dawa, how's the saddle coming along?" Dawa came inside holding a simple, finished saddle, made with a wooden board base, covered with soft fur, fixed with leather cords. Although rough, the edges are smooth, making it look sturdy. "All right," he said, placing the saddle on the ground. "Let's try it." Doji came over to look and nodded. "Okay, let's try first. If it's uncomfortable, we'll change it." After breakfast, Ruanruan wanted to ride again. Doji put the saddle on the young horse, Xianya, and fastened the girth. Xianya moved uncomfortably at first, but soon calmed down. Langry helped Ruanruan onto the horse. With the saddle, sitting was much more comfortable. She didn't have to rub her inner thighs directly against the horse's back. Doji still held the reins, letting her get used to it first. After a few rounds, Ruanruan gradually found her balance. The saddle gave her better support, so she could sit more relaxed and control her balance better. "I want to walk a little on my own," she said. Doji loosened his grip, but stayed in front of the horse. Ruanruan gently shook the reins, and Xianya started walking. This time, she controlled it much better than yesterday. Her direction was steady, the speed even, and she dared to speed up a little, making Xianya trot a few steps. The wind blew past her ears, and the grassland stretched out before her. The grass was green, the sky blue, and the clouds white like fresh sheep's milk. In the distance, the mountains rolled with varying shades. She rode slowly across the open field, feeling an indescribable sense of happiness and freedom. It was the feeling of riding a horse. Not sitting behind someone else, not being led, but controlling the direction herself, going wherever she wanted. She circled around the open space, becoming more confident and happier with each ride. Finally, she pulled the reins to stop Xianya in front of the Mongolian tent. All 5 people stood there watching her. She smiled, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shining like stars. "I made it back." Langry was the first to rush over, looking up at her and grinning. "Sister-in-law." "So cool." Gongu clapped his hands. "You rode really well." Zaxi came over and helped her down. "Yes, you're much steadier now." Dawa checked the leather straps of the saddle to make sure they were tight. Doji took the reins, tied the horse, and then looked at Ruanruan. "If you're tired, take a rest." Ruanruan finally felt some pain in her thighs, but it was much better than yesterday. She nodded and said, "It hurts a little, but it's okay." Langry quickly picked her up again. "Let's go back and check. Put on some medicine." Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the situation, but she didn't resist. Back in the yurt, Langry placed her on the mattress and went to open the medicine box. Zaxi had already brought the ointment, a leftover herbal cream that was cool and pain-relieving. "I'll do it myself," Ruanruan said, her face a little red. "You can't see," Zaxi said calmly as he unscrewed the jar. As soon as Zaxi opened the jar, a herbal smell wafted out. Langry immediately leaned over, eyes fixed on the red, sore spot on Ruanruan's thigh, and raised his voice. "Hey, second brother, you're too rough. Let me do it. I'll be gentle." He reached out to grab the ointment. Gongu, who had been standing nearby, moved forward a little and whispered, I have the lightest hand. I'll help apply it to my sister-in-law." Dawa didn't say anything but walked to the bed and reached for the ointment. Doji, standing a bit further back, watched as everyone jostled for the ointment, frowning. "Why are you all pushing?" He also moved his feet as if he wanted to step forward but stopped himself. Zaxi still held the ointment jar tightly, looked around at his brothers and said calmly, "I will apply the medicine." "You're kidding. Last time my arm was hurt, you applied the ointment so roughly, I almost lost a layer of skin," Langry argued. "That's because your skin is tough," Zaxi replied. "Then I can't be that rough, right?" Gongu mustered his courage, blushing a little. "I apply ointment very gently to little lambs." Dawa gave up arguing and simply reached out to lift Ruanruan's pants leg. "Let's see how bad the injury is." Ruanruan's face was already flushed from all the fuss. She quickly pressed down her pants and snatched the ointment jar from Zaxi's hand, hugging it to her chest. "Stop fighting, everyone," she said hurriedly, feeling shy and flustered. "I'll do it myself. I can apply it." The men all stared at her in surprise. Ruanruan, holding the ointment jar, blushed so much she looked like she might cry, and she didn't dare to lift her eyes.
You all go out."
"I'll do it myself." Langry still wanted to say something. "Sister-in-law, you can't reach." "I can reach." Ruanruan interrupted him softly but firmly. "You all need to go out. I need to apply the medicine." She reached out and pushed Langry. Langry was gently pushed by her soft hand and couldn't resist strongly, so he had to step back. Ruanruan then pushed Zaxi. Seeing her red face, Zaxi said nothing and turned to leave. Gongu and Dawa looked at her and obediently left. Doji stayed where he was, watching her. Ruanruan looked up at him, her voice a little quieter but still firm. "You also need to go out." "I will be done soon." Doji looked at her for a moment, nodded, and pushed aside the curtain to leave. The yurt suddenly became quiet. Ruanruan held the medicine jar and let out a long breath. Just now, Doji and the others wanted to help her apply the medicine. Their eyes were full of desire, which made her feel uncomfortable. She didn't want all 5 of them to watch her apply the medicine. Later, she probably wouldn't have a chance to put on her clothes. She rolled up her pants and looked at the red, sore spot on her inner thigh. It was a bit painful, but not serious. She used her finger to scoop some ointment and tried to reach back. It was possible to reach, but the posture was awkward and she couldn't use much strength, so the ointment was applied unevenly. She changed her position, turned sideways, and stretched her arm. Still, it didn't work. That spot was too far back. She couldn't see clearly and couldn't turn her hand properly. Ruanruan fiddled for a while, sweating on her forehead. The ointment was smeared messily. Some places had too much, others not enough. Just as she was about to try again, her hand slipped. Clatter! The medicine jar slipped from her hand and fell to the ground, rolling twice, spilling a small dollop of ointment. Ruanruan exclaimed softly and hurried to bend down and pick it up. At that moment, the curtain was suddenly pulled aside. Zaxi stood at the door, watching her flustered and busy with her hands, then looked at the spilled ointment on the ground. "Can't reach?" he asked. Ruanruan's face turned red again. She held the jar she had picked up and whispered, I can do it." Zaxi stepped inside, took the jar from her hand, twisted the lid on, and then squatted down in front of her.
"Lie down," he said.
Ruanruan stiffened and didn't move. Zaxi looked up at her. "You should do it yourself. If you wait until tomorrow, it might not be done. Are you still hoping Langry and the others will come in to help you?" Ruanruan thought about Langry's bright, intense eyes and Dawa's straightforward attitude. She shivered suddenly. She bit her lip, slowly lay down, turned to the side, and faced away from Zaxi. Zaxi reopened the medicine jar and scooped out some ointment with his fingers. "Pull down a little more," he said. Ruanruan clutched her waistband, her fingertips turning white. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and gently pulled her waistband down, revealing the reddened skin at the top of her thigh. For a moment, it seemed as if the air had paused. She could feel Zaxi's gaze on that skin, hot and intense. Then, with his cool, medicated fingertips, he gently touched her. Ruanruan trembled all over. Zaxi's hand was steady, and he applied light pressure. The ointment was cool, spreading smoothly from his fingertips onto her reddened skin. He was careful, applying it slowly from the inner thigh toward the back. Ruanruan stiffened, not daring to move. She could clearly feel his fingers moving, warm and gentle, with the cool ointment and the roughness of his fingertips. It tickled a little, not in a painful way, but a fine, persistent itch that seemed to go from the surface of her skin deep into her heart. She bit her lip, trying not to make a sound. Zaxi paused near her lower back. That area was more sensitive, and Ruanruan couldn't help but flinch slightly. "Does it hurt?" Zaxi asked. "No, it doesn't," Ruanruan whispered. Just A little itchy, Zaxi responded softly, his movements becoming even gentler. He dipped his fingertips in the ointment and made small circles on that skin, gently massaging it in. The ointment slowly spread, soaking into her skin. After the coolness, there was a slight warmth. Ruanruan felt her face burning hot. She closed her eyes, hearing her own heartbeat and Zaxi's breathing, soft and steady. After a while, Zaxi stopped. "All done," he said. Ruanruan quickly pulled her pants back up, sat up, her face still red, afraid to look at him. "Thank you." Zaxi didn't reply. He closed the jar, placed it beside her, and then stood up. "Lie down a bit longer, don't rush to move." He finished speaking and turned to leave. Ruanruan sat on the bed, hugging her knees, with her face buried in her arms. After a while, the heat on her face slowly subsided. She looked up, glanced at the swinging curtain at the door, then looked at the ointment on her leg, which was almost absorbed, leaving only a cool feeling. She slowly lay down and pulled the blanket up to her waist. Outside, she could hear the low voices of the men. Langry's voice was the loudest. "How is it? Is the ointment applied?" Zaxi's voice was unclear, probably responding with a yes. Then Doji's voice. "All right, everyone stop standing around. Go do what you need to do." "Big brother, what are we doing today?" Langry asked. "Didn't we say yesterday we'd make butter?" Doji replied. "Bring out all the milk we've saved. The weather is good, so we'll make it today."
Great.
Langry answered happily. Then she heard footsteps walking away. Ruanruan lay under the blanket, listening to the sounds outside. After a while, the curtain was gently pushed aside a little. Zaxi peeked in and saw her awake, so he said, "We're making butter. You rest here, and don't come out." Ruanruan shook her head. "I'm not tired. I want to see." Zaxi looked at her. "Is your leg not hurting anymore?" "Much better," Ruanruan said, sitting up. "The ointment works well." Zaxi didn't stop her, only said, "Take it slow." Ruanruan dressed quickly, got off the bed. Her leg was still a bit sore, but she could walk fine. She pushed aside the curtain and stepped outside. The sun was shining warmly on the grass. In front of the yurt, several large wooden tubs were set up, with a few clay jars and wooden basins nearby. Doji and Dawa were carrying milk containers out of the yurt. Langry was squatting by the fire, adding water to a large iron pot. Gongu was carefully washing some covered wooden tubs. When she saw Ruanruan come out, Langry's eyes lit up. "Sister-in-law, why did you come out? Don't you want to lie down longer?" "I've rested enough," Ruanruan said, walking over. "Can I help?"
What can you help with? Just sit and watch.
Langry said happily. Doji carried over a large clay jar and placed it next to the wooden basin, glancing at Ruanruan. "If you want to help, help. Just don't overexert yourself." Ruanruan nodded and walked over to Gongu. "Should I help you wash the bucket?" Gongu quickly shook his head. "No need, sister-in-law. The water is cold, don't touch it." "I'm almost done washing." He said this as he rinsed the wooden bucket again, and then turned it upside down to drain. By this time, Doji and the others had already brought out all the milk cans. There were 7 or 8 different-sized cans filled with sheep and cow milk collected over the past few days. Some had been left to sit overnight, with a thick layer of cream floating on top. "First, boil the milk," Doji said. Langry had already boiled water in an iron pot. Doji and Dawa poured the milk from the cans into a large wooden basin, then scooped it into the iron pot with a wooden ladle. The milky white liquid slowly heated up, releasing tiny bubbles. The smell of milk spread with the steam, rich and slightly sweet.
Ruanruan watched Nurbai.
She had never seen this scene back home. When the milk boiled, Doji used a wooden spoon to skim off the foam on top, then said to Langry, "Turn down the heat and simmer slowly." Langry pulled out a few sticks of firewood, reducing the fire. The milk bubbled and boiled in the pot, turning whiter and thicker. After about half an hour, Doji used a spoon to take out a small sample, checked the thickness, and nodded. "That's enough." Dawa brought several clean wooden basins. Doji and Langry carefully scooped the boiled milk into the basins and placed them in a cool, shady spot to cool. When it's not hot to the touch, we can start shaking, Doji said. While the milk cooled, everyone began preparing the tools for shaking. They had several specially made wooden buckets with lids. The buckets were long and narrow in the middle, wider at the ends, with screw-on lids. 2 wooden handles were nailed to the sides of each bucket. Gongu brought over the cleaned buckets. Dawa checked each lid to make sure they could be screwed on tightly. Langry took out a clean piece of coarse cloth from the Mongolian tent, tore it into small pieces, and placed them in the gaps of the lids to prevent milk from spilling out during shaking. Ruanruan watched them busy at work, feeling curious. How do you shake it? Just like this, Langry said, picking up a bucket. He held the handles with both hands and demonstrated by shaking it back and forth. Pour the milk in, tighten the lid, and shake hard. Keep shaking, and the cream will come out. How long do you need to shake? Ruanruan asked. That depends on your strength. Langly smiled widely. The stronger you are, the faster you shake. The weaker you are, the slower. Usually it takes about half an hour to an hour to shake. Ruanruan was surprised. That long? Of course, Langly said, setting down the bucket. Butter isn't easy to make. At this time, the milk was almost drained. Doji reached out to check the temperature. It's ready. Everyone started pouring milk into the wooden buckets. Each bucket shouldn't be filled too full, about 2/3 full, to leave space for shaking. After pouring the milk, they tightened the lids and covered them with cloths to prevent leaks. Langly picked up a bucket first, grinning. Watch me. He assumed a horse stance, gripping the handle with both hands, and began to shake hard. The milk inside made loud splashing sounds as he moved it back and forth. After a while, sweat appeared on Langly's forehead. He took a breath and handed the bucket to Zaxi. Your turn, second brother. Zaxi took it without speaking and kept shaking. Doji, Dawa, and Gongu each took a bucket and started shaking as well. Ruanruan stood nearby, watching the 5 tall men line up, all shaking their buckets. Their movements were neat, and their arm muscles bulged with effort. Sweat dripped down their necks. The scene looked a bit funny, yet also hard to describe. She watched for a while, then walked over to Doji. Can I try? Doji stopped and looked at her, then at the bucket in her hands. It's heavy. You can't shake it. I want to try, Ruanruan insisted. Doji handed her the bucket. Ruanruan gripped the handle with both hands. It was very heavy. She shook it with effort, and the milk inside jiggled a little, but the movement was small. She tried again, her face turning red from effort, but she still couldn't shake it. Langly laughed nearby. Sister-in-law, you need to use clever strength. Pure force won't work. Move your waist with it, use leverage. Ruanruan listened and tried to use her waist to help. It was a bit better, but still very tiring. After a few tries, her arms felt sore. Doji took the bucket back from her. Just watch. Ruanruan felt a little disappointed, but she really couldn't shake it, so she stood aside and watched. The men took turns shaking, switching after a while. The sound inside the buckets gradually changed, from splashing water to a thicker, duller knocking noise. After more than an hour of shaking, Langry called out, Got it. Listen to the sound. He put down the bucket and unscrewed the lid. Ruanruan leaned in to look. The originally milky, white milk inside the bucket had now separated. A layer of pale yellow, solidified fat floated on top, while the liquid below was still milky white. Is this butter? Ruanruan asked. Not yet, Doji said. This is just the first separation. We need to scoop out the fat, then shake the rest again. We can get more oil by repeating this process until no more oil comes out. He took a fine cloth strainer and placed it over a clean basin. Langry slowly poured the contents of the bucket through the strainer. The yellow fat block was caught by the cloth and fell into the basin. The milky liquid flowed into the lower basin. This is skimmed milk, Gombo whispered to Ruanruan. You can drink it or make tofu from it. The scooped-out fat was placed in another basin, looking golden and fragrant. The remaining skimmed milk was poured back into the wooden bucket and shaken again. They repeated this 3 times until no more oil could be extracted. Finally, they had about half a basin of golden butter, rich with a strong milky aroma. These need to be refined further, Doji said. We have to evaporate the water inside so it can be stored. He set up a small pot over the fire, put the butter into it, and simmered it on low heat. The fat slowly melted into a clear, golden liquid, bubbling gently. The water evaporated, and a stronger roasted aroma filled the air. The refined butter was scooped into a clean clay jar. Once cooled, it would solidify into blocks that could be stored for a long time. After finishing, it was already noon. Everyone was sweaty, but looking at the golden butter jar, they all smiled. Langry sat on the ground, wiping his sweat. Finally done. Now we have enough to last a while. Gombo went to squeeze fresh sheep milk and heated it for everyone to drink. Ruanruan held her bowl, sipping the warm sheep milk, and looked at the jar of butter with a feeling of deep satisfaction. This was her first time participating in making butter from start to finish. From boiling the milk to shaking it and refining the oil, she had seen every step herself. Life on the grassland is built gradually, starting from the simplest work. After finishing her milk, Doji said to Langry, "In the afternoon, go cut the grass at Shepa and dry it for winter use." Langry responded with a nod. Zaxi stood up. "I'll go check on the horses." Dawa didn't say anything. He picked up an axe to chop firewood. Gongu tidied up the tools and basins on the ground. Ruanruan also stood up. "Can I do something?" Doji looked at her. "Your leg doesn't hurt anymore." "It really doesn't hurt," Ruanruan said, taking a few steps to show him. "The ointment works well." Doji nodded. "Then go check on the puppy." "Has it been fed?" "Yes, Zaxi fed it this morning," Ruanruan replied. "Anything else?" Doji thought for a moment. "Maybe. You can try to shake the milk." Ruanruan was surprised. "Me? Shake the milk? Use a small bucket," Doji said, taking out a small wooden bucket from the yurt, about half the size of the previous ones. "There's some milk left. Try it." Ruanruan's eyes lit up. "Okay." Doji poured about a third of the milk into the small bucket, tightened the lid, and handed it to her. Ruanruan took it, holding the handle with both hands. It was much lighter. She imitated how they had done earlier, standing firm, using her waist and moving her arms. The bucket started to sway. Although the movement was small, it was definitely shaking, and the milk inside made a sloshing sound. She became excited and shook it more vigorously. Doji watched silently from the side. After a while, Ruanruan's arms began to feel tired. She stopped and took a deep breath. "Take a break if you're tired," Doji said. Ruanruan shook her head and continued. But her arms were really weak now, and the shaking slowed down. Just then, Doji came over. He approached from behind, his warm breath blowing on her ear. Then, his large hand covered hers. Ruanruan stiffened. Doji's hand was big, completely covering hers. His palm was rough, with thick calluses and warm. "Shake like this." His voice was low and deep, right beside her ear. "Don't keep your wrists stiff. Follow the rhythm of the bucket." He held her hand, helping her apply force together. The bucket started to sway again, more powerfully and evenly. Ruanruan could feel his chest pressed against her back, through a layer of cloth, radiating warmth. His arms wrapped around her, tightening slightly with the gentle movement. Her heart suddenly beat faster. It was very quiet around them, only the sound of milk shaking in the bucket and her own slightly uneven breathing. Doji didn't speak anymore, just focused on helping her shake the milk. His movements were steady and even. The bucket in his hands seemed lighter, and the sound of shaking became more rhythmic and smooth. Ruanruan leaned into his embrace, smelling a mix of sweat, fresh grass, and a faint creamy scent from the recently churned butter. Her face slowly turned red. Luckily, Doji was behind her, so he couldn't see. After a while, the sound in the bucket changed from splashing water to a thicker, muffled noise. Doji stopped and loosened his grip. "Almost done," he said, his voice still calm and emotionless. Ruanruan quickly took a small step forward, pulling away from him. She turned around, still blushing, afraid to look at him, and whispered, "Thank you." Doji responded with a soft and opened the bucket lid. Inside, small yellowish lumps of fat floated on the surface, separated from the liquid. "It's ready," Doji said, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, then quickly disappearing. He scooped out the butter and placed it in a small bowl, handing it to Ruanruan. Here, yours. She took the bowl and looked at the little piece of butter inside, feeling suddenly full of happiness. This was her own effort. Although most of the work was done by Doji, she still felt involved. She looked up and smiled at Doji. It's really good. Doji looked at her smile, his eyes deepening a little, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to tidy up. Ruanruan held the bowl and sat down by the fire. Langry came back, carrying a big bundle of grass, threw it near the sheep pen, brushed off the grass from his clothes, and then turned to see the bowl in her hands.
Wow.
Sister-in-law also made butter? He said, leaning in to look. That's great. First try, and you already made butter. Ruanruan felt a little shy. Doji helped me. That's still good. Langry said happily, next time, I'll teach you myself. I promise I'll do better than Big Brother. Doji looked over and said softly, the grass is cut. Langry immediately looked downcast. Almost. Just a little more. I'll go now. He quickly picked up his sickle and ran off. Zaxi finished checking the horse's wound and saw the bowl in Ruanruan's hand. He also came over to look. Not bad at all, he said. Ruanruan looked up at him, remembering the morning when he applied medicine, and her face warmed again. She lowered her head and whispered, Zaxi sat beside her, took a water bottle, and took a sip. Neither of them spoke. After a while, Zaxi suddenly asked, does it still itch? Ruanruan's face turned even redder. She whispered, no, it doesn't itch anymore. Zaxi leaned in a little closer, his breath brushing her ear. He licked his lips, moved his throat, recalling how he applied the medicine earlier, his voice low and a bit mischievous. If it still hurts. Or, if somewhere else feels uncomfortable, I can check again? I can also apply medicine. I have steady hands. Ruanruan's mind buzzed loudly, and the feeling of his fingers slowly circling and massaging her inner thigh from earlier suddenly returned. She panicked and waved her hands quickly, stammering, and no need. I can do it myself. Really, I can. Zaxi looked at her flushed ears, wanting to say more, but suddenly a large hand reached over, grabbing the back of his collar and pulling him aside. Doji had come over unnoticed, his face a bit serious.
He looked at Zaxi.
Nothing to do here. Zaxi was pulled slightly off balance. He steadied himself, his mischievous smile fading, returning to his usual calm expression. He fiddled with his prayer beads and said nothing. Doji turned to Ruanruan, his tone softer. Don't listen to his nonsense. Then he looked up at the brothers standing or sitting nearby and said, today we've made a lot of butter and the hides are gathered. The wool is also sorted. Tomorrow, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to exchange for some supplies. Langry, who was crouched there poking at the fire, suddenly jumped up. To the supply and marketing cooperative? I want to go too. I haven't been in a while. I want to see if there's anything new and interesting. Gongu also looked over with bright eyes. Dawa put down the wooden arrow he was carving and looked up. Tashi didn't speak, but his eyes looked over. Doji looked around at them and said, stay at home. The grass isn't all cut, and the sheep pen needs to be reinforced. The wolf pack might come again, so no one can be left alone at home. Langry's face immediately fell. Huh? Only Big Brother goes? Doji nodded and paused, then added, Ruanruan is coming with me. I don't know what she wants to buy, so it's good to take her along. When he said this, the brothers' eyes changed. Langry opened his mouth, looked at Doji, then at Ruanruan, and finally scratched his head, sitting back down quietly, muttering, Big Brother just wants to spend time alone with sister-in-law. Tashi's finger, which was holding prayer beads, paused and lowered his eyes. Gongu lowered his head and fiddled with his clothes. Dawa picked up his wooden arrow again, carving it more forcefully than before, with chips flying. Doji seemed to ignore their small actions and continued, Bada's debt is paid off, so our family is a bit more relaxed now. This time we'll go see if there's anything needed and buy some things. Salt, tea, needles, and thread, and maybe some softer fabric. Langry responded weakly. Oh. Doji looked over sharply. Eat honestly, and do what you need to tomorrow. The others then quietly ate the remaining rice in their bowls. No one spoke, but the atmosphere was clearly a bit tense. Ruanruan watched nearby, feeling like laughing but also feeling warm inside. She sipped her goat milk, thinking about going to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow, maybe visiting the black market again. If she could find some books or other useful things, that would be great. The next day, it was still dark. Ruanruan was sleeping deeply when she vaguely felt someone moving her. She was so sleepy, she couldn't open her eyes, only feeling gentle hands helping her put on her sleeves and pull her collar. Suddenly, she shivered and opened her eyes wide. In the dim morning light, Gongu was crouched by her bed, holding her coat carefully as he tried to put it on her. Seeing her suddenly wake, Gongu was startled, his hand trembling, almost dropping the coat. Gongu, Ruanruan sat up, still a bit confused. "What are you doing?" Gongu's face turned red quickly. He hurriedly fixed her coat and stammered, "Sister-in-law, you're awake? I saw you were still sleeping. Big brother has already borrowed the horse from Uncle Yulajai's house and is waiting outside. I was worried that my older brother might rush you, so I thought I'd let you sleep a little longer, so I helped you put on your clothes first." Ruanruan looked at his flushed face and the eyes full of, "I just want to help," and was stunned for a moment before she suddenly chuckled. "Gongu," she said softly, still a bit sleepy, but with a smile that couldn't hide, "I'm not a little kid. I can dress myself after I wake up. If you want to call me, just call me directly." Gongu scratched his head, feeling a bit shy, but he still insisted. "You were tired yesterday. Sleep a bit more. I'll help you put on the same clothes." Ruanruan's heart softened completely. She knew Gongu truly cared for her. That kind of care was straightforward and sincere, without any hesitation. She was no longer shy and opened her arms confidently. "All right, you help me then." "Thank you, Gongu." Gongu's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly nodded and carefully helped her put on her outer robe, tying the belt. Every move was gentle, as if afraid of hurting her. After dressing and washing up, they ate a simple meal of fried rice and warm goat milk. Doji was already outside urging them. Ruanruan stepped out of the Mongolian tent. It was just dawn, and a layer of gray-white fog covered the grassland. Doji was holding 2 horses nearby. One was her own new sprout, and the other was a taller, borrowed red juniper horse from the neighbor. The horses were already loaded with tightly packed butter jars, leather rolls, and several large bags of wool. Seeing her come out, Doji handed her the reins of the borrowed red juniper horse. "Ride this, sit steady." Ruanruan took the reins but hadn't spoken yet. Doji had already stepped in front of her, bent down, supporting her legs with one hand, wrapping her arms around her back, and easily lifted her onto the horse. "Sit still," he said, then smoothly mounted his own horse behind her. The saddle was small, so they were a bit cramped together. Doji's chest pressed against her back, his arms wrapping around her from the sides, holding the reins in her hands, which also meant he was holding her in his arms. "Let's go," Doji whispered, tightening his legs around the horse's belly. The red juniper horse started to move, trotting forward. Ruanruan instinctively leaned back, her back sinking fully into Doji's warm, solid embrace. The morning breeze blew gently, carrying the fresh, moist scent unique to the early morning grasslands. It lifted a few loose strands of her hair, making them fly around, some brushing against Doji's cheeks and neck. Doji paused briefly to breathe. Her hair was thin and soft, carrying a faint, indescribable fragrance, somewhat like dew on grass leaves, a hint of fresh sheep's milk, mixed with her own sweet scent. It was ticklish, brushing against his skin, yet it seemed to seep into his heart. His throat moved slightly, and the hand holding the reins unconsciously tightened, holding her closer. The person in his arms was so small, soft and warm, nestled against his chest, gently rising and falling with the horse's gait. He could feel her delicate shoulder blades, her slender waist, and Doji suddenly pulled the reins, slowing the horse to a steady walk. Ruanruan tilted her head in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Doji's voice was a little hoarse. He looked ahead. "The road is long, and running fast tires the horse." "Oh." Ruanruan turned back, watching the sky gradually brighten ahead. The mist slowly dispersed in the morning light, revealing the true face of the grassland. The green waves of grass stretched all the way to the horizon, and in the distance, early rising herders' yurts emitted faint smoke. The sky was a clear, gradient blue, with a faint white glow near the horizon, gradually turning into a deep blue, like a washed gemstone. She took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling inexplicably happy. Doji was behind her, almost resting his chin on her head. Her scent kept drifting into his nose, and the soft feeling in his arms constantly reminded him of her presence. His body tensed slightly, and somewhere inside, he reacted involuntarily. He silently clenched his teeth, forcing his attention to the road ahead, but his palms were slightly sweaty as he held the reins. The horse moved steadily, at a consistent pace. At first, Ruanruan was a little nervous, but gradually she relaxed, even daring to loosen one hand slightly, pointing at a flock of early foraging birds in the distance for Doji to see. Doji responded with a hum, but his gaze was more focused on her excited, side-facing profile. The morning light shone on her fair skin, and tiny dewdrops sparkled on her eyelashes. He suddenly felt that just riding like this was quite good. After about an hour of riding, the outline of houses appeared ahead. They were not yurts but mud brick and brick houses, gathered in a relatively flat and open area. Smoke rose from chimneys, and figures could be seen moving around.
"We've arrived," Doji said.
The cooperative supply and marketing office is up ahead. As they got closer, they could see that the row of buildings was neater than the surrounding homes, painted white with red characters written on the walls. People were coming and going at the entrance, mostly local herders and farmers, carrying baskets and backpacks. Doji tied his horse under an old elm tree and took off the loads he was carrying. The butter was in a clay jar, wrapped neatly, and the wool was packed in large cloth bags. "Stay close to me," Doji said to Ruanruan. He picked up the heaviest leather bundle with one hand and naturally took her hand with the other. Ruanruan's fingers were wrapped by his rough, warm hand. Her heart skipped a beat, but she didn't pull away and obediently followed him to the supply office entrance. Inside, the place looked bigger than outside, with a smell mixing kerosene, fabric, pickles, and dust. Behind the counter stood two clerks, one man and one woman, dressed in gray-blue uniforms, with neutral expressions. Doji, who seemed to come here often, went straight to the male clerk and laid out the items one by one on the counter. "Comrade, take a look at these. What can I exchange for them?" The male clerk looked down at the butter, dipped his finger in to taste it, and nodded. "Good quality. The leather is fine, the wool is neatly sorted." He took out a small notebook and an abacus, and started calculating quickly. "The butter is weighed by the jean, the leather by the piece, and the wool by quality. All together. You can exchange for 18 yuan, 7 jiao, and 3 fun, plus 3 yards of cloth tickets and 2 industrial coupons." Doji nodded. "All right. I want 5 jean of salt, 2 tea bricks, a pack of needles, 2 spools of thread, black and white." He asked if there was finer cotton cloth available with the cloth tickets, about 6 feet. The remaining money would be used to buy half a jean of fruit candies. The clerk took items from the shelves behind as he wrote. The salt was in a coarse paper bag, large grains of green salt. The tea bricks were dark and wrapped in oiled paper. The needles and thread were in small paper packages. The cloth was dark blue cotton, softer than the rough fabric they usually wore. The fruit candies were wrapped in transparent glass paper, colorful and looking very sweet. Everything was carefully packed. Doji paid for the items and put the exchanged goods into his cloth bag. Finally, he picked up a bag of candies, turned around, and directly handed it to Ruanruan. "Here," he said simply. Ruanruan held the bag of candies, the wrapper shining softly in the light through the window. She looked up at Doji with a smile, her eyes curved. "It's so sweet." Doji's face showed no particular expression, but his ears seemed a little red. He picked up the cloth bag. "Let's go." After leaving the supply store, Doji didn't immediately lead the horse, but instead took Ruanruan to a narrower alley behind the house. "Let's check out the black market," he whispered. "It's messy there, but sometimes you find good things from outside, and the prices are flexible. Ruanruan's eyes lit up, and she quickly followed. The black market was on a windless open space behind the supply store, with simple stalls made of broken wood planks and old tarps. There were more people than inside the supply store, and it was even more chaotic. Local herders set up stalls selling homemade milk candies, dried meat, and handmade leather goods. There were also outsiders dressed differently, squatting and selling needles, threads, soap, matches, and even old books and newspapers. The air was filled with a mix of smells, animal odors, sweat, oil fumes, and the faint scent of cheap cigarettes drifting from somewhere. Ruanruan closely followed Doji, curious, glancing around. She saw a middle-aged man in a faded Zhongshan suit and glasses, with a few old books and magazines in front of him. There was also a woman, wearing a headscarf, with a cloth spread out in front of her, displaying brightly colored threads and pieces of printed fabric. What caught her attention, even more, was a stall on the side. The vendor was a man with a dark red face, wearing a leather vest, not seeming local. He had a dirty canvas cloth spread on the ground in front of him, with various items scattered messily, a few old military water bottles, a broken wooden comb, some dull-colored yarn, and a few bags. Ruanruan's eyes were drawn to those bags. They weren't the common leather or cloth pouches seen on the plains, but looked more like city-style handbags or shoulder bags. Some were made of synthetic leather, black, square-shaped, with handles almost broken. There was also one made of dark brown leather, simple in style but sturdy-looking. Nearby was a small one, resembling a women's wallet, red but worn and faded. While she was staring at the brown leather bag, a sudden ding sounded in her mind. Potential business opportunity detected, handmade leather goods production and improvement. There is current market demand from outsiders and some wealthy local herders. Raw materials, animal hides, are available and technical skills can be learned. To get the full plan, including basic tools list, classic style patterns, simple tanning and processing methods, 8,888 emotional points are needed. Ruanruan was startled. 8,888 points. She quickly closed her eyes and checked her total emotional points, 7621. Still need more than 1,200 points. Recently, she had gained some emotional points from interactions with her 5 brothers, especially yesterday's horseback riding, butter shaking, and other small daily interactions, but it wasn't enough yet. What should she do? The best way to quickly earn emotional points now is... She opened her eyes and looked at Doji, who was alertly watching the surroundings and slightly turned to protect her. She could only think of a way to get points from him. But how could she make him feel enough strong emotion to give a large amount of emotional points at once? While Ruanruan was pondering, the man with a dark red face at the stall saw someone looking at his bag and started talking. Comrade, wanna look? Genuine cowhide, sturdy. Perfect for carrying money or a notebook, easy to go out. Doji glanced at the bag but said nothing, clearly uninterested. Ruanruan squatted down and carefully examined the brown leather bag. The stitches were rough, the style old-fashioned, and the edges poorly finished, but the leather itself felt good, thick and solid. This bag. Where did you get it? She asked casually. Hey, I traded for it while doing business in the north recently, the man said. We don't need this thing. If you folks on the Grassland like it, I'll sell it cheap. Ruanruan had a plan. At this moment, 2 more people approached, looking like long-distance drivers in work clothes. One pointed at a black faux leather bag on the stall and asked about the price. It seemed the system was right, there was demand. She was thinking about how to talk to Doji or do something when suddenly, a commotion arose from the crowd's edge.
Run.
The city officials are coming, someone shouted loudly. The usually orderly black market suddenly erupted into chaos. Vendors hurriedly rolled up their goods, and shoppers looked around nervously, searching for a way to escape. A group of people in dark blue uniforms with red armbands rushed in from the alley, shouting loudly, "Stop! Stand still!" Doji's face changed. He quickly grabbed Ruanruan's wrist and said, "Let's go." He was strong and pulled her as they ran backward. Ruanruan stumbled along, her heart pounding. Behind the black market was a messy area of shantytowns, with narrow alleys crisscrossing and filled with debris. Doji didn't seem familiar with this terrain, but he reacted quickly, choosing narrow, covered paths with fewer people to hide in. They could hear the scolding and footsteps of the city officials getting closer. Ruanruan was running out of breath, her chest burning painfully. Doji looked back and saw her face turning pale. Suddenly, he used his strength to push her toward a corner of an abandoned mud brick house. He quickly squeezed in beside her. The corner formed a small triangular hollow filled with broken bricks and tiles, with a half-collapsed mud wall blocking the front, making it very hidden. The space was extremely tight. Doji almost faced her directly, shielding her in his arms. Their bodies were pressed close together in the corner. His back pressed against the outside wall, his chest tight against her, breathing heavy and quick, hot air blowing over her head. Ruanruan curled up in his arms, not daring to move. She could clearly hear his strong, heavy heartbeat mixing with her own frantic one. The footsteps and shouts outside were very close, as if just behind the wall. She was so scared she shivered all over and instinctively shrank further into Doji's embrace, clutching his shirt tightly. Doji's body stiffened noticeably. The person in his arms trembled violently, like a frightened little animal, completely relying on him. Her fingers, clutching his shirt, were thin and white from the force. A strong desire to protect her, mixed with other feelings, suddenly surged in Doji's heart. He tightened his arms around her, holding her more securely. He lowered his head, his lips almost touching her ear, and whispered in a husky voice, "Don't be afraid, it's okay." His voice strangely carried a comforting strength. Ruanruan raised her head, her eyes moist and covered with a watery sheen from fear and lack of oxygen. She looked at him trustingly. Doji looked at her face close to his, her cheeks flushed from running, her lips slightly parted as she panted. That gaze made the string in his mind snap suddenly. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips. This kiss was very different from the gentle, restrained one they shared that night. It was more aggressive, filled with lingering shock and a nearly instinctive desire to possess. He pried open her teeth and pressed his tongue inside, sucking on her tongue and swallowing all her gasps and breaths. Ruanruan was completely stunned. There might still be people outside with badges. They were hiding in a dirty, narrow corner, yet he suddenly kissed her like this. His breath was so strong and overwhelming, his lips and tongue hot, and his arms like iron bands around her, making her unable to struggle or even want to. A strange and exciting shiver ran up her spine. She passively endured the kiss, her limbs growing weak, relying on him to support her body. Doji kissed deeper and harder, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. One hand slid down her back, cupping her hips, pressing her closer to him. Ruanruan clearly felt his body change. She blushed so much she felt hot all over, but being held and kissed so tightly gave her an unprecedented sense of safety. Emotion points received. Doji, strong protective instinct, extreme possessiveness, losing control of feelings, 550 points. Emotion points received. Doji, fear turning into intense desire, 480 points. Emotion points received. Doji, strong satisfaction and excitement after confirming feelings, 320 points. A series of notification sounds rang in Ruanruan's nearly stunned mind. The total emotion points suddenly exceeded 8,888. The footsteps and noise outside seemed to fade away gradually. Maybe the people from the city management committee left or went in another direction. Doji finally loosened his lips slightly, pressing his forehead against hers. Both of them were panting heavily. His eyes were deep and frightening, filled with intense emotions she couldn't understand, and he stared at her tightly. Ruanruan's lips were swollen, her eyes dreamy, her chest rising and falling, still not fully recovered from that intense kiss. Doji looked at her like that, his throat moving roughly. He then lowered his head and gave her a heavy kiss on her swollen lips before softly saying, "Let's go." After saying, "Let's go," Doji didn't move immediately. He stared at Soft's face, which was red and swollen from his kiss, and still looked a bit dazed. The fire in his chest didn't die down. Instead, it burned even stronger. She had wet eyes, slightly parted lips, and was breathing hard, leaning into his arms, soft as if she had no bones. Dogi's throat moved again, and the veins on his forehead throbbed faintly. He really wanted to find a quiet place right now and make her completely his. He wanted to release all the anger and desire he had been holding inside. But he couldn't. They were near the black market, just after the crowd had dispersed. Someone from the city council might still be around. It was broad daylight outside, and a main road was nearby. Dogi took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he forced down the turbulent feelings inside. He loosened his grip on Soft's waist, turned around, and squatted with his back to her. "Come up," he said in a hoarse voice. Soft's legs were still weak, and her mind was a mess. She obediently climbed onto his broad back. Dogi carried her and stood up steadily and quickly, walking through the messy alley and around to an old elm tree where the horses were tied. He placed Soft on the horse's back, then swung onto the horse behind her, wrapping his arms tightly around her. He flicked the reins. "Go!" The horse started running, much faster than before. The wind rushed past her ears. Soft leaned into Dogi's chest, feeling his rapid heartbeat and the tense muscles of his arms around her waist, as hard as stone.
She didn't dare speak.
She pressed her face against his chest, listening to his fast, heavy heartbeat. He seemed very angry, but not quite angry. Soft couldn't tell exactly. She only felt that the energy on Dogi's body was different from usual, somehow frightening yet making her heart race. The horse galloped quickly, leaving the commune behind and returning to the grasslands. But somewhere along the way, the sky darkened. The once bright blue sky was now covered with gray clouds, layer after layer, heavy and pressing down. The wind also changed direction, bringing a cool breeze that rustled the grass and dust. Dogi looked up at the sky, frowning. "It's going to rain," he whispered, glancing around. The grassland was open and lacked cover. In the distance, there was a small rocky hill that might offer some shelter. He turned his horse and headed toward the hill. Just as he reached the foot of the hill, large raindrops started falling, loud and heavy, quickly covering everything. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the rain blurred everything, making the view white and hazy. Dogi protected Ruanruan and rode quickly along the hill's base, searching for a place to hide from the rain. The rain soaked their thin clothes very fast. Ruanruan shivered from the cold and curled up in Dogi's arms. Dogi held her tighter. Suddenly, he saw a dark crack in the mountain wall ahead. "Hold on tight," he shouted softly, urging his horse to rush forward. When they got closer, he saw that the crack was deep and led into a small cave, just big enough for 2 people and a horse. Vines and weeds covered the entrance, making it a good place to stay dry. Dogi jumped off his horse, carried Ruanruan down, and then pulled the horse into the cave. The red horse was restless, stamping and snorting, but the cave was small, so it had to stay still. Inside, it was much darker than outside, with only a little grayish light coming through the entrance. The air smelled damp, like wet earth and moss. Dogi tied his horse to a protruding stone inside the cave, then turned to look at Ruanruan. She was soaked, her floral shirt clinging tightly to her body, showing her curves. Her hair was wet and hanging down, her face pale, arms crossed, trembling slightly. Dogi's eyes darkened. He went to the cave entrance, tore some dry vines and dead grass, and took a cloth bag from his horse's saddle. Luckily, the bag was made of leather, and the salt, tea, and cloth inside were mostly dry. He took out a fire starter from the bag and tried to light it. The dampness made it hard to ignite. The fire starter was wet and didn't catch fire easily. Dogi patiently tried several times, knowing he couldn't afford to get cold, especially since she might catch a cold. Finally, a small flame flickered weakly. He carefully guided the flame to some dry grass, added small twigs, and slowly built a tiny fire. The orange-red flames danced, warming the cold, dark cave and lighting up Ruanruan's pale face. Dogi walked back and stood in front of her. They were very close, and the firelight illuminated his tall figure, enveloping her completely. He looked down at her, his gaze moving from her wet hair to her dripping chin, then to her thin clothes pressed against her body. Ruanruan felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. She lowered her eyes and whispered, "The fire makes it warmer." Doji didn't reply. Suddenly, he reached out his hand, his fingers touching a damp strand of hair near her cheek, gently tucking it behind her ear. His fingertips brushed her cool, sensitive ear.
Su Ruanruan si vered.
In the next second, Doji's kiss fell on her. It was no longer the surprised, possessive kiss from the corner of the room, nor the gentle kiss from last night meant to comfort. This kiss was quick and intense, carrying the scent of rain and his hot body, landing on her forehead, the corner of her eye, her nose, and finally pressing heavily on her lips. He held her head with one hand to prevent her from pulling back, while the other tightly wrapped around her waist, pressing her into his chest. Ruanruan gasped, but her voice was swallowed by his lips and teeth. Her mind went blank with a loud buzz. She was passive, tilting her head back, her lips numb and sore from his kiss. She felt her breath taken away, only able to make faint whimpering sounds through her nose. His arm around her waist felt like iron bands, making her ache but also giving her a strong sense of safety. His chest was hard and hot. Through her wet clothes, his warmth passed directly, making her feel weak all over. Doji kissed her, and the fire that had been burning inside her all along, fueled by the cold rain, didn't die out. Instead, it seemed to be poured with oil, burning fiercely through her entire body. He missed her so much that it hurt to the bone. Since the day she entered the yurt, standing there small and thin, with eyes like a frightened deer, he wanted to keep her close, care for her, protect her. Later, when he saw her delivering sheep, recognizing herbs, saving horses, taming horses, her strong spirit made him curious to see how much more she could be different. When she had nightmares before, trembling in his arms, he held her, smelling her scent, his body tense all night. Just now, in the black market, facing danger, she relied on him, clutching him tightly. Her gaze made him wish he could give his life for her. Now, she was soaked, trembling from the cold, soft and obedient in his arms. Memories flooded his mind. Doji looked at the person in front of him and realized he could no longer hold back his feelings. His kisses grew deeper and more intense, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Ruanruan felt dizzy from his kisses, her strength leaving her. She relied on his arms to keep from slipping down. It felt like all the air in her lungs had been drained, making it hard to breathe. Doji slightly pulled back to let her breathe. Their foreheads touched, and their heavy breathing intertwined clearly in the quiet cave. He let out a low, suppressed sigh. "Your clothes are wet," he said in a husky voice, his fingers pinching the top button of her shirt, accidentally brushing her skin below her neck. "They need to be dried. Wearing wet clothes will make you sick." As he spoke, his fingers moved, easily unbuttoning that button. Ruanruan stiffened all over, suddenly snapping out of her daze. She instinctively grabbed his wrist. "Doji," she trembled, unsure if it was from the cold or something else. Doji paused, looking at her. The firelight reflected in his eyes, flickering with a flame she couldn't understand. "Are you cold?" he asked softly. Ruanruan nodded, then shook her head. Yes, she was cold, wet clothes pressed against her skin, and the cave was cool. But being held and kissed by him made her feel a fiery heat inside. Seeing her anxious yet dependent look, Doji's remaining rationality struggled. He knew she wasn't ready. She was too young with little experience. He couldn't scare her. But his gaze fell again on her open collar, where a small patch of skin looked dazzlingly white in the firelight. The wet fabric was nearly transparent, clinging tightly to her body, outlining her shy yet tempting curves. Doji's breath hitched, and the fire that he had just subdued suddenly flared up again, fiercer than before. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them with only an unresistible resolve remaining. "The clothes must come off and be dried," he said firmly, afraid that if Ruanruan insisted further, she might get sick. She was already thin, and if she fell ill, Doji would be heartbroken. He no longer gave her a chance to hesitate. He held her wrist gently, pulled her hand away, then bowed his head and continued to unbutton the remaining buttons of her shirt. His fingers were steady, but his movements were slow, one button at a time. His rough fingertips occasionally brushed her skin, causing her to shiver slightly. Ruanruan was stiff and looked at his close face. His lips were pressed tightly, his jawline tense, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, mixing with the still damp rain. He was holding back. She could feel it. But she didn't understand what he was holding back from. All the buttons of her shirt were undone. The wet fabric parted to the sides, revealing her equally soaked undershirt. Doji's movements paused. His gaze fixed on her, and his breathing suddenly grew heavier. Ruanruan felt extremely embarrassed. She instinctively crossed her arms over her chest and buried her head deep, her ears turning red. Doji looked at her for a few seconds, then suddenly turned around sharply, with his back to her. His broad shoulders were tense, his fists clenched and loosened repeatedly. After a long moment, he spoke in a very restrained voice, "Take off the wet clothes and wrap yourself with this." He tore off his own shirt and handed it to her. Ruanruan looked at his back, then at the leather vest, bit her lip and softly said, You're also wet." "I'm fine." Doji's voice was even hoarser. "Hurry up." Ruanruan no longer hesitated. Wearing wet clothes was indeed uncomfortable, and she was trembling from the cold. She turned her back, hurriedly took off her soaked shirt and undershirt, and the cold air made her skin break out in tiny bumps. She quickly wrapped herself tightly with Doji's leather vest. The vest was large, carrying Doji's body heat and scent. It was dry and warm, wrapping her from head to toe, leaving only her calves and bare feet visible. "Done," she whispered like a mosquito. Only then did Doji turn around. In the firelight, she looked even smaller wrapped in his vest. Her face was buried in the fluffy collar, only a pair of damp eyes showing, looking at him timidly. The vest's hem just reached her knees, revealing her slender, white calves and muddy bare feet, awkwardly pressed together. Doji's eyes deepened, and his throat moved. He walked to the fire, took off his wet coat, and draped it over a nearby stone to dry. His bare upper body was instantly exposed to the air and firelight. His strong muscles were clearly defined, with damp droplets clinging to his skin, shining with a bronze glow under the firelight, rising and falling with his breathing. Ruanruan only glanced at him briefly, then quickly looked down, her face burning hot. Doji didn't look at her. He picked up her wet clothes and placed them on the stone next to his coat. Then he came back and sat beside Ruanruan. They sat very close, almost touching arms. The cave became quiet, only the crackling of the fire, the sound of rain outside, and the occasional nervous hoofbeats and snorts of the horses. The warmth slowly chased away the cold. Ruanruan, wrapped in a dry, warm leather jacket, gradually warmed up and even felt sleepy. But Doji's presence was too strong. His body heat kept passing to her, mixed with his unique scent and the lingering intimacy from their recent kiss, making her heartbeat race. She secretly turned her face to look at Doji. He was staring at the flickering flames, his side profile sharp, lips pressed tightly, lost in thought. "Doji," she whispered. Doji turned to look at her. "When can we go back?" she asked. "The rain has stopped," Doji said, his gaze on her face. "Are you scared?" Ruanruan shook her head. "No, but..." "Will Langry and the others at home be worried?" "They're not fools," Doji replied. "Seeing the rain, they know we're looking for shelter." "Oh," Ruanruan nodded, then fell silent. After a moment, she suddenly remembered something and spoke even softer. "Thank you for earlier." "At the black market." Doji didn't reply, just looked at her. Ruanruan felt shy under his gaze, lowered her head, and unconsciously fiddled with the fur on her leather jacket. "If you hadn't pulled me to run, I would have been caught." "No," Doji finally said, his voice deep. "With me here, they can't catch you." Ruanruan felt warm inside and looked up, smiling at him. Her lips were still a bit swollen, but her smile was gentle and bright. Under the firelight, she looked both delicate and captivating. Doji stared at her smile, his eyes suddenly darkening. He suddenly reached out, not in a hurried way like before, but slowly, cupping her face. His thumb gently stroked her swollen lips, with a strange sense of tenderness. Ruanruan's smile froze on her face as she watched him get closer. His breath brushed against her face, warm and carrying a confusing, unsettling scent. Doji, she instinctively called his name, her voice soft and trembling. Doji responded softly, and his kiss fell again. This time it was gentle like a breeze, not a storm. He held her lips softly, gently licking and soothing the wound he had caused with his bite. Ruanruan's tense body slowly relaxed, and she even tentatively slightly parted her lips. Doji took a deep breath and deepened the kiss. He was patient and careful, tasting her softness and sweetness inch by inch, guiding her shy responses. Ruanruan gradually lost herself in his gentle, persistent kiss. Doji suddenly shivered, tightening his arms around her. This small response was like a spark, instantly igniting all his restraint. Ruanruan felt weak from his kiss, her mind fuzzy. Her shirt had loosened at some point, revealing her shoulder. Doji's lips pressed on that skin, gently nibbling. Ruanruan let out a soft hum. Doji looked up, gazing into her dreamy eyes and flushed face, breathing heavily. Ruanruan, he called her for the first time like this, his voice hoarse and full of longing and struggle. Ruanruan looked into his burning eyes and saw the bulging veins on his forehead, suddenly understanding what he was holding back. She felt a little nervous and scared, but mostly a strange, unexplainable thrill and anticipation. She reached out and gently touched his furrowed brow. Doji grasped her hand, holding it tightly in his palm, strong but not hurting her. "Is it okay?" he asked, staring into her eyes, each word coming out with difficulty, like they were squeezed from between his teeth. Ruanruan looked at him, at that small, anxious version of herself in his eyes. She nodded. Her movement was light but firm. Doji's pupils suddenly contracted. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, only determination and intense desire remained. He lowered his head, deeper and heavier than ever before, with a sense of possessiveness, as if declaring ownership. One hand slipped into her loose jacket, touching her bare shoulder and back. His palm was hot, rough from years of hard work, rubbing against her delicate skin. Sue's soft trembled all over. A strange feeling surged through her, making her curl her toes in response. Doji's gaze traveled down her neck to her collarbone and shoulder. The flickering firelight reflected on her fair skin, giving it a warm, pearl-like glow. Doji's breathing became completely chaotic. He looked at her with eyes full of admiration and longing. Outside, the rain was pounding loudly on the rocks, creating a steady, loud sound. Doji looked down at the person in his arms. Sue's soft's eyes were closed, her breathing soft, her body relaxed against him. She seemed exhausted or frightened, finally daring to loosen her grip. The fire flickered, casting light on her face, showing tears that hadn't dried and faint red marks on her neck. Doji's throat moved, and he tightened his arms around her, pulling her closer. Her jacket slipped down a little, revealing her shoulders. Her skin was so white it was dazzling, with faint marks on it. Doji reached out and pulled her jacket up, covering her more completely. He sat still, afraid to move and wake her. He listened to the rain and watched the fire. After a while, the rain gradually lessened. It changed from heavy to light drizzle, and finally, only the sound of water dripping from the rocks remained. Tap, tap, tap. The fire had burned down to red embers, and the cave grew dark. Doji lowered his head and gently shook Sue soft. Soft. She didn't wake, only furrowed her brow and snuggled deeper into his arms. Doji waited a moment longer, then carefully moved her away from his embrace, letting her rest against a flatter stone. He stood up, walked to the fire, and picked up the military water bottle, shaking it. There was still half a bottle of water inside. He poured some into his palm, rubbed his hands together until they felt less cold, then wrung out a damp cloth that was draped over a rock. It was his own undershirt, already half-dried from the heat. He walked back to Ruanruan's side, squatted down, and gently wiped the sweat from her face and neck with a warm cloth. His movements were slow and careful. After wiping her face, he also cleaned her hands. Ruanruan was sleeping deeply. She only let out a soft hum and curled her fingers when he touched her wrist. After finishing, Doji picked up the dry clothes, her floral shirt and his coat, both already dry and warm to the touch. He first put her in the shirt, supporting her back and slipping her arms into the sleeves, button by button. The buttons were small, and his fingers were thick, so he was a bit clumsy, but very patient. Once done, he straightened the hem of the shirt. Finally, he put on his coat for her, loose and big, wrapping her completely inside. After completing these tasks, Doji put on his dry pants and added a few more thin sticks to the fire to make the cave warmer. He sat back beside Ruanruan, gently holding her again and wrapping her in his leather coat. The rain had completely stopped. The light coming through the cave entrance turned grayish-white, and it was probably close to evening. Ruanruan slept soundly, without any strange dreams. When she woke up, she only felt warm, with something hard and hot behind her back. She groggily opened her eyes and saw Doji's chin. "You're awake." Doji looked down at her. Ruanruan replied softly, still sleepy. She moved slightly and felt some parts of her body sore and a bit swollen. Her face warmed up quickly, and she dared not move too much. "The rain has stopped," Doji said. "We can go back now." "Oh." Ruanruan sat up straight, noticing she was wearing his large coat, with her clothes underneath, all dry and clean. Her face grew even warmer. She whispered, You haven't slept, have you?" "Just took a short nap," Doji said. He stood up, stretched his stiff shoulders and arms, and went over to untie the horse's reins. "Let's go." He lifted Ruanruan onto the horse. This time, he didn't let her sit with her back to him but faced her toward himself, sitting astride the saddle. This way, she could fully nestle in his arms and be protected from the wind. Doji wrapped her from head to toe with his leather coat, leaving only her small face visible. Then he mounted the horse, sitting behind her, with his arms around her waist and holding the reins. "Hold on tight," he said, giving the reins a shake. The horse left the cave. Outside, it was indeed darker. A faint orange glow remained in the western sky, but most of it had turned deep blue. The grassland was washed by rain, making the air damp and cool. Water droplets covered the grass blades. When the horse's hooves stepped on them, they made a squishing sound. Doji let the horse walk slowly, worried it might jostle her. The wind blew directly at them, bringing a biting chill after the rain. But Ruanruan was tightly wrapped in his arms, so she couldn't feel the wind. She only felt his chest was warm and hard, and she could hear his steady heartbeat through his clothes. She quietly leaned against him, watching the sky gradually darken, with stars beginning to appear one by one. Roar, roar, roar. Congratulations to our big brother for successfully eating meat. Please give a good review and tips. At home, inside the Mongolian yurt, the fire burned brightly, with a pot placed over it, boiling sheep milk. The milk bubbled and steamed, with a smell of milk mixed with a slight burn aroma. Langry squatted by the fire, holding a stick, absent-mindedly poking at the fire. His eyes were fixed on the door curtain, and his ears were alert. "Why isn't Big Brother back yet?" he asked for the 5th time, frowning tightly. "How long has the rain stopped?" "It's already completely dark outside." Zaxi sat near the door, holding prayer beads, also watching the dark gap in the curtain. "The rain was heavy, and the road is difficult to travel," he said calmly, but his fingers turned the beads faster than usual. Gongu sat next to Zaxi, holding a basket with a sleeping puppy inside. He gently stroked the puppy, muttering softly, "My sister-in-law is weak. She'll definitely get sick if she gets caught in the rain. When we left this morning, she should have worn more clothes." Dawa didn't sit down. He stood by the door, half of his body outside, looking at the dark grassland. He then turned to look at the horse tied nearby, his fists clenched, and then loosened. No way. Langry suddenly stood up. I'll go look for him. Maybe the horse got spooked or fell into a ditch. Don't cause trouble, Zaxi said. Big brother knows what he's doing. If you go out now in the dark, you might get lost or make things worse. Then what should I do? Just wait here. Langry raised his voice. What if? No, what if, Zaxi interrupted him, but he also stood up and went to the door, standing side by side with Dawa, looking outside. Gongu gently set down the puppy basket, then hobbled over, squeezing between the two men, eagerly watching outside. The sheep milk in the pot boiled over, spilling into the fire and making a sizzling sound. No one paid attention. Listen, Dawa suddenly spoke, tilting his head to one side. A few people immediately held their breath. In the distance, it sounded like horse hooves, slow, but definitely coming this way. They're back. Langry's eyes brightened, and he was about to rush outside. Zaxi grabbed his arm quickly. Wait, look carefully. The sound of hooves grew closer and clearer. Then, in the hazy night, a tall shadow appeared. It's a horse, with two people sitting on its back. It's my older brother. Langry broke free from Zaxi and rushed out first. Zaxi, Gongu, and Dawa all followed quickly. Doji was riding his horse. Just as he rounded the nearest small grassy hill, he saw 4 dark figures tumbling and crawling down the slope, their footsteps loud and splashing mud. Big brother, sister-in-law, you're back. Langry was at the front, almost bumping into the horse's neck. He was panting, looking up at the 2 people on the horse. Doji's coat was puffed up and tightly wrapped with a leather vest, only half of Ruanruan's face showing. Her eyes were wide open, looking at him. Are you okay, sister-in-law? Langry asked anxiously, then looked at Doji. Big brother, why did you take so long? Were you caught in the rain? Did anything happen on the way? Zaxi came over silently, quickly scanning both of them. Doji's clothes were neat, but his hair was still a little wet. Ruanruan was wrapped so tightly that only her face was visible. Her eyes looked a bit red, as if she had cried or slept too much. His eyes moved slightly. Gongu moved closer to the horse, reaching out to touch but hesitating. He whispered, Sister-in-law, are you cold? Do you feel uncomfortable? Dawa reached out directly, grabbing the reins to stop the horse completely, his eyes fixed on Doji. Doji looked down at his 4 worried brothers gathered around the horse. He first told Langry, Stop fussing, I'm fine. Then he looked at Zaxi. It rained heavily, so we found a cave to hide for a while. He then lowered his head and said to Ruanruan in his arms, We're home. Ruanruan softly responded with, trying to move, but Doji had already embraced her, smoothly dismounting the horse and landing steadily. He didn't loosen his hold and carried her toward the Mongolian yurt. Langry and the others hurried to follow. Upon entering the Mongolian yurt, a warm feeling immediately greeted them. Doji gently placed Ruanruan on a mat near the fire, then loosened the leather vest she was wearing. The loose coat she wore was clearly Doji's. Her hair was a bit messy, and her cheeks were flushed from a heat, making her look healthy rather than sick. She seemed a little tired but sat quietly. Did you get wet? Langry knelt in front of her, still worried. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Headache? Sore throat? Ruanruan shook her head. No, I just feel a little sleepy. She was telling the truth. She hadn't slept well in the cave, and the bumpy journey made her tired. Now that she was in a warm place, sleepiness took over. Gongu had already gone to pour a bowl of hot sheep's milk and carefully handed it to her. Sister-in-law, drink a bit to warm up, Zaxi told Doji. Let her change into dry clothes first. He noticed that Ruanruan was still wearing the same clothes from earlier in the day. Although they had dried a bit, they had been soaked in rain. Doji nodded, took out her clean inner clothes and pants, and handed them to her. Ruanruan took them, her face a little red. She whispered, You. Turn around. Langry responded with an, Oh, and happily turned away. Zaxi and Gongu also silently turned their backs. Dawa, who was already facing the door, didn't move. Doji went to the corner where the supplies were stored, started unpacking the cloth bag she brought, and took out salt, tea bricks, needles and thread, cloth, and a bag of fruit candies. Ruanruan quickly changed into her clothes, folding Doji's coat and setting it aside. Once she was dressed in her own clothes, she felt truly comfortable. She held the warm bowl of sheep's milk, sipping it slowly. The rich, milky aroma slid down her throat, warming her stomach and relaxing her entire body. Hearing the sounds of her changing clothes, Langry turned back and sat down beside her, his eyes bright as he looked at the things Doji was taking out. "Hey, candy. Big brother bought candy." Doji threw the fruit candies to him. Langry caught them eagerly, opened one, and first popped an orange-colored piece into his mouth. Then he took another and offered it to Ruanruan. "Sister-in-law, eat." Ruanruan took it, placing it in her mouth, and the sweet flavor melted on her tongue. Langry also gave Zaxi and Dawa each a piece, and he kept one in his mouth. His cheeks puffed out as he asked softly, "Big brother, did Boo also cut cloth for sister-in-law?" "The color looks good on her." Doji responded with a hum, folded the cloth neatly, and placed it beside Ruanruan. "Yours." Zaxi looked at the rolled cloth and then at Ruanruan's slightly old clothes, but said nothing. Dawa whispered, "Sister-in-law will look even better in new clothes." Dawa kept the candy in his mouth without chewing, then walked to the fire, took down the nearly boiled sheep milk from the pot. Doji tidied up the things he had exchanged, then sat by the fire. He took the other bowl of sheep milk handed to him by Dawa and took a big sip. "Is everything okay at home?" he asked. "Nothing's wrong," Zaxi said. "The grass has been cut and the sheep pen has been reinforced. Gongu fed the puppies 3 times, Gongu added. They slept very soundly. Doji nodded but said nothing more, just listened as Langry chattered about the work they did today. Langry kept talking about how they herded sheep and repaired the fence, while Ruanruan finished the last sip of her sheep milk. She felt warm and a bit less sleepy. She looked at the new roll of dark blue cloth placed beside her by Doji, shining softly under the oil lamp. Then she looked at the candy Langry had given her. The shiny wrapper crinkled in her hand. She raised her eyes and glanced at the men sitting around the fire. Doji was drinking milk with his head bowed, his Adam's apple moving as he swallowed. Langry was animatedly talking and gesturing with her hands. Zaxi listened quietly, fingers slowly playing with a string of dark-colored Buddhist prayer beads. Dawa squatted on the other side of the fire, fiddling with some potatoes buried in the hot coals with a thin stick, occasionally glancing at her. Gongu was no longer by the fire. Ruanruan looked toward the entrance of the Mongolian yurt. The curtain wasn't fully closed, leaving a gap through which she could see the dark night outside and a flickering shadow, Gongu. He was squatting at a small stove made of 3 stones at the entrance, guarding a small iron pot on top, cooking noodles for dinner. The firelight was faint, illuminating half of his delicate face. His nose was a little red from the cold. He hunched his shoulders and occasionally reached out to check the steam above the pot. He had trouble walking and was worried that moving around inside the yurt might cause trouble. He always volunteered to do chores outside, especially cooking. Ruanruan felt a little soft-hearted. She supported herself to stand up, feeling some dull ache in her legs. She took a quiet breath, trying to walk naturally. Holding the unwrapped candy in her hand, she pushed aside the curtain and stepped outside. The night wind on the grassland immediately wrapped around her, carrying the cold dampness after rain, making her shiver. Gongu heard the noise and turned around. Seeing it was her, he paused and quickly said, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing outside?" "It's cold. Go back inside." "I'm not cold." Ruanruan stepped closer and squatted beside him. The small stove's flame flickered, making soft crackling sounds. The pot was bubbling gently, and the aroma of steamed bread mixed with the warmth of the fire. "I came to check. Is the porridge almost ready?" "Yeah, it's almost done." Gongu nodded, then looked at the pot again, stirring it with a wooden spoon to prevent sticking. He turned his face toward her, his long eyelashes casting a small shadow in the flickering firelight. Ruanruan stretched out her hand, palm open. The fruit candy wrapped in colorful paper rested in her fair hand, looking especially tempting in the faint light. Here. She smiled happily, her eyes curved. It's from the supply store, very sweet.
Try it.
Gongu turned his head, looking at the candy, then at her sparkling eyes. She was very close enough for him to smell the scent of her freshly changed clean clothes and a hint of sweet milk candy. It seemed she had already eaten one. His throat moved, but he didn't reach for the candy. His gaze shifted from the candy to her face, stopping at her slightly curved, pale lips. Those lips looked soft, even sweeter than the candy. Without thinking, Gongu suddenly leaned down. Ruanruan still held out her hand, her smile not yet fading. She only felt a shadow cast over her, and the cold, Gongbu's scent suddenly approached. In the next second, two warm, dry lips pressed against hers. Her mind buzzed, and her whole body froze. Her eyes widened, and the candy in her hand nearly fell into the fire. Gongu kissed awkwardly, just pressing his lips against hers, not moving. But after a brief moment, it was as if he tasted something even sweeter. He tentatively licked her lips lightly. Ruanruan instinctively parted her lips, wanting to say something. Gongu seemed to have received permission. Clumsily, he tentatively and nervously reached his tongue into her warm mouth, hurriedly and hesitantly sweeping around, and then he caught a small object, her leftover piece of candy she hadn't finished yet. Then he pulled back. Ruanruan was still crouching, her hands raised, her mouth slightly open, as if she were frozen in place. Only her heart was pounding loudly, as if it might burst out of her chest. Her lips and tongue still felt wet and soft from his touch, carrying his scent and the sweetness of the candy. Gongu straightened up a little, his face glowing red in the firelight. Even his neck was flushed. He pressed his lips together, swallowed hard, and gulped down the piece of candy he had taken from her. Then, he looked at her open palm, reached out, not to take the candy, but to gently close her fingers and hold the candy in her hand. His hand trembled slightly, cold to the touch, when it brushed her fingertips. "The candy in your hand," Gongu said softly, with a husky, nervous voice as if he had just done something wrong. "Keep it. The one in your mouth. It's more delicious." After saying this, he seemed to realize what he had said and done. His face turned even redder, and he quickly looked down, afraid to meet her eyes. Gongu was worried she might be angry if he took her candy. So, he hurriedly took the candy from her hand again, unwrapped the wrapper, revealing the orange-yellow piece inside.
"Here.
For you," he whispered, almost pushing it toward her mouth. Ruanruan was still confused, and instinctively slightly opened her mouth. Gongu carefully pinched the candy with his fingers and gently placed it in her mouth. His fingertips accidentally touched her soft, moist lips. Just that once. Gongu suddenly shivered as if burned, quickly pulling his hand back and hiding it behind his back. But that soft touch felt like an electric shock, rushing through his whole body, making him tingle from his fingertips to his scalp, and his blood felt warm and rushed to his head. His mind was buzzing with the incredible softness he had just felt when touching her lips. Outside, the wind seemed colder, blowing the fire in the stove flickering. Gongu took several deep breaths of cold air, trying to calm his body's heat and trembling. He glanced at Ruanruan, who was still dazed and blushing, feeling both tender and nervous inside. "It's too cold outside," his voice hoarse. He reached out, not to pull, but gently pushed Ruanruan's shoulder with soft force, urging her. "Sister-in-law, go inside quickly. The porridge will be ready soon." "I'll bring it in." Ruanruan was pushed to stand up, her legs still a bit weak. She glanced at Gongu, who had already turned away, facing the stove and watching the boiling porridge with focus, leaving only a bright red tip of his ear visible. She clenched the candy in her hand, the wrapper rustling. The candy in her mouth was sweet and melting, but it couldn't hide a more anxious feeling. She said nothing more, turned around, and lifted the curtain to go back into the Mongolian tent. As soon as she stepped inside the warm tent, she met Langry's gaze. Langry was animatedly talking, but his eyes kept flicking toward the door. Seeing Ruanruan come in, still holding the candy, her face flushed, and her eyes a bit unfocused, his words paused. Sister-in-law. Langry leaned in, raising his eyebrows with a slightly sour tone. Did you bring candy for Gongu? Did he eat it? Ruanruan nodded softly, her voice a little dry. Yes, I gave it to him. She moved to sit by the fire, but her legs felt sore, making her hesitate unconsciously, awkwardly sitting near the edge of the quilt. Langry's sharp eyes caught this and immediately exclaimed, Hey, sister-in-law, what's wrong with your leg? Why does it look awkward when you walk? Did you twist it running from the rain today? Or did you bounce on horseback? His loud voice drew the attention of others. Doji's hand holding the bowl tightened slightly. Ruanruan's face grew even warmer. She hesitated and said, No, I didn't twist it. It's just, maybe I walked too much today and got caught in the rain. It feels a bit sore. As she spoke, she instinctively reached up and adjusted her collar, trying to hide her neck. Dawa, who was focused on stabbing potatoes, looked up when he heard Langry. His gaze paused on her face, then suddenly froze, and he pointed at her neck near her ear with a puzzled look. Sister-in-law, there's a red spot here on your neck. Did a bug bite you? Are there mosquitoes today? His words were sincere, driven by curiosity. But as soon as he finished, the tent suddenly fell silent. Ruanruan froze completely, quickly covering the spot Dawa pointed to. She hadn't even noticed that area herself. Her face suddenly lost its color, then quickly flushed again, making her ears ring. Cough, cough. Doji suddenly choked, coughing heavily twice, breaking the tense moment. He put down his bowl, with little expression on his face, but his ears were slightly red. He looked up, glanced at Dawa, and said casually, Maybe it's from the grass blades scratching, or from the heat near the fire, like being roasted. Then he immediately turned to Langry. You just said the grass in Sheepa has been cut? Tomorrow, we need to bundle it up and dry it for 2 days. Langry looked at Doji, then at Ruanruan, whose face was so red she seemed about to cry, and then at Dawa, who looked innocent and hadn't understood yet. He rolled his eyes, chuckled softly, and said, It's done. Don't worry, big brother. We'll bundle it early tomorrow, and it'll be dry for sure. Zaxi sat in a dimmer corner, his prayer beads stopped moving at some point. He lowered his eyes slightly, his gaze calm as it swept over Ruanruan, who was covering her neck, then over Doji's seemingly calm but slightly tense face, and finally onto the flickering flames. He said nothing, only slightly pursed his lips downward, then returned to his usual calm expression and slowly resumed counting his prayer beads. He understood. Ruanruan was probably going to become fully part of their family.
But she still didn't belong to Zaxi.
Gongu came in at this moment, carrying a steaming pot of porridge, breaking the subtle atmosphere in the room. He lowered his head, placed the pot on a wooden rack by the fire, and whispered, Dinner is ready. Eat. Eat. Langry jumped up to grab a bowl, acting as if nothing had happened. This meal was quieter than usual. The porridge was fragrant, with chopped dried lamb and wild vegetables inside. Gongu even specially scooped more dried ingredients into Ruanruan's bowl. Ruanruan ate quietly, not daring to look at anyone, feeling her face stay hot the whole time. Doji ate quickly, then got up to check the sheep pen. Dawa followed him out, saying he wanted to check on the horses. After finishing his meal, Langry wiped his mouth, moved closer to Ruanruan, lowered his voice, and grinned mischievously. Sister-in-law, still itchy on your neck? I have some ointment that stops the itch, really effective. Ruanruan glared at him but ignored him, stood up, and helped Gongu clean the dishes. Tashi felt very annoyed listening to Langry. He didn't want to see the red marks on Ruanruan's neck. Suppressing his irritation, he tidied up his bowl, walked to the cluttered area, picked up his small knife and a sharpening stone, sat at a bright spot near the door, lowered his head, and began to sharpen the knife with a scraping sound. He sharpened very slowly and carefully. After finishing with the bowls and chopsticks, adding new firewood to the fire, everyone sat down again. 2 puppies whined in the basket. Gongu went over to feed them milk. Ruanruan watched the flickering flames, unconsciously clutching the leftover candy in her hand. The candy wrapper was crumpled in her grip, but her mind was unusually clear. The business opportunity suggested by the system, the information about leather craft, was neatly organized in her mind. She knew this was a chance, not just to earn emotional points, but for this family and for the future. She looked up and glanced at Langry, Tashi, and Gongu sitting around the fire. Langry was leaning back, yawning. Tashi was sharpening his knife, and Gongu was carefully wiping the small pot used for cooking porridge. Langry, she spoke softly but clearly. Langry, Tashi, Gongu, I have an idea. All three looked at her. Langry immediately sat up straight. Sister-in-law, what idea? Tell me. Ruanruan took a breath, set the candy aside, and organized her words. Today, I went to the supply and marketing cooperative and the black market. I looked around. I found that the butter, leather, and wool we traded today are good stuff, but they're just for daily use. However, some things are different. Like what? Gongu asked quietly. Like bags, Ruanruan said. Not the leather pockets or cloth pouches we use, but those. More like the kind city folks or outsiders use, handbags, shoulder bags. I saw some being sold at the black market. They're old, not very stylish, but people ask for prices. Tashi's sharpening hand stopped. He looked up at her. My grandfather knew a leatherworker. I saw a little when I was young, Ruanruan said, half true, half fake. The knowledge from the system gave her confidence. Leather can be tanned, cut, sewn into all kinds of bags. Strong, durable, and can also look nice. Langry blinked. Making bags to sell? Is that possible? Who would buy here? Everyone's used to leather pockets. People may not use it much now, Ruanruan said seriously, but I overheard some conversations today in the black market, and from what I heard before. Back in our hometown, it seems policies are changing a bit. In the past, private people weren't allowed to raise many animals, but now it's permitted here. On our grassland, many people raise cattle and sheep, so there will be more hides in the future. Although some people were caught in the black market today, I feel like the restrictions aren't as strict as before. Also, since we're close to the border, I heard that more outsiders, even foreigners, might come in the future. They would definitely like our grassland hides to make things they are used to. She paused, watching everyone's reactions. Langry listened carefully. Gongu's eyes brightened, and Zaxi looked thoughtful. We can try making some, Ruanruan continued. Just using the hides from home. Anyway, the salted hides are just sitting there. I know a few simple styles. We can try making them. Even if we can't sell them right away, we can use them ourselves or give them as gifts. If someone likes them and wants to trade for money or other rare things, that's another way. It's better than just selling raw materials. The yurt was quiet for a moment, only the fire crackling. Older sister-in-law, Langry scratched his head. If you say we should do it, then we will. We have plenty of hides, and we're good with our hands. Let's give it a try. Gongu immediately nodded. I'm pretty good at sewing. I can help. Zaxi put down his sharpening stone, picked up a small knife, tested the blade with his finger, then said, making leather goods requires skill. Cutting, sewing, hardware. All of that is needed. I know, Ruanruan said. We can slowly gather tools, start with simple ones. Use strong hemp or cow tendon thread for sewing. I'll draw some designs first and we can think them over together. She looked at Zaxi. Zaxi, you're careful and steady. You can handle the cutting work. Seeing her bright, expectant eyes, Zaxi rubbed his prayer beads and nodded. At that moment, Doji and Dawa came in one after the other, carrying the cool air from outside. What are you talking about? Doji sat by the fire and asked. Langry eagerly recounted Ruanruan's idea, exaggerating as if they would become rich overnight. Doji listened but didn't immediately respond. He looked at Ruanruan, then at his brothers. Ruanruan looked at him nervously. She knew that in the end, the decision would still be made by Doji. Doji was silent for a moment, then reached out to stir the fire, causing a few sparks to jump up. Pizzi, we have skills. We can learn, he said slowly, in a steady voice. Trying is worth it. Spring is coming, there's a lot to do, but if we put in some effort, We can do it. He looked at Su Wansu. If you want to do it, just lead them. Say what you need. This was basically agreeing and giving her the authority to lead the project. Su Wansu felt a little relief and a warm, motivated feeling rise inside her. Yes. Let's start simple and try making a few things. Dawa quietly said, I can cut wood and make molds.
Great.
Langry clapped his thigh.
That's settled then.
Sister-in-law will give the orders, and we'll do the work. Maybe someday, our family will be the best at making leather bags on the grassland. Gongu chuckled softly, his eyes shining with excitement. Zaxi picked up his sharpening stone again, continuing to sharpen his knife, a faint, almost invisible smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Doji looked at the fire, adding a piece of dry cow dung. The flames suddenly shot up, casting a red glow on everyone's faces. Langry thought his sister-in-law was always right. He couldn't wait and said, Sister-in-law, can we start learning how to make bags tomorrow? We still have a lot of leather at home. We can try making some. Langry's words, sister-in-law is always right, echoed in the yurt. Su Ruanruan's nervousness and anticipation instantly melted away, replaced by genuine happiness. She looked at her brothers gathered around the fire. Doji calm, Langry eager, Zaxi quietly supportive, Gongu with bright eyes, and even Dawa nodding quietly. This feeling was even warmer and more comforting than eating dried mutton or drinking her first bowl of butter tea. Then it settled, Su Ruanruan said softly but clearly, with a smile on her face. Let's start with what we have. As soon as she finished speaking, she silently thought, System. Exchange for the complete plan of manual leather crafting and improvement. Confirm exchange. Consuming 8,888 emotional points. Plan transmission in progress. In an instant, a large amount of information flooded into her mind. No longer just simple hints, but real, categorized knowledge and step-by-step instructions. From basic leather type identification and simplified understanding of tanning principles to a list of common tools, what can be replaced, what must be purchased, and detailed diagrams of 7 or 8 classic practical styles, including structure breakdowns, size labels, and stitching directions. There are also small tips for handling edges and corners based on different leather properties and for installing simple fasteners. The information is clear and organized, like an invisible book opened in her mind, ready for quick reference. Su Ruanruan steadied herself, calming down with a sip of water. The amount of information is large, but not confusing. The system provides very practical content that can be used immediately. She also glanced at her emotional record. Sure enough, most recent gains came from Doji, especially concentrated this afternoon, after the escape from the black market and the rain shelter in the cave. Next to those entries are emotional tags. Doji, strong protective instinct, extreme possessiveness, emotional loss control. Doji, fear turning into intense desire. Doji, strong satisfaction and excitement after confirming feelings. Su Ruanruan's ears felt a bit warm. She quickly looked away, afraid to think too much. However, her total emotional points had increased again. Although most were spent on exchange plans, some remained. It seems that in the future, grabbing emotional points could be done this way. But, maintaining proper business is still the priority. Sister-in-law, how do we do this exactly? We already have the leather. Langry, an impatient person, had already moved to the pile of leather materials, picking up a tanned sheepskin and feeling it. This one's soft. Doji glanced at Langry. Why rush? It's already dark. We should wait until tomorrow morning to see clearly. I just want to take a quick look. Langry chuckled, then moved closer to Su Ruanruan. Sister-in-law, do you already have a plan in mind? Can you tell us first? Su Ruanruan thought for a moment. It's better to draw than to talk. Do we still have paper and pens at home? I remember the notebook we got last time. Yes. Gongu immediately stood up, limping quickly to an old wooden box in the corner of the Mongolian tent, searching through it. It was a box for miscellaneous items, needles, threads, and occasionally the paper and pens they had exchanged for. Soon, He took out a slightly curled notebook and a half-used pencil, carefully handing them to Ruanruan. "Sister-in-law, here you go." The notebook is a simple, plain grid notebook with slightly yellowed pages. The pencil is short, with only a small piece left. Ruanruan took it and felt a warm feeling inside. On this grassland, paper and pens are rare and valuable. She moved to the best spot by the firelight, placed the notebook on her lap, and removed the rag wrapped around the pencil to reveal the lead. The men all quieted down, watching her hands. Ruanruan closed her eyes briefly, recalling one of the most basic and practical styles of shoulder bags given by the system. It has a simple structure, uses few materials, and is suitable for beginners to practice, and it can be used once made. She started drawing. The pencil tip moved on the paper, making a soft scratching sound. At first, her lines were a bit shaky and uneven, but soon her hand steadied. The system's knowledge seemed to become muscle memory, outlining the shape, dividing the front and back panels, bottom and side walls, and marking approximate measurements. She used the familiar unit from the Grassland, the length between her thumb and middle finger, and finger as a measurement. She was very focused, slightly lowering her head, her eyelashes casting small shadows in the firelight, her nose slightly wrinkled from the effort. Her lips were pursed, occasionally biting gently on her lower lip with her teeth. The men gathered around, initially curious, but gradually their eyes changed. Langry opened his mouth, looking at the drawing on the paper, then at Ruanruan's face, as if seeing her for the first time. The bag in the drawing was completely different from the old, worn bag he saw in the black market. The lines were clean, each part clear, with small words written beside it. Though he couldn't read what was written clearly, it felt very authentic. She stopped twisting his prayer beads, leaned slightly forward, and kept his eyes fixed on the gradually forming structural diagram under Ruanruan's hand. He looked more carefully than Langry, examining the connections of the lines and the marked measurements, his brow slightly furrowed, as if pondering how this thing could transform from a piece of leather into a three-dimensional bag. Gongu crouched behind Ruanruan's side, not daring to get too close to avoid blocking the light. His eyes were wide open, watching the smooth lines flowing from the pencil, full of amazement and admiration. "Sister-in-law. So impressive. She can do everything." Dawa stood a little farther away, stretching his neck. He couldn't understand very complicated things, but he could tell it was a bag, and it looked quite similar. He was thinking about which wood to cut for making support molds. Doji sat directly opposite Ruanruan, sitting up straight. He didn't sit very close like his brothers, but his eyes never left Ruanruan and her notebook on her lap. The fire flickered, casting light on her focused side face, with a bit of pencil smudge on her nose. She drew a few lines, sometimes pausing to bite her pencil tip and think. Her expression was a little childish, but also showed a lively spirit. Doji watched her, feeling a familiar, swelling sensation in his chest again. This girl always managed to surprise him. Ruanruan finished drawing the front, side, and back views of a basic shoulder bag and a simple exploded view. She sighed in relief and looked up. As soon as she looked up, she met 5 pairs of sharp eyes staring at her. She was a little startled and shy, quickly pulling her notebook closer to her knees. "It's probably like this. This is the simplest kind, not much material needed, and easy to make." Langry was the first to react, exclaiming, "Wow. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. These drawings look just like real. No, even better than real. How did you learn to draw this?" Ruanruan had already prepared her excuse. "Before, when I was at home, my grandfather had an old friend who was a tailor. I used to watch him draw clothes. Making a bag is similar, cutting the fabric and sewing it together." This explanation was half true, half fake, but it sounded reasonable. Zaxi reached out. "Can I take a look?" Ruanruan handed over the notebook. Zaxi took it, leaned closer to the firelight, and carefully examined the lines and notes. He pointed at the drawings with his finger, then flipped back to read her notes about leather treatment and stitching techniques. After a while, He looked up at Ruanruan with a deep gaze. These drawings are very clear. Based on this, it should be possible to make it. Hearing Zaxi's approval made Ruanruan feel more at ease. Gongu whispered, "Sister-in-law, what do those words say?" "There's some notes on what to pay attention to," Ruanruan explained, pointing at the notes. "Like, when cutting the leather, follow the grain for strength. The stitches should be punched with an awl first, not poked with a needle, and the edges should be smoothed." As she spoke, Gongu nodded seriously, listening very carefully. Dawa suddenly spoke. "What kind of wood for the mold? Is poplar okay?" "Soft and easy to carve." "Yes," Ruanruan nodded. "Just make a rough shape first. The main goal is to keep the form so it can be sewn." Doji had been silent but now spoke. "We have leather. Sheep leather is soft. Cow leather is tough. Tools." He paused to think. "Knives and scissors from home will do, and we have 2 old awls. For sewing, we have strong hemp rope." "Is there anything else missing?" Ruanruan quickly reviewed her mental list. "We need a special leather needle, thicker and harder. Also, some sand or rough cloth for smoothing edges, and maybe some beeswax or animal oil. Treated edges are smoother and waterproof. 4 fasteners. The simplest way is to use leather cords instead of metal. I think I have some beeswax," Gongu remembered. "Last year, I collected a bit from wild beehives, but not much. That should be enough," Ruanruan said. "We can gather the rest slowly." Langry rubbed his hands together eagerly. "What are we waiting for? Let's start at dawn tomorrow." Doji looked at the dark sky outside, and then at Ruanruan's tired face. "That's enough for today." His tone was firm, not allowing any argument. "Everyone go to sleep. Wake up early tomorrow, big brother." Langry wanted to say more. "Sleep." Doji cut him off, his gaze sweeping over. Langry shrank back and said nothing. Ruanruan was indeed tired too. After a long day of traveling, emotional ups and downs, and drawing plans, she relaxed now, her eyelids heavy. Carefully, she tore out the few pages with her drawings, folded them, and placed them under her pillow. She returned the remaining notebook and pencils to Gongu. Everyone washed up separately. When they lay down, Doji naturally held Ruanruan in his arms. The others also squeezed close to sleep. Inside the yurt, everything was quiet except for the occasional crackle of the fire and the faint sound of wind outside. Ruanruan found a comfortable position in Doji's arms, her face pressed against his chest, breathing in his reassuring scent. Soon, she fell asleep. In her dreams, it was no longer wolves and wild horses, but various leathers and flying needles and threads. Doji listened to her steady breathing, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. He nuzzled her hair and closed his eyes. The next day, at dawn, Ruanruan woke up. It wasn't that she was awakened by noise, but that she was thinking about something, so she naturally woke up. When she moved, Doji also opened his eyes. "You're awake," his voice was low and a little sleepy. "Yes," Ruanruan replied softly, trying to sit up. Doji loosened his arm to let her get up. The others also gradually woke up. Langry sat up quickly, still sleepy-eyed, and started talking loudly. "Good morning, sister-in-law. Are we going to make those bags today?" Zaxi had already sat up and was slowly putting on his clothes. Gongu rubbed his eyes and quietly greeted Ruanruan. Dawa didn't say anything but moved quickly, finished dressing, and went to the door to check the fire. Doji got up, stretched his shoulders, and said to Langry, "Go milk the cows and feed the sheep first. We'll finish the work later. Got it?" "I'll do it as fast as I can," Langry said, putting on his pants and bouncing outside. The morning was busy as usual, but there was a little difference. Everyone moved faster than usual, milking, feeding sheep, packing the Mongolian tent. Even Dawa's chopping would seemed more vigorous. Ruanruan wanted to help but was held back by Doji, who told her, "Sit down. Think about what to do first and what else you need." So Ruanruan obediently sat down and went over the steps in her mind again. After finishing the basic chores and having a simple breakfast of fried rice and warm sheep milk, the sun had already risen and shone brightly into the Mongolian tent. Without anyone telling her, The brothers automatically gathered around the pile of leather and tools. Doji took out several pieces of tan leather, some soft sheep leather, some thicker and more durable goat leather, and a small piece of cowhide. Which one should we use first? Ruanruan touched the leather and chose the softest sheep leather. Let's start with this one. It's easier to cut and sew. Good for practice. Okay. Doji laid the sheep leather on a clean, flat wooden board. Ruanruan took out the pattern she drew last night and placed it beside the leather. First, cut out the parts according to the size. Zaxi came over and said, I'll do the cutting. I have steady hands. He picked up the sharpest short knife from home and a piece of fine charcoal, then carefully marked the lines on the leather according to the pattern. His movements weren't fast, but they were very steady. His eyes focused, and every line was straight and clear. Langry watched from the side and couldn't help but say, Second brother, your drawing is straighter than your sister-in-law's. Zaxi ignored him. After finishing the lines, he began cutting with a knife. The blade moved steadily along the charcoal lines, neatly slicing open the leather with smooth edges. Ruanruan watched nearby and nodded to herself. Zaxi is definitely the best person for this job. Soon, the front piece, back piece, bottom piece, 2 side panels, and a long strap were all cut out and neatly laid out. What's the next step? Zaxi wiped his knife clean and looked at Ruanruan. Next, use an awl to punch evenly spaced holes along the sewing lines. Ruanruan picked up an old awl and demonstrated. The holes shouldn't be too big or too small. They need to be big enough for the rope to pass through easily but not loose. The spacing should be even. This task requires patience and careful work. Gongu immediately said, I'll try. He took the awl and a piece of cut leather, carefully poking holes along the edge, mimicking Ruanruan. He has slender fingers, and although they trembled a little from nervousness, the holes he made were even and well-spaced. Good job, Gongu, Ruanruan praised. Gongu blushed and lowered his head, focusing more carefully. Langry also picked up a piece of leather and an awl. I'll try too. He was strong, and with one push the hole was a bit too big. Oops, it's too large. He scratched his head and eased up on the pressure. Dawa didn't participate in punching holes. Instead, he found some poplar wood, compared it to the cut leather, and began carving simple internal supports with a machete and a dagger. He was quiet but worked steadily, shaping the wood gradually. Doji checked the ropes, selecting the strongest and most even strands, then looked for beeswax and coarse cloth for polishing. Ruanruan was also busy. Seeing Zaxi and Gongu doing well, she started thinking about the next sewing steps. The system recommended a double needle cross-stitch for a stronger, more beautiful finish. She gathered some small pieces of leather and practiced a few stitches to get a feel for it. Unconsciously, the whole morning passed in this busy, focused atmosphere. At noon, they ate a quick meal, then gathered again to begin the real sewing. Ruanruan taught them the double needle sewing method, 2 needles, threaded with hemp rope. The hemp rope was first coated with beeswax to make it smoother and more durable. They inserted the needles from opposite directions through the same hole on the back, crossing and pulling tight. She demonstrated a few times, moving slowly but clearly. Zaxi watched once, then picked up the needle and thread. I'll try. His fingers were quick and nimble, and he quickly learned the technique. His stitches were neat, tight, and evenly spaced. Langry was a bit impatient, sewing with uneven tension, sometimes pulling too tight or too loose, and often pricking his own fingers, grimacing in pain. Ruanruan moved closer, holding his hand and guiding him through a few stitches. Slow down, don't rush. Pass the needle through here, and when you pull the thread, apply even pressure. She was very close, her soft voice whispering in his ear. Langry smelled her light fragrance, feeling her small, soft hand wrapping around his fingers. His heart beat faster, and his hands became more shaky, causing one stitch to go crooked. Nai sighed gently. Look, it's crooked again. Focus. I'm focused, I'm focused. Langry quickly calmed himself and stared at the needle and thread in his hands. Doji watched silently from the side, also sewing another piece of leather. His large hands held the needle somewhat awkwardly, but steadily. He learned quickly, and his stitches weren't much worse than Zaxi's. Gongu had already sewn the eye holes on his part. He picked up the needle and thread carefully, starting to sew. He worked slowly but very carefully, making sure each stitch was aligned with the hole and pulling the thread gently and evenly. Dawa's wooden mold was also finished, a few pieces set aside. Seeing everyone sewing, he silently picked up the needle and thread, sat in a corner, and started sewing quietly. His stitches were a bit rough, and the lines weren't very neat, but he used a lot of force, making the bag look sturdy. The sun was slowly setting from overhead. Inside the yurt, it was very quiet, only the faint sounds of sewing through leather, occasionally interrupted by a gasp when Langry pricked his finger or Gongu softly asked, "Sister-in-law, is this right?" Ruanruan moved back and forth among everyone, giving guidance and help. Watching the scattered leather pieces gradually come together in their hands, forming the shape of a bag, she felt a strange sense of achievement. When the last strap was sewn on and the main body of the bag was finished, everyone stopped their work and gathered around. This is a simple square shoulder bag with no decorations and uneven stitches, but it is definitely a usable bag. The sheep leather is soft, showing a natural off-white color, with a gentle shine from being waxed. "It's finished," Gongu whispered, with a surprised and happy look. Langry quickly grabbed the bag, looked it over repeatedly, and smiled. "Ha! We really made it. We did this." He tried to put the strap over his shoulder and took a few steps, saying, "It looks pretty good." Tashi took the bag, checked the seams carefully, pinched the thickness and softness of the leather, and nodded. "It's usable. For the first time making something like this, it's not bad." Dawa didn't speak, but kept looking at the bag. Doji took the bag from Langry's shoulder, held it in his hand, and weighed it. Then he looked at Ruanruan. Ruanruan was looking at the bag with bright eyes, a smile on her face, and a blush on her cheeks from excitement and busy work. "It was your idea." Doji handed the bag back to her. "Try it on." Ruanruan took it, and the strap was a bit long for her. She adjusted it and slung it diagonally across her body. The bag wasn't big, but it was enough to hold small personal items. The soft leather pressed against her waist, feeling strange, but new and interesting. "It's pretty good," she said, feeling genuinely happy. Not just because she made something, but because it was the result of everyone working together. "But," Tashi pointed at the top of the bag, "this part is bare, and things might fall out. We need a clasp or a tie." "Yes," Ruanruan remembered, "the simplest way is to sew 2 leather cords and tie them." Or, she recalled a simple leather buckle method mentioned in the system. "We could try making 2 leather buckles, a bit more complicated but stronger and better looking." "Leather buckles?" Langry asked curiously. "How do you make them?" "Use thicker leather like this piece of cowhide." Ruanruan picked up a small scrap of cow leather, cut it into the right shape, smooth it, punch holes. "You'll need some small tools, maybe even heat an iron bar to make the buckle holes." "Heat iron?" Langry's eyes lit up. "I can do that. I learned to forge iron from an old blacksmith from the south. I'm not an expert, but heating a metal bar and making simple things is no problem." Doji looked at Langry. "You can do that." "Can do a little." Langry puffed out his chest. "Like shoeing horses or making small knives. I've seen it. Our home doesn't have a blacksmith's forge, but I know there's an abandoned old furnace over at the commune, in the old house by the farm. If we tidy it up, it should work. The only problem is coal and a bellows. Last time I went to the farm, I saw some broken pieces of coal in the corner. I can ask Manager Chun for some or trade for it," Doji thought. "As for the bellows, we have a broken one at home. I'll try to fix it." "Then what are we waiting for?" Langry got excited. "Let's go right now. We need to make the iron bars for the leather straps." Ruanruan didn't expect things to move so quickly. She hurriedly said, "No need to rush. Let's just do it today for now. Big sister-in-law, leave this to me." Langry pounded his chest. "I promise I'll make the iron bars for you." "But," he rolled his eyes and looked at Ruanruan with a cheeky smile. "The place where we'll do the forging is dirty and hot. You need to give me a drawing. Tell me exactly what kind of iron bars you want, how big the holes are, how thick, what shape. It's best if you come with me, watch me do it, and make adjustments on the spot if needed." His words sounded reasonable, but his eyes sparkled with a different kind of light. Doji looked at Langry, then at Ruanruan, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "Okay. Langry will take Ruanruan to see what's missing. We'll talk after we come back. Be careful." "Got it." Langry was so happy, he almost jumped. He turned to Ruanruan and said, "Big sister-in-law, shall we go now?" "Before it gets dark." Ruanruan looked at the sky and nodded.
Okay.
"I'll go get the drawing." She ran back to the Mongolian tent and quickly sketched a simple design of the leather strap and the required iron bars, including their shapes and sizes. When she came out, Langry had already led the horse, the same red horse they borrowed yesterday. He smoothly swung onto the horse and then reached out his hand to Ruanruan, his eyes shining. "Big sister-in-law, hop on." Ruanruan handed him her hand. With a strong pull, Langry helped her onto the horse, sitting in front of him. Just like yesterday when Doji took her, they rode together. "Hold on tight." Langry shook the reins, and the horse started trotting. Doji, Zaxi, and the others watched from outside the Mongolian tent as they rode away. Dawa muttered, "Third brother just wants a chance to be alone with big sister-in-law." Zaxi twirled his prayer beads, but didn't say anything. Gongu whispered, "Blacksmithing is a dirty job. Sister-in-law, do you want to go? Will it be too tiring?" Doji looked at the dust kicked up by the horse's hooves and turned back. "It's okay. Ruanruan is watching and reacting." Langry knows his limits. The horses were moving slowly and unsteadily. Langry was in a very good mood. He hummed a simple Grassland tune, lightly wrapping his arm around Ruanruan's waist. He was protecting her, but not crossing any boundaries. "Sister-in-law, you're really amazing," he whispered in her ear, his warm breath on her skin. "Not only do you treat sick horses, but you also draw pictures and make bags. How do you fit so much in your head?" Ruanruan shrank back a little and whispered, "It's just, I used to watch blindly. I have a good memory." "That's impressive too," Langry said sincerely. "Much better than me. I only know how to herd sheep and fight." "You're pretty good at blacksmithing too," Ruanruan said. Yes. "When we get there later, I'll show you my skills," Langry said proudly. The old house near the collective farm was not close. It took nearly half an hour to reach. It was a half-abandoned mud-brick house. It seemed to have been used for storing miscellaneous farm items before, but now it was empty. Langry led his horse to the one at the very edge. The door was crooked, and inside was dark. "This is it." Langry tied his horse to a withered tree outside the door and went in first. Inside, there was a simple clay stove, with broken pots and rotten wood piled beside it, covered in thick dust. In the corner, there was an old, tilted bellows, with the leather torn. "The stove still works. Just need to tidy it up." "The bellows need fixing." Langry rolled up his sleeves and started moving debris to clean the stove. Ruanruan also rolled up her sleeves, wanting to help. "Don't move." Langry quickly stopped her. "It's dusty and dirty. Just stand there and direct me. Tell me what to do." Seeing that he insisted, Ruanruan had to stand at the ventilated door, watching him work. Langry was quick and skillful. Soon, he cleaned the stove and checked the broken bellows. The leather on the bellows was indeed torn, but the wooden frame was still okay. "Need to find a piece of leather to patch it." "Never mind, just use it for now. I have strong arms. I can blow air by pulling it a few more times." He ran outside again, circled nearby, and picked up some dry twigs and a few pieces of blackened, broken coal he found somewhere. "There isn't much coal. We'll make do." He stuffed coal and twigs into the bottom of the furnace and took out a fire starter to light it. After working for a while, Langry's forehead was already beaded with sweat. The early spring weather was still cool, but he was only wearing a thin old jacket. At this moment, the front of the jacket was soaked with sweat, sticking to his strong chest. The fire slowly caught on, orange flames licking the coal and making crackling sounds. The room's temperature gradually rose. Langry straightened up, wiped his sweat, and said to Ruanruan, "Sister-in-law, show me the drawing. What kind of iron bar do we need to make?" Ruanruan took out the blueprint and handed it over. Langry leaned in to look carefully at the fire. Oh, I see. Just 2 small iron bars, one end bent, flattened, then heated until red and punched with a round hole for a clasp. Not difficult. He carefully tucked the drawing into his chest. Sister-in-law, hand me that piece of raw iron over there, the black one. Following his finger, Ruanruan saw a small lump of raw iron about the size of a child's palm in the corner of the wall. She walked over, picked it up. It was heavy, with a rough, cold surface. She handed it to Langry. He took it, weighed it, and said, "That's enough." He clamped the raw iron with tongs and placed it in the hottest part of the fire. "It has to turn red before we can work on it." While waiting for the iron to turn red, the room grew even hotter. The blazing fire and rising heat made him unable to bear it. He took off his damp jacket and casually threw it onto a crooked beam nearby. The flames instantly lit up his bare upper body. Unlike the few times Ruanruan had seen him before, this time, in the narrow, hot space, the flickering firelight outlined every muscle on his body clearly. Sweat ran down his broad shoulders and thick chest, tracing the defined abs before dripping into his waistband. His skin was a sun-kissed tan from years of exposure to the wind and sun, shining with a healthy, oily glow, full of wild strength. Ruanruan only glanced briefly before quickly looking away. Her face felt warm, and her heart inexplicably beat faster. She wasn't unfamiliar with seeing them shirtless, but in this scene, it just felt different. Langry seemed unaware of her discomfort, or perhaps he noticed and secretly chuckled to himself. He deliberately moved his shoulders, making the muscles on his arms tense up. Then he picked up an old, broken hammer, weighed it in his hand, and swung it gently through the air, making a whooshing sound. "Big sister-in-law, do I look like a real blacksmith?" he asked with a wide smile, showing his white teeth. Sweat dripped down his forehead, crossing his brow, and he casually wiped it away with the back of his hand, leaving a streak of black ash on his cheek. "Yes," Ruanruan replied softly, her eyes fixed on the furnace, not daring to look around. The iron piece gradually turned red-hot, glowing with a dark red light. "Almost ready." Langry used tongs to pick up the glowing iron and placed it on an old anvil partly buried in the ground nearby. When the iron touched the cool air, tiny blue smoke rose from its surface. "Big sister-in-law, step back a bit." "Sparks are flying," Langry said, swinging his hammer and aiming at the red-hot iron, then struck it hard. Clang! A loud bang echoed as sparks flew everywhere. Ruanruan was startled and took a step back. But Langry seemed to be in his element, eyes focused, muscles tense, swinging the hammer rhythmically onto the iron. Sweat flew off his body with each movement, shining brightly in the firelight. Clang! 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 The heavy hammering echoed inside the small earthen house, making a buzzing noise in the ears. The red-hot iron slowly deformed and stretched under the hammer. Langry worked seriously, but he kept a close eye on Ruanruan. Seeing her cover her ears and stare wide-eyed at him swinging the hammer, he felt a proud sense of achievement. He intentionally made bigger, more sweeping movements, making his muscles stand out more and his sweat flow more freely. After a while, the iron cooled down, darkened, and hardened. Langry put it back into the fire to heat again. During this break, he straightened up, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Sweat streamed down his chest and back like a small stream, shining in the firelight. "I'm so hot," he muttered, reaching up to wipe his sweat, but his hand was covered in black ash. His eyes flicked to Ruanruan, and he put on a pitiful look. "Big sister-in-law, my hands are dirty, and the sweat got into my eyes. It's burning. Can you help me wipe it?" Ruanruan saw that his face was indeed dark on one side and pale on the other, and sweat was almost flowing into his eyes. She nodded and took out a clean handkerchief from her pocket, still the one Doji had given her before, and walked over. "Lower your head," she said. Langry obediently bent down, bringing his face close to hers. When close, the heat, sweat smell, and the metallic scent from the forge on him hit her face strongly and aggressively. Ruanruan held her breath and carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead and the corners of his eyes with the handkerchief. Her handkerchief was soft, and her movements gentle, brushing over his skin, making him feel ticklish. Langry stared at her face so close, watching her focused yet gentle actions, her slightly trembling eyelashes, and her pink lips. His throat went dry, and a mischievous thought crept into his mind. Just as Ruanruan finished wiping one side of his face and was about to switch to the other, Langry suddenly let out an "oh" sound, as if he lost his balance, tilting his body toward her. Ruanruan instinctively reached out to support him, her hand pressing on his sweaty, hot chest. Her palm immediately felt the firm, burning sensation, muscles tight and strong, with a damp sweat smell. Feeling like she was burned, she quickly wanted to pull her hand back. But Langry moved faster, grabbing her wrist to prevent her from pulling away. "Older sister-in-law," he said softly and with a smile, his eyes shining brightly, holding her hand and pressing it against his chest, even using her palm to gently wipe his sweaty chest muscles. "Look, there's more sweat here, so I got it on your hand," his large, hot palm completely wrapped around her wrist, with gentle force, not letting her escape. Ruanruan's hand was pressed against his hot skin, and she could clearly feel the firm muscles and rapid heartbeat beneath. Sweat made her palms sticky and burning.
"Langry."
"You." Ruanruan felt shy and anxious, her face turning red, and she tried hard to pull her hand back. But he held it tighter, and with his other hand, he covered her backhand, guiding her hand slowly over his chest, moving from his pectoral muscles to his tense abs. "There's sweat here too." He lowered his head, his breath brushing her hair, and his voice was tempting. "Older sister-in-law, help me wipe it, okay?" His abs were even harder than his chest, clearly defined, rising and falling with each breath, with shimmering sweat. Ruanruan's finger was guided by him, passing over the hard groove. The unfamiliar sensation and strong male presence made her dizzy and numb all over, and she forgot to struggle. The fire beside them blazed fiercely, making crackling sounds. Langry looked at her flushed face and panicked eyes, feeling his desire grow stronger. He really wanted to, but he knew he couldn't. He took a deep breath and forced himself to let go of her wrist. As the restraint on his wrist loosened, Ruanruan quickly pulled her hand back, hiding it behind her, her fingertips still trembling slightly. The hot, sticky feeling on her palm lingered. Is the iron red again?" she asked, trembling, afraid to look at him, pointing at the fire. Langry licked his dry lips, realizing he had gone too far. He chuckled awkwardly and turned to look at the iron block in the furnace. Yes, it's red again. Keep hitting." He picked up the iron piece and swung his hammer.
Clang, clang.
The sound of hammering rang out again, seeming a bit faster than before. Ruanruan stepped back to the doorway, leaning against the cold earthen wall, her heart pounding like a drum. Her face stayed hot for a long time. She watched Langry's sweaty back, his broad shoulders, narrow waist, illuminated by the fire, looking like a powerful sculpture. She quickly shook her head, trying to push away these messy thoughts. This time, Langry hammered quickly, with a series of clangs. 2 small iron bars took shape. He heated them again, carefully shaped the details with his hammer, flattened one end, bent it, and when it turned bright red, aimed a thin iron nail at the spot for the hot loop, then struck with a small hammer.
Clink.
A soft sound, and smoke rose as a neat small round hole appeared on the iron bar. Done. Langry clamped the hot, finished iron bar aside to cool, wiped the sweat from his face, and turned to smile proudly at Ruanruan. "Sister-in-law, look, does it work?" Ruanruan slowly walked over, examining the 2 iron bars carefully. Although rough, their shape and size mostly matched the design, and the holes were round. "Yes, it's good," she nodded. Langry sighed in relief, then looked at the fire. "The coal is almost gone. We'll just make these 2 today." "Is that enough?" "Yes, enough," Ruanruan said. "The remaining part for the leather strap can be made with leather when we go back. Then shall we go back?" Langry looked at her with a curious expression, his gaze full of suspicion and lingering thoughts. "All right, let's go back." Ruanruan avoided his eyes and turned to leave first. Langry smiled casually, wiped the sweat on his body with a coat he tossed aside, put it on again, carefully wrapped the cooled metal bar, picked up his tools, and followed her. On the way back, neither of them spoke much. The atmosphere was a little awkward, yet seemed to carry some other unspoken feelings. Langry still kept Ruanruan in front of him on the horse, his arms wrapped around her. After what just happened, this position felt even more intimate. Ruanruan's body stiffened a bit, sitting straight and not leaning back. But Langry could smell her faint fragrance and feel the outline of her slender back. He kept replaying the feeling of her small hand pressing against his chest, soft and warm. His throat moved, and his arm unconsciously tightened a little. The atmosphere on the horse was still a bit sticky, with Langry's arm around her and the warm breath blowing on her back. Ruanruan straightened her back, staring at the undulating grass ahead, not daring to move around. But Langry wasn't in a hurry to go back. He pulled the reins, slowing the horse to a leisurely walk. The hooves tapped softly on the soft grass. "Sister-in-law," Langry suddenly spoke, his voice with a hint of a smile, warm breath blowing on her ear. "We're not in a rush to go back, okay?" Ruanruan turned her head, only able to see his strong jawline. "Not going back? Where are we going?" "To a nice place." Langry lowered his head, meeting her curious eyes, grinning and showing his white teeth, with a mysterious smile. "It's very beautiful. I found it secretly when I was a kid. I never told Zaxi." "Do you want to go?" His eyes sparkled as if hiding a treasure, waiting for someone to discover it. Ruanruan was curious, because of his expression. During these days on the grassland, she had only seen yurts, sheep pens, or farms. She had never been to any beautiful places. "Yes," she nodded. "Great." Langry immediately cheered up, raising his eyebrows. "Hold on tight, sister-in-law." He squeezed his legs around the horse's belly and shook the reins. "Go." The chestnut horse received the command and immediately started running faster than before. Suddenly, the wind blew strongly, making Ruanruan's hair fly back. She instinctively leaned back, her back pressed against Langry's warm, solid chest. "Just hold on to me if you're scared," Langry shouted in the wind, his voice full of joy. At first, Ruanruan felt a little nervous and grabbed the front of the saddle. But the horse ran steadily, with Langry controlling the reins and his arms firmly around her. After a few bumps, she gradually relaxed. The wind roared in her ears, and the grassland in front of her sped past, turning into a flowing green sea. The sky was bright blue, with a few lazy white clouds hanging in the air. A long-lost feeling of freedom from running suddenly filled her. It felt like she hadn't run so happily in a long time. On the way to escape, she had been dragging her feet, cautious on the grassland, following their steps. But now, the wind was free, the horse was free, and even her heart was soaring. She couldn't help but open her mouth, letting the cool wind in, carrying the scent of grass and earth. "Isn't it great?" Langry shouted loudly in her ear, his breath warm. "Great," Ruanruan replied loudly, her voice carried away by the wind, but a big smile spread across her face. When Langry heard her laugh, he felt even happier and started laughing too. He raised his voice, calling out like the wildest, happiest herdsman on the grassland, leading his girl toward a secret world only he knew. The horse ran for a while, circling around 2 gentle hills, then passing through a sparse forest. Suddenly, everything opened up. Ruanruan's eyes widened in surprise. It was a scene she had never seen before. At the foot of a sunny slope, next to a winding, bright little river, a large patch of flowers stretched out. Not just a few scattered blooms, but vast fields of flowers, dense and lush, as if someone had torn apart the softest clouds from the sky and scattered them here. Purple orchids bloomed in full clusters, like tiny bells. Golden wild chrysanthemums grew close together, shining brightly. There were many other unfamiliar flowers, white, pink, blue, scattered among the green grass in tiny clusters. The river flows quietly, sparkling like tiny diamonds in the sunlight. A breeze blows across the water, carrying moisture and a strong floral scent, brushing against her face, cool and sweet. The sea of flowers rises along the gentle slope, stretching all the way to the horizon, blending with the blue sky and green grass in the distance. Beautiful, isn't it? Langry stopped his horse, his voice full of pride. He nudged Soft's head gently with his chin. I told you you'd like it. Soft couldn't speak, only nodded hard. It was so beautiful. It was so beautiful that it made her feel like all the dull, worried days on the escape journey, all the fearful nights, had been washed away by this sea of flowers. Langry first jumped down from his horse, then reached out, holding Soft's waist, and easily lifted her down. As her feet touched the ground, Soft couldn't help but run toward the flowers. She ran slowly, carefully avoiding the dense patches of flowers beneath her feet, but her eyes sparkled like they were filled with stars, and her smile couldn't be hidden. She reached a patch of densely blooming purple orchids, squatted down, and gently touched the soft petals. The petals felt a little damp and cool. Then she ran to a patch of bright yellow wild daisies, took a deep breath, and the rich floral scent filled her lungs. Langry didn't follow too closely. He tied his horse to an old willow tree by the river, then leaned against it, crossing his arms, watching her. He watched her run around the flower field like a bird finally out of its cage, exploring here and there, touching and smelling. He saw her crouch, her slender waist curving, and her careful, joyful expression when she touched the flowers. The golden sunlight shone down, illuminating her. She wore a slightly old floral dress, standing among the colorful flowers, yet she didn't look plain or dull. Instead, she looked like a fairy born from the flowers, clean, lively, with a pale face glowing with a faint pink reflected from the blossoms. As Langry watched her, his throat moved. The fire in his heart, which the river breeze hadn't extinguished, burned even brighter at this scene. He lifted his foot and stepped into the flower field. Soft was bending down to smell a cluster of blue flowers, unaware of the footsteps. It wasn't until a shadow cast over her that she looked up. Langry was standing in front of her, his tall figure blocking part of the sunlight. He still had sweat and dark smudges on his face, and his clothes were dirty, but his eyes were surprisingly bright, looking straight at her. Have you run enough? He asked, his voice a little hoarse. Ruanruan nodded, her face still flushed with excitement. This place is really nice. How did you find it? I was chasing rabbits earlier and just ran here, Langry said. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her wrist. Come on, lie down and try it. It's more comfortable. Before Ruanruan could react, he pulled her down onto a soft, thick patch of grass nearby. Oh, Ruanruan softly exclaimed, instinctively lying down with him. The grass was thick and soft, warm from the sunlight, with a fresh grassy scent. Beneath them were dense flower stems and soil, supporting their backs without feeling rough. The sunlight shone down openly, wrapping around them warmly. The sky was a clear, deep blue, like a big, clean piece of glass covering their heads. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the scent of flowers and the moistness of the river, brushing her cheeks, making her feel ticklish and very comfortable, almost sighing with pleasure. Ruanruan lay there, gazing at the sky, not wanting to say anything for a moment. Langry was lying beside her, just a small arm's length away. He wasn't looking at her but at the sky, his chest rising and falling with each breath. Neither of them spoke. They just lay quietly, listening to the wind, the water, and faint bird calls from afar. Time seemed to slow down. Ruanruan closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun. Her mind was empty, nothing in particular, just a lazy, warm, and cozy feeling spreading through her body. Suddenly, her face itched. It felt like something very light had touched her cheek. She opened her eyes. A white butterfly with black-spotted wings was resting on a wild chrysanthemum beside her face, its wings fluttering gently. That light itch was caused by the tip of its wings brushing her skin. The butterfly was beautiful, almost transparent in the sunlight. Ruanruan held her breath, afraid to move, so she wouldn't scare it away. The butterfly stayed for a moment. Then, seeming to find her face more interesting than the flower, fluttered its wings and floated lightly, landing on her nose. A gentle touch made her nose itch, and she couldn't help but wrinkle it. The butterfly flew up again, and this time, it landed on her lips. Its soft wings brushed lightly against her skin, causing a faint, indescribable tickle that made her shiver and produce a soft, unclear sound in her throat. Just as she was unsure of what to do, a hand reached out beside her. It was Langry. His movements were quick, but gentle. He lightly waved his fingers above the butterfly, which startled it and caused it to fly away. Ruanruan let out a breath of relief. Just as she was about to speak, the sunlight in front of her suddenly disappeared. Langry had turned to the side, supporting himself on the grass near her ear, with his upper body hovering above her, casting a shadow. He was very close enough for Ruanruan to see the tiny hairs on his face and smell the complex scent of sweat, a metallic tang, and a faint floral fragrance. His eyes were deep, swirling with familiar yet slightly strange emotions, like burning charcoal, bright and intense. His gaze was fixed on her lips, where the butterfly had just landed. Ruanruan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. "That pesky bug," Langry said softly, his voice deep and serious, with a hint of anger. "It can land anywhere, but not here." His breath brushed her face, warm and ticklish. Ruanruan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her throat was dry, and she couldn't make a sound. Langry stared at her slightly parted, pale lips. The butterfly's wings had just brushed past, leaving a tiny, moist trace that shimmered under the sunlight, tempting and shiny. In that moment, something inside him snapped. Forget about going home, brothers, what's right or wrong, he didn't care. He lowered his head and kissed her without hesitation. The moment their lips touched, Ruanruan stiffened all over. Langry's kiss was different from Doji's, different from Zaxi's. Doji's kiss was full of commanding possession and calm strength, while Zaxi's was a sudden burst after restraint and control. But Langry's kiss was hot, urgent, reckless, like him, full of wild energy that didn't care about anything. He held her lips in his mouth, sucking hard, with his tongue eagerly pushing into her teeth, deep inside. His breath quickly filled her entire mouth, hot and full of youthful energy. Soft was passive, feeling dizzy, her limbs weak. He kissed too fiercely and too quickly, like someone who had been very thirsty and finally found water, greedily taking it in. Her hand unconsciously pressed against his chest. Through the thin, sweaty fabric, she could feel the muscles beneath and his rapid heartbeat. That heartbeat was fast and heavy, pounding in her palm, mixing with her own chaotic heartbeat. Langry tasted the sweet flavor of her mouth, mixed with a faint scent of wild chrysanthemums from earlier. This taste made him lose control even more, kissing her deeper and more passionately. One hand supported her ear, while the other searched for her hand hanging by her side. He gripped it tightly, his fingers forcing their way into her fingers, holding her hand firmly on the soft grass. The coolness of the grass blades came through the back of his hand, but their palms felt scorching hot against each other. At first, Soft was panicked and confused, overwhelmed by his sudden, intense actions. But gradually, in his bold yet passionate kisses, in his tightly clasped, calloused hand, a strange, tingling feeling crept up her spine and spread through her limbs. Unconsciously, she loosened her grip on his chest. His tightly held fingers slightly curled, and she responded by squeezing his hand back. This small response made Langry shiver all over. He let out a muffled, restrained low growl, as if greatly encouraged, and kissed her even more deeply and tenderly. Soft was overwhelmed by his kisses, her breath completely thrown off, as if all the air in her lungs had been drained. She could only make faint, broken whimpering sounds through her nose. This sound not only failed to stop Langry, but seemed to ignite his passion like sparks landing in oil. His body pressed down a little more, almost no space between them. Through their clothes, she could clearly feel the changes in his body. Her face burned intensely, and a strange, frighteningly warm sensation rose from deep inside her.